The Antares Empire, which was located in the capital of Rivenheim, was engulfed in flames. The hideous demon opened his mouth and let out a heart-rending cry. The giant enemy, having lowered his foot to the ground, almost crushed several warriors. The royal soldiers looked in horror at the giant demons that towered above them. The king reported that 2 million warriors had been defeated by the enemy, while another 500,000 were either killed or seriously wounded. His Majesty declared that although the Demon King had destroyed the world, he would eventually fall at the hands of great heroes. Soon, the great heroes of Antares rushed into the Hall of the Abyss in the heart of the great palace of demons of Gyrak. Alex von Hallein, what was the leader of the squad, ordered the Demon King to surrender. The brave knight, surrounded by his loyal allies, announced that it was time for their enemy to return to the darkness. Emperor Antares Reifenhardt. Wald Antares listened to the warrior's speech without much interest. Cirrus, nicknamed the Holy Sword, assured the Demon King that with his death the evil empire would immediately fall. Reifenhardt mockingly replied that he felt sorry for the effort he had put into creating his empire. Teslan, the king of martial arts, supported his colleague, claiming that he and his comrades would stop the cultivation of the devil's spawn. The Demon King, meanwhile, was thinking that he had simply taught the monsters human tactics, which immediately became vicious in the eyes of humans. Moving closer to his opponents, Riefenhardt asked whether the great warriors had slain the 4 heavenly kings by now or not. Cirrus answered the king's question by claiming that the filthy orcs were no match for his sword. Upon hearing this, Emperor Antares became worried whether the brave great orc Tahid had been defeated. In fact, the orcs, although menacing in appearance, were hunter-gatherers who would fight the strong to protect the weak. The martial arts king claimed that the kings were in fact vile trolls who got what they deserved. Riefenhardt was even more offended when he learned that even Garrett Atilka, who despite his menacing appearance was very close to nature, did not survive. Saint Flynn announced that the evil king who worshipped the god of darkness was also called to account for his deeds. The news of Mashalina's death horrified the king, who could not understand since when the god of the dwarves, Al-Pot, became the god of darkness. Light Mage Jade Arcalite revealed that they also overthrew a corrupted dark elf. According to the warrior, the hellish spawn was no match for light magic, which was the last straw for Riefenhardt. Emperor Antares exploded in anger, claiming that the great warriors had practically begged for their deaths. Teslan stated that the dark elf, having gone over to the side of evil, had shown her true face. The Demon King couldn't understand why humans, having cut down all the trees, forced the people of the pure-blooded High Elf to flee into the barren lands. As if not hearing the questions addressed to him, Alex von Hallein shouted that he would avenge the fallen with the help of his sword. Riefenhardt asked what then were the other fallen who also needed to be avenged. The warrior blamed the Demon King for the fact that because of him, the monsters went over to the side of evil, although they could, as before, live their usual normal lives. The emperor was annoyed that he was never heard, because for the royal subjects everything was the same. Any non-human species that did not want to live the life of a slave became a servant of darkness for them. Since this was a valid reason for the great warriors to be exterminated, the Demon King had no other choice. Gathering his strength into a fist, Riefenhardt Wald Antares declared that he would become the Demon King that those around him wanted to see. Thanks to his magic, the emperor managed to destroy the floor under the warriors' feet, lifting them into the air. The man looked at his opponents, unable to hold back tears of bitterness and resentment. Although he was almost an ordinary magician, he was ready to prove to his enemies that he was worthy of being called great. For people, elves were servants who, by chance, were lucky enough to live longer than their masters. The dwarves were a labor force, useful in the mines, as the orcs were little more than heavy draft animals. At the time when Riefenhardt discovered this culture and its roots, the creatures were mindless slaves with no self of their own. Having come into contact with the inhabitants of other cultures, the magicians studied their habits and way of life. And when the emperor got to know them better, the magic of the spirits of the elves and trolls was revealed to him. Combining the knowledge of these beings, Riefenhardt became the first in history to reach the 10th circle of magic. The man couldn't stand to see how they treated his new acquaintances, whom he began to help, but it was becoming more and more difficult to deceive people. Then the people began to attack, whose attacks destroyed the structure, and the warriors plundered the lands, forcing the monsters to flee further and further. After this, Riefenhardt began to fight back against the humans, which led to the expansion of their own lands. As a result, with the arrival of more and more monsters, the Earth turned into the Antares Empire. The Emperor did not hate humans, had no intention of oppressing them in return, and simply supported other species. But everything turned out differently, and the citizens of the Empire who wanted to live in peace on their land were attacked. For people, the desires of many orcs and goblins were equated with the machinations of the devil, which they could not ignore. The Demon King was against attacks on his empire, determined to abolish the laws against senseless killings and create new ones. The first to fall at the hands of Reifenhardt was Alex, whose achievements in swordsmanship were not enough. Emperor Antares claimed that his opponents lacked mastery in any of the martial disciplines. The Dark Magician believed that the royal warriors, although they were capable of many things, were generally quite weak. The only one who posed any kind of threat was Teslan, who was known for his excellent physical strength. It was not easy for Reifenhardt to fight against such an opponent, whose strength and power were visible to the naked eye. The king of martial arts unceremoniously rushed at the enemy in order to avenge his comrades. Unlike other great warriors, Teslan was one of those who only hit one point during a duel. No matter how agile the emperor was, it was difficult for him to defeat the strongest of warriors who destroyed everything he touched. And in confirmation of this, Teslan managed to break through the castle wall with just one blow. Thanks to the hole that was created, the Demon King got out of the closed room. The magician's agility was not enough, and even his opponent's attacks still somehow reached him. And now again, not allowing anyone to relax for a second, the strongest of the warriors was preparing to unleash his blow on the enemy. Reifenhardt spread his arms and began to cast a protective barrier to shield himself from the king's soldier. Teslan stretched his hand out in front of him, palm facing the edge, and shouted that victory would be theirs. And to the Dark Magician's surprise, his protective barrier did not work, and he received a powerful blow to the head. Emperor Antares stated that he had blocked the warrior's attack with his magic, and he was not surprised by it. Having taken heavy damage from his opponent, the Demon King admitted to himself that he was unable to win this fight. Teslan, emitting a powerful cloud of energy, convinced him to deal with the enemy as he saw fit. Clutching his wounded head, the emperor agreed with the warrior's victory and congratulated him on it. The warrior was confident that all monsters were now free from the emperor's evil spell. This statement from the martial arts king left Reifenhardt so confused that he could no longer give up. The statement that other races were under his spell made the man pull himself together. The Dark Mogu could not believe that his opponent believed that living a life of slavery was the natural order of things. Antares revealed a powerful artifact, the Eye of Space and Time, whose secret he still has not been able to fully unravel. Upon seeing the mysterious artifact, Teslan became concerned, trying to find out from the enemy what he intended to do with the eye. Without worrying about the consequences, the magician revealed that he was going to cast a regression spell that would turn back time. The emperor didn't know whether the spell would work or not, but he had no other way to defeat the king of martial arts. Teslan suddenly jumped up from his place, thereby destroying it, and rushed at his opponent with his bare fists. Having activated the Eye of Space and Time, the Dark Mage kept telling himself that he could not allow himself to die. Meanwhile, one of the royal warriors continued to attack the Demon King with force. The artifact's power was so great that Reifenhardt had difficulty controlling it. And despite all this, Teslan managed to reach the eye in an attempt to stop Antares' atrocities. Upon contact with the ancient artifact, the warrior produced a powerful shock wave that affected everything around. But even she couldn't push back the martial arts king, who was so tightly stuck to the Eye of Space. And when there was no longer any strength to contain such energy, both opponents found themselves in a huge sphere, while the castle fell apart into fragments. Smoke was coming out of the chimney of the two-story hut, which indicated that its owner was there. Warm sunlight fell through the curtained window, which together with the chirping of birds woke the boy up. Opening his eyes, the guy tried to understand whether he was really alive, that he didn't think that the spell would work. Rising from the bed, Reifenhardt did not notice any changes in his body, which had become muscular. Looking around, the emperor did not understand where he was, because he did not remember this place from his past. Scratching behind his ear, the boy wondered how old he could be now, and only when he stood firmly on the floor did he notice the changes in his body. Straightening his shoulders, the Demon King noted a strong and trained body that most guys would envy. It was this moment that made Reifenhardt wonder who the man whose body he had entered was. Looking at his hands, the magician noticed the many calluses and the number of scars all over his body. The guy wondered why the magician needed all these muscles, because in his youth, when girls saw his body, their legs would give way. Instead of a pretty face, Antares found a rough face that looked more like a statue carved from stone. The guy began to think that he could have mispronounced the spell and ended up in the body of a random man, and not even in the past. Looking closely at the details of his new appearance, the Demon King tried to understand why this face was familiar to him. The guy decided to imagine the same body, but a little wider and with hair on the face. To his surprise, Riffenhart found that in front of him was a younger version of the unstoppable martial arts king. Before the magician could pronounce the warrior's name out loud, an unfamiliar voice called out to him. The man who came into Teslan's room announced that the sun was already high in the sky. Inquiring why the student did not go outside, the master greatly frightened him with his appearance. Towering over the young martial artist, the master said that another great day awaited them. Entrus, looking at the giant man with uncomprehending eyes, asked who he was. It seemed to the man that the student was looking at him as if he was seeing him for the first time. Then the big guy replied that the student wouldn't be able to use amnesia as an excuse, which certainly wouldn't work a second time. After which, the martial arts master grabbed the student with his huge hand right by the head. Gerard Kromprotaz said he and his student had to go and train. It was only after some time that the Demon King realized that the person in front of him was Teslan's mentor. Protaz was not only the current king of martial arts, but also the strongest warrior on the continent. Tied to a tree, Riffenhart asked the master to listen to him first before doing anything. Gerard didn't like that the guy was talking too much, so he gagged him. The dark mage felt uneasy when the continent's strongest warrior took hold of the bamboo stick. The guy was seriously scared when the man announced the start of training. The next moment, the master's very own bamboo stick flew into the tied-up disciple's stomach. The blow was so strong that the warrior could not hold back both the tears and the saliva that burst through the bandage. Bruised from the blow, Riffenhart wondered what the hell was going on here. Before the guy could catch his breath, the rest of the sticks flew at him with lightning speed. As he received multiple blows from the continent's strongest warrior, Antareus asked the imaginary series if he would really die like this. Gerard Kromprotaz noticed that his students' hands were softer than usual today, but the man only claimed that the credo of their clan was that perseverance and hard work will overcome everything, and that at one time he also fell into unconsciousness during training. With a smile, the man said that since the matter was trivial, the solution was the same. Protas said that the student needed to be thoroughly pelted with sticks, since only in this way would he be able to recover. The master claimed that only the weak used weapons and hid behind armor, which greatly surprised Riffenhart. Gerard explained that training was necessary in order to learn to overcome his weaknesses. For the first time in his life, the magician heard such nonsense that people, like steel, became stronger when they were beaten. The man who personally chose Teslan as his student convinced him that there were no limits to physical development. In fact, the master believed that not everyone was capable of becoming stronger through training, and only a select few would have a steel form. And so the strongest living warrior on the continent continued to throw bamboo sticks at the student. The man asked the boy to think about the ocean, which would swallow everything, but would still remain unchanged. The mentor made Teslan imagine that he was an ocean trying to think about it with all his might. As evening approached, Gerard told the student to go to rest, who thanked heaven for having managed to survive. Riffenhart wrapped his arms around himself and was grateful that he was such a strong guy. The Demon King looked in surprise at the petals and leaves of Geralt floating in the bath he had drawn for him. One bottle of the healing potion cost as much as 10 pieces of silver, and a whole bath of such a potion was many times better than bathing in milk like a queen. The boy asked Protaz why he needed a healing bath, to which the man replied that after forging steel, always needed to be cooled. Thanks to the power of the aura and the healing potion, Teslan's body was thus quickly returned to shape. Since Antares had personally fought with the warrior, he knew how strong his body was, because the warrior had constantly gone through similar training. After that, Riffenhart no longer had any doubt that he had ended up in the past. The guy was more interested in the moment, how it felt at that time himself as his younger version. He wondered if a young Riffenhart could have existed, since that would mean two identical souls lived in the same dimension. But if this could really happen, then he from the future was in the body of Teslan, coexisting with his younger version. But there was also a second version, which the Demon King liked much less. In that case, the body of the young Riffenhart could have been occupied by a martial arts king from the future, The continent's strongest warrior was shocked when he saw that he was about to eat a plate of meat his size. The master claimed that the student's body needed to replenish its supply of nutrients, after which the man ordered to go for a run to shake everything up, climbing up the steep slope of the mountain. The teacher, seeing how difficult it was for Teslan to do push-ups, suggested continuing the morning workout, but the boy refused. As he pumped up his abs with the giant bag over his shoulder, Riffenhart wondered how long he would be so cruelly abused. After such grueling training, the Demon King lay in bed, unable to move. It was only at that moment that he finally truly realized that he had reincarnated as the Teslan from the past. Starting to go a little crazy, the guy was wondering how this situation would affect the future, and what would happen if he met himself in the past. The soul could have ceased to exist in the worst-case scenario, but young Reifenhart would not be active as a mage for the next 10 years. However, he will be continuously studying the books in the Magic Tower of Delphia, so the meeting between the two will not be able to take place. But if Teslan was in the body of the future emperor, all his strength was in his previous body, and he would be able to do little with the current one. A warrior can only reach unprecedented heights with the help of his mentor, but given his experience, he can also find a way on his own. Be that as it may, Antares could no longer remain under Gerard Crom Protaz's command. Having looked around, the guy ran away as fast as he could, convinced that he would never set foot in this place again. The future Demon King insisted that no matter what, he would never return to these parts. Gerard really couldn't agree with the opinion of his student, who was already waiting for him in the middle of the forest. The man said the student had been acting suspiciously for the past 2 months and was now trying to escape for the 9th time. Not finding anything suitable as an answer, the guy began to insist that he was Reifenhart and was a magician. But the mentor was not at all surprised by the amazing stories that the student once again composed for him. According to Gerard, last time Teslan claimed that he came from another world, telling about gods and dragons. But the magician was even more surprised when he heard about a master from the Huan Empire who lived in the east in a country called Murim. The continent's strongest warrior praised Teslan, who was much more convincing this time, suggesting that he go to bed. Riffenhart had no choice but to follow the master, convincing himself that he would definitely achieve his goal tomorrow. The dark magician admitted his defeat, but promised himself that he would not allow himself to be stuck in this place forever. But during the boy's next attempts to escape from the place of training, Protaz easily found him. Antares could not hide from his mentor either on land or underwater, because he understood his feelings perfectly well. All the old man asked him to do was to be patient a little longer, and then all the student's efforts would pay off. The magician decided to come to terms with the idea that it was impossible to escape from Gerard, since there were 130 ways to prevent the students from escaping. Riffenhart was convinced that even if he managed to escape, the current king of martial arts would find a way to find him. That is why the magician decided to leave this place, having officially received permission to do so. Intensive training continued, during which Antares was subjected to various tortures by his mentor. The guy followed this lifestyle for 2 years before getting results. The warrior managed to break the chain that bound him and finally awaken his aura. The magician couldn't believe that he had managed to open his aura before he was 20, although Cirrus had only managed to do this in his 30s. The master stated that by developing the instincts of self-preservation with physical data, the will to live will increase survival and also manifest an aura. The guy hoped that the next step would be learning normal martial arts, which would help him escape from these places. But the next step in training was sparring with the mentor himself, which he himself was incredibly happy about. However, Antares was not at all delighted with this, and spent the next 3 years in battle with the master. The next stage of training took place on the lands of the Kingdom of Vasily in the Larchid Mountains. Riffenhart, who by this time had developed enormous strength, was at the foot of the waterfall. Clenching his fist, the boy filled it with aura before activating the Horn of Disaster. The warrior concentrated all his strength in just one point of his body to inflict maximum damage. Having reached the utmost concentration, the future Demon King swung with force. When the warrior hit the wall next to the waterfall, the shock wave reached its very top. Even after such a strong blow, Riefenhart felt that he was not doing enough, since he could not get past the 3rd step. The Horn of Disaster was an explosive strike that concentrated all the force into one point of the body, but even that was not enough. The final stage of this skill was the 9th part, which caused the same number of waves that could kill even God himself. Teslan had the 7th step, and Gerard himself had only reached the 8th, But in order to leave these lands, the guy needed to reach at least the fourth. While the master had descended to the nearest village, the mage had the opportunity to escape, but he had not yet completed his endurance training. By reciting the spell Delphir Lastelen, the warrior commanded the sphere to become a bullet from thin air and strike the enemy. Having prepared an air bullet, Riffenhart sent it straight into the nearest tree, but the result of the impact was very disastrous, as the sphere left a barely noticeable burn on the tree trunk. The guy felt sorry that his body resisted magic, and that he barely remembered his magical skills due to the movement. Suddenly, the dark magician felt some energy that was hovering around. Looking around, the warrior noticed that the energy he felt did not come from a person at all. An armed orc appeared from behind the tree, looking with apprehension at the representative of the human race. As Riffenhart had expected, the orc in front of him was an orc who, judging by his size, was between 3 and 4 years old. The monster asked the stranger to pretend that he didn't see him, and in exchange he wouldn't touch him. Seeing that the orc was not hostile, the guy decided to find out who was chasing him by asking him this very question. The monster did not expect that the man was familiar with their great language, who decided that their meeting was fateful. Lowering his head, the monster regretfully confirmed that he was indeed being chased. Emperor Anteri stated that he wanted to help the orc, asking if he trusted him. Since the warrior knew the great language, he gained the favor of the monster, who in turn worried about the stranger, whom he could put at risk. Noting the orc's expressive speech, Riffenhart assured him that he had enough strength to help the fugitive. After these words were spoken, the guy immediately began waving his arms in the air. Having conjured a portal, the warrior pointed to it and declared that his magic would hide the monster from the hunters. The monster, looking at his savior, was surprised that he had magical skills. It turned out that the orc was not confused by the fact of having such power, but by the fact that its owner had such a pumped-up body. Entering the portal, the fugitive thanked the kind-hearted man for the help he had given him. Before the orc had even disappeared, Riffenhart heard the disgruntled voices of strangers in the distance. A group of hunters approached the warrior, who were unhappy with the many problems that arose because of a couple of silver coins. The leader of the gang asked the boy if he had seen a small orc, for information about whom he was promised 1 gold piece. The men began to argue about the reward for the stranger, but agreed that as soon as they found out everything, they would not give anything. The dark mage disappointed the party when he told them that he had not seen any monster nearby. However, one of the warriors discovered orc tracks, which caused the squad leader to order his men to move forward. Antares did not want to let the hunters go further, claiming that this was his home and he did not want to see strangers in it. Bright ordered not to stand in his way since his detachment numbered more than 10 warriors. After which, all the members of the group began to belittle Riffenhart, claiming that he was only formidable in appearance. Remembering his mentor's words that his blows were fatal, the boy, as he was told, showed mercy to his enemies. The dark mage summoned a weapon for himself because only it could help him in this situation. Armed with a club, the boy asked the hunters not to be afraid, since they could not die from its blow. The opponents immediately pounced on the stranger, not knowing that his training technique included handling weapons. Those who were among the first flew up like rag dolls from the blows of the metal club. The warrior could no longer remember when he had attacked anyone other than Gerard with such force and fury. The bounty hunters who remained on the sidelines joined forces to defeat the enemy with a massive attack. Although the weapon was only used for the purpose of training students, Riffenhart could not use it for its intended purpose in front of the mercenaries. The boy was surprised when he felt Bright's assistant's sword hit his back. The man was shocked to discover that not only did his weapon do no damage, but it actually bent during the attack. The guy himself felt embarrassed that the blade did not cause him any injuries when it hit his body. The good thing about this technique was that it was not aimed at killing the enemy, so the warrior had nothing to worry about. The dark mage was capable of tearing joints or breaking bones, but all his opponents would remain alive one way or another. Having broken his club during the battle, the guy watched the defeated squad of mercenaries begging for help. Bright, sweating profusely, ordered the boy to identify himself, but he did so in a rather rude manner, which the warrior did not like. The martial artist was unhappy that while the leader remained safe and sound, his friends had already gotten it. Riffenhart ordered the mercenaries to get lost, who obediently followed his instructions, shaking with fear. Having warmed up well, the guy began to think about getting some students himself so that he would have someone to beat up. Only when the hunting party disappeared did the orc leave the shelter in which he had been hiding all this time. Having bowed, the representative of the other race declared that he would not forget the stranger's feat until the end of his days. The magician asked whether it was proper for a warrior to bow his head so easily that he pledged to dedicate his sword and his life to his savior. The orc, having called the man his mentor, which in their culture was equivalent to a knight's oath, wanted to know his name. The proud guy almost answered that his name was Teslan, but he fell silent mid-sentence. For a moment, Riffenhart thought seriously about how he would introduce himself to the monster. As a result, the dark magician decided to introduce himself by his former name, namely Riefenhart Wald Entres. The monster, saved from the bounty hunters, claimed that he would definitely remember this name. The guy was interested in where the orc would go next. He wanted to find a safe place, but if that happened, he was ready to die as a free wanderer. The warrior said that a 2-week walk away there was a nameless wasteland called the Land of Trials, where the orcs were hiding. Overjoyed, the rescued monster rushed as quickly as possible to the Blue Bear tribe. Almost forgetting, Riffenhart asked the name of the debtor to whom he had sworn allegiance. Turning around, the orc replied that he was the son of the mole, the heir to the axe of Lat, who bore the name Tahid. Hearing the familiar name, Protaz's student was speechless for a while. The guy looked after the running young orc, who was his old friend. Tahid was one of the 4 heavenly kings, the head of the Blue Bear tribe, which later led the orcs of the entire continent. Doubting that the real Teslan would hardly have extended a helping hand to the orc, the mage was sure that fate was involved. Reflecting on the fateful meeting, memories of his past life arose in the warrior's mind. The dark Mogu was eager to meet his friends again, the descendants of great warriors who were like family to him. 6 months had passed since that meeting with Tahid, and by that time the earth had become covered with white snow. But unlike the metamorphoses of nature, Gerard Crom Protaz's training remained unchanged. The man attacked his student with an air bullet move that could be compared to a crazy tornado. Antares wasn't thrilled that he had to block such a powerful blow. The student blocked Gerard's air bullet that made him move with a vortex guard. The old man, ignoring the fragments from the defense, claimed that his student's vortex guard was beyond all praise. Just recently, the guy kept insisting that he was some kind of Riefenhart, but Teslan asked his mentor not to recall the events of 6 years ago. Protaz remembered that about 10 years had passed since his training, during which his student had become much stronger than he had been at the beginning. The only thing that bothered the master was why his student was still so small. The mentor insisted that every warrior who was trained in this method had to exceed the 2-meter mark. The old man asked whether Teslan had correctly followed the breathing technique he had taught him. Riffenhart didn't want to get any bigger to be able to squeeze through the doorway, but Gerard still decided that the guy was already strong. Shifting his focus from height to strength, the teacher asked to show him everything his successor was capable of. Concentrating, the young warrior established a connection with his inner aura, after which Andres suddenly jumped up several tens of meters. To demonstrate his strength, the boy chose the Horn of Disaster, thereby absorbing all the energy into his fist. And when the student began to fall, the force of his swing only increased, increasing the power of the future blow. The student came into contact with the hard surface of the ice, affecting it with the 4th stage of the Horn of Disaster. The very next second, the ice-covered lakes cracked with a roar, splitting into pieces. The old man watched as the frozen lake became a haven for many pieces of ice crashing against each other. Jared was so pleased with his student's achievement that he laughed out loud and madly. While Riffenhart realized that he had overcome the 4th stage, Protaz insisted that Teslan would now be difficult to defeat. Suddenly, the old man announced that it was now time for the boy to go to the outside world. As hard as it was for the mentor to admit it, the young warrior had worked hard. The man insisted that now his student could live as he wanted, and he didn't care who he became, a hero or a villain. Gerard explained his actions by saying that this was Riffenhart's reward for all his efforts. The dark mage, who had become accustomed to the unbearable old man after so much training, was touched by his actions. The man claimed that 60 years ago, his mentor, Rastal, the 3rd king of martial arts, told him something. The great warrior asked to remember 3 things, the first of which was the ability to earn money, but it was worth avoiding participation in dishonest affairs. Young Gerard objected because his mentor was not against him becoming a villain, but in this case he needed to become not just any villain, but a worthy one. The second thing was, whenever possible, to speak out on the side of those who had been treated unfairly, because it was better when those around you appreciated and praised you. But it was not only the weak who needed to be protected, because the world was already full of those who were weaker than the warrior, and it was necessary to learn to distinguish them. The third and last thing was the most important thing that Mentor Rastel told. Girard demanded that his student carry to the masses the teaching of the power of forging an iron body, which should not be interrupted. Teslan had to find a student to whom he could pass on their great techniques. The old man insisted that finding a talented student would not be easy, and that it would take almost a lifetime to do so, throwing a small bag at the guy. Along with his clothes, Riffenhardt also received 30 pieces of silver for the journey. The apprentice hoped that the master had become rich in the kingdom of Vasily, but the payment for those who completed their training had long been established by the clan itself. In addition, Heat prepared a small gift for the student, hidden in the Settlard Mountains. Well, the karate man left a mark so that the guy could look there if he was nearby. Soon after the conversation between the ward and the mentor, the young warrior had to leave his monastery. Looking back, Riffenhardt couldn't believe that he would actually leave these snow-covered mountains. The dark magician, having learned martial arts, could now breathe deeply. But suddenly the mountain where his training took place was pierced by a giant beam of powerful energy. Antares was seriously scared, and for a moment he thought he was watching a dormant volcano erupt. In fact, the reason for this was a demonstration of Gerard Krumpertaz's strength, who mentally advised the student to be sad about their separation. The man insisted that the boy must have had a steely determination, as he was the heir to the greatest techniques of the land. However, the mentor's demonstration did not cause anything in Riffenhardt except horror, with which he left this place. At the same time, some kind of scene unfolded in one of the taverns of the nearby village. While the local resident asked the elder to change his mind, the old man insisted that he was obliged to say what he had to say. The knight who was in the same room with him asked if there were any complaints against him. The elder ordered the warrior to pay for the food that the man had purchased for himself and his subjects. With a displeased expression on his face, he returned the coin to the old man, claiming that this should have been enough. When the old man received the payment of 1 ducat, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. The knight decided that the headman was seeing such a coin for the first time, but as it turned out, it was not enough to pay for the ordered food. The man became angry, declaring that although he was an aristocrat, he was aware of market prices. The offended warrior hit the old man in the face so that he would no longer dare to deceive the knights. The villagers bared their teeth angrily at the guests who, for just 1 ducat, had occupied all the houses and emptied the available food supplies. A colleague who arrived in time asked Sir Edward if everything was okay. Mr. Stephen stated that the inhabitants of this village were pathetic mortals who could not be treated with kindness. With absolute certainty, the young knight asserted that the peasants did not know their place at all. While the knights were in conflict with the locals, the former emperor Antares indulged in memories. Riffenhardt recalled spending days with Cirrus, wondering what she found so attractive about his frail body. The elf insisted that despite his thinness, the dark mage's sharp and chiseled features reminded her of a sharp blade. The guy looking at himself in the mirror cried, because now he looked like a spitting image of Golem, given his current body. The only positive thing Riffenhardt considered was that after being reborn, he managed to become taller. The guy's beloved must have been about 70 years old, which in human terms was 17. The young warrior was in Krom, in the town of the Kingdom of Vasily, and Cirrus would only be sold at the Chatan slave auction next year. The mage was thinking about smashing the auction to pieces and freeing the dark elf. However, this idea had to be discarded, since by acting recklessly, the guy could lose the rest of his magical powers, wanting to solve the issue with money. The problem was that the price for the elf was very high, while Riefenhardt was now a beggar. The guy, although he had a powerful body and technology, also possessed knowledge of the future, and on the way to Chatan, there were ancient ruins. Mr. Stephen was also interested in the ancient ruins and searched for them with the help of his assistant Todd. Todd was a mage from the Delphia Magic Tower who specialized in archaeology. Looking out the window, the knight asked his ward if this was the place they were looking for, which the magician immediately confirmed. It was here that one famous swordsman, Sir Claude von Leotras Altheon, was buried. As he set out on his journey, Riffenhardt pondered his endurance, and besides, he could walk around topless even in winter. Through artificial reversion, Antares could recall memories from any period of time, using this technique to recall ancient ruins. In a past life, the magician Todd helped them discover them, thanks to which Riffenhardt managed to find the treasures that Todd's comrades missed. The Demon King sold his entire fortune for more than 2,000 gold, which was very profitable by the standards of that time. By evening, the martial artist managed to reach the village of Cattle, which had not changed at all. The local inhabitants were wondering what to do, since they were not allowed to approach the Valley of Death. People speculated that the knights had recruited their guide, and they were unable to refuse them. One of those gathered cursed the nobles, but his comrade immediately shouted at him so that no one would accidentally hear them. Ted, who knew the mountains better than anyone in the village, volunteered and was the most suitable candidate. The wife and daughter tried to dissuade the man from this idea, since he himself did not want to go. But after friends and acquaintances began to encourage Ted, volunteering became even more difficult for him. Suddenly, Riffenhard appeared and declared that he himself could act as a guide, which only frightened those gathered. When Ted pointed his gun at the stranger, he immediately reported that he had overheard their conversation while passing by. The locals were surprised that the guy knew the way and yet volunteered. The young warrior replied that he had already been to the Valley of Death, and that no one ever returned from there was just a rumor. The valley was a dungeon that remained after the Silver Era, and it all began 50 years ago with the appearance of the Knight Claude. At the age of 45, he was able to awaken the aura, going through many adventures, and legends about him continued to circulate throughout the kingdom of Vasily for a long time. Having become arrogant, Claude decided to go to the Valley of Death and died, and the demonic sword Altean remained there. This sword was passed down from generation to generation and was sought after for 50 years. And to this day, none other than the descendant of the Altean family, Stefan von Rapanto, has been searching for him. Lucia, who was walking next to Claude's grandson, showered him with compliments, which made the night glow. The dark magician found it unpleasant to watch how the elf slave communicated with her master. The only saint in the squad was Cillian, who, although he looked young, knew how to use the blessing properly. However, Antares was confused by the boy's appearance, wondering if he was really a boy. The warrior wanted to talk to Todd, but he was talking non-stop and passionately about something with Cillian. Watching the two mages converse with each other, Riffenhart was uneasy at the atmosphere that had formed around them. Seeing the blush on his old acquaintance's face, the Demon King assumed the most terrifying scenario. He could not believe that his acquaintance could not be as he remembered him, when Sir Edward turned to the warrior. The man noted the traveler's wise choice, claiming that the villagers were afraid to take on this task. Riffenhart replied that there was nothing scary about the campaign, to which the knight stated that there was no reason for fear, since there were brave imperial warriors nearby. The Dark One felt uneasy from the speeches that the valiant, as it seemed to him before, soldiers were making. Suddenly, the men's dialogue was interrupted by an unexpected cry that the squad clearly did not expect to hear. From different places, unfamiliar creatures began to jump out into the sky from behind the lush crowns of trees. It was as if the monsters were rushing upward, enveloping themselves in some kind of fur blanket. But as soon as the monsters showed their faces, it turned out that the cover was their wings. The flying creatures, screaming shrilly, attacked the squad of knights in a huge flock. When the enemy was already very close, the leader of the detachment commanded his men to prepare for a counterattack. The monsters quickly changed their position, putting their clawed paws in front of them, aimed at the people. Stefan von Rapanto was offended that the vile creatures dared to attack the Knight of Altean. The magician Todd came to the aid of his master, who brought the fire chain curse upon the enemies. Almost every flying monster began to be showered with fire, not giving them the opportunity to attack. Cillian asked Lord Philinense for help, so that he would grant the knights strength and courage. Watching the battle, Riffenhart did not expect Stefan to be better than he thought. From a mage's point of view, the knights showed themselves to be quite good. But if you look at them from the side of a martial artist, they were quite pathetic. Remembering the words of teacher Gerard about the weak, the boy understood that it was impossible to leave the weak in trouble. One glance was enough for the Dark Mogu to be imbued with the members of the squad, so that they were of a different race. The winged monsters were already getting close, rapidly approaching their victims. The orcs and trolls who acted as porters closed their eyes, sensing the approach of their own death. But instead, the enemy got what he deserved, as Riffenhart's fist flew into his angry face. The blow was so powerful that the feathered creature flew away in the opposite direction, losing its limbs. Having dealt with one of the opponents, the guy thought that no one was paying attention to him. The young warrior had traveled a long way from Crom to the village of Cattle, so he could not simply give up. If the operation is based on Todd's adventure story, then this guy died at the hands of monsters on this very hike. The captain of this expedition, Stefan, did everything possible to defeat the enemies that suddenly appeared. But his subordinates, meanwhile, suffered from the winged monsters, begging the commander for salvation. However, the narcissistic grandson of Claude Altion seemed not to hear the calls for help, ignoring the requests of his subordinates. Riffenhart realized with horror that before him was a rather bad man, for whom nothing was more important than himself. Cillian asked the young warrior, whom he considered the most human of the entire team of knights, to hide behind the trees. One of the winged monsters launched a dozen sharp feathers at Antares, which rushed towards their target with their sharp ends. The feathers that hit the warrior's rock-hard body only tickled him slightly. However, one feather suddenly hit the eye, causing no small amount of pain to the Demon King. Having gotten rid of the monster, the guy was surprised that there were still tears left in him, despite several years of hellish training. The first thing Knight Stefan did was find out whether the magicians and the saint were alive, and he completely forgot about the other members of the expedition. Upon learning that everyone was still alive, the descendant of the Altian family stated that the Imperial Knights were strong. The young warrior began to praise himself and his subordinate knights, ordering them to rest after the glorious battle. Taking the opportunity, Riffenhart decided to talk to Todd, thanking him for saving him. Antres told that he had a friend in the magical tower of Delphius, which surprised the magician. The dark mage stated his past name, asking if Todd knew about it. The man was surprised that Riffenhart, who was still a child, had such great friends. After thinking about it, the man from the magic tower claimed that Teslan's acquaintance was very nice. The martial artist claimed that he was simply curious about how his friend was doing. As it turned out, he spent his days studying. The bully was also interested in whether anything strange had happened to the guy in recent years. Todd didn't remember anything like that, but instead began to enthusiastically describe the appearance of the young magician. Riffenhart noted to himself that his old acquaintances were just as concerned as Gerard, though in a slightly different sense. The warrior tried to find out if there was anything strange in the young man's behavior, but Todd did not notice anything like that, since he was not interested in his affairs or thoughts. Cillian asked if Teslan needed help, who asked to take a closer look at the orcs. The monster slaves asked the priest not to worry, as they assured him that they were not in any pain from the injuries they had received. The knights who arrived in time claimed that their workers were able to heal their own wounds, and that it was foolish to waste energy on them. The dark mage could not help but notice that the young man showed kindness towards the orcs during the treatment, which was more like love for animals. Mr. Stefan demanded that the guide show him the way as quickly as possible, which only angered Antares. In a slightly thin voice, the guide began to show the way and all the possible obstacles along the way. A few hours later, the Knights operators complained that there were many monsters nesting on such a small mountain, which they had to fight. Riffenhart deliberately led the squad along a difficult path, which at that time caused their commander to order the tired warriors to rise. However, the magician could not be blamed for anything, since he really led the expedition along the shortest route. Overcoming the next thicket, Sir Claude's ancestor also complained about the many monsters that guarded these places, but his lamentations immediately disappeared as soon as he reached his destination. Before the young knight lay a huge valley, at the bottom of which were the very ruins they had been looking for so long. Sir Edward assured Mr. Stephen that this was undoubtedly the very place. The detachment reached the ancient ruins of Palton, which was an elongated rounded tower. The expedition, along with Riefenhart, set off into the crevice, heading towards the ancient abandoned place. Soon all the participants of the expedition gathered near the doors, which creaked open with difficulty. Todd Stefan Rapanto Altian that this entrance was the way to get inside. With his usual carelessness, the young knight commanded his men to get ready. Riefenhart claimed that he would go no further since his work was finished, but without the knights he would not be able to get back to the village. Claude's grandson promised to protect the guide on the way back, but he himself did not intend to participate. The leader of the knights, throwing the blade over his head, ordered that every effort be made to find the demonic sword Altion. And while the valiant warriors all rushed into the ruins, Riefenhart remained standing outside. In just a few seconds, the entire crowd of knights under the command of Lord Stefan evaporated. After waiting until he was alone, the dark magician decided to go about his business. Originally, the Palton ruins that were now filled with monsters and spirits were used as a normal military facility. In the past, when the boy visited these parts, he studied the symbols inside the structure together with Cirrus. The elf claimed that sylphs whispered from certain places, meaning that there was a secret passage in those places. And so it was. And by pressing a certain combination, the girl was able to open a door hidden from outsiders. Reminiscing about the old days, Riffenhart found himself thinking that he might have been distracted by his beloved in the middle of the danger zone. Looking at the hieroglyphs on the walls, the key to entry was the balance of the water and earth seals in reverse order. The boy felt sorry that Teslan's mental activity was not so well developed, since he lacked the mana to perform the spell. But even current skills were enough to weld a secret passage. The young warrior decided to take off his outerwear for a while, but to return for it since it cost as much as 10 pieces of silver. After which, while warming up, the Demon King decided to test the physical capabilities of his new body. Before the guy had time to enter the secret room, he heard a scream coming from afar. The warrior did not understand why the screams were coming from the opposite direction from where the knights were heading. A secret passage connected the first floor with a basement, but if it were opened, the situation could become much more complicated. Marina began to remember whether this was so, and soon it dawned on him that it was a military structure. Any device of mana was transferred to the launch of traps that were intended to scare away the named guests. Since Antares and Cirrus were alone before, they weren't worried about other places, but now Altian's squad could fall into a trap. This state of affairs ran counter to the plans of the Dark Magician, who did not want to get involved with the local monsters. While the boy was gathering strength, the brave Sir Thomas safely lost his head. Shouting out the name of the fallen soldier, Stefan was worried that he was losing his men so quickly. As a chill blew around the corner, the young knight wondered what kind of enemy they had met. The first thing that appeared was the enemy's weapon, which was a giant bloody blade. A demonic head appeared behind him, its eyes flashing as it searched for a new victim. The knight, looking at such a strong opponent, was sure that none of them had the strength to defeat such a monster. As he looked at the giant four-armed demon, Stefan wondered if a human could defeat such a monster. Meanwhile, the saint healed the wounds of the knights that they received when they fell upon discovering the trap. While the warriors thanked Cillian, he in turn thanked them, thanks to whom he would be able to survive in these ruins. The priest thanked the wizard, thanks to whose magic they were able to survive the fall, but Todd was not so happy with his fate. The man claimed that they had no idea what dangers might await them in the basement. In response to the question asked by the magician, a crowd of knights who had remained on the upper floors until that moment poured out of the passage. The Imperial warriors ran screaming from the demon, who easily threw them all over the room. Following the four-armed demon were smaller monsters that, with their mere appearance, terrified the knights. The men did not even try to fight back, running away in fear just to save their lives. The priest tried to take matters into his own hands by asking the great Philonense to crush the devilish creatures with a pillar of light. The youth's prayers were heard, and the great Philonense appeared before him, looking quite dead. The boy ordered him to grant the slaves that in this case there were knights' unwavering courage. Cillian didn't expect that the warriors of Altian would be such cowards, who had nothing but muscle. The saint once again asked his patron to send an unbridled wave of courage to the warriors. And as if by magic, every single soldier went into berserker mode, furiously screaming a war cry. Todd was shocked by the amount of holy power the young man poured into the knights, who went absolutely crazy as they rushed at the enemy. The warriors clashed wall to wall with the monsters, wanting to show their strength to the lower creatures. Having cast the spell, the magician also did not stop in his efforts, asking the earth to pull its hands and reveal what it had given birth to. Using the iron-steel technique, the wizard summoned all the weapons in the area. The demons were very surprised when the razor-sharp demonic blades disappeared from their paws. Armed with two swords, the elf, a subject of Lord Stefan, attacked the enemy. Lelsia's skillful use of blades easily wounded one of the crowd of demons, spilling his purple blood. But the girl immediately received a response from her opponent, spitting out a clot of blood. The monster's blow was so strong that it threw the elf into the far corner of the dungeon room. Even after such an attack, Lelsia did not lose consciousness, leaning on her intact arm. While dying, all she wanted to know was whether she had been of any use to her master. But Stefan von Rapanto Altian didn't even look at his assistant, declaring that her work was excellent. The boy charged at the horde of giant demons, swinging his sword at lightning speed. When the young knight turned around, he saw only chopped-up monsters gushing blood. His loyal assistant, Sir Edward, was delighted with the commander-in-chief's skill. Turning to the survivors, Stefan told his subjects to pull themselves together, for they were standing in the very place where Ser Claude himself had fallen. Suddenly, a fiery flash erupted over the knights' heads, frightening each of them. Following the flames, another one of the monsters that lived nearby broke through the stone floor of the dungeon. From the resulting hole emerged the largest of the demons, which not only initially produced flames, but literally burned. The hellish abomination let out a wild cry, bringing terror to the already frightened soldiers. One wave of his hand was enough to scatter several knights without much effort. Stefan insisted that his people should not disgrace the title of the Knights of Altion and follow him to the end. However, the brave speech of the commander-in-chief was nothing compared to the attack of the fire demon that emerged from almost the very underworld. But the ancestor of the great knight Claude Altion did not retreat, even when danger was right in front of his nose. The boy kept telling himself that he couldn't die like that, even if he was up against such a powerful opponent. The young knight, not wanting to lose so shamefully, rushed at the demon who appeared from the underworld. Pushing off with all his might, the last descendant of the great family of Altion flew toward the monster. The warrior naively believed that the title of Unshakable would allow him to defeat even such an enemy. Stefan used a swift strike, piercing his blade through the demon's fire-made body. But literally at that very second, he received a counterblow from his opponent in the form of a powerful slap. The commander-in-chief's subjects watched as the commander described circles in the air. Like a thrown stone, the guy bounced off the hard floor and rolled on. When the great warrior's ancestor finally stopped, he was already unconscious. In a desperate attempt, Cillian once again called upon Philinins to crush the durable creatures with his beam of light. The saint's patron immediately attacked the enemy, hitting him straight in the head. The monster gave the young man, whose mouth was filled with pitch-black blood, an evil look. The guy expected that the blow he dealt would be able to, if not defeat, then at least delay the demon, but he was wrong. All the priest managed to do was attract the attention of the fire monster to himself. The young man was at a loss, not understanding what he needed to do now. The only thing that came to Cillian's mind was to close his eyes and meekly await his fate. However, nothing happened to the healer, and a bright flash simply appeared next to him. It was the aftermath of a blow that was capable of stopping the seemingly invincible fire demon. Opening the eyes of the saint, he blocked the one who finally managed to inflict such damage on the monster. The young man did not immediately realize that a guide stood in front of him, leading them to these ruins. Riffenhard attacked the beast with a fourth-grade disaster horn that he could test out in the field. When the young warrior took a stance to repel the enemy's counterattack, he was surprised when nothing happened. The guy couldn't believe that just one blow from him was enough for the fire demon. Now Antares understood why he almost died from one blow from Teslan when he fought him. Having dealt with the main monster of the dungeon, Riffenhart turned his attention to the Altion squad. The dark magician decided that it would be better to move everyone who had been badly hurt to a safer place. But to do this, the martial artist had to go through a crowd of other monsters. Todd approached Cillian and was surprised at who their guide really was. The magic users, along with the healthy members of the squad, watched as the warrior dealt with a horde of enemies. Having picked up the unconscious Lelsia, Riffenhart cleared a path for himself with his bare hands. After some time, the leader of the expedition woke up and immediately grabbed his head, which was buzzing with monstrous pain. Sir Edward was glad that his commander had finally woken up, and that he was looking with frightened eyes at the many corpses of the monsters. The young gentleman demanded his assistant to explain what had just happened. But when the guy found out about what happened, he couldn't believe that it was all true. Pointing at Teslan, Stefan asked Edward again if their guide was really a martial arts master. A knight from the Altion family asked the warrior who saved his people's lives to introduce himself. The young warrior almost said his real name, but then realized it and replied that his name was Riefen. While Edward was pondering the fact that he had never heard of such a powerful warrior before, Stefan wanted to know where the warrior came from. When the knight learned that the boy was not an aristocrat, but an ordinary commoner, his attitude toward the savior immediately changed. Rapanto Altion claimed that the martial artist simply finished off those they had already beaten up badly, but was still grateful for the help. Not wanting to listen to such nonsense, Riffenhart answered bluntly that the knights were of no use in battle. The angry gentleman, who demanded that he be treated with respect, was tried to be calmed down by his assistant. The knights agreed that the commoners had manners unknown to them and were curious as to who had trained this warrior. The guy didn't want Gerard to know about his every move, so he replied that he had picked up various tricks from everywhere. Stefan was suspicious that Riefen had such a level of skills for a self-taught man, so he decided to change the topic of conversation from himself to the wounded. Sir Edward noted that their savior had a simple and natural manner of speech. When the martial artist spoke about the victims, the knight decided that he simply did not realize how arrogant his words sounded. The man continued his analysis, because such a maneuver of talking as if to subordinates was typical for members of the royal family. The warrior decided that he understood the nature of Rifen's arrogance, which was typical of an adult teaching younger people. Suddenly, Cillian snuck up on Riffenhart, curious about how tall the martial artist was. Having learned that the warrior was almost 2 meters tall, the saint was curious how much he weighed. But the dark magician could not answer this question. The priest wanted to know how the thug had managed to achieve such a pumped-up body, and the young man's sudden friendliness seemed suspicious to him. Cillian Marsis had heard that martial artists never revealed their training methods for free. Riffenhart believed that the boy who grew up in the Seraph orphanage deep down dreamed of having masculine features. But reality did not live up to his expectations. That he never grew up, I remained physically stronger, and his hair continued to grow quickly. The martial artist quickly realized that this was the reason the young man envied the muscular warriors. In order to get rid of the saint, the dark magician decided to look for a way out, but Cillian followed him. The Demon King asked the doctor what would happen if someone got hurt and he was not there. Stefan stated that he would go with the warrior, ordering Lelsia to stay in the basement and help the warriors. However, before setting off on his journey, the knight asked again whether his savior, who did not care, was against it. The whole time the men walked, they were silent, but the descendant of the Altian family could not admit that it was an accident. The knight couldn't get the fact out of his head that he had been helped by a commoner who, judging from his conversation, looked down on them. The expedition commander can wait for the demons to appear so that he can show his strength and put the upstart in his place. Stefan could not wait for this moment, as suddenly, for the second time, he lost consciousness in this dungeon. It was the work of a dark magician who forced his companion to take a short nap. As soon as the martial artist slept with the knight, the monsters that Altian had been waiting for immediately appeared on the horizon. Opening their mouths, the monster rushed towards their only target, which at the moment was Riffenhart. But it was not difficult for the guy to get rid of his opponents. He prepared one blow for each of them. The young warrior, once he had cleared all the obstacles in his path, decided to look at the treasures that awaited him. The Demon King found himself in one of the spacious rooms of the dungeon, where complete chaos reigned. Fortunately, one shelf with valuable writings was untouched, which should have contained 50 gold coins from the Silver Age. The guy discovered a bottomless bag, a magical artifact that allows you to carry 10 times more items and reduces their weight by the same amount. Using the magic item, the Dark Mage also took the Heavenly Brazier, the Blade of Return, and the Magic Sapphire. Soon came to his senses and again needed to explain what had happened while he was unconscious. The martial artist explained that the knight was hit directly in the back of the head, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. The descendant of the Altion family could not figure out why everything was going wrong for him that day. Even though they didn't want to, the warrior had to thank Rifen for another rescue, which he got no small amount of pleasure from. While Riffenhart was pocketing the artifacts, he had to hit the knight 3 more times. While Stefan decided to have some food upon his return, the martial artist filled his bag to the brim, wishing to come back for more another time. After quickly examining the rooms, the couple decided to return to the squad as soon as possible. When Antares rejoined the expedition, the saint began pestering him with questions again. Because of his abilities, the young man considered Rafen a prince, and he could not understand why ordinary people were so rarely outstanding. Cillian found it strange that the warrior allowed himself to speak condescendingly to all the knights, considering Sir Edward, who was already getting on in years. The Dark Mage realized that he was still young, so he decided to refer to the fact that he had forgotten his manners since he rarely met people on his way. Soon the detachment reached the treasured gates that Mr. Stefan was so eager to get to. The commander-in-chief carefully opened the door and looked inside the room. The team members who followed him were all, without exception, shocked by what they saw. In front of them was the skinny face of Grelbust, who looked angrily at the uninvited guests. The demon, who had the appearance of a horned beast, burst into a cry that filled the entire space of the room. Riffenhart asked himself what such a monster was doing in this dungeon. The only answer the Dark Mage could find was that no one had yet managed to take care of Grelbust. The martial arts master suggested that the squad return, since even with their combined efforts they would not be able to cope with this monster. One of the knights drew the Lord of Stefan's attention to the sword that was in the hands of the hellish spawn. The knights couldn't believe that the thief had in his hands the very same demonic sword Alshin that they had come for. Sir Edward tried to dissuade the boy from fighting the monster, but the descendant of the great warrior was adamant. The warriors began to argue about what was better to do in this situation: prepare for battle later, or attack while there was such an opportunity. The descendant of the Altium family had no right to retreat, hoping to take the sword from the guard at any cost. Inspired by his thirst for justice, the knight called on his men to rush into the attack following his example. Watching with apprehension what was happening, Riffenhart believed that the squad leader was acting recklessly. In the ruins of the Silver Age was a flaw correction system that would absorb supernatural monsters when it failed. The military building used monsters that lived their lives to act as guards to protect the dungeon. Riffenhart noted that in front of them was the same demon that defeated Claude, who possessed the aura. Mr. Stefan, under the command of his men, claimed that it was not right to be afraid of a monster bound in chains. Looking at Sir Edward, the dark moss convinced him that the knights had no chance against the hellish spawn. The man insisted that the barbarian did not know the honor of a knight, for whom it was worth risking one's life for certain things. Listening to the battle cry of the assistant commander, Entries was surprised that the warriors could not defeat even the Targals, not to mention the current monster. Cillian Philmarsus, once again asking the Holy Philanenses for help, bestowed the blessing of the goddess upon the knights. The inspired soldiers rushed after the enemy, attacking him with their sharp swords. But the warriors of Altian were joyful against Grelbist's wax, who defeated them with one right hand. Watching Lord Stefan's army suffer defeat only confirmed to Antris that the plan wasn't working. The martial arts master was tired, watched as another knight in armor flew past him. Listening to the high-flown speeches about the bravery of the soldiers of Altan, the dark mage wondered if people really liked being beaten. Riffenhart described Stefan as a stubborn aristocrat, thinking that Sir Edward would be more sane and supportive. However, the knights, two living senses of honor and long, desperately tried to overcome the monster that was beyond their power. Despite all his efforts, Claude Altian's ancestor only managed to scratch Grelbist. All your addressing the patrons asked to turn their sacred staff on the evil entity with which they fought. The monsters took this statement with hostility and, clutching the demonic sword tighter, growled angrily. The summoned soul of Philanense once again appeared in the dungeon room. Cillian demanded that the spirit release the sacred staff to deal with the monster. Several giant rods instantly headed towards the guard of this room. The young master's faithful servant, the elf Lelsia, also joined the battle. The girl was operating with blades as skillfully as the knights did. They cut up the giant monster. And while Stefan's wards attacked the enemy from above, he dealt damage to the monster while on the ground. The Demon King took notice of the talented elf, who was even better in battle than Edward. The warrior thought about how he had underestimated the team whose mage was casting the wind spell. After reading a few lines, the man managed to create a real tornado from a gentle storm. However, the runes on the walls of the dungeon acquired a red tint, indicating that the defense system was switching to standby mode. The defense system was overloaded, and so the second phase was activated, which meant releasing Grelbist. No matter how strong the martial arts master was, even he didn't want to face this monster in battle. The hellish monster, finally freed from captivity, immediately attacked the uninvited guests. Having landed, the monsters crushed a couple of soldiers from the expedition with their hooves. The demonic sword in Grelbist's hands cut through Lord Stefan's soldiers without mercy or regret. Towering over the monster, the descendant of Altian raised his blade above his head in order to avenge the death of the knight Claude. But before the warrior could attack, he himself received a counter blow from his opponent, which took all the spirit out of the guy. The demon attacked the young master in the torso, causing the boy to spit out a clot of blood. The knight crashed heavily into the stone wall, which greatly disturbed Sir Edward. It was unfortunate that the monsters did not penetrate the armor, and Altian was not as seriously wounded as it might have seemed at first glance. While the pair of knights were chatting among themselves, the young master's loyal subject entered the arena. Describing circles in the air, Lelsie managed to avoid the attacks of the mobile monster. Without touching the ground, the girl, thanks to her dexterity, inflicted numerous stab wounds on Grelbist. However, this was not enough to stop the hellish creature that counterattacked another enemy. The elf suffered the same fate as her master, who, having also received a strong blow, had difficulty holding back the blood that was bursting out. The dungeon festival decided to go from defense to offense, spewing tongues of flame from its mouth. Getting on all fours, the monster bent over the squad of knights, shooting them with a column of fire. The brave warriors instantly rushed in different directions to avoid being caught in the enemy's deadly attack. The dungeon guard's fiery rain somehow affected some of the squad members. The knights of Lord Stefan hid behind a series of explosions that began to reach Cillian. The young man again found himself in a hopeless situation where his patron could not help him in any way. But Reifenhart, who appeared out of nowhere, held back the monster's attack, saving the saint's life for the second time. With just one wave of his hands, the martial artist managed to disperse the explosion and its shockwave. Believe me, I asked the priest for forgiveness for being late, since I was unable to react to the attack in time. As much as Riffenhart didn't want it, he had to face the dungeon feast in a one-on-one battle. The dark mage wondered if he could defeat Grelbist, who was many times stronger than the previous demons. The warrior, frankly speaking, was curious about the limits of his current strength and whether it would be effective in the fight against the monster. Back when Antares was a mage and the chances of winning were slim, he never took risks, but now everything was different. Now, at the sight of a strong opponent, goosebumps ran down the guy's back, something he had never experienced in his past life. The martial artist decided to follow his mentor's advice and be the first to attack the monster with a ki bullet. Although the blow was quite strong, the demon immediately came out and responded, waving his sword in front of the enemy. The boy was surprised to discover that even while dodging the demonic blade, he was still able to get a scratch from it. Vok took advantage of this moment to turn his back to Riffenhart and lift one of his legs. Grelbus kicked his opponent in the side with his hoof, making him spit blood like the others before him. The attack was so strong that the next moment the martial artist was easily thrown back. Before the saint's eyes, the young warrior flew into the wall at great speed, causing the young man to worry about Lord Rifen. The worries were in vain, as the guy, his aura blazing, declared that everything was fine with him. Cillian Philmarsis couldn't even imagine what the power of aura was capable of, looking at its capabilities. Riffenhart noted that due to his mentor's endless beatings, evasion had become a habit for him. The monster shouted something in its own language, but without understanding what exactly it wanted from him, Riffenhart still went into battle. And the very next second, the man and the demon began to exchange a series of blows, which each of them successfully blocked. Stefan von Rapanto-Altien's face showed bewilderment at everything that was happening. The boy couldn't comprehend how a commoner could master the aura, when he, an aristocrat, had still not been able to awaken it to this day. The martial artist stopped and continued fighting the demon for a second. The grandson of the great knight Claude thought all this was wrong, regarding the power of the conductor as his failure. The demon was quite tired after a long, close combat with an enemy who did not want to give up. Stefan was so desperate that he involuntarily opened his mouth, unable to understand where Rifen and this guardian of the ruins came from. The warrior calculated that there was not one monster in front of him, but two. Only one was in human form. The hellish spawn lacked the strength to withstand the tenacity of the martial arts master. The monster attempted to stop the man, but missed, and the demonic sword landed straight on the stone floor of the dungeon. Riffenhart noted that he had built up such incredible strength that he was able to read normal attacks with ease. The dark mage delivered another blow, aiming it to hit the monster's hand, in which he held the demonic sword. But the guy was unable to knock it out of the demon's hands because the guards did not fall, even after serious injuries. The ruined security system fed the monsters with mana, causing the recovery process to be endless. Grelbist, who had been almost defeated, was once again full of strength, ready to continue the battle. Having attacked the martial arts master, the demon surprisingly missed, and the enemy was already rushing towards him. Jumping up, Riefenhart decided to try practicing the grab in the field, after which he began to test the effectiveness of his airstrikes, inflicting significant damage on the monster. And when the dark magician began to test the strength of his fists, he already got a taste for it. The guy thought that the guardian of the ruins was an excellent punching bag on which he could practice his blows. The entire squad watched in fascination as one man fought back against a giant monster. Antares realized that he had gotten carried away, and in order to finish off the enemy in one go, he had to use the Horn of Disaster. However, this technique was extremely risky, as it could collapse the already fragile structure. The warrior was irritated by the fact that he could not fully use his strength, which caused him difficulties in battle. An old friend, Todd, advised the master to use a sword that he could coat with his aura and the priest's blessing. Riffenhart explained that he could not coat the sword with aura, which greatly surprised the wizard, Master Stefan. The warrior claimed that he could only envelop his body with aura, as that was the teaching of his martial clan. Suddenly, a priest intervened in the conversation and called out to the martial arts master. The young man was interested in how high the resilience of Riefenhart's body was, and he had an idea. The slightly busy warrior replied that the body's resilience was quite strong, which was exactly what Cillian wanted to hear from him. The saint declared that he intended to use Philinense's blessing, but not on the knights, but on their guide. When the boy asked to bestow a blessing on Reifenhart, the warrior felt an incredible force pierce his body. And at that moment, the dark magician, grabbing Grelbus by the hands, managed to throw him over himself. The monster flew into the wall of the room with force, demonstrating what the master of martial arts was capable of. Todd was shocked to witness a divine spell called Sacred Strike. The young man managed to use it not on an object, as he usually did, but on a human body. The saint asked Riffenhart to do his best and beat the demon to death. With the acquired power of a berserker, the dark mage rushed towards the enemy to quickly end all this. The first attack the boy made was a divine kick, which hit the enemy's weak spot. Next came a divine knee strike that the opponent felt on his head. And for the next blow, the martial artist had to concentrate all his strength in his fist. The attack that was called Divine Fist cut through the chains that bound Grelbus. The blow was so powerful that it threw the hellish creature into the air, not forgetting to also inflict powerful damage. And literally a moment later, the guardian of the dungeon dissolved into space right above the hero who defeated him. Riffenhart looked brave among the remains of the monster and the remains of the chain that seemed to hang in the air. This is how Cillian saw the martial artist, and he fell in love with his image. After that, the runes gradually began to fade, plunging the room from red back into semi-darkness. The priest was surprised that the test of the ruins was over at this point, and Antares demanded that the spell be removed from him as soon as possible. The fighter who defeated Grelbus was approached by Mr. Stefan, who had come to his senses. The knight claimed that the master hid his identity well, most likely considering them all unworthy. A depressed Altian could not forgive the fact that Riffenhart had trampled on his honor as a knight, even though he had not actually intended it. The guy accused the warrior of having fun watching the squad desperately fight the monster, but in reality the Dark Mogu didn't care. The monster's slayer turned his back on the knight, which further angered the great knight's ancestor Claude. The team captain wanted to pounce on Riffenhart, but he ducked at the last moment. The Demon King picked up the sword and discovered that the narcissistic knight was struggling to maintain his balance. To prevent the young gentleman from suffering and looking stupid, the hero of the day helped him slide down. As he stood up, Stefan insisted that the guide had deliberately avoided it in order to make a laughingstock of him. Handing the guy a demonic sword, the dark magician tried to convince him that he was not mocking him at all. Sir Edward explained to his master that giving away such a precious thing meant that the warrior was devoid of greed. But hearing the knight's words, Riffenhart thought about the fact that he usually did not use second-rate weapons. The young master was bursting with anger because he had not received his ancestor's sword through battle, but as a consolation gift. The dark mage ordered the squad to return quickly, claiming that there was nothing else to see in the dungeon. After some time, the entire expedition returned to the village of Cattle, from where they began their journey. Cillian Filmarsis used his skills for good, helping locals with illnesses. Riffenhart noted how the young man had cemented the image of the Sacred Order of Philinense among the people by doing everything he could to appease those in need. Meanwhile, the knightly detachment was heading to the Altan estate, the owner of which was haunted by a warrior named Riffen. The boy wanted to find out who he was, which Sir Edward agreed with, as he had foreseen this even earlier. But the young gentleman returned home in a bad mood, convinced that he could not be weaker than some commoner. Having dealt with the ruins of Palton, Riffenhart could now meet his Ceres. However, the boy was surprised when he discovered that the saint, for some reason, continued to follow him. The young man claimed that there were priests who traveled around the world and showed the mercy of the goddess by caring for the believers. Cillian said he had considered returning to the order, but decided to try his hand as a pilgrim. The saint added that he also wanted to be in the company of the strongest of men, which greatly alarmed his companion. The dark mage wondered if he was cursed to have so many strange individuals around him. On the other hand, no matter how clingy the young man was, he was a saint and therefore could heal if necessary. On his way to meet his beloved, the guy thought that she could have suffered and a healer could be useful to her. The young man then began to ask Antares how he managed to achieve such excellent form. The Karen Trading Association's estate was filled with disgruntled cries from its owner. Servant convinced Mr. Beret that he had done everything in his power before sending the girl to him. The heir to Quran claimed that the elves were to be completely loyal to their masters. The guy was indignant that the elf was too cheap for a slave, which is why she behaved so ignorantly. The guy was irritated by everything about the girl, even her gaze, to which the slave replied that she was born with such eyes. Beret asked for her favor to buy him a normal slave instead of the one he bought on the cheap. Cirrus, who was number 148, was being returned to the slave market for the third time. From the village of Cattle, Riffenhardt's route lay along the central road to the Chatan trade route. The Principality of Chatan was a nation of merchants located in the very north of the continent. Trade flourished in the principality thanks to the Duran River, which encircled Chatan. The martial artist arrived in the capital of Zeppelin, which was the capital of this principality. The city was the very heart of trade routes, where all the inhabitants were busy and paid little attention to each other. The Demon King explained to the priests that they were in a country that was founded by merchants who bought land from the kingdom of Graim. Cillian asked his comrade to slow down a little, who was walking so quickly only because he wanted to find Cirrus as soon as possible. The traveling couple witnessed how the head of the Rolofane Trading Association punished the guilty one. Tarek accused the poor commoner of slandering the trade union. By calling the detainee a beggar, the head of the association decided to teach him a lesson. The man claimed that if he hit the beggar 30 times, he would be ready to give him the same amount of gold, throwing the coins right in his face. As soon as the people from the trading association left, the priest immediately ran to the wounded man. The young man insisted that he should have gone to the police and reported this terrible man. However, the victim had no intention of doing this, stating that this money would help him open his own business. Cillian couldn't believe that the man was willing to behave like this just for money, but Riffenhardt had already spoken about people's attitudes toward money. The saint was surprised because he thought that he knew the world well. After all, he had traveled a lot. But for the first time, he was in a place where money decided everything. Having received an unpleasant aftertaste after this incident, the young man was curious about what the warrior was doing in such a city. The martial artist was evasive and replied that he wanted to buy something, but his companion continued to question him. The Demon King cautiously replied that he wanted to acquire the elf, guessing how the saint would take it. The boy's expression immediately changed, but Riffenhardt assured him that the priest's thoughts were wrong. The warrior could not tell about his past life, so he answered that the young man should think of him as he wanted. Cillian spoke negatively about men, but the master immediately reminded him that he was also one of them. Meanwhile, the head of the Rolofin Trading Association was relaxing in one of the tea houses. The aristocrat complained to the servants that the merchants, by accusing people like him, simply wanted to get as much money as possible. Suddenly, Tarek discovered another visitor to the tea establishment in the room. The leader greeted his old friend Beret, who looked somewhat absent-minded. The man asked if everything was okay with the slave that the guy had recently bought, but he had already managed to return her back to the market by that time. Tarek laughed at the fact that Beret couldn't even tame a slave, which is why Karen couldn't enter the top trading associations. In his defense, the guy claimed that she was cheap and many people returned her, but Tarek wanted to tame that disobedient girl himself. Meanwhile, the traveling couple stopped at one of the capital's hotels. Riefenhardt, feeling awkward, asked his companion what he was doing. Having taken a prone position, the young man insisted that he had been training and that push-ups were very difficult for him. The warrior told the priest not to push so hard that he would not lose it due to muscle pain. However, Cillian insisted that he would be fine, demonstrating this in practice. Having applied divine spells to himself, the young man resumed his physical form. And at that moment, it dawned on the martial artist why the guy wasn't gaining muscle mass. The treatment was comparable to turning back time, with muscles growing from micro-damage and regeneration in the future. And the saint, when he healed himself, only returned to his original state, wasting time. The Demon King felt sorry for the foolish priest, who wanted to show him a more effective method over time. The warrior could not understand whether the saint's long hair was bothering him, but no matter how much the young man cut it, it quickly grew back. Riffenhardt stated that he had enough money to go to the slave market, which his companion again followed. The auction featured a wide variety of slaves, but elves were the most popular. Because of their beauty, elves were valued much higher than other races, whose prices ranged from 30 to 800 gold. For orcs, they gave from 10 gold pieces to the point that they gave away a slave for next to nothing because of their tendency to harm themselves. The saint shared his knowledge that Elfenheim was a slave market for the sale of elves with a 300-year history. The Demon King didn't like the name of the market, which literally translated as Elvenland. Cillian believed that the elves were treated better than the orcs, but in both cases it was a slave contract that was clearly not to the liking of either race. The young man did not understand this. claiming that life under the care of civilized people was better than living in the wilderness. Looking at the priest, the martial arts master understood that the average person thought something like this. Riffenhart believed that he needed to found a new kind of empire, different from the one he had built in the past. When the guy was thinking about creating a full-fledged nation of intelligent races, at that moment the merchant launched slaves into the room. The man introduced the world-famous slaves of Elfenheim to a potential buyer. The priest closed his eyes at the sight of the girls, and the merchant assumed that he was a young lady, which confused him even more. Overcoming his disgust at what was happening, Riffenhart found out if there were any dark-skinned elves for sale. The merchant decided that the gentleman did not like the pale girl, and his companion immediately began to egg the warrior on. The martial artist was lucky because the market worker had such a person in mind. Having warned that the girl was unusual, the man decided to show everything to the buyers personally. While giving a tour of Elfenheim, the merchant reported that the elves received a proper education and used special teaching methods. The girls ate only fresh fruits and vegetables because proper nutrition helped them smell good. Tired of listening to stories about how poor girls were kept in slavery, the guy looked menacingly at the merchant. Antares demanded to simply take him to the dark-skinned elf, and the seller immediately fell silent. When the trio arrived at the guarded gate, the market employee informed the guard that he needed number 148. The merchant explained that there were immature candidates for the role of killers in this place. With extraordinary joy, the man repeated that the girls trained here, honing their skills. And when Riffenhart discovered the very product that interested him, tears rolled down his cheeks. The girl's long hair hid her face during training, but this detail was enough for her lover to recognize her. At one point, Cirrus threw back strands of golden hair, showing off his dark face. The road that the dark magician took led him to the capital of Zeppelin, and from there he intended to get to the Principality of Chatan itself. Even in his past life, the wizard's training continued in the magical Tower of Delphia. Riffenhart's assistant insisted that the ingredients should not have been mixed to avoid an explosion. But the magician did not listen and mixed the fire flowers with stone seeds and led to the destruction of one of the walls of the tower. The magician asked for forgiveness, claiming that he was simply distracted, but the elf reproached him because yesterday he said the same thing. The magician was quite mature, but for some unknown reason he still remained sweet to his assistant. The dark Mogu didn't like the way the girl addressed him, using the prefix Sir after his name. The man asked her to call him by his usual name, but Cirrus couldn't bring herself to say anything else. After some time, the entire empire of Antares was covered in fire, the smoke from which sometimes obscured the sun in the sky. The emperor himself was on the balcony of the palace, watching as everything he had so stubbornly tried to build collapsed. Behind him were 4 heavenly kings, each representing his own race. Tahid said with sadness in his voice that he had come to greet his lord for the last time. The man wondered why his friends Atilka, Mashaline, and Cirrus were so sad, as if they saw someone on the edge of the grave. The magician said that from all over the continent, nearly 2 million soldiers had gathered to crush him alone. The Demon King was curious about how people would deal with the consequences of sending so many lives to their deaths for the sake of one battle. When the orc asked if the Lord wanted to leave with them, the man replied that he had decided to stay so that the kings would have such an opportunity. Riffenhart asked Mashaline for forgiveness, because even with the divine prophecy, he managed to lose everything. The prophecy said that the elf had to be kept close while the orc made his way, and that the one who passed through the Daemon Abyss would soon appear. The dark magician was surprised that as soon as he destroyed the sanctuary, the gnomes immediately proclaimed him their savior. The Demon King said goodbye to the dwarf, hoping to see him again in the future, asking the other leaders to try to survive. The girl, although reluctantly, followed the others, claiming that she would also look forward to meeting the master. The emperor had no idea what fate had in store for him, who wanted the elf to find a worthy partner. But the girl suddenly shouted that she would wait for her master, not accepting any refusal. The next moment, the lovers merged into a sensual kiss before parting for a very long time. The merchant claimed that he was ashamed to show Cirrus to customers because she was absolutely untrainable and had already been returned 3 times. The slave's character was so terrible that it was extremely difficult to sell her, and the man began to use her to train other elves. The merchant asked the client again if he had changed his mind about buying such a slave, but surprisingly, he remained firm in his intentions. The man decided that the warrior had specific tastes, and rubbing his hands decided to demand 100 more for the girl. The saint was surprised when they asked only 300 for the elf. to which the merchant replied that she was defective and he doubted that she would be sold at all. Despite all of the above, the elf finally found her permanent owner. Looking at the scars on Cirrus' body, Riffenhart wondered how much she had to suffer. The merchant offered to call a priest to heal the girl's wounds, but this job was assigned to Cillian. Throwing his coat over the girl, the martial arts master asked if she had a name. The guy named his assistant Cirrus, but the girl did not react to the new name, replying that she would remember it. Riffenhart revealed that the girl's full name was Cirrus Balencia, which she found odd since slaves were not given last names. The warrior insisted that the elf not forget her, after which he introduced himself and the saint from the cult of Philanense. Confused by such a kind attitude towards herself, the only thing the girl said was that she understood everything. The merchant was surprised when he learned that another customer had also come for item number 148. Tarek didn't expect that anyone would decide to buy the elf, and he was literally half an hour late. The head of the trading association, Rolofane, decided that Beret had somehow guessed his plans and bought the elf back. The seller stated that the buyer was very young, whom he had not seen before, but did not ask his name because he was paying in cash. Tarek found it odd that someone would carry so much cash to buy a slave, but the merchant assured him that it was of inferior quality. The seller described the guy, indicating that he was of strong build, and as soon as the boss saw him, he would immediately understand that it was him. Riffenhart assessed the fit of the shorts he had bought for his beloved Cirrus. The elf was not used to seeing such expensive clothes on herself. They fit her simply amazingly. The warrior said that the girl would wear this equipment for a while, and later he would buy her something better. When asked if Cirrus was hungry, she replied that she would follow the will of the master, but Riffenhart did not like the way the elf addressed him. The dark mage had no intention of returning the girl back to the market, which made her unable to understand why her new master treated her like a human girl. The boy asked her to call him by his name and treat him as a comrade with whom she was traveling. Ceres took the martial artist's request as another fetish for someone who liked to imagine himself as an adventurer. Since the slave was in such comfortable conditions for the first time, she decided to play along and call the guy Riffenhart. Soon the trio dined at Mercy Redanti, the most popular restaurant in Zeppelin. Riffenhart explained that the owners of the establishment used the name of the goddess patroness of a bountiful harvest, who gave food. The magician imagined that they had taken communion with the flock, although not for free, explaining to the saint that the cult of Philanense also made money from beauty services. Cillian defended the goddess of love and beauty because it did not violate the canons of their religion, even though one service cost a mountain of gold. And while the priest continued to defend his cult, Riffenhart's gaze involuntarily slid to Cirrus. The guy found it cute how the elf greedily devoured her lunch, which puzzled her. When the elf realized that she had behaved inappropriately at the table, she immediately corrected herself. Antares wondered if his beloved didn't like this place where he had brought her to commemorate their first anniversary. However, the difference was that then he was Cirrus's savior, and now he was in the role of a buyer. So their meeting left a different impression. Wondering whether he had arrived too early, the guy decided that with time, the girl would understand the meaning of his words. Stopping at a weapon shop, the girl's owner asked if she had found anything useful for herself. When Cirrus picked up a rapier, Riffenhart was surprised, as he thought she usually used a saber. The elf became wary, but then Cillian softened the situation, claiming that martial arts masters could tell by sight who wielded what weapon. The saint could not even imagine that he would have the mithril-based weapon he had dreamed of so much. Riffenhart couldn't understand why the priest would need a weapon. Out of the corner of his eye, the dark mage noticed strangers watching them closely. The man dressed in uniform along with his subordinates wanted to know if it was possible to speak with Riffenhart. The martial artist immediately realized that he would not get rid of the man so easily with just one conversation. Looking down on him, the Demon King asked if there were any complaints against him. An employee who worked for Mr. Rolofin reported that the famous aristocrat wanted to get the elf who was with the warrior. Ceres prematurely decided that on this note, her carefree life was over. But the statement from a stranger in uniform was not a reason for the guy to break up with his companion. The aristocrat was ready to offer a reasonable price for the slave, and if necessary, she could be replaced with another of higher quality. Riffenhart flatly refused to accept the envelope, which the guard interpreted as a refusal. The military man decided to clarify the situation by insisting that his master had offered a reasonable price for the elf. However, the dark magician stood his ground, repeating that he was not interested in this proposal. The stranger stated that he was left with no choice, noting that the elf's owner felt some kind of attraction to her. When the guards left, the warrior became indignant, insisting that it was entirely his business who and how he treated someone. In his estate, Tarek, flushed with anger, demanded that Roman explain why he had returned empty-handed. The man replied that the girl's owner had a naive idea of this world and decided to adhere to the norms of decency. Roman explained that they would kidnap the elf, then declare her dead and offer double the price, which would still cost them little. The head of the Rolfane Association was interested in this strategy and allowed his servant to take Sir Lantas with him. The Dark Mage had 2,000 gold pieces left, which was even more than he had expected. However, this amount was not enough to develop the new empire of Riffenhard. The guy thought about not carrying all the gold with him, but trying to invest it. Since the warrior came from the future, he knew that the kingdom of Crovens would soon be struck by famine. It was a landowner's country where, thanks to fertile soil and harvests, there was never a need to stock up on food in case of famine. Despite this, next spring famine will bring a wave of terrible deaths, and investing in grain will be a wise decision. Came to mind Rolofine, Karen, and Tauban, but Riffenhart would never invest in the first. Of the remaining ones, the guy preferred Taubang, whose specialty was selling grain, and the company was Rolofine's main competitor. Sivolt Tauban was the head of the association who cursed Tarek for deciding to sell millet at half price. Suddenly, a servant burst into the office claiming that a certain man wanted to make an investment in the company. The man wanted to drive the investor away, but stopped doing so when he heard how much money he wanted to invest. Riffenhart stated that I intended to invest 1,500 gold pieces in the grain of the Taubang company. The boy asked Sivolt to fill his warehouses in the kingdom of Crovens for the barley harvest next spring. The man tried to reason with the investor, arguing that selling grain to this country was like selling soap to an orc. Antares stated that no matter what, it would be his problem. But the owner of the company did not want to offer the client a case that was obviously doomed to failure. Realizing that there would be no business, the warrior decided to invest in another trading union, taking bags of gold. Sivolt insisted on leaving the money with them, saying he simply wanted to offer the investor a more profitable investment. The martial arts master said that he was able to decide for himself where to invest his money, asking that it be better to draw up a contract as quickly as possible. Riffenhart's only condition was that his contribution not be used for personal gain. The guy asked if there was a branch of the Tauban Trading Association in the Kingdom of Grime to which the trade route was being built. Since there was no Tauban branch near the Delphia Tower, Riefenhart asked Sivolt to get some information for him. Since Delphia was the route to the Ronta branch, the man could contact the branch to find out everything about the current Riefenhart. While the Dark Mage was making a business deal, Cirrus was teaching the priest the art of combat. With a sharp and precise movement, the girl swung the blade that Cillian had previously acquired, after which she began to demonstrate a variety of different blows, which the saint watched with delight. And as the elf jumped into the air to deliver a spinning kick, memories came flooding back. Ciri's mother told her that the High Elves were originally meant to be guardians of the forest. The elves lived under the protection of the world tree Elfenheim, where every living creature was their friend. The mother asked the girl to never forget her pride, but people continued to oppress them. Before the elf's eyes, their city, which was supposed to become a paradise for their race, was burned. The girl was taught from an early age to be loyal and polite, because she was quite pretty and had to go to a better place. However, the little elf ended up with a cruel owner who beat her every now and then. The girl lived in the basement, and food was left for her on the floor, as if for some mongrel. Even her own kind made fun of her, and her pure-blood heritage only gave her more reason to ridicule. The only salvation for the elf was the sword, because all the adults she remembered owned this weapon, which is why she loved it so much. Swinging her sword, the elf brought back memories of her parents, who had fought furiously for their lives. Time passed, and with it the memories faded, but Cirrus kept one phrase forever in her heart. The mother told the girl to never forget about pride, no matter what happens and no matter how hard it is. The priest pulled the girl out of her memories with his questions about how she managed to learn to move so quickly. Ceres replied that they just had to try their best, but the boy claimed that he had heard exactly the same thing from Riffin. Assuming that all the warriors were on the same page, Cillian began to show off his skills. Suddenly, the pair's training was interrupted by a familiar voice, claiming that he had finally found her. In the passage that was the only exit from the hotel garden, the strangers demanded that the elf go with them. Roman, with a sinister grin, claimed that they would take the girl to the real master. Looking at the employees of the Rollephane Trading Association, Cirrus was ready to fight back. But a dozen armed men appeared in front of the elf, which somewhat complicated the situation. Suddenly, the priest spoke up, demanding that the strangers introduce themselves first. The man insisted that they had taken the necessary measures to ensure that no one would come to their aid. But the saint repeated that the elf was not for sale. Tired of listening to the young man's chatter, Roman's henchman pulled his sword from its sheath and swung it at the priest. The blade of the sword met the dagger that was in the hand of Ceres, who stood up to protect her friend. The next second, the elf's blade passed across the guard's throat, silencing him forever. Three more of Roman's henchmen rushed at the rebellious slave, wanting to avenge their comrade. The girl found herself between two warriors, but she did not lose her head, as she knew what she had to do. A moment later, the guards joined their colleague, who had suffered the same fate. Mr. Rollephane's subordinate was shocked that the slave dared to raise her hand against anyone. But at the same time, the man could not help but notice how strong the elf was in battle. Decided to add his contribution to the battle wound, which he asked Philinens crush the ignorant with an iron rod. A second before the attack, the girl pulled the priest closer to her, thereby saving him. The blade that was meant for the young man forcefully entered the tree that grew in the middle of the courtyard. Roman, who had just thrown the dagger, claimed that no one would blink an eye if the pilgrim died. Cillian was seething with anger, but Riffenheart's beloved insisted that she would sort everything out herself. Brandishing a dagger, the girl headed towards the commander-in-chief of the detachment, ignoring the calls of her comrade. Having taken a fighting stance, the elf insisted that it was no problem for her to deal with such rabble. The man was enraged by the slave's impudent behavior, while his people were in shock. Roman decided that now was the best time to turn to Tolkat, who had work waiting for him. A monster of enormous size who was in the service of the Rollephane Trading Association entered the courtyard. If the priest was surprised by any previously unseen creatures, then the elf was also embarrassed at the sight of the enemy. Warrior the orc, who was a killing machine, kept saying that he needed to catch the elf. Looking at its target, the creature asked for her forgiveness, but there was nothing he could do. The orc, looking at Ceres, wondered whether he would be able to cope with her, since the girl was much stronger than the people he served. The monster's boss told him not to damage the goods, to which the monster replied that he would simply grab her. The girl held the blade out in front of her in advance in order to block the enemy's attack. But she didn't expect at all that the enemy weapon would change its trajectory once it was behind her. In just a split second, the elf managed to dodge the attack, which, although it hit her directly, still hit her. The monster managed to cut Cirrus' clothes, but he didn't expect more, since he shouldn't have damaged the goods. To her regret, Riffenheart's beloved admitted that she was up against a strong opponent. While counterattacking, the girl thought that she shouldn't have left the saber in the room. Considering your body parameters and skills, Takata successfully fought off the girl's attacks. Roman was unhappy that Rollefaine's secret weapon could not cope with the elven maiden. Starting to sweat, the orc began to think that there was a high probability that he would not be allowed to eat again today. I broke the paving stones beneath me. The monster leaned with all its weight on Cirrus, who continued to hold the defense. She suddenly realized that she couldn't win if she just fought back all the time. And at that moment, when Takata swung again, the girl realized that it was now that she had to change her strategy. Suddenly, the elf began to run towards the enemy, but there was no sign that she was preparing to counterattack. Her opponent froze for a moment, not expecting such a maneuver. But having pulled himself together, the orc continued, and so he lowered his sword straight at moving target. Ceres looked at the enemy with a stern gaze, making it clear that she would not stumble even in the face of a mortal threat. The monster felt uneasy when it realized that the girl had no intention of evading. And at the last moment, the orc was forced to move the blade to the side so as not to injure the slave. This was exactly what the elf had been looking for, her lips stretching into a smile. The orc, with his throat cut, thought about how he had almost killed Cirrus, wondering what she would have done if he hadn't changed his trajectory. But the girl believed until the very end that her opponent would have time to change his mind. The saint called out to the elf, asking if she had the strength to block the thrown blades. Saying that he believed in his friend, the young man began to ask Saint Philinens for help. Enraged that Talcat had let the girl escape, Roman grabbed his blade again. Cursing, the man ordered the priest to stand still, throwing a sharp dagger in his direction. But Cillian had no intention of breaking the spell, relying entirely on Rollefaine's beloved. Thanks to her lightning-fast reaction, the elf managed to block the blade flying towards the saint. Meanwhile, the guy got help from the goddess of beauty and health, demanding that he crush the guards using her power. Cirrus, seeing a glow behind her, turned around to see what it was and was shocked by what she saw. Roman sweated from the threat hanging over him, which he did not expect from the young priest. The guy managed to summon the Philanen's wands, which were brought to combat readiness. The trio of living dead quickly rushed toward the detachment sent by Rolifine. There was such a loud explosion in the hotel courtyard that it attracted the attention of the birds nearby. Cillian claimed that divine power was intended to fight demons, but could also help by time. Before the young man had time to run far, an elf suddenly grabbed him by the clothes. Holding the pilgrim with one hand, the girl threw the orc's sword into the air and kicked him. The weapon slammed into the wall at speed, going deep enough to hold. The next second, Cirrus deftly jumped onto the blade of the sword, practically without touching it. And then pushing off from him properly, she jumped up, level with the upper floors. Standing in front of the window, the couple covered their faces from the shards and jumped into it, smashing the glass to pieces. Beside himself with anger, the commander ordered Talcata to go after the fugitives. Suddenly, a man appeared next to Rahman, who was surprised by the mess that Tarek's people had made because of one elf. The bearded knight was curious if the coffin had ever fought on equal terms with an experienced orc warrior. Lannis asked the detachment commander where the fugitives, whom he had safely let go, had gone. As soon as Rolifine's subordinate pointed to the broken window on the upper floor, his colleagues disappeared without a trace. A high-level guard deftly jumped up the tree and reached the height he needed. In a matter of seconds, Lannis disappeared, as if he had never been in the hotel courtyard. Roman was amazed that a warrior like him could rise so high in just one jump. However, this moment could easily be explained by the possession of aura, which, however, did not help the man arrive on time. Although the guard had missed the elf at the moment, he advised her to hide as best she could. Meanwhile, Cirrus and the saint were in a frenzy trying to find the right path. The young man suggested returning to the room for equipment, but the girl objected, confident that they were already waiting there. Cillian insisted that they would be able to deal with a couple of guards, since running around with one blade between the two of them was not an option. The elf, listening to her partner's speech, was convinced that he was not such a hired child as he seemed at the very beginning of their acquaintance. The girl turned out to be right, and one of the people from the trade association was already waiting near their room. Before the guy could react, an elf appeared in front of him, arriving in flight and preparing to strike. Having spun around, Cirrus hit the guard right in the face with her boot, which was more than enough. The priest, watching the girl preen herself, said that they didn't have time for that, and they had to grab whatever came to hand and run away. But before leaving, the young man asked the goddess of beauty to erase the traces of their presence in the room. Lanthus was a swordsman who had achieved a certain level of skill in fencing and had also mastered aura. A person who possessed an aura was able to sense the movement of all living beings within a radius of 30 meters. Knocking down the door of the room he needed, the man assumed that the priest was able to erase traces of his presence. After looking around, the guard found no one, and noted with annoyance that the couple had managed to escape. Roman immediately arrived at the scene and asked Sir Lantas did not mention that the young man and the slave girl had managed to escape. The swordsman ordered his colleague to be silent, after which he added that they could not have gone far and that dogs should be set on their trail. Ceres asked her companion if it would not have been better for them to disappear into the crowd. However, the pilgrim argued that they needed support from the people because no one would help slaves running away from their owners, was unable to help them. But if the saint decides to give up and return right now, he will again find himself at the mercy of one person. The guy kept saying that if Rifin had been here, everything would have been resolved long ago, since he didn't want to go back with his terrible body. Ceres asked if her master was really that strong, but Cillian didn't hear her question, concentrating on his search. The priest turned to the goddess and asked her to show him the thread of fate so that their painful separation would be replaced by a happy reunion. Through his prayers, the young man managed to get Philanense to give him a fork in the road that would direct them along the right path. Love was able to forge destiny from chance, because a chance meeting became a destiny at the behest of love. If a man met a woman and considered their meeting a miracle, then this was true destiny. The chances of such an accident were extremely small, but with Philanense's blessing it became her destiny. Cillian understood perfectly well that this spell was for finding suitable matches, although they had another purpose. The young man noted the skills of the elf, who seemed to him much stronger than Lelsia, and was also praised for becoming a high-ranking saint at such an age. In a conversation with Cirrus, The guy caught himself thinking that he was talking to the slave as if she were an ordinary person, assuming that she was special. The young priest reported that the thread broke here, meaning that they were there. However, the couple immediately felt the presence of a stranger along with his dark energy. The man who came out from around the corner and exuded an aura was not the one they were so desperately looking for. Shielding her comrade with herself, the elf insisted that it was not Mr. Reifenhardt in front of them. The girl's guess was confirmed by Lantas himself, who claimed that thanks to them, he was able to warm up quite well. The man advised the fugitives not to try to escape, saying that this time they would not be let go so easily. Cirrus knew that if they tried to escape now, they would expose their backs. So all that was left was to fight the enemy. Swinging her blade, the girl failed to hit the knight, who despite his age moved as briskly as she did. Before the elf could come to her senses, the man appeared behind her, claiming that she was quite talented. While avoiding another attack, Lantas assumed that the girl had put in a lot of effort to achieve such results. Because Cirrus couldn't land any of her attacks on the enemy, she was starting to get very worried. The pilgrim, asking Philanense for courage, did not understand why such a swordsman in the world of knights would get involved in the dirty affairs of one of the trading unions. When the priest asked to give the girl unprecedented power, she immediately felt how some energy penetrated her body. The man was surprised at how many sacred spells the pilgrim used, convinced that he could easily reach the level of the bishop himself. Cillian replied that he was well known enough in the south of Vasily, asking his partner to teach the warrior a proper lesson. Now the elf's movements had changed beyond recognition, which her opponent immediately told her about. But one fine day the luck came to an end, and the blade endowed with divine power cracked. Cirrus's face showed fear, as she couldn't even imagine that she could suddenly lose her weapon during the fight. Finding himself behind the elf, Lantas left a scar on her body, claiming that he had allowed the fugitives to get too carried away, having played with them too much. The saint himself did not expect such a turn of events, and his fighting spirit instantly disappeared. The swordsman was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that the slave would force him to use aura during the battle. Running up to Riffenhardt's beloved, the young man asked himself what a swordsman who possessed aura was doing here. It is unclear how the knight who had wandered here was approached by his colleagues. The young priest was very surprised when he learned that it was Lanthas himself who had heard his name before. Lanthas von Kalbenard was a famous knight in the Taken Kingdom, particularly for his notoriety. The heir of a noble family awakened the power after 30 years, and then the whole kingdom rejoiced at the appearance of a new owner of the aura. But besides this, the man kept a terrible secret that he could not share with anyone. The knight behaved terribly with the elven slaves, and even spread to royalty, after which he was exposed in high society. The young man said that he had heard about the knight's bad reputation, and that, having become the greatest disgrace of his kingdom, he decided to hide in the Principality of Chiton. Cillian couldn't believe that the owner of the aura could do such dirty deeds, to which the man replied that he was simply working off his salary. The swordsman does not, I was ashamed of my actions, that I calmly talked about how I killed hundreds of elven girls and then decided to run away here. Roman believed that the Aura Lord brought no small benefit to the trade union, that he could handle absolutely any dirty work. Lannis, who helped Rolofine rise in the principality, pointed to the priest, wanting to suppress his divine power for a while. The man was well aware of what the high-ranking priest was capable of when he fired an aura at him. The guard asked the swordsman not to harm the slave anymore, to which he replied that he could always hire a priest and heal her. Looking at Cillian, who was shaking with fear, the man asked to take him with him, as he considered him very handsome. Rolfine's servant was unhappy that the knight had taken up his ways again, but the saint tried to reach them, claiming that he was a boy. However, this did not stop Lannis at all, who felt that this would be an unusual experience for him. The man claimed to take good care of the young man, who was drenched in cold sweat. But the guy didn't let the guard touch him, and he slashed his hand with a dagger. The swordsman was surprised that after the procedure he had performed, the boy was able to fight back. Lannis explained that the priest must have torn tendons, which is why he could not figure out how he got up without treatment. This prank prompted the enemies to cut off Cillian's little legs so that he would not accidentally run away from them. It never came to that, as one of the walls shattered into pieces, which came as a surprise to those present. The pilgrim could not believe that this was the third time that Mr. Riffin had saved him, believing that it was fate. The guy who had escaped spectacularly declared that after a long search he had finally found the scoundrels. The martial artist asked the guards how they dared to covet Cirrus. However, the workers of the Rolfane Trading Association stood silently, unable to shake off their stupor. Riffenhart pulled off his jacket as he walked, the sight of which made him feel suddenly hot. The swordsman, confused by what was happening, looked thoughtfully at the stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. Lannis was sure that the guy wasn't just lucky with his physique, feeling how a strong aura emanated from him. Roman explained that the person in front of them was the owner of the slave, but the swordsman believed that he was an ordinary commoner. The man seemed to go crazy from the presence of Riffenhart, whom he could in no way call ordinary. The knight was not clear how the boy at such a young age was able to master an aura whose level could not be read. Unsheathing his sword, Lanthus declared that he had not met such strong people as the martial arts master for a long time. Riffenhart demanded that his opponent stop making chivalrous speeches, that he was a dirty, perverted old man. The warrior suggested that the swordsman attack, causing the man's eyes to shine with a mad gleam. As soon as the dark magician took off, he left behind colossal destruction. The high-level knight didn't even think about retreating as he headed towards a worthy opponent. At the moment of impact, the guy put his hand in front of him to block it with the help of aura. Lanthus, filled with anger, did not expect that his opponent would be able to block the blow of his blade. At the moment when both warriors clashed in battle, they produced a powerful explosion when two energies of similar strength collided. Once the smoke from the blow cleared, the martial artist was safe and sound, with an aura hovering around him. Riffenhart decided to respond to his opponent by gathering all the power of his strength into a single point. However, the Mad Knight had no intention of retreating, and for the first time in a long time, he was amused by the course of the battle. And then both warriors began to attack each other in turn, but neither of them managed to inflict damage on their opponent. The Demon King looked with hatred into the face of the crazy swordsman, for whom the duel was akin to a holiday. Roman's subordinate suggested running away, but his superior ordered them to stay put, as they could easily die if they accidentally got hit. The young warrior pressed his opponent so hard that due to his age, he was sometimes forced to retreat. Cirrus, who was being treated by the pilgrim at the time, was surprised that her master possessed an aura. The priest asked the enchanted elf again if he hadn't told her about this before. While fending off a series of powerful attacks, Lanthus noticed that there was a person in front of him who was superior in level to the one who had recently awakened the aura. Then, in order to change the course of the duel, the swordsman used his power to change the shape of the sword. The blade's edge turned into multiple branches of pure energy that resembled a whip. Antries had no choice but to resort to a key bullet in order to even the odds of winning. The man kept thinking that the guy managed to open his aura in his teens, but somehow retained his youthful appearance at 40 years old. However, the knight immediately rejected this possibility, considering it sheer madness. The sword that turned into a whip of aura still couldn't touch the martial artist. As he blocked each blow, Riffenhart asked himself why the swordsman who had attacked Cirrus could use such strength and skill. His opponent believed that he needed to give a beating to the one who believed that martial arts built the right character. After another attack, Lantas retreated from the warrior to a safe distance for the umpteenth time during the duel. The man found it incredible that the boy was blocking his sword with just a wave of his hand, finding only one explanation for this. The knight asked Riffenhart if he was a student of the martial arts King Gerard, but the Demon King remained silent, continuing to look at his opponent with a menacing gaze. Lantis was curious as to why the boy was so worried about the slave being so strong. Once again, Riffenhart's aura flared up, asking the knight through clenched teeth to repeat the words he had said. The dark mage shouted that those whom people called slaves also had feelings and will. The martial arts master's cry from the heart left the swordsman confused as another attack was being prepared. Charging his fist with aura, the guy asked Lantis if he tried to talk to them, trying to find out why they became like this. After asking the question, Riffenhart destroyed the column the knight was on with one blow. While waving his sword, the man claimed that he had no idea what exactly his opponent was trying to prove to him. Receiving minor cuts, the dark mage observed the same reaction as always, that any creature other than a human was second class. As he dealt another series of blows, Riffenhart wondered how the humans were any better than the elves who subjugated them. Lantus, relying on the teachings of Sire, insisted that they would be the pinnacle of evolution if they made other races their slaves. The boy asked why the descendants of great spirits had to bear such a heavy cross. The warrior asked whether it had never occurred to his enemy that if people were not in charge of everything, they themselves could end up becoming slaves. With these words, Riffenhart tried to deal Lantas a crushing blow, but the man dodged the attack in time. Humanity, having enslaved the orcs, and after them the dwarves, amused and laughed, and having subjugated the elves, considered this their triumph. All wounded from the blows of the blade, the warrior declared that if Lantas allowed slavery to exist, then he himself could one day become a slave. The man considered his opponent crazy if he seriously claimed that elves were equal to humans. In protest, Riffenhart swung his fist, but to his regret, he missed, shattering the cobblestones lying under his feet. As he walked towards his enemy, the Demon King claimed that his beloved was not a slave. With a curtain of rage clouding his eyes, the guy continued to swing his fists, destroying everything around him. Serfdom, which the knight supported, flourished on the continent thanks to people who were weaker, even though they were part of it. By defending himself, the Dark Magician also defended other races from the unjust ideology of man. And at some point, his opponent finally gave in, missing one of the blows. The martial artist managed to kick the swordsman, stopping his endless leaps across the area. The man flew into the nearest wall with such force that he pressed himself against it as hard as he could. Catching his breath, the bearer of the aura broke out in a cold sweat, because he had met an opponent who was superior to him. After a long battle, Riffenhart still exuded a strong aura, as if he had found a second wind. The guy tried to change people's false perceptions so that they would not start living in fear in the future. The warrior wanted to put an end to this at any cost, and he was lucky enough to start with a vile swordsman. Riffenhart delivered a solid punch to Lantis, who cringed from the blow. The man did not immediately feel the effects of the attack. Only a second later, he spat out a fair amount of blood. The more Riffenhart's rage and anger grew, the more pain his opponent felt. By concentrating on one point, the warrior sent the knight flying, breaking through the wall that stood in his way. At great speed, the swordsman flew into the neighboring building, almost destroying this wall as well. The guy publicly declared that no matter what, he would change his attitude towards other races. Standing on a still intact section of the wall, Riffenhart declared that no one should call Cirrus a slave anymore. The elf's master insisted that no one should even think about enslaving her, which is why the girl thought he was crazy. She used to think that her master was crazy, but now she thought that he was obsessed with role-playing games, saying such nonsense. However, some of the phrases spoken by the warrior had meaning, which could not leave Cirrus indifferent. Lying in the rubble of the local architecture, Lannis begged the martial arts master for mercy. The guy wondered why he should forgive him, but the man tearfully repented of what he had done, claiming that he would only do good. Riffenhart stated that the knight's face said otherwise, but the defeated swordsman denied it until the very end. The boy did not understand why Lantas was allowed to go to church to repent instead of going to prison for his actions. The bloodied knight claimed that he was willing to surrender to the authorities so that his opponent would not have to get his hands dirty. But the man had no idea that Antara's hands were already elbow-deep in blood from his previous life. Despite this, the warrior still agreed to spare the mercenary and take him at his word. The guy asked if he was right in saying that a repentant person deserved to die in order to quickly pay for his actions. Ceres and Cillian then watched as Riffenhart meted out justice. The martial artist struck the stone slab beneath which lay the swordsman hired by Rolofine. The guy said that he shouldn't have used the word repentance so thoughtlessly, especially if it was unfamiliar to the person. Returning to his comrades, the Dark Magician inquired about their well-being, who were safe thanks to the pilgrim's healing skills. Somewhat embarrassed, the elf asked her master if he had been hurt during the battle. The warrior immediately blushed because his beloved spoke to him, despite the coldness that was evident in her voice. The priest pointed to the guards who wanted to run away, but the boy called out to them in time. He became curious about where the trade union workers were planning to slip away to, with an unforgettable evening awaiting them. Riffenhart asked Roman who the man was who gave the order to take the elf away from him. The warrior expected that the guards would not break down so easily, so he decided to resort to educational procedures. With bewilderment on their faces, the guards asked why the warrior needed the club. But very soon the boys learned the answer to the question they had asked, but Riffenhart still did not hear the answer to his. In one voice, the guards answered that Tarek Rolofane was behind everything, advising the guy to also leave the city through the south gate. Hearing this name, Antres remembered that this was the same man who had bullied Cirrus for 10 years in his past life. Back then, the Demon King had no chance to take revenge on him, but now, ignoring Roman's warnings, he was going to go after him. The man insisted that if the warrior did anything to the master, he would turn all of Chatan against him. But the boy was ready for this. The martial artist claimed that he knew very well what kind of person this aristocrat was. As the guy promised, he was not going to kill the guards, advising them to stick close to each other so as not to die of cold. Meanwhile, Beret wondered why it took so long to bring the elf to them. Tarek was of the same opinion and found it strange that Roman had been messing around with the slave for so long. Pointing to the two elves, Beret asked why the head of the trading association needed them. There was a rumble coming from behind the door, which attracted Karen's attention. But Tarek told him not to worry, insisting that another public rally was being held. The man was deeply mistaken, because his guards were meanwhile fighting the uninvited guests. Or they pretended, since they were not very successful at it, that they were not able to withstand the enemy. While Riffenhart was thinking about how difficult it was not to kill, the priest was healing the guard's wounds, and at the same time erasing all the painful memories. The warrior became curious about what the young man was healing with the spell that was usually used to heal broken hearts. Cillian claimed that if it weren't for his memory-blurring skills, the master would have simply torn off the heads of those unfortunate people. But Talcata stood in the way of the trio, growling loudly and declaring that he would not let strangers through to his master. The Dark One wanted to understand why the orc raised his sword to protect a man who was not worth it at all. The monster explained that he had obligations, and if he was broken or damaged in any way, he would not be able to call himself a warrior. Unexpectedly, the martial arts master told the orc that he had lived in slavery all this time, causing the monster to think. Even though Aristocrat was not Talcata's mentor, he still had to see things through to the end, even under duress. As Reifenhart had expected, the orc was too naive and straightforward, surprising the saint with his knowledge of their language. The elf said that she would take on the monster, which caused concern in her master. Drawing her sword, the girl claimed that now, unlike the previous meeting, she had the necessary weapon for this. Looking at his rival, the orc complimented her, claiming that she had become stronger. The warrior asked the pilgrim to cover Cirrus, who knew without reminders what he had to do. The monster didn't like how the human ignored him, but the demon king claimed that his opponent was an elf. And when he did pay attention to him, he showed disrespect to his opponent, which Talcata agreed with. Riffenhart stopped near the door, from which a light pink mist emanated. The guy immediately paid attention to it, because having smelled it, he guessed what it could be. Opening the door a crack, the warrior felt how the intoxicating potion intensified its specific smell. Looking inside the room, Riffenhart discovered the curtains were covered in blood. The men under the influence of the intoxicating herbs wondered who the stranger was who had come to see them. When Rolifin tried to find out the identity of the guy himself, he also called his guards for help, who did not respond. The Demon King told the two scoundrels that he had seen a lot of atrocities in his life. However, what he saw today made him so furious that he was not ready to let the men get away with it. The datura herb that was in a special container continued to fill the room with its aromas. An angry Tarek kept asking the same questions, trying to get to the bottom of it. The guy's gaze slid to what was causing him such conflicting feelings. On the floor of the room lay the lifeless bodies of elven women, with whom the vile aristocrats decided to have some fun. Tormented by both grief and rage, Antares asked himself why there were so many people in the world who were unworthy of life. The head of the trading association was indignant about the reason Talcata let a stranger in, and the guards didn't raise the alarm. When the guy came closer to the man, he began to ask him if he had come for money. But Rolifane immediately thought about the place at the market, deciding that this man had been sent to him by the Tauban trade union. When the nobleman tried to double the amount he had promised the warrior, Riffenhart replied that Cirrus had had to endure such wretchedness for 10 years. The man did not give up trying to bribe the warrior, assuring him that they could draw up a contract right now. But there was no need for ink and papers, since Riffenhart knocked the wind out of the scoundrel with one blow. Bursting into tears and blowing bubbles through his nose, Tarek asked why he had been treated so cruelly. The dark magician was curious how such a person dared to mock his Ceres, who in turn tearfully swore that she did not know any Cirrus. The guy began to list everything that Tarek could have done to his beloved, adding arguments in the form of fists to his words. The martial artist claimed that now the aristocrat would understand what it was like for those who died by the grace of Rolifin. Brett immediately screamed that the stranger was a murderer, which the Demon King was ready to argue with. The head of the association, Karen, insisted that he led a righteous life and did not understand what they wanted from him. Looking out from the corridor, the elf and the priest silently watched as the master dealt with the villains. Ceres, when she saw Tarek's dead body on the floor, said that it was very cruel. Riffenhart defended himself by saying that these people deserved worse, which Cillian agreed with. The pilgrim said that he had already become accustomed to such a sight, since he had been traveling for a long time. After which the couple, praising each other, told about how they managed to defeat Takata. Using the aura, the boy felt that the orc was still alive, although his breathing was weakened. Barrett, when he saw Cirrus, screamed in fear that in front of him was the same slave that he had returned. The girl, looking at the groups of her relatives, declared that in front of her was a child killer. Drawing her sword, the elf declared that the pitiful life of an aristocrat was not enough to calm the soul of a dead child. However, it was the least she could do. But Beret decided that the girl was crazy if she wanted to kill him because of a slave. A few seconds later, the guy's wounded body collapsed on the floor, stretching out his hands to the girl, asking her for help. Having plunged her blade into the boy's body, Cirrus ordered him not to touch the child with his dirty paws. Riffenhart looked sadly at the picture unfolding before him, and he felt genuinely sorry for the elf. After this, the trio had no choice but to head into the winter evening forest. But they took with them the remaining slaves, 7 elven women and 9 orcs who were in Rolophane's power. Talika reported that they were all slaves, not accepting the girl's thanks, claiming that he was now loyal to Master Riffenhart. The saint found the gender ratio strange, but Cirrus explained to him that elves and orcs were not in demand. Holding the young girl close to him, the elf listed the names of his dead relatives who were bullied by the aristocrats. Remembering the events of the past, Cirrus felt ashamed that her idea of the new master could have been wrong. Just then, Riffenhart appeared on the horizon and asked forgiveness from those present for keeping everyone waiting. The warrior said that he had obtained a slave contract, as well as the seal of the head of the Rolofa Union. When the priest asked where the guy managed to get all this, he replied that he found it in the safe when he broke through the wall of the office. The pilgrim declared that this was sheer barbarity, which angered Antares, who had not heard that phrase for 50 years. His comrades immediately asked what time the martial arts master was talking about, but he immediately decided to change the subject. The guy said that the contracts he had been looking for so long were not really what he needed. Turning to the elves and orcs, Riffenhart said that if they did not like being slaves, then he could free them right now. Everyone started whispering among themselves, not understanding what exactly the new gentleman was talking about. Cillian assumed that the warrior would resell the slaves, but he had no intention of trading them. The pilgrim wanted to know if Rifen was planning to settle down and give up the life of an adventurer. The seal on the contract meant that the representatives of the other times would no longer be slaves of Tarek, which could protect them from persecution. The Demon King knew it was his personal whim to free these boys, but by his actions, he was putting them in danger of a different kind. The warrior decided to take up their training, and so he went to the Tauban Trade Union. The head of the company was confused, as he had Master Tarek's slaves in his office. When asked if he had bought them all, Riffenhart replied that Sivolt himself would find out later, as he was supposed to take care of these creatures in secret. The warrior created a fog, saying that tomorrow's news would greatly surprise him, and if the secrets were revealed, he would be under suspicion. Seeing the excitement on the man's face, the client insisted that this was a normal thing for him. To begin with, the guy wanted to give Sivolt 100 gold pieces, which should be enough to cover the slave's expenses. Quickly hiding the gold in a bag, the head of the company replied that there was one place on the outskirts of Zeppelin where no one went. The dark magician also asked that no one touch these creatures and treat them like slaves. But there was something else that Antris mentioned, that he wanted the slaves to be trained, but Sivolt felt like Tarek had taught them everything they needed. The warrior wanted the creatures to know languages, numeracy, history, philosophy, and whatever else each of them would be most inclined to, in addition to slave education. The head of the Tauban company did not understand why it was necessary to go so far in order to give full lessons to the slaves. When they were told that slaves would not be able to absorb such knowledge, Riffenhart insisted that they would be of more use to their master, so it was worth a try. The man did not want to argue any further, since he was not paying for the lessons out of his own pocket, but there could be problems with the teachers. Fortunately, the martial arts master knew how arrogant the mentors could be and was ready to help with that. They had to have students, among whom were commoners who needed money and who were worth paying attention to. The Demon King didn't expect anything special from the students and was quite satisfied with the basic knowledge for slaves. Toban still didn't understand how slaves could learn anything, which was the same as teaching a dog or a cat to write. Despite Sivolt's doubts, the boy knew from experience that there was nothing wild about training slaves. High society flatly rejected this idea, citing the fact that all races except humans were insignificant. The reluctance to educate slaves was actually to prevent them from one day rebelling against their masters. Once Sivolt sees how much other races could understand, he will begin to train his own slaves. If everything goes as Riffenhart planned, then the education of slaves will become a trend that will spread across the continent. The warrior wanted to change the way people think, to achieve what he could not do in his past life. After some time at the hotel, and Therese asked if the priest had money. The guy said that he suddenly gave all his savings to Sivolt because he did not take into account transportation costs. Ceres suggested returning her clothes to the store if the money situation was really bad. However, Riffenhart was terribly worried, assuring the girl that this was not necessary. The guy didn't even notice that since becoming a slave, the elf laughed for the first time in her life. The next morning, the whole town was in an uproar over what had happened at the aristocrat's estate. The heads of the Rolofane and Karen trading associations, which included Tarek and Beret, were found dead. Nobody knew who the killer was, because none of the workers could really remember anything. And 2 weeks after the incident, the trio took part in clearing one of the dungeons. The pilgrim, as before, resorted to the prayers of his patroness Philanense so that she would sprinkle the lost souls with purifying light. The guy, with the help of the goddess, destroyed the undead, exterminating one member of the enemy squad after another. Riefenhart's beloved also chopped down the living dead, skillfully wielding a blade. The warrior himself calmly watched the coordinated work of his comrades, while they tried to inflict at least some damage on him. Cillian surprised by the fact that, while perfectly filling Ceres, it was as if he had started participating in real battles early on from childhood. The young man could easily become one of the most powerful saints, like Ellen was in Antari's past life. Having inquired about the priest's well-being, the warrior heard in response that the monsters in the ruins of Aleutian were much more powerful than those in Palton. After the trio left Shatan, they arrived in the Kingdom of Grime, where the ancient ruins of Aleutian were located near the Settlard Mountains. When the travelers found themselves in front of a door sealed with magic, Cillian declared that they would not be able to open it by force. The young man read that it was worth hiring a magician, but Riefenhart interrupted him, saying that he was just casting a spell at that moment. The martial arts master explained to the pilgrim that he was familiar with magic and knew how to cast spells. The saint couldn't believe that. Using aura during the battle, Riffen also had some kind of knowledge. The guy started screaming like he was trying his hardest, but he didn't move a single muscle the entire time. The saint asked the warrior what he was doing now, that he was accumulating mana despite the fact that the third circle magic did not require much of it. The dark magician began to recite the spell, trying to remember all the necessary words. Riffenhart commanded in the name of the ancients to open what had been forcibly locked and hidden from all. After all his efforts, the young warrior still managed to remove the seal and open the gate. The priest calculated that it took the gentleman 13 minutes to perform the spell, advising him not to tell anyone that he possessed magic. In the past, the guy was a 10th circle mage and no longer wanted to be such a worthless wizard, so he had to find the voice of Aleutian. But when the door opened in front of them, the trio stared in surprise at what they saw. It would be more accurate to say that the travelers were looking at something that was not there, because the tomb was empty. The only thing that was in the center of the room was a stick left by someone. On the way back, the dejected warrior insisted that this simply could not have happened. But Cillian tried to calm him down, arguing that they didn't always have to be first in everything. The guy said that the future was changing because the last time he discovered these ruins, it was only 17 years later. The pilgrim claimed that they did not return empty-handed, having obtained a good artifact. The elf, when she said the phrase Nihilin, instantly activated it, which began to transform. It was a magic bow that shot arrows made of mana, and depending on the concentration, could fire several volleys at once. The bow looked like a stick, but it was actually a branch of the Elfenheim tree of life, possessing destructive power. The saint asked how his friend, who was absolutely delighted with the weapon, assessed it. The young man was troubled by the fact that the master had identified the stick as an artifact, because he knew this because the bow had been Ceres' main weapon in the past. The boy asked the master not to be upset, reassuring him with the many ruins on the continent, but there was no equivalent to Aleutian's voice. Soon the travelers reached the village of Gahalan, hoping to at least once again taste food prepared by someone. The table was laden with aromatic food, looking at which it was difficult to resist trying. The trio claimed that the food was incredibly delicious, to which the waitress replied that it was due to their brilliant chef. But the previous guests, who were a company of knights from the same noble family, often complained about the dishes. The woman also mentioned that these visitors had spoken of how they wanted to explore some ruins. Riffenhart asked the waitress to tell him more about the incident, but the girl refused to pay extra. The woman said that a week ago, Viscount Kelbrin showed up with a group of researchers, among whom was a knight dressed in gold. The waitress claimed that the knight was shining from head to toe and was also very nice in himself. Based on this description, the only person that came to mind for the Dark Mage was the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime, the Count of the Tennis family. Sir Jesus was praised for being able to destroy all the monsters in the ruins. It was an honor for the man who sat at the same table with the Golden Knight of Grime to bear witness to his exploits. Tennis replied that Viscount Kelbrin should not worry, since a third of the treasure was his, as agreed. The aristocrat claimed that it was an honor for him to fight alongside the boy, not minding if he took everything for himself. Jesus Tennis was interested in what the master did with the adamant and orichalcum that were used to make weapons. The knight assumed that a famous family, famous for its mining business, must have had many talented gnomes. Kelbrin introduced his guest to his daughters who had entered the room, and he also met the famous Knight of Grime. The gentleman knew that the knight was married and simply wanted to introduce each other, to which Jesus replied that he did not intend to become close to anyone except his wife. The man decided to change the subject, seeing how irritated Tennis was when he mentioned his younger brother. But as soon as the Viscount mentioned it, he heard the sound of broken glass. Clutching a glass in his bloody hand, the knight replied that he had no younger brothers. The owner of the house, together with his frightened daughters, immediately asked for forgiveness for the terrible mistake he had made. Suddenly, a servant ran up to them screaming, saying that one of the artifacts had summoned a demon. The magic item summoned Sephiatan, a giant, ugly creature that had 4 legs like a hoofed animal. Kelbrin's army tried unsuccessfully to stop the hellish creature, but all was in vain. The Golden Knight, who was watching what was happening, was intrigued that among the treasures there was also a summoning artifact. But the guy's mood immediately changed when he saw something more terrible than a demon from the underworld. Jesus gritted his teeth in anger and cursed foully when he saw the man whose presence he could not bear. Sir Lot ordered his subordinates to remove the civilians and form a line. The deputy commander ordered the shields to be raised and the mages to stand in the rear, while another soldier came to their aid. While the wounded knights were hiding in the basement, Yesus' younger brother was walking towards the monster. The wizards, calling on Arius for help, cast a frosty wind in order to hamper the enemy's movements. The magicians tried with all their might to stop the monster by covering it with a thick layer of ice. With their combined efforts, the sorcerers managed to freeze Sephiatan's legs, while the rest was left to the knights. Tenna's youngest son surprised the warriors, who were just waiting for further instructions from the commander. Sir Lot, seeing the guy, told Russ to leave immediately so as not to expose himself to danger. However, the younger brother of Yesus rushed to the attack, claiming that no enemy could withstand the onslaught of Tennis's sword. Leaping high, the young knight raised his blade above his head, getting closer and closer to the monster. Once at his target, the boy lowered his sword, using all his strength during the attack. The knight managed to wound Sephiatan, but the wound he inflicted was not fatal. After a successful attack, watching the demon's blood splash in all directions, Russ was already anticipating victory. As he threw his head back, the boy discovered a monster's claw descending on him. Sephiatan opened his mouth and attacked the knight with a mad look, but was unable to get rid of him. The warrior who fell to the ground escaped with only a slight fright, losing his weapon, which shattered into pieces. Pushing aside the younger of the Tens brothers, Sir Lot cursed his reckless behavior. Ras immediately sat up and closed his eyes from the headache that was the result of the injury he had received. Suddenly, behind the guy, a characteristic sound was heard, which he had already heard more than once. The next moment, the demon was attacked by a powerful volley of aura that also destroyed the ice that was holding him back. Brother Ras appeared and told Sir Lot not to get into trouble and to continue to support the bonds. While the knights were glad to see the commander, he looked at his relative with disdain. The embittered Golden Knight of Grima asked the wounded warrior whom he dared to call brother. Jesus claimed that the great knights of Tennis were not born from the belly of a stray dog. Sephiatan was one of those demons that knights without an aura would never be able to deal with. When the warrior threw his giant sword off his shoulder, it fell to the ground and crushed the paving stones. The Golden Knight lifted the heavy weapon with just one hand and described a circle with it. After which, grabbing the sword with both hands, Jesus began to imbue the weapon with his aura. Leaning against the blade, the boy addressed the sword, asking Eldrad to open his eyes. The commander's words sounded like a spell on the weapon, causing it to fall apart. The metal plates that adorned the blade began to circle in the air around the warrior. At some point, the metal plates began to merge into a single structure, clinging to Jesus' leg. The same thing happened to the rest of his body, forming that same golden armor. And when the eldest son of the Tisan clan donned golden armor, he was ready to fight the demon of the lower world. At the local inn, Cillian proved to the young gentleman that the Golden Knight was Jesus. The priest was sure that the warrior was famous and everyone knew him, but Riffenhart denied this by saying that he had come down from the mountains. The pilgrim continued his story, claiming that Tennis was one of the strongest mage knights on the continent. The boy became curious whether the Golden Knight was so famous, asking Ceres if she had heard of Jesus. Riffenhart didn't understand how a mage knight could be compared to an aura wielder, but it was all about Eldrad's magical armor. Golden Eldril was a magical metal that was rarer than silver mithril, and the armor and magic sword were made of real gold. With our armor, it was possible to activate magical power, which would make it possible to fight on equal terms, even with the owner of the aura. However, in order to defeat a powerful demon, one had to be able to correctly activate Eldrad's power with certain words. Jesus Tennis was just such a warrior that, using this power, he could dexterously attack any enemy. Having left deep cuts on the monster, the knight was ready to deliver a crushing blow. The warrior commanded Eldrad to awaken, so that with his power he could finish off the demonic spawn. The wounded demon had no choice but to simply await his fate. Thanks to the 8th circle spell of matter destruction, the knight dealt a colossal blow to the enemy. Antries insisted that the Tinnies clan had spent a lot of time learning how to use the Force, because even such a tool did not provide an absolute advantage. The Tennis clan's armor usage techniques were much deeper than most fencing techniques. However, the warriors of this clan lost most of their fencing skills and began to rely only on the artifact. Because even after studying close combat all his life, it was impossible to say with certainty that this person would be able to master the aura. And the chance of a golden knight appearing in each generation was significantly higher. Jesus clearly demonstrated that having a warrior in the family with strength, not inferior to the owners of the aura, was a huge advantage. Based on the above, the knight the mage that Eldrad used was a difficult opponent. Applying the icy snow fog that covered the whole land, the Golden Knight was preparing to finish off the enemy. Thanks to the spell, he only needed to deal the final blow to finish off Sephiutan. The giant monster had a hole of the same size, and the resulting wound was incompatible with life. A wounded Russ watched as his older brother once again won the battle. Grimes' Golden Knight stood atop the castle wall as the remains of the demon fell from the sky. Riffenhart and his comrades were in the lands of Viscount Kelburn, which were just near the lands of Tennis. Thinking about Jesus, the dark magician wondered if he would be able to defeat him in battle. Looking at Antari's thoughtful expression, the priest assumed that he wanted to fight the count. The guy kept saying that he needed to take his artifact from the knight, but Cillian regarded this as theft. The young man explained that he helped the Principality of Chatan because he believed that they were acting fairly, but the Count himself explored the ruins, and the artifacts were rightfully his. The pilgrim claimed that it would be wrong to interfere, since taking the magical item from him would be committing theft. The dark magician decided to tell the saint about his past life, since otherwise he would not be able to convince him to help return the artifacts. Riffenhart recalled that he was a student who inherited the will of Gerard's martial art, who had to pass a series of tests in order to complete his training. The warrior, while Cirrus was peacefully sleeping, tried to convince the young man that the mentor himself had placed the artifact in the ruins and had given the student the task of finding it. Riffenhart claimed that illusion was inherited by Gerard himself, and the other artifacts were rewards for his other students. Cillian believed that the warrior would not have learned about Nihilin otherwise, and would never have known about the secret paths of the ruins. The priest agreed that they had no choice, although Riffenhart did not have the courage to tell the whole truth, telling only part of it. Now the guy understood why the young gentleman desired someone else's property, who was already embarrassed by his own lies. Because the martial artist needed to find the artifact at any cost, he was worried about meeting the Golden Knight. Jesus Tennis, as luck would have it, messed up all the dark magician's plans, and the only way out was to steal the artifact. After hearing Sir Lot's praises, Tennis' eldest son declared that the rest of the work was up to the knights. Turning to Russ, the Golden Knight stated that a swordsman who could only cut from top to bottom was no longer part of Tennis. Leaning on his blade, the younger brother assured that no matter what happened, he would always remain the swordsman of the family. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the young knight's sword was already cutting through the air. The boy swung his weapon tirelessly, honing his close combat skills. Russ lowered and raised his sword again, trying to achieve precision and sharpness in his movements. However, his training was interrupted by passing guards who were curious about what the guy had done this time yesterday. Continuing with his training, the boy replied that he simply wanted to defeat the demon, but the warriors made it clear that he should wait for the captain to arrive. Looking angrily at the bullies, the warrior, he insisted that he was also a knight from the tennis family. After which, the younger brother suggested resolving the problems with a duel. As he passed by, one of the knights declared that he was looking at a dirty cur, not wanting to mess with him. Although Russ was strong, he had only mastered the technique of fencing and the downward strike, which required breathing technique. The sword was able to describe an arc in the air so quickly that the blow was barely noticeable, and true masters spared no effort for the sake of the perfect blow. Like all hereditary knights, aristocrats, Tennis had an arsenal of ball handling techniques, but even his father could not teach him more. Since Russ was born illegitimately, his father could only pass on one technique to him that could lead him straight to Aura. If the guy succeeds in mastering this technique, he will certainly awaken this forgotten power. The boy's father had high hopes for him, and he didn't want to let his parent down, so he trained hard. The boy received only a downward blow from the forgotten art, which was capable of releasing the power hidden within him. Looking at his brother's training, Isis noted that their family would never have reached their current heights with just one fighting technique. The rest of the swordsmanship had long been lost, causing Russ's actions to irritate the Golden Knight. However, no matter how much the warrior disliked his younger brother, he could not help but notice his stubbornness. The bastard spent countless hours practicing his breathing technique to achieve the final result. Jesus hated Russ with all his heart, but he couldn't help but accept the fact that the guy was a genius who was trying to awaken an aura within himself. That same day, in the vicinity of the castle, a newly minted thief was jumping from tree to tree. It felt strange to Riffenhart that he had to do this after being reborn. The boy wondered why the Lord's castle was so huge, but he remembered the mining craft that Viscount Kelburn was famous for. The Dark Mage just saw 3 patrolling guards returning to the castle. After asking the knights for forgiveness, the martial arts master knocked out 3 warriors with one blow. The guards walking around the castle discussed why they needed to guard the castle when they had a golden knight that no one would bother with. Suddenly, one of the knights heard some rustling in the distance, which alerted his colleague. The guards looking around came to the conclusion that they had simply imagined it, but the thief was right under their noses. With quick dashes, Riffenhart was almost there, deciding that he had a talent for stealing, which was not such a difficult task. Looking at the 2 warriors at the gate, the Dark Mage assumed that they were the Knights of Tennis. Appearing out of nowhere, the Demon King attacked one of the guards. The second of them only had time to ask who the stranger was, but after strangling the knight, fell asleep. Having dealt with the guards, Riffenhart finally reached the warehouse with valuable weapons. Thanks to Aura, the guy caught the barrier that tracked movement, which was not so easy to disarm. However, such barriers had to have a core, which was certainly located somewhere nearby. Lifting the stone, the young warrior discovered runes engraved on it, finding the very core. Clenching his hand into a fist, Entries removed the protective barrier from the treasure warehouse. Looking inside, the guy discovered a lot of different weapons, as well as boxes that stored expensive artifacts. As he examined the contents of the boxes with his X-ray vision, the boy caught himself thinking that he was sorely missing most of these items. Looking at the blades arranged by category, the warrior also sensed a magical component in them that was different from all the others. But the only thing that really interested him was Aleutian's voice, which was not hidden from prying eyes. As soon as the thief approached him, he heard a muffled sound coming from right at his feet. The martial artist kicked the thin rope that was stretched to its limit. Riffenhart's gaze immediately followed the place where the rope he had accidentally touched was stretched. When the guy found it with his eyes, the bell tied to its end was already ringing loudly. King couldn't believe that he had let himself be exposed by falling for a simple tripwire. The Viscount and his wife were awakened by the ringing of a bell reaching their chambers. Dark Mogu was offended that, having bypassed the most difficult obstacles, he was caught on a simple tripwire. While fighting off the guards, Riefenhart had a hard time controlling the force of his blow so as not to accidentally kill anyone. Sir Lot, together with Kelburn's army, ordered the thief to surrender immediately, but just in case, he gave the mages the command to attack. As expected, the robber didn't even think about slowing down, rushing straight towards the fiery volleys of the wizards. Running past one of the soldiers, Antres put his hand on his shoulder and stated that he was truly sorry. The man didn't have time to figure out what the thief meant before he used him as a human shield. The commander-in-chief considered the enemy a real monster, even though the guy hid behind a man because of his armor, which was enchanted. Cirrus gave the order to the archers to open fire on the target, which sent a dozen arrows in his direction. But not a single one of the fired arrows caused any damage to the enemy, which bounced off him like feathers. Unable to move, Riffenhart looked at the chains that had magically attached themselves to his body. The martial artist became curious as the guards tried to slow him down instead of killing him. As Sir Lot gave out new orders, Antris realized that the knights had a great deal of skill. But suddenly one of the crowd rushed forward and asked the criminal to taste Tina's sword. The squad leader, with a frightened expression on his face, ordered the guy don't rush into trouble. Riefenhart was as surprised as the knights by the antics of their colleague, who wanted to fight him in close combat. Pushing the knightly ranks aside, Russ shouted a battle cry and raised his sword over his head to deliver his signature move. Lot shouted at the boy not to dare break the line with his thoughtless antics. But blinded by a sense of justice, the youngest of the Tennies brothers still managed to break through to the detainee. The dark magician, repeating the name of the brainless knight to himself, tried to remember where he could have heard it before. The Demon King couldn't help but notice the guy's movements, his breathing and steps, which were rather mediocre. However, the blow he dealt raised many questions in him, and it felt like it had more than just any strength. Russ brought his blade down directly on the robber, who had been a prisoner of the guards just a second ago. The attack was quite powerful, but thanks to his agility, Riffenhart avoided it. But he also slipped a chain under the blow, into which the blade of the sword slammed with a creak. And only at the moment of impact did Yesus' younger brother realize what he had done, but he could not turn back time. Taking advantage of the moment, the freed Riefenhart effortlessly hit the guy in the side. The warrior was very surprised when the knight instantly rolled on the ground from the blow he received. The martial artist wondered why the guy, despite showing such a powerful blow, was unable to dodge a simple attack. Behind him, the Demon King heard the voice of the Golden Knight asking for the blade of heaven to fall from the sky. A multitude of fiery waves rained down on the thief from above, who, however, did not run away from them. All Riffenhart did was cover his face with his hands, which the attack was unable to do any serious damage to. Jesus Tennis, in full combat gear, noted that the criminal had too many outstanding skills for a rogue. The guy did not reveal his identity and simply replied that he had his reasons. The Knight of Grima stated that his opponent would tell him everything himself a little later. One of the key rules of Gerard's fighting technique was to strike first when fighting an unknown enemy. And although the knights did not have such a rule, Jesus decided not to wait for an attack and also attack the criminal. In a split second, both warriors were as close as possible to see each other's faces. At the same time, the opponents realized that now was the ideal moment to attack. The Golden Knight swung his giant blade and missed, its blade flying a few centimeters from the warrior's head. Riefenhart in turn tried to damage Jesus with his steel fist, but also failed. The opponents trying to balance froze for a while in this absurd position, but the next moment, having exchanged counterattacks, they jumped back in different directions. Streams of air began to gather around the Golden Knight grime, which looked like a warning. Sir Lot's subordinates, as well as himself, all of them did not understand what their commander was doing. Both warriors exchanged glances and came to the conclusion that one of them had failed to accomplish what he had planned. Then Jesus decided to use the technique of the Roar of Shadows, calling demonic bonds from the abyss. At the moment when they began to envelop Riffenhart, he did not worry, since he knew about this attack. In a split second, the guy managed to tear apart the ghostly ribbons that had failed to enslave him. Count Jesus did not expect that the enemy would know the vulnerability of the Shadow Roar, which skillfully resisted magic. The martial artist replied that his skill lay in close communication with this direction. Another attack by the knight in golden armor ended in failure, destroying the floor instead of his opponent. The battle continued both on the ground and in the air, as the warriors did not stand still for a second. But when Tison's eldest son lowered his huge blade, it always got stuck in the hard rock. Having guessed the moment when the enemy would lose his weapon again, the warrior managed to strike him in the body. The aristocrat was shocked when he took heavy damage despite wearing armor. The knight's response was not long in coming, this time sending arrows caught in the wind at the enemy. Jesus hoped that at least the magical spears fired at the thief would dampen his ardor. Calling for Eldrin to awaken, the boy directed a large beam of energy at his opponent. But this time, too, Riffenhart's life was saved by his speed and reaction skills, which allowed him to dodge a powerful attack in time. Having imbued the sword with the divine power that the artifact had given him, the knight was ready for the next attack. A huge whirlwind of fire was directed from his blade towards the criminal, sweeping away everything in its path. Turning around, the martial artist was surprised that the Golden Knight was capable of such a thing. As the deadly sphere approached, the Demon King came to the conclusion that he might as well die at this rate. The powerful explosion conjured by Jesus could be seen and felt throughout the entire area. When the smoke cleared, the knight saw his opponent again, who was unharmed after such an attack. Riffenhart wondered if Tennis could use high-level magic. The warrior was at a loss, convinced that even if his attack had been blocked, the enemy would not have gotten off easy, and he had not noticed his movements. The only logical explanation that came to the knight's mind was that the enemy possessed an aura. Whether this was true or not, Jesus ordered the patron to send a corrosive breath upon the enemy. Having discovered the poisonous fog gathering around him, Riffenhart knew exactly how he could get rid of it. All the young warrior had to do was kick the ground hard, shattering the tiles under his feet. With one kick, the guy managed to create a whirlwind, which nullified all the efforts of his opponent. After that, the martial artist moved towards the knight to prevent him from carrying out attacks from a distance. The Demon King launched one of his strongest attacks, but Grimes' pride blocked the attack with his sword. Parrying blow after blow, Jesus noted that the robber moved quickly, that even he had difficulty keeping up with him. At this moment, the aristocrat finally became convinced that his opponent possessed an aura. The knight had difficulty in the fight because he had misjudged its level, but now he decided to act differently. The warrior knew that Tenna's sword could not yield to anyone, even the owner of the aura. Dodging the Golden Knight's attacks, the Dark Mage believed that he would sweat the most when fighting against the owners of the aura. The commander's subordinates watched as deafening explosions were heard every now and then behind the wall. Running along the castle wall, the aristocrat asked why a man with such strength would stoop to the level of a pathetic thief. Riffenhart was surprised that his opponent had figured out that he had an aura, since he hadn't even released the golden one, since it was too recognizable. After a brief analysis, Jesus came to the conclusion that the owner of such muscle mass did not activate the aura, as he had recently awakened it. In that case, the Golden Knight did not see the martial arts master as an equal opponent. Once again, the eldest son of the Thiessen clan called for Eldrin, as a bright light began to penetrate the holes in his sword. Looking at the transformation of the knight's weapon, Antares decided that this attack would be truly dangerous. The guy asked to grant him the power to destroy everything that was possible in this world. Armed with the light of Eldrin, Yesus charged forward, confident of his victory. But upon closer inspection, the Demon King noticed that the light emanating from the blade was golden. Then the guy covered himself with his hands in relief, thanking the Almighty that his enemy was a Golden Knight. At the moment of impact, Jesus was confused as to why the criminal did not try to escape or dodge. But the aristocrat received an answer when the blade of his sword touched the barrier that appeared. The Dark Mage used a vortex guard, which was able to withstand the Golden Knight's strongest blow. The commander's subordinate was almost blinded at that moment by the concentration of pure light. Russ Thiessen watched frozen as his brother and the mysterious thief confronted each other. The clash of the warriors resulted in another huge explosion, which raised a giant cloud of dust. But when the dust from the blow settled, Jesus discovered that his opponent had fled the battlefield. Shocked and angry at the same time, the knight did not understand how someone had managed to block Eldril's light. Hiding from a strong opponent, Riffenhart only now realized that he should have used the vortex guard a little earlier. The dark magician, using his last strength, jumped over the castle wall and flew down like a dead stone. At great speed, the wounded boy flew into the frozen river, breaking through a thick layer of ice. Sir Lot asked the captain if he had been wounded, but Tennis ordered that the relics be checked and what had been stolen. The Golden Knight also asked to organize a search party to prevent the robber from getting away so easily. When asked by a subordinate whether the criminal could have survived, the aristocrat replied that he definitely would not die from such wounds. Ceres, who had been sleeping soundly in her bed until that moment, suddenly opened her eyes. When the girl got up, Cillian woke up after her, asking what had alarmed his friend. The elf replied that she had a bad feeling. She felt that something was wrong. The pilgrim assumed that Cirrus was worried about Riffin, to whom something might have happened. The hunt for criminals continued the next morning, But now the knights were catching completely different thieves. The saint, whom the girl carried under her arm, claimed that this was humiliating for him, since he was a man. When one of the city dwellers sent knights on the trail of the fugitives, he received a reward for this. Thanks to the peasant's tip, the squad managed to cut through the path and end up right in front of the thieves. One of the guards ordered the criminals to lay down their arms and surrender, as they had nowhere else to go. But the elf had no intention of giving up and armed herself with a stick she summoned Nehelin. While some guards were surprised by the magical weapon, others were taking damage from it. The Golden Knight, who had arrived in time to see Sir Lot, demanded an explanation of what had happened to them with the thieves. Having heard from a subordinate that these were no ordinary robbers, Jesus decided to take matters into his own hands. Having dealt with the squad, Cirrus called over the pilgrim, who dreamed of the day when Rafen would teach him how to grow muscles. Suddenly, the girl heard a spell from a stranger who was calling for blades of wind. Having grabbed the priest, the elf immediately ran, miraculously dodging the enemy's attack. The Golden Knight of Grima, who appeared after the explosion, ordered the criminals not to move. Ceres didn't expect the legendary warrior to chase after them, but she was ready to fight him too. The aristocrat, examining the slave's weapon, noted that she had a complex blade in her hands. The boy wondered if the criminal was really giving out such a rare weapon to ordinary elves. And on top of everything else, his team had a high-ranking priest who endowed the girl with heavenly power. While reading the prayer, Cillian came to the conclusion that Riffin had been caught, which is why Cirrus had a bad feeling. In a split second, the enemy was already right in front of the elf's nose, which greatly surprised her. Riffenhart's beloved miraculously managed to block the attack, which, being so strong, instantly threw it back. Through a narrow gap in the helmet, one could see the mad look of the attacker, who had no intention of retreating. Ceres realized that even with Philinense's help, it would be extremely difficult for her to defeat such an opponent. Looking at his wounds, Riffenhart realized how badly he had been hit. The warrior felt awkward fighting the owner of the strongest armor in the world while being bound hand and foot. But despite the difficulties caused, the dark magician rejoiced at the rich catch, glancing at Aleutian's voice. As soon as the guy wondered where he was, a dwarf approached him, glad that the man had woken up. The halfling introduced himself as Hethos and inquired about the victim's well-being. Having asked Riffenhart if he could eat, the dwarf asked his assistant Tilla to bring some porridge. Tilla de Steelhammer was a dwarf warrior, but looked more like a child. The warrior was surprised that the dwarves were friendly towards him, although they had always treated people with distrust. As soon as the priest of Aula Pota, Gelfide Delphistion, arrived, all questions disappeared by themselves. The dwarf turned to the martial artist as a savior, which shocked him. The chief said that 6 years ago there was a prophecy that the great saint would receive a message from Alpat himself. The prophecy said that the current would bring a strong man to the gnomes, and that if they helped him, he would help in return. The great holy mystery spread the message among the dwarves of the continent, and Gelfade waited for the savior every winter. The dark magician believed all this time that Alpat had long since returned to his forefathers. The god of the dwarves periodically revealed revelations to his charges, which coincided with when he regressed into the body of Teslon. The guy noted how magnanimous God was, that he foresaw everything as soon as he moved through time. The warrior asked if the dwarves had really tried so hard for him just because of the prophecy, to which the halfling replied that their god had never been wrong. Tilla, looking at the martial arts master, stated that he was recovering quickly. The guy replied that it was all thanks to her, but the girl could not understand how exactly she had helped, since all she did was cook porridge. The gnome suggested calling a priest, but Riffenhart assured her that she was able to find him on her own. The mountain dwarves that surrounded Antres lived a life of slavery in the domain of Viscount Kelbrin. Unlike the elves or orcs, they did not renounce tradition, as they were used somewhat differently than the mentioned species. The gnomes were left to their own devices because humans were unable to master their techniques, which they constantly talked about uniting with nature. The dwarves worked better in groups of their own kind, so they retained their culture and faith, and once even helped Riffenhart build a new empire. The Demon King learned from Tilla that there were about 60 gnomes and they all belonged to the Viscount. The girl explained the absence of men by the fact that they spent most of their time in the mines of the Settlard Mountains. The warrior apologized because, to avoid rebellion, people often took members of dwarven families hostage. When they arrived at Gelfade's, he stated that the savior looked much better and asked to be called simply Riefenhart. With a good-natured smile, the old man said that they themselves did not yet know why the man was their savior. From the eyes of the dark mage of the creatures, it was determined that he did not perceive them as slaves, that he treated them as equals. The priest said that no one knew why Alpat chose a man as a savior, but everyone would help him with all their might because the oracle was not wrong. Gelfide found the boy strange, as he was not surprised when he was told about the prophecy. The old man said that the great saint wanted to talk to the boy, but the warrior did not fully understand what they wanted from him. Then the dwarf explained that the great saint of Aulapota, named Mashalin, wanted to talk to him. The dark magician smiled when he heard the name of an old acquaintance, who 30 years ago was already a great saint. When the boy replied that he was worth meeting, the priest said that he found the whole situation amusing. The old man was sure that his words would seem absurd and did not know how to present the information, which is why he was surprised by the Savior's understanding. People did not always hear the voice of truth, which was mainly discerned only by mountain dwellers. In his past life, Antares had fallen, so a conversation with the wise Mashalin might reveal the best solution. The priest told that the saint was arriving at the temple of Aulapot in the Great Forge. The road there was known only to a few dwarves. The only guide who could lead the man was the only representative of the ancient bloodlines of the warrior Till. Galfide claimed to have sensed the sounds of Reifenhardt's thoughts, as if he knew about the saint and the location of the Great Forge. The old man insisted that people who knew that the gnomes could hear the eye of truth did not like to talk to them. The guy replied that he already knew about it, and the priest shouted that he was not mistaken in calling him a savior. The dwarf asked to share information about how the warrior knew about them, but the demon king could not do this, since the time had not yet come. Suddenly, Hedos burst into the room, needing to urgently talk to the savior. The man asked him if Riffenhardt had ever had companions, an elf and a young man. When the dark mage learned that they were locked in Viscount Kelbrin's castle, his heart sank. Sir Jesus Tennis allowed his subjects to forget about honor and use any kind of torture on prisoners, but to find out where the dirty thief was hiding. The Golden Knight of Grima wanted his subordinates to tell them everything about the robber's accomplices. In the dungeon there was an elf who wielded a magic sword, and the priest Philinens, who was comparable in strength to an archbishop. The guards argued about who would be better to start the torture with, thinking about beatings. Lento suggested something painful but not fatal, so that the prisoners would not accidentally die. His partner Barras argued that he had to try harder, since the order was not subject to appeal. The knights, looking at the thief's assistants, decided who would be interrogated first. Lento decided to start with the weakest of the pair, and his choice fell on the priest. However, the guards were wrong, because even after 30 minutes, the young man continued to talk about the Reifen martial arts clan, which was aggressive. The guy told how the king of martial arts, Gerard, trained his students, which could not be compared with anything on the planet. The pilgrim claimed that these were just training sessions that were beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, let alone the final exam. Cillian laid out everything about the artifact and how it had been taken by someone from the Tennis clan, unable to think about what the punishment would be for failing the exam. Lento was surprised that the prisoners talked so much that he gave the priest some water to wet his throat. The guard was curious what would happen to the young man who had given them all the information, betraying his comrade. And then an argument arose about how the theft would harm the successor of the martial arts king, but on the other hand, if he cared about it, he would hardly have committed the theft. When asked where the relic might now be, the priest replied that he did not know, since they had been told to wait at the hotel. The knight didn't believe this, claiming that Riffin had probably discussed a method of communication in case of emergency. However, Cillian did not understand why the owner of the aura needed this, since he could hardly fail a simple burglary. The guards began to wonder if the intense interrogation was not going according to plan. And while the guards were trying to find out where the artifact had disappeared to, someone was walking in the snowy forest. Tilla found it amazing that the rescuer had managed to find the deer so quickly. But the guy claimed that for a person who owned an aura, this was a trifling matter, and all that was needed was to expand his perception. The girl was worried that hunting on the Kelbrin lands was strictly prohibited, but the warrior did not care about such trifles. It was not clear to Tilla de Steelhammer how such an offense could be ignored. The dark magician believed that the very goal of granting freedom to intelligent races was already contrary to the laws. Having pounced on the hot meat, the martial artist needed to recover as quickly as possible. The dwarven guide watched with embarrassment as the warrior greedily pounced on the deer. But soon Tilla discovered that the boy's body began to heal itself, which looked like a miracle. Riffenhardt finished his meal and waved his fist to the side, scattering the dust that had accumulated around him. A second later, a giant energy circle appeared in the direction where the warrior struck. The warrior girl was so impressed that for a moment she lost the power of speech. As soon as he strained his body, the bandages on Ravenheart immediately came undone, so he now felt great. Looking out the window, Jesus Tennis reflected on the fact that the theft of the artifact was not an accident. The guy was sure that the thief could not have taken this particular relic at random. The thoughts took the guy back a month ago when he was busy training. Then a stranger in a cloak came to him, asking if he was the Golden Knight of Grime. When asked who the man was, the mysterious guest took out an emblem and showed it to Jesus. The stranger claimed that if he really was the heir of Count Tanis, the boy should have recognized the Silver Sage. On the day when the elder brother was officially chosen as the heir, his father revealed to him the secret of the Silver Sages. This group of people possessed power that existed in the shadows and only appeared when humanity was in danger. The knight knelt before the Silver Sage, for no ruler had ever achieved such a status. The heir of the Tennis family became slightly worried when he saw the scroll handed to him. The sage stated that he wanted to transfer the right to explore the ruins to the Tennis family, but from the treasures found, he only needed the voice of evolution. However, the man insisted that in case of failure, the very fate of the family would be at risk. The Golden Knight could not ignore the warning from the Silver Sage himself. Jesus was interrupted from his thoughts by a sudden knock on the door, and the boy immediately asked those who had come in. These were the guards who were interrogating the prisoners and who came to report its completion. Baraz claimed that the accomplice's story, although it sounded logical, contained something that confused them a little. The guards stationed at the entrance returned to their positions after the night's robbery. Drain suddenly began to shake, and his colleague decided that he had a cold, but the trembling was caused by yesterday's memories. The knights wondered how ordinary soldiers were supposed to fight someone who could withstand golden armor with his bare hands. The warriors assumed that since Sir Jesus had captured his accomplices, the thief himself might have come to save them. Drain stated that if the criminal returned, he wanted him to knock them out just like last time. When a stranger suddenly appeared on the horizon, radiating an aura, one of the guards had an ominous feeling. The guard was right, because the stranger, who was literally glowing with an aura, was ready to use the Horn of Disaster. The heir of the Tennis family was very surprised when he learned that the thief was Gerard Kromprataza's student. But that didn't explain why the Silver Sages needed to get involved with them. The boy suggested that the prisoners might be lying, but Cillian was a believer and hardly knew how to weave intrigues. The Golden Knight suggested that the prisoners were pawns for the thief, whom he could abandon to their fate. The aristocrat wondered how they would catch the thief in that case, and even if they did, they would hardly be able to return Aleutian's voice. The warrior froze for a moment when he noticed with his peripheral vision that something was shining brightly outside the window. The next moment, a gigantic explosion was heard at the castle gates, which was the result of the Horn of Disaster. Jesus initially thought that they were being attacked by some army, but soon he saw that very energy. Its owner, having penetrated the walls of the palace, shared knowledge that his friends were here. Columns of thick smoke from the fires that had broken out began to rise into the sky from the castle grounds. Lento ordered the Knights of Tennis to show the enemy all the power they were capable of. The soldiers said that now everything would be different than last night, but Reifenhardt had also changed, and not for the better for the soldiers. Sir Lot ordered the guards Lento and Brau to go into battle, who without hesitation rushed at the Dark Magician. But the brave warriors were unable to reach the enemy, who eliminated the daredevils with one blow. The martial artist claimed that shields were powerless against the owner of the aura. The deputy commander demanded that the priest bless them for their defense, who immediately turned to the great Arius. Under the protection of one of the gods, the knights attacked the thief who stole Elysian's voice. The Demon King had no trouble dealing with a bunch of soldiers who weren't even close to his strength. Suddenly, Riffenhart stomped his foot on the ground, sending out a shockwave from his leg. But after that, he hit the same place with his fist, causing the entire army to fly into the air. The wizards called upon blades of permafrost to attack, also conjuring an icy blast. Some, on the contrary, called for flames, shooting fiery arrows at the enemy. And some even resorted to the power of storms and thunderstorms, conjuring a lightning storm. Having heard about the number of spells that were being prepared against him, the warrior decided that he needed to deal with the magicians first. Gathering all his power into one point, Riefenhart released a rapid burst of chi bullets at the sorcerers. The emission contained so many bullets that each of the wizards got hit. The boy knew that even a simple scratch could easily throw mages off balance, especially at such a low level. The warrior's next step was to deal with the priests who claimed that Riffenhart had used dirty tricks. The guy did not agree, since the opponents themselves came out in a crowd against him alone, not to mention the help that was given to them from above. Having grabbed Father Larkin, the dark mage knew that some of the priests could become stronger from the pain, so he decided to put them all to sleep at once. With just a wave of his hands, the martial artist managed to throw away all the arrows that were fired at him. The soldiers realized with horror that their enemy had become much stronger than he had been yesterday. Sir Lot, watching Ross frozen in place, told him to pull himself together and go into battle. The angry man claimed that he would demote the warrior as soon as the battle was over. The guy who was always the first to rush into battle now stood like a pillar, because he saw what it was like to possess an aura. It allowed one to control the flow of power and, if necessary, make it even more powerful, which the enemy clearly demonstrated. The guy saw both the blinding light of the aura and everything else that was connected with it. Ross saw the direction of the movements and how the power flowed within the warrior, understanding everything he did. It was something he had never been taught, an opportunity he had never been given. Movement and breathing were only possible for those who had reached the heights of the martial arts world. A single flow. The youngest of Tenna's sons understood how he had to conduct himself on the battlefield. The knight could not help but admire his opponent, which involuntarily awakened inner energy in him. In the course of the battle was interrupted by the magical arcs that had already attacked Riffenhart once. Having noticed them, the dark magician immediately guessed what was supposed to follow them. With agile movements, the Demon King dodged the Golden Knight's attack, returning to his fighting stance. Recovering his strength, Riffenhart greeted his main opponent, whom he had been waiting for. Sir Jesus appeared with his giant sword on his shoulders and claimed that he would not forgive the thief for his crimes. The aristocrat said that he had seen absolutely everything that the scoundrel had done to his knights. The martial artist found it strange that the knight had been in the rear all this time. Riffenhart reported that I had already noticed Jesus, who was hiding behind the wall and peeping. The dark mage guessed that the enemy wanted to evaluate him before interfering, but considered it cruel to give him the opportunity to beat up the soldiers. Riffenhart's words that the rumors about the knight, where he was fair and honest, were deceptive, made the soldiers doubt the commander. Then the dark magician began to egg his opponent on, claiming that he could have gotten here much faster, calling him not a golden knight, but a sleeping knight. Enraged, Jesus ordered his rival to shut his mouth, ready to make him pay for his slander against the Tennis family. The sword began to disintegrate again into metal plates that were supposed to form a single armor. A fiery whirlwind appeared in front of the martial arts master, and inside it the warrior was being transformed. The guy was only glad to fight the aristocrat again, but this time for real. The next moment, the Golden Knight jumped out of the whirlwind, hovering in the air like a bird. The aristocrat began to shower the enemy with high-flown speeches, which amounted to yet another spell. The warrior asked to fill his blade with a cleansing stream, along with which he flew down. The dark mage decided to accept the challenge and try to repel the sword filled with pure mana. When Jesus made his attack, a strong energy wave was released during the strike. It was caused by a block from Riffenhart, who put up his fist as a defense. Once again sitting on a draw, the warriors continued the battle, during which Tennis dominated for most of the time. The dark mage noted that his strong body was unable to stop the sword of pure mana. The Golden Knight, who wanted revenge, once again attacked the enemy with a surge of new strength. Just like the previous attack that came from above, Riffenhart decided to block it with his hands. As luck would have it, Jesus' sword stopped abruptly at this point, unable to break through the protective barrier. After repelling the attack, the martial artist realized that it would take some time for the aristocrat to recover. This was the best moment for the warrior to test the knight's armor once again for strength. Ceres and Cillian, who were locked inside, were thinking that the commotion outside was caused by Mr. Riffenhart, who had come to save them. The young man noticed that up until this moment, the elf had behaved aloofly, but still believed that the master would rescue them. The girl replied that she simply did not understand why the new owner was so nice to her. The couple began to wonder if the warrior might be partial to elven women, since he looked like one. But when Cirrus looked into his eyes, she doubted, certain that something base was driving him. The priest replied that girls in love always said something similar. The young man explained that there was something about the warrior that made him special, and only after the wedding did the talk begin about who had fooled whom. Cillian complained that they were in this situation because of Rifen, But it was his own fault because he didn't stop him in time. Ceres noticed how maturely the saint reasoned when he said that he would be turning 20 next year. The elf was shocked to learn that Reifenhart was only 3 years younger than the saint. Suddenly the door of the dungeon opened and a short girl appeared in the doorway. Tilla introduced herself to the prisoners, explaining that she was in league with their comrade. The girl stated that there was no time for talking and that first it was necessary to get the couple out of here. Cillian, looking at the gnome, noted her resemblance to a human, who was similar in everything except for her ears. The elf was surprised when the priest noticed only this difference, considering the mature guy now naive. As the trio passed by, they inadvertently caught the eye of the guards who were standing in the corridors of the dungeon. Without ceremony, the elf immediately attacked one of the guards, hitting him in the head with her knee. His partner was preparing to attack the fugitive, already raising his weapon above his head. At that moment, Tilla blocked the guard with her axe, surprising Riffenhart's comrades. The next moment, the girl grabbed the knight's weapon and easily threw it over herself, fell heavily to the ground and crashed into the stone floor, breaking both it and his face. The pilgrim was surprised that the dwarf was so strong, to which she replied that for their race this was quite normal. Rushing to the window with a lit saber, the girl asked the couple to hurry up as quickly as possible. The lit grenade flew out of the window like a bullet, but was not used as a weapon. The next second, a bright flash of light was heard in the sky, which fell on the entire territory of the castle. The signal fire meant that Tilla had successfully completed the task assigned to her. Noticing that the light was coming from the direction of the underground prison, Jesus wondered if his fight with the thief had been a distraction. Riffenhart could now fight at full strength and have the opportunity to let off steam. For Knight Grime, the realization that the enemy was fighting half-heartedly sounded arrogant. However, anger was like a curtain covering the knight's eyes, and because of it, he could not hit his enemy. While the dark mage, taking advantage of the opportunity, calmly dealt damage to Jesus. A second before the unexpected, Tessin's eldest sons blocked the QE bullet with his blade. Holding back a series of powerful attacks, the warrior thought about how he could turn the tide of the battle. The martial artist pressed on the Golden Knight, not giving him the opportunity to counterattack. Riffenhart decided that he had worn down his opponent enough by concentrating all his strength in one point. But like his opponent, the Demon King also missed the mark, underestimating the aristocrat. Describing circles in the air, Yesus swung his sword, calling on Eldrin for help. However, the patron's magical power was not enough to aim directly at Riffenhart. The martial artist waited for the best moment in flight and caught the knight, aiming his fist at him. But during the blow, the guy did not feel any effect, which made him wary. The Golden Knight of Grime received multiple wounds from the blow he took. But as soon as Riffenhart's attack ended, his opponent disappeared along with it. The Dark Magician discovered that behind him was the same knight who had been transported by dark matter. Looking around, the warrior realized that there were copies in front of him, but not just illusions, because he felt the presence of each of them. Riffenhart was pleasantly surprised that in the fight with him, the knight showed much more than he expected from him. Raising their swords to the sky, the clones unanimously asked Eldrin to illuminate everything with the light of destruction, calling for the destruction of matter. But a second later, the martial arts master walked towards one of the knights, which greatly surprised him. When the real Jesus revealed himself, Riffenhart punched him right in the stomach. The aristocrat's breath caught from the blow, and he couldn't understand how the enemy knew which of them was the real one. In reality, it was all quite simple, and since the Demon King was a mage first and foremost, he could track the flow of mana. The Knight of Grima claimed that despite the enemy's cunning, Tenny's sword was invincible. The warrior turned to the magical fires for help, so that when they came together, they would strike the thief. However, no fire was scary to the Dark Magician, who opposed him with a vortex guard. Without giving up on his attempts to defeat his opponent, the heir of the Tinas family tried snow fog as an attack. But even the frost that was in the air, which literally turned into ice, immediately shattered against the same protective barrier of Antares. The aristocrat, being at the limit of despair, this time turned to the wind to become his arrows. The young warrior's vortex guard continued to protect him from this attack of the Golden Knight. Whatever Yesus came up with, poisonous breath, the summoning of the Lord of Winter, but Reifenhart's protective barrier could not be broken. Jesus wondered what kind of skill it was that could dispel all types of magical attacks regardless of their attribute. Not all aura owners were able to use the Vortex Guardian, even though the skill was absurdly simple. Most aura lords covered their entire bodies with it to strengthen themselves while defending themselves. However, in this situation, it did not circulate. and when trying to resume circulation, the body began to tear apart. Only Gerard's students, with their steel bodies, were able to withstand such a situation. Not believing his eyes at what was happening, the Golden Warrior asked his enemy who was standing behind him. Whether he didn't understand the essence of the question or whether he did it on purpose, the Dark Magician pointed out that Yesus's ward was behind him. Even more angry, the aristocrat demanded to know who was behind Riffenhart's work. The warrior called upon Eldrad to awaken and grant him the power to destroy everything that stood in his way. Upon seeing Eldril's light, the martial artist knew that it would not be easy to resist him. In order to, if not repel, then at least block the attack, the Dark Mage decided to use his best skill. Concentrating all the energy of the aura into one fist, Antares was preparing to attack with the Horn of Disaster. And at the moment of collision, the two fighters froze in place, trying to suppress each other with their power. The entire territory of Kelbrin's domain was engulfed in flames, simply because of Yesa's battle with the thief. Since the martial artist had used the fourth stage of the horn, he was still able to resist the knight's blade. With the growing power around Reifenhardt's fist, Grimes' golden armor of pride began to shatter into pieces. Shocked by this state of affairs, the knight wondered what kind of skill his enemy had. The clash between the two strong fighters caused their attacks to create a powerful shockwave. Jesus couldn't help but admit that Gerard's disciple's strength was incredible, capable of breaking through his defense. The warrior realized that the enemy was layering the aura on his fist, repeating explosions that were like a boulder falling into water. But what was worse was that the Demon King created a whirlpool that sucked in everything around him. The heir of the Tennis family calculated that the enemy had only one explosion left. Seeing how the power of the aura only grew, the knight insisted that he could not lose like this. Continuing to stand firmly in place, the Dark Mage's attack destroyed everything around him instead of Eldril's light. Soon the Demon King achieved his goal and destroyed the seemingly impregnable armor of the Golden Knight. And since Jesus was deprived of his protection, he flew away at that very moment, unable to withstand the Horn of Disaster. The defeated aristocrat flew with incredible force into the wall of one of the castle towers. At the moment of impact, a large explosion was heard, meaning that victory in the battle had gone to Riffenhardt. When the dust that had been raised into the air settled, the knight's legendary sword sank into the ground with a roar. For the first time since the boy had gotten into a fight, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Sir Lot, not believing his eyes, asked his subordinates how the commander was capable of losing. The blade of the heir of the Tennis family, like its owner, was pretty battered, but showed signs of life. The magic that supported the armor was contained in Eldrin's sword, and if the weapon was in order, then the armor would soon be restored as well. When the warrior pulled the sword out of the ground, the soldiers decided that he was trying to steal it. Handing the weapon over to Sir Lot, Riffenhardt explained that the artifact he had stolen was important to him, and he could not do otherwise. The knight, holding Eldrin in his hands, was surprised that the criminal had not committed the theft out of greed. The guy thought about giving the sword of Jesus to his beloved, but decided that it would be better to give her the divine sword of the light of the Messiah. Just as the martial arts master said goodbye to the knights, a sword was pointed in his direction, and the magician was ordered not to move. Russ stated that nothing was over yet, and that Tennant's sword was still standing before the criminal. Riffenhardt was in complete disarray, while the second in command tried to dissuade his younger brother from his reckless actions. The man repeated through clenched teeth that he would definitely renounce this warrior, no matter what. However, the knight could no longer be stopped, and raising her sword above her head, she rushed towards the enemy. Assessing his opponent, Antares came to the conclusion that the guy was only trained in a downward strike. The young warrior thought that he shouldn't pay attention to Russ, when suddenly his sword glowed bright blue. The Dark Magician was surprised by such a surprise, because before this, Yesus's younger brother had shown himself to be a mediocre fighter. The knight's blow shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending the martial artist flying backwards. But the Demon King was more surprised by the color of his opponent's blade that they managed to wound him. The warrior wondered how the enemy had managed to inflict damage on a body that could withstand most blades. The Dark Mage came to the conclusion that it was the aura of the sword, which surprised all the colleagues of the grief-stricken knight. Taking a closer look at the color of the aura, the Demon King found that it looked familiar. The pure blue aura that resembled the color of the sky awakened old memories in Riffenhardt. Before going into the past, one of the knights promised to put an end to the dark empire of the magician. The warrior said out loud that before him was the holy sword Cirrus, and Ross was surprised that the enemy knew his real name. The boy was given the name Cirrus von Tennis when he was knighted. However, because no one recognized him as a true knight, he was called by the name that his mother, who had no family, gave him at birth. Riffenhart felt ashamed that he had not immediately recognized the swordsman, who was from the Tennis family. Now the mouth was known only as the Golden Knight, but in 30 years the Holy Sword will become famous by becoming a marquis, which will cleanse the family of swordsmen from shame. Jesus' younger brother blushed when he heard the title of Holy Sword that the enemy attributed to him. But in order not to give himself away, the martial arts master brushed it off, claiming that he simply mistook the guy for someone else. Upon hearing this, disappointment immediately appeared on Ross's face, and his emotions were easy to read. The Cirrus in Riffenhart's past life had been a heartless man, but now he understood that people were capable of change. Casting aside the doubts of a moment of weakness, the guy pulled himself together to show what he was worth. Swinging his holy sword blade again, Cirrus prepared to strike again. Fortunately, the Dark Mage had already fought with the owners of the aura, so he was not worried about the battle. But at the moment of impact, Riffenhart was extremely surprised by the force that his opponent used. Although Ross didn't break through Antari's defense, the shockwave from the collision with the thief's defense destroyed everything nearby. Waiting for the right moment to counterattack, Riffenhart placed most of his aura into his fist. Holy Sword Cirrus forgot how to breathe for a moment. The Demon King's blow took his breath away so much. But the next moment, the knight activated his new ability with a cry. The guy standing in place emitted a strong stream of blue aura, which did not allow the enemy to get close to Russ. The Dark Mage praised his opponent for handling the aura quite well, even though he had just awakened it. Despite the criminal's compliments, Cirrus continued to swing his blade while the rest of the knights fled. Having miraculously dodged another attack from Ys's younger brother, the martial arts master was shocked. Looking at the enraged warrior, he admitted with horror that he could not predict a single one of his attacks. All combat techniques were based on some established theoretical bases, which many people worked on. However, even to the role of martial arts, Gerard transferred the training of the indestructible using a similar system. The fight with Russ was difficult because the guy fought like a wild animal, and his movements had no specific pattern. Due to the knight's pressure, Riffenhart had no opportunity to find a moment to counterattack. Because Cirrus swung his sword in all directions, his defense remained impenetrable. But remembering the past, the Dark Magician reminded himself that it was at the hands of the swordsman that his faithful comrade and friend Tashid fell. With the desire to avenge his fallen comrade, the Demon King struck straight at Rass's blade. The boy was worried that the enemy had destroyed his sword's aura with just one blow. It seemed that even such a deplorable state of affairs should have weakened the knight's will, but he continued to go into battle. The downward punch was the one technique the boy trained more than any other, which strengthened his spirit. But Riffenhart was determined to finish off the swordsman right here and now, to change Tashid's terrible fate. The martial artist said that he was glad that they met so early. After these words were spoken, the Dark Magician released all the energy that he had been holding in his fist. The warrior's powerful attack threw the knight back far enough that his body skidded across the ground. Riffenhart was enveloped from head to toe in a powerful aura, and his gloomy face was darker than night. True, after a couple of seconds, it changed surprisingly from what Ross was capable of. Leaning on his blade, the knight claimed that it was Tina's sword that never gave up. The Dark Mage couldn't believe that Cirrus had survived the attack that was supposed to kill him. Looking at his fists, the warrior noted that, unlike the fight with Yssus and the others, he actually wanted the swordsman dead. Despite the powerful attack, Ross managed to survive and was still able to stand on his own 2 feet. Riffenhart really wanted to finish the guy off, but an inner voice insisted against it. This was not due to the fact that the knight did not have time to commit a crime, although there was still a possibility that in the future, he would kill a person close to the magician. Tashid was an orc with the soul of a great warrior, who would be furious if he dared to take away his chance to fight the swordsman. The Demon King stated that such a decision would definitely not please his comrade. The martial artist believed that he had to create a suitable arena for the duel between these two fighters. Riffenhart declared that he would spare the warrior this time so that he could become much stronger in the future. But the Dark Magician decided to take this step not for Cirrus, but for his friend Tashid. In the past of Antares, Tashid had fought the swordsman countless times, and such battles only made both warriors stronger. Perhaps it was thanks to Cirrus that the orc was able to obtain the power of the great warrior, and therefore it was Tashid who had to kill this man. The martial artist left the battlefield, leaving his opponent in confusion. RASS did not know how to react to the words spoken by the criminal, which caused him mixed feelings. The guy gritted his teeth in anger, since he could not influence the current situation. After which he suddenly shouted, which frightened Cirrus, who was standing nearby. Using the power of his aura, the knight began to hit the ground with his sword in order to somehow vent his anger. Exhausted, Ross fell to his knees and began to sob bitterly from the hopelessness of his situation. Tilla de Steelhammer was delighted when the savior finally returned from Kelbrin Castle. The warrior was glad that his friends were okay, but Cillian was not thrilled with the experience he had while in prison. The priest reminded the gentleman that Cirrus was an elf, and something irreparable could have happened to her. Frightened, Antares asked the girl if everything was okay with her, who did not expect that they would be treated in a friendly manner. The dark mage promised himself that he would be much more careful in the future, telling his friends that he had found what he was hunting for. Examining Aleutian's voice, the saint asked if the thing was related to martial arts, but the warrior lied that he did not know its purpose. After the battle between the Tennis brothers and the kidnapper, all the knights who had the opportunity cleared up the resulting mess. The soldiers were busy cleaning the area and were discussing the feat of the unremarkable Ross. Rumors that an aura owner had appeared in the Order of the Knights of Tennis quickly reached the Golden Knight. The warrior couldn't get his head around the fact that everyone around him was talking only about his younger brother. The guy wondered how such a good-for-nothing knight managed to become the owner of the aura. Jesus wondered how the bastard had managed to gain such power that was beyond his control. Father always loved Ross and openly stated this. And the elders, although they praised Jesus, said behind his back that he was not inclined towards aura. Everyone was eager for the appearance of a knight who could possess an aura, because this could radically increase the status of the family. But considering all this, the eldest son always wanted the same attention to himself. Looking at his armor, the boy noted that he had done much more for the Tennis family than his younger brother. Despite the state of the armor, the magic blade was gradually restored. Grabbing his weapon, Jesus assured himself that it was Tennis-only sword. Ross stood on the edge of the cliff, breathing in the frosty freshness of this momentous day for him. The guy couldn't help but laugh, glad that he had finally awakened his aura. The warrior was not strong enough, but it was only a matter of time, which he was ready to do very soon. Ross hoped that he would soon become Tennis' real sword, not noticing how Jesus came to him. The elder brother claimed that the warrior was too cheerful for a loser. The Golden Knight knew that his brother had awakened his aura by asking him to demonstrate a new skill. Concentrating, Ross ignited his blade with blue aura flames. When the energy dissipated, Jesus, mesmerized, looking at its remains, said how beautiful it looked. The younger brother was finally happy that Tennis's sword itself finally recognized him. However, the very next moment, Jesus' sword suddenly pierced the knight's stomach. The heir of the Tennis family looked with disdain at the bastard who had somehow surpassed him. Ross's gaze silently asked why he deserved to be treated like that. Jesus seemed to read the question in his brother's gaze and replied that his sword should have shuddered from the blood of his enemies. Cirrus couldn't believe that the Golden Knight actually wanted to finish him off after he gained power. At that very moment, a gigantic explosion was heard on the ledge, lifting the huge, delicate wall into the air. Grimes' pride insisted that there was only room in this world for one sword, Tennisu, and he could not accept any bastard's sword as one. Despite being seriously wounded, Ross successfully fought off his older brother's attack. In the distance, the voices of soldiers could be heard, who, upon hearing the explosion, decided that another attack had taken place. And while Jesus was distracted, Ross took advantage of the opportunity to escape. The knight cursed foully as the owner of the aura managed to escape by jumping off the cliff. The aristocrat, watching Ross enter the water, reflected on how unpredictable life was. The guy caught himself thinking that there were legends in which a traitor survived after escaping and returned to take revenge. Jesus told the soldiers who arrived in time that Ross had ambushed him, trying to get the place of patriarch. The knights expressed their displeasure that it was a mudblood who was gifted with such talent. To avoid any questions, the heir of the Tennis family stated that he had managed to counterattack, but the attacker was wounded and had managed to fall into the river. The guy believed that now he would not have any extra problems, and if Ross did survive, he would hardly be able to surpass Eldrad's strength. Sir Lot ordered his men to set out immediately to search for the traitor, who could not have gone far. Jesus grinned sinisterly, for at times like these the man knew that connections were of great importance. Despite the fact that it was getting dark, the four wanderers continued their journey to the shelter. Ceres was curious about how Riffenhart met Tilla, and replied that the dwarves had prevented him from drowning in the river. The girl was surprised to hear that the halflings had saved a man, but the warrior explained that according to the priest's assurances, he was destined to save their race. The dwarf warrior confirmed that Reifenhart was a savior sent to them by the deity himself. Cillian was surprised to learn that the dwarves believed in gods, but Tilla reported that humans found it difficult to believe that their race was destined for anything other than slavery. From the priest, the warrior learned that the gnomes believed in Alfort, who, according to the young man, was an evil deity. The pilgrim explained that among the 12 gods there were two little-known ones, the elf goddess Eldia and the dwarf god Alfort. Riffenhart was ready to argue with the thoughtful youth that even he did not know why Alfort was known as the evil god. Suddenly, Cirrus interrupted the boy's conversation, drawing her master's attention to something strange. The elf reported that, although she could be mistaken, she claimed to have seen a man in the water. When the travelers looked closely, they actually discovered a warrior in the river. When the man was pulled ashore, they found out that he was the younger brother of the Tennis clan. Seeing the guy, the martial arts master wondered what made the doctor think that these two might be acquainted. The dark magician wondered whether this incident was a continuation of the voiced prophecy. The boy woke up because of the creaking of the wheels of the cart in which he somehow found himself. When the knight stood up, he had many questions about how he ended up in the carriage and where his wound had disappeared to. Remembering the wound, the scene of Jesus' betrayal immediately surfaced in Ross's memories. The warrior did everything possible not to disgrace his brother and thought that if he gained experience, Tennis's sword would recognize him. But despite all his efforts, the Golden Knight did not even think of doing this, obsessed only with his lava. Once the holy sword Cirrus realized what he had been aiming for all this time, he laughed loudly. Riffenhart asked the awakened knight how he felt after what happened. Ross clarified whether he had been saved by his enemy, that he and his comrades had found him half dead floating down the river. The martial artist said that they were in Wade Barony, and 3 days had passed since the incident at Kelburn Castle. According to Cillian, if the knight did not have an aura, he would not have been able to heal him. The young man stated that it was the aura that helped the warrior avoid death, and that at that moment he was only thinking about his brother. Riffenhart asked Ross if they didn't deserve any gratitude for saving him, but the boy immediately began to bow. The dark magician added that it was the priest who should have been thanked for the rescue, since he paid for the bandage and was the one who did the actual treatment. The Demon King considered it advantageous for the swordsman saint to be in their debt, asking him if he needed money to return back. But as soon as the guy heard about his house, he immediately became gloomy, realizing that he needed to clarify the situation. The knight finished his story with the words that the way home was closed to him, and most likely he had already been exposed as a traitor for attacking the heir. Upon reflection, Riffenhart realized that history had changed because of him. As in the past, the warrior had fought an official duel for the title of heir. The dark mage asked what the holy sword Cirrus was planning to do now, which only now seriously thought about this question. The boy realized that if he returned back to Tennis, everyone would consider him a traitor. The bastard asked to join the Demon King's party, causing him to almost choke on his food. Ross explained that he had to somehow repay his savior, which was quite logical since he could only repay with the help of his body. The master asked not to take this so seriously, but the knight continued, telling that it was the savior who helped him awaken his aura. The bastard claimed that he wanted to become even stronger by learning from the great warrior, who was satisfied with the fact that he was the heir of the Battle King Gerard. Riffenhart knew that Cirrus wouldn't be able to wander the world looking for other aura owners, like he had in his past life. The boy swore allegiance to his savior until he considered himself a strong enough fighter. The dark mage was torn between accepting this swordsman into his team or giving him the opportunity to adapt on his own. But the prospect of making an enemy of one's allies sounded good, however. Among all the warriors, the only one who had already been born was the light mage Jade. But Riffenhart didn't want to take it, because of the guy's cunning, who in addition to everything else killed Cirrus in the past, which did not leave the magician's head. The warrior felt there was no need to bow to him, stating that he had no objection to Ross joining them. The knight was delighted with this statement, asking whether he could call his savior his older brother. On bended knee, Jesus asked the silver sage to accept his apology. The sage, in the form of an astral projection, replied that he was disappointed in the knight. The sage insisted that the boy had all the necessary information, and his request was not as impossible as it turned out to be for the warrior. The man assumed that the whole thing was because the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime was simply incapable of anything. The guy had no alternative, and he simply listened in silence to all the insults directed at him. Jesus admitted his guilt and asked for mercy for his family, who had nothing to do with it. The sage continued to claim that with his actions, the warrior had put the future of the tennis family at risk. The aristocrat begged for forgiveness, but the member of the secret order, without accepting the apology, disappeared. The sage realized too late that he should not have relied on the immature swordsman mage, who was eclipsed in strength by his brother. A servant came to the man and informed him that Duke Ilanard wished to see him in his chambers. As soon as the magician appeared before the Duke, the man greeted Reston, whom he wanted to meet. Ilanard, who was the seventh in aura in the Kingdom of Grime, wanted to know for what purpose the sage used the seal. The man began to praise Reston, who at the age of 12 had awakened an aura, not to mention the gift of prophecy. The Duke explained that the boy was recommended to the Silver Sage because of the value he would have in the future. Not now. The sage understood everything perfectly well and offered his sincere apologies to Mr. Ilanard. The owner of the aura reported that this time the use of the seals did not lead to any consequences and no penalties are expected. However, the Duke asked Reston to remember his position and how he had achieved his position. After the sage was reprimanded for his actions, he was ordered to go home. The Silver Sages were a secret order that ruled the continent from the shadows. Their power was so great that members of the order were able to influence the destinies of entire nations. The problem for Reston was that he was at the very bottom of the hierarchy, barely able to be seen among the ranks of the sages. The boy knew that a demon king comparable to an archmage had been reborn, having acquired a body made of steel. The sage was sure that he had to be stopped until he regained his magical powers. Illusion's voice was a great loss, but no matter what the mage's body was, without knowledge it would be difficult for him to regain the magic he had in his prime. The voice of illusion was an artifact of the four gods, and Riffenhart gained his power from these items. The guy had to defeat the dark mage before he got to the rest of the relics. Meanwhile, the Demon King's party continued their journey, and their new team member gradually got used to the surroundings. The whole time Cillian was driving the cart, Cirrus and Tilly, who were sitting between him, chatted incessantly, which got on his nerves. Looking at the Trinity, the knight caught himself thinking that from the very beginning, they seemed damn strange to him. What could be entrusted to the elf who was a slave? They distributed among themselves by drawing lots. Ross, who had gone with the elder to wash the dishes, asked why he had not entrusted this task to his slaves. Looking back, the martial artist replied that he did not treat his team as slaves. The warrior considered them his comrades, and if the knight wanted to leave the group after his words, then he would treat his actions with understanding. The bastard did not care how his savior treated his subjects, to whom he had sworn allegiance. Until the boy becomes stronger, he will consider Reifenhard his lord, who will simply need to follow his instructions. The owner of the aura was curious about what his mentor was doing in the carriage at this time. Ross noted that what the warrior was doing was not like meditating to achieve enlightenment. After the dark mage restored his mana, he decided to try to open the artifact again. Having unlocked Illusion's voice, the Demon King waited for first stage testing. The next moment, the guy found himself in a pseudo-reality that was already starting to bother him. After working with some mechanics, Riffenhart decided to decorate his place of residence. In a matter of seconds, the boring environment was replaced by a group of girls in bathing suits. The warrior who surrounded himself with the fair sex believed that the Silver Age was a blessed era. As soon as the guy had conjured up the necessary atmosphere, he was notified of the beginning of the magical rhythm. Rectangular slabs of different colors began to fall from the sky onto the dark mage at great speed. Ordering the wind turned into bullets that would strike down his enemies, and Riffenhart began to knock off each of the tiles. As a result, all the falling tiles formed a giant cloud of explosions, after which the martial artist called upon the blazing flames to gather together, which was supposed to appear before him as a fiery arrow. Having discovered that there were more and more tiles, the boy realized that at this rate he would not be able to keep up with them. But what irritated the Demon King even more was that the cheerleaders he had summoned began to insult him while he was on the mission. Because of the cheerleading squad, Riffenhart missed 3 whole blocks, deciding it was better to leave the girls as teenagers. But in the end, the dark magician completed the task, which was not at all easy for him. The voice of illusion was useful because it was an educational magic game used in the Silver Age. The artifact allowed you to choose different landscapes during the game, and the rhythmic music coupled with the scoring system gave you a sense of achievement. Riefenhardt wondered if the people of that time were so unwilling to learn that they created something like this. Enterus noted that, even with the intelligence of Teslan, he, with the help of the artifact, could restore a significant part of his abilities. Suddenly, Cillian called the master over to him so that he could personally take a look at where they had reached. Before the team of travelers, there unfolded a huge fortress called Storizamen. It was a strategic and commercial center where the northern trade routes of the continent converge. Upon arriving in the city, the martial artist was given information from the Toban trade union. By signing for it, Riefenhardt could finally find out what happened to his body. It turned out that, having reached adulthood, the magician went mad from an unknown mental illness. The guy insisted that he was a completely different person, which meant that the Battle King Teslan was also reincarnated in this world. The Demon King hoped that this would not happen, that they would actually switch bodies. According to the trade union's report, the mage left Delphius Tower at the age of 20, but after that, no one heard of Riefenhardt. In his past life, Riefenhardt discovered his aura at almost 30 years old, but all because the upper crust of magical society did not allow him to leave Delphia. Having burned the information forgotten by Talbon, the Dark Mage reported that they were leaving Strazen, hoping to find the bounty hunter. Looking at Ross, the warrior considered telling his team about their true destination. The pilgrim told the knight how tough Rifen was, that he finished off the demon with his bare hands. Cillian stated, "I don't know why, but the martial artist must have had a reason to hide his powers." Looking at the priest, Riefenhardt wondered if he could take him and the knight to the Great Forge. Since they were all friends now, the Demon King decided to have a serious talk with everyone. The guy said that they weren't actually heading for a Silver Age relic. The youngest of the Tinoz clan decided that their path did not lie in the Settlard Mountains, but his mentor declared otherwise. Before revealing the information, the Dark Mage wanted to share his goal and dream with his comrades. Riefenhardt repeated once again that he did not consider elves, dwarves, and orcs slaves. The martial arts master also wanted everyone present to share the same opinion. His dream and lifelong goal was to create a world where all races would be free from slavery. Everyone except Tilla de Steelhammer was skeptical about the big guy's statement. The knight decided to clarify the situation, asking whether the master wanted to release the elves and dwarves to freedom. Riefenhardt replied that they were no different from humans, who also had reason and feelings. The owner of the aura had no answer to such an argument, but the idea itself continued to bother him greatly. Cillian discovered that the young master wanted to change the world, not just by freeing all the slaves. The Demon King wanted to achieve his goal even if the entire world turned against him, so he wanted to know if the party would go on this journey with him. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man replied that he was ready to join Riefenhardt's team. He did not fully agree with the warrior's goal because, in his opinion, this goal was barely achievable. But at the same time, he also didn't understand why everyone treated other races like slaves, because he considered them talented guys. The Sane also wanted to go down in history as the first person to convert another race to his faith, and at the same time instill in them the love of Philinense. To Antari's surprise, the young man was ready to close his eyes if he had to attack noble persons. Ross was confused, but he swore allegiance to him and was ready to follow the path that his mentor would choose. The most important thing was to keep the plan secret, since the subject of further discussion would be confidential. The squad was to head to the Great Forge, where the Alfort Temple was located. Ask the earth to share its power, Tilla, armed with an axe, attacked the enemy that had appeared. The small gnome managed to slay a huge ogre that the team encountered in the mountains. The vile monster was also confronted by the swordsman, blessed by Sayer himself. Noting the strength of his teammates, Riefenhardt knew that the opponents they met along the way were no match for them. The winged harpies, along with the ogres, suffered from the remaining fists of the martial artist. And even the dragons, who had several heads, did not have time to watch as they lost them in battle. But in addition to this, the squad was attacked by direwolves, which did not pose any threat to Riefenhardt. Cillian noted that there were far more monsters in the mountains than in the ancient ruins, which is why no one was able to reach the Dwarven Temple. Ross, although he trusted the elder, doubted that the halflings were capable of surviving in such conditions. Having dealt with another monster, the dark magician ordered to follow him and see everything for himself. The next opponents were the griffins, who created phantoms that were not so easy to distinguish from the original. The Demon King ordered the knight to cover him while he used magic. After reciting a spell in the ancient language, the warrior used the illusion dispel, spreading it throughout the entire area. The magical technique immediately destroyed the phantoms created by the winged creatures. Ross couldn't get used to the elder's spells, and the priest noticed that his magical skills had improved recently. Turning to his comrades, Riffenhart ordered them to hurry, as he was running low on mana. Ceres asked the dwarf warrior how much further they had to go, to which the girl replied that the journey took 2 weeks. The knight immediately became depressed when he learned how much longer they would have to fight the monsters. But the dark mage reassured the boy, saying that they would take a different path. Tilla was surprised by such a statement, and the savior of her family replied that the remaining journey would take only 1 day. Less than a day had passed when the group of travelers found themselves near a passage in the rock. The team reached the ancient ruins of Diamond, which dated back to the Silver Age. Ceres wanted to know how the owner knew about the shortcut, who replied as if he had heard about it out of the corner of his ear. The elf often did not understand what Riffenhart was thinking, whose behavior seemed very strange and mysterious. But the girl also did not understand that he was thinking about her, that he often looked at Cirrus with a strange expression on his face. Holy Sword Cirrus stated that he would go into the cave first and that someone from the team would cover him. However, this did not need to be done, since the dark magician, having touched a certain point in the rock, opened a secret passage. Looking at the elf, the boy explained that he learned about her from the master, that he came across this place during his youth. The young warrior used this excuse every time his beloved began to suspect something. The elf couldn't believe that the guy knew about these places only from stories, since it seemed as if the warrior knew the ruins inside and out. Ceres sometimes felt as if Riffenhart had personally been in every dungeon they had visited. Looking around, Priest Philinens wondered if this was the Great Forge. The guide said that this place was different from the stories she had been told about the forge. Touching the slab with hieroglyphs in the ancient language of Hakrilla, Riefenhart said that he missed them. But the next second, the dark magician struck the stone slab with force, causing the knight to be surprised. After the master's destructive blow, a bright light poured out from the hole that was formed. Ross's surprise grew even greater, although his mentor looked absolutely calm as he knew what he was doing. A moment later, a bright light spread throughout the room, sucking in the team members. When the bright flash of light disappeared, Tilla de Steelhammer was shocked by what she saw. With the help of Riefenhart's brute force, the party entered the temple, which was in the form of halfling deities. The walls were adorned with statues of great dwarves, each leaning on his own weapon. The travelers could not believe that they really found themselves in the great kitchen, which amazed with its architecture. Upon discovering the ruins inside the Owl Fort, Cillian asked if there would be any problems for them breaking the structure. But the dark magician assured the priest that everything was fine and it was acceptable for them. However, the next second, the guy thought about the fact that he came to the forge relying on memories from a past life. The time when part of the temple was damaged, they had no problem with it. But at that time, Alford had already announced his prophecy. The now revealed dwarven guards claimed that the strangers, having destroyed the temple, attacked them. Because the prophecy changed so dramatically, the dwarves took everything the wrong way. The Demon King felt uneasy when he heard from the temple guards that they were going to be killed. Having loaded his crossbows, the commander ordered his subordinates to aim at the intruders. Squad. I wondered why the gnomes were always so quick to jump to conclusions as soon as they saw them. The warrior explained that in addition to invading the dwarf's temple, they also inadvertently tore down the wall. The guards looked very furious as the strangers dared to destroy part of their temple. Ross Tennis appeared on the battlefield and asked the halflings how they dared to attack people. Despite the knight's objection, his master ordered him to stop immediately. Raising his hands up, the Demon King declared that they had come to this temple in peace. But immediately after the words were spoken, many arrows flew from crossbows at the warrior. The halflings insisted that before them was a monster, which not only could not be hit by arrows, but which also mocked them. The boy called the dwarves sons of the earth, who were able to hear the voice of truth, claiming that they were not their enemies. The dwarves knew how to recognize lies, and so they should have realized that Riffenhart was telling them the truth. The temple guards were shocked when the man began to insist that he was not their enemy. The commander-in-chief asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing in these parts. The martial artist claimed to be the savior, the man spoken of in Alfort's prophecy. Cillian felt ashamed that the gentleman confidently said such things, and he also felt awkward about it. The warrior continued, claiming that he had come here on instructions from the Steel Hammer tribe to meet with High Priest Maschellen. The gnomes, hearing about this, immediately became friendly, treating strangers as if they were their own family. The pilgrim who had not believed in Rifen's plan was now surprised at how drastically the dwarves' attitude towards them had changed. The Great Forge was a city located 30 meters below Mount Settlard. The city was located throughout the entire territory of a huge cave, which had its own hot spring, and light and heat came from the geothermal stones. When the chief dwarf introduced the travelers to the landmark of the Great Forge, they were all delighted with the talented work of the small people. The knight did not understand why the dwarves had not yet saved the slaves, since they had an entire army to build such structures. The priest stated that if the knight had such thoughts, then he was questioning the very idea of slavery. Ross thought seriously about Cillian's words, and without even noticing it, he was imbued with his mentor's idea. The dwarf guide explained that the Great Forge was originally a Silver Age ruin, and they had merely worked on the interior. Riffenhart claimed that even during the Silver Age, the city was in the possession of the dwarves, which could not go unnoticed by Cirrus. When the warrior asked how the master knew about this, he evaded answering the question, stating that there were very low doors everywhere. In other words, at that time, the dwarves had enough strength to build such a city, but for those who were born to become slaves, this was impossible. The Dark Mage understood that it was difficult for the Aura Knight to get used to such a concept, having been treated with reverse geology since childhood. Stopping in his temporary quarters, the saint was indignant that he also wanted to bend down when entering such doors. On the table in front of the temple guests, there were many dishes laid out, one of which was an unusual meat. Stuffing his mouth with it, Cillian asked what it was, which turned out to be the liver of a basilisk. Ceres insisted that the elves were vegetarians, but the priest immediately reported that the girl had eaten dried meat without difficulty until yesterday. The gnome explained that the taste might seem a little strange, but it was a valuable product that was beneficial for men's health. Upon hearing this, the boys immediately attacked the liver, causing disgust in the elf and the dwarf. The servant who entered announced to Pulvart that they wanted to see the savior in the central tower. At the sight of the colossal staircase, Riffenhart assumed that only select individuals were allowed to enter, but the dwarf simply did not want to climb. At the very top, several more large statues of the great ancestors of the dwarven race awaited the Dark Mage. Climbing the stairs, the Demon King's footsteps echoed loudly throughout the spacious hall, and surprise appeared on his face when he found the priest waiting for him. The Supreme Saint of Alfort was located next to the image of the deity of this temple. Macheline Fort Hammerline greeted the savior who was chosen by the god of the dwarves himself. Riefenhart was immediately flooded with memories in which the dwarf had not changed at all. The main hall of Antera's castle was in ruins, as was the throne of the emperor himself. The Demon King stated that Battle King Teslan could rightfully be considered the strongest warrior. The man insisted that he would defeat the Archmage and free all races from the curse that he had placed on all these creatures. The King of Martial Arts walked towards his opponent, who at that moment was trying to cheat fate itself. Riffenhart claimed that, contrary to heavenly laws, he would become the one who would be able to bend space and time. At this point, Teslan was already very close, ready to deliver his signature blow to the enemy, called the Horn of Disaster. And then the guy woke up, never having seen how it all ended, although he had dreamed about this meeting more than once. The sage was surprised that he had again fallen into a dream that only wanted to rest a little. For 6 years, Teslan, who now bore the name Reston, was very busy, and his efforts were still not enough. Even with such a frail body, he managed to awaken his aura at an early age, in order to use this power to intimidate the magic tower and formally obtain the right of a magician. The sage contacted the one who was destined to become a great warrior and also joined the order, but he was never able to defeat the Demon King. Despite the fact that Riefenhart possessed the 5th circle of magic, he was much stronger, and all thanks to Teslan's strong body. The guy didn't know how much of the original magic he had managed to restore, which most likely meant he was looking for his subordinates. Teslan insisted that it would also not hurt him to acquire strong warriors who would help defeat the Dark Magician. Meanwhile, the martial arts master, having met his faithful friend, said that he and the high priest had not seen each other for a long time. The gnome understood that although the man was not lying, he did not remember them meeting before, since he had not left this place for half a century. It was difficult for the warrior to explain this to the priest, but they were destined to meet in 10 years. Michelin decided that their savior was not all there, but the boy asked to hear him out to the end. Gathering his courage, Riffenhart revealed that he had come here from another time. And then the warrior told him everything about how he wandered the continent, not being a great magician, when he reached the 10th circle and made friends with other races. and also about how he was nicknamed the Demon King of the Antris Empire, and about the beginning of a war with an entire continent not long before his death. The Dark Magician understood that everything said above was difficult to accept, but whether to believe the dwarf or not, he had to decide for himself. If Hammerline had not been an oracle, he would have considered the warrior to have gone mad, because such a story was hard to believe. But to make sure that the magician came to this world from another time, the dwarf wanted to test him. If Riffenhard had truly become close to the priest, becoming best friends with him, he had one question he wanted to ask. Magdalena was interested in whether the warrior knew what color his beard really was. Riffenhard smiled at this test, since he could easily answer any questions. The martial artist answered without hesitation that the oracle did not have a beard. The guy kept saying that in a few decades the dwarf would be wearing this fake beard, which he was always ashamed of. The dwarf was also curious if the magician knew the secret of this beard, which was that it was blessed by the Alfort himself. In the world of gnomes, a huge beard was a symbol of masculinity, but despite having divine strength and leadership qualities, Machelan was never able to grow one. The dwarves could not distinguish the Supreme's beard from the real one, so the stranger earned Hammerline's trust. The gnome wanted to meet to give some advice to the savior, but there was no need for that anymore, since he already knew everything. Kneeling before the warrior, Machelan Fort Hammerline swore allegiance to Riefenhard and Tars. The Demon King believed that perhaps in this life he could repay his comrades for their loyalty. The boy insisted that the dwarf was wrong, because Riefenhard needed his advice more than ever before. One day, a dark magician let his comrades down by trying to solve everything with force, which is why he became an enemy of humanity. Along with him, other races also became enemies for people, so the magician did not want to make the same mistake twice. Riefenhard said that he had taken the slaves under the guardianship of the kingdom of Chatan and ordered them to be trained, and soon the rest should follow, were to begin training their slaves. The dwarf praised the warrior for the idea, but it would take at least 100 years for noticeable changes to occur, and unlike other races, the mage would become a decrepit old man by that time. The martial artist agreed that this was the main problem with his plan. Riefenhard tried to get his magic back, but he also gained some physical strength, which made it easy to become a terrifying king. But in this way, the guy will repeat the mistakes of the past and will become a symbol of fear for all of humanity, and the continent will drown in a sea of blood. When Machelan heard the dark magician's concerns, everything became much clearer to him. The high priest, with a gloomy expression on his face, declared that the savior had underestimated this world. And Taurus was greatly surprised when he learned that the reason for his defeat was not in his strength, but in the fact that he used nothing but it. And if brute force didn't work, it meant it was time to try something else. The dwarf asked the boy if he hated people, but he answered no, but he didn't really like them. The Supreme Saint knew everything. In his past life, the Dark Mage had no friends among ordinary people. Hammerline also suggested that the guy treated them badly precisely because of his respect for other races. The dwarf asked Riefenhard why, among his numerous armies, there was not room for even one person. The guy began to justify himself by saying that he couldn't trust them, that they were unreliable, and that elves and dwarves had never been known to be corrupt. Well, it seemed like a good idea to have gnomes around who could sense lies and were therefore better suited for the job. The priest continued, claiming that the Demon King had left them no place even in politics, that although they were recognized as citizens of the empire, they had no rights. And Taurus believed that the less they decided, the better things went, but that was why he was called the Demon King. Machelan explained that people called him the Demon King, not because of the pile of corpses he left behind, but because of his appeal to the human race. It was not surprising that, listening only to the voices of those close to him, the emperor did not care at all about his surroundings. It was then, by directing the world in the direction that only he needed, that he received the nickname of the Demon King. The gnome concluded that despite his good intentions, Mr. Riefenhard deserved the nickname that his people had given him. Machelan became curious. Hadn't he said something similar in his past life? But when the dwarf began to serve the Mogu, the people were exterminating the dwarves with all their might. And the creation of the Antares Empire was half the merit of the priest, who, as soon as he learned about it, declared that he had no right to judge anyone. In desperation, the martial arts master asked his comrade what he should do in such a situation. According to the oracle, Riefenhardt's biggest mistake was the idea that the war was between other races and humans. People were perfectly capable of exterminating each other without magical creatures, and the intervention of other races was not required for this. Hammerline's only advice was that greed never led to anything good. And while the dark magician was pondering the saint's words, a dragon roared furiously in the snowy mountains. The winged creature was not happy that a group of halflings was trying to tie it up. Ross Thiessen, who rushed to attack the monster, used the seven blades technique. However, the blades fired at the dragon, instead of causing damage, only made him even more angry. The guy decided that this skill was far from perfect, in which he tried to copy the master's air bullet. Ceres also tried to make her contribution, and with the help of Nihilin, she fired a series of arrows at the dragon. But because the monster was too huge, their attacks with the knight did not cause any damage to it. Suddenly, behind her, the girl heard the battle cry of the hunters who were also fighting the monster. The dwarf with a thick black beard ordered his comrade Cardamite to immediately go on the attack. Without any objections, the dwarf, armed with an axe, rushed towards the huge enemy. Holy Sword Cirrus looked in admiration as the halfling managed to jump high. In flight, the warrior's weapon began to pulse with a powerful charge of energy that was intended for the monster. In a split second, the blade of the axe passed through the dragon's neck, causing the monster's piercing scream to be cut off. Throwing the axe onto his shoulder, the dwarf informed his colleagues that a glorious feast awaited them today. Riffenhart's comrades were shocked to learn that there were mana users among the dwarves. Halflings who possessed such power were given special treatment. The knight had heard that the dwarves were superior in strength to the small nation, but he never expected to see something like this. Since their arrival at the Great Forge, and at first the travelers felt a difference in culture. But what was amazing was that the gnomes had as many as 3 aura owners from whom Ross could learn something. But the snowstorm that covered the Great Forge only grew stronger all this time. Cillian told his friends that during all this time he had grown a whole centimeter, for whom this was a great achievement. Ross and Cirrus began to congratulate the young man, saying that they were sincerely happy for him. Watching the humans, the dwarves wondered what was good about being tall, believing that it was a way for them to prove their strength. However, the travelers were more interested in where the master was at that time. Cillian assumed that he was, as usual, in the center of the Great Forge, but what he was doing there was unclear. The huge steel tower was the source of energy that fed the geothermal rocks. It was the sun, the core of the Great Forge, which was called Magrum, having a spherical shape. Looking at Magrum, Antares understood why other races, turned into slaves, did not preserve their traditions. Much of the dwarves' magical knowledge was lost during the slavery period, and the doctrines of Alfort, along with its relic, were forgotten. The warrior reasoned that due to the decline of the dwarves' authority, the only thing their deity could do was awaken Magrum. Teslon's body had been devoid of magic for a long time, and no matter how hard the Demon King tried to increase his mana reserves, he remained the same. In his past life, Riffenhart managed to subjugate Magrum, and even invented a nuclear explosion with a 10th circle spell. Magrum was a concentration of purest mana, and in order to change one's body, one had to get rid of the obstacles between its bearer and the relic. Having undressed, the boy jumped into the core of the Great Forge, hoping that no one would see him like this. However, the martial arts master had no idea that the dwarves had their own video surveillance system. The women who were behind the observation post began to examine the dark magician, admiring his body. The dwarves looked like sweet girls on the outside, but in reality they were wives with many years of experience. More than a month has passed since the Savior and his team appeared at the Great Forge. During this time, Riffenhart managed to become much stronger, so much so that he called upon the son of the cold snows to obey his will. By summoning frost and snow to himself, the martial artist has mastered the frost elemental technique. After the boy managed to create a 5th circle summoning spell, all that was left was to increase his mana. Antares was thinking about going after the relic of the 4 symbols, but if he followed Mashalian's advice, he would first have to go to the kingdom of Crovens. Meanwhile, the priest of the Order of St. Philinins, shaking all over, was pulling himself up on the horizontal bar. Having witnessed Cillian's training, the dark mage noticed how the young man's muscles began to grow on his body. Pleased that he was finally getting stronger, the boy showed off his biceps, which made Antares feel awkward. The pilgrim was interested in why the master had arrived so early, but the fact was that he had already finished his business. The Demon King asked if Cillian had gotten used to this place, and was more worried about whether he could convert the dwarves to his faith. Ross felt something in these places and decided to retire, immersing himself in training that if he reaches the heights, he will not return soon. At the same time, the dwarf children played with miniature weapons, imagining how they would defeat the dragon. Ceres watched as the children began to argue among themselves, deciding how best to play the game. The elf, without taking her eyes off the playing children, did not notice how she remembered her childhood. Then she and the other elves looked for everything they could get their hands on, from a lizard to the roots of a self-ad. The girl believed that she had forgotten everything and would never remember those carefree times again. The dark magician, having met his beloved, asked what she was doing, that she was simply watching the guys. The elf claimed that the children here were free, unlike most places on the continent. However, Ceres was sure that a hard fate awaited them as well, since some would not live to adulthood. The girl asked not to pay attention, as she simply remembered her native places. The martial artist thought about the homeland of the girl who was in the Svelat desert. It was far from the kingdom of Grime, a barren land where no human foot should have set foot. Ceres Donheim's family lived in that place, and Riffenhart had the idea for his beloved to visit her hometown. The girl assured that to get to her city it would take at least 2 months, but the warrior knew shorter routes. With a good-natured smile, the guy suggested that the elf go there, just the two of them. The barren land was a desert where there was nothing but stone and sand. In one of the rocks, created with the help of a magic spell, Cirrus was surprised when they actually found themselves on the land of tears, shortening the path to it. Thanks to the diamond portal, the desert could be reached in a couple of seconds, which was only possible for high-level mages. Antares claimed that if you knew how to handle the portal, even a six-circle mage could handle it. When asked if the warrior had been taught this technique by his teacher, he replied that one of his mentor's friends was a magician. However, the Svelat desert was not so deserted, inhabited by local reptiles. They posed no threat to Riffenhart, who by this point had increased both his magical and physical strength. With one precise blow, the guy dealt with the sand lizard, which lost part of its scales during the attack. The dark magician claimed that these creatures could be found at every step, and that they had quite tasty meat. To begin with, Antares had to create a shadow by summoning a barrier of darkness. After that, light a fire to fry the meat thanks to the fire field on the ground. Next, by absorbing water, it was necessary to separate the water from the blood of the sand lizard in order to avoid unforeseen situations. The warrior could not believe that he had not previously enjoyed all the privileges that magic gave him. Having skinned the carcass, the elf asked her master to try the resulting meat. Even though Riffenhart already knew the answer, he asked for the sake of decency where Cirrus' hometown was. The girl replied that there was about half a day left to go, but she doubted that anyone had managed to survive. But the guy had a different opinion. The martial arts master insisted that one could never know what to expect from life, puzzled the elf. The next day, the couple arrived in her hometown of Ceres, where she once grew up. Looking at her native buildings, the girl remembered how her mother claimed that her daughter would grow up and protect their clan. The fires that were never lit reminded Cirrus of how firmly she had held the sword in her hands. The girl said to herself that now she would be able to help her father, although there was no one else to protect. The elf wondered why she had come home at all, where there was not a single soul. The memories of her parents' faces and her friends' voices, along with the smell and breath of her brothers and sisters, made Cirrus feel sad. Well, what was most terrible was that the elf could not remember the name they called her by. Riffenhart looks at the sad face of his beloved, feeling guilty about it. Looking at the deserted city, the warrior asked himself what had happened here, because in his past life, everything had been fine with the Donheim clan. I think about the fact that the past could have changed again. The dark magician of bees, who did nothing so global. Antares asked the girl if the village seemed strange, but for her there was nothing unusual in the ruined settlement. The guy reminded that Ceres herself said that her clan was destroyed half a century ago, and during this time no one had settled in this village. Judging by the traces that Riffenhart managed to find, someone had been in charge of this village for about 2 weeks. The master's words made the elf feel someone's presence, someone who had been here before. Turning back, Cirrus clearly heard the phrase that was spoken by the girl asking for help. Under the scorching sun of the desert, a caravan moved, which included those very elves from the village. Shellen's older sister asked Natina to pull herself together and not show her weakness to the slave traders. Bright complained that after so much effort, their catch was so meager, because considering all the expenses, they were still in the red. The man, as before, claimed that such work paid too little, and they had already missed out on many good opportunities to get here. The bounty hunter believed that after meeting the commoner who covered for the orc, everything went wrong. The knight asked Clant if he had any cooling magic, who was confused by such a statement. Having spent everything he had on the magician, Bright was outraged that no matter how hard he tried, everything was going downhill. But his assistant insisted that they did not return empty-handed, having caught 3 elves. However, the chief objected, since it was impossible to get much for the children, one of whom was only a boy. At first, Bright thought that it was a mirage and I saw a blurry figure in the distance. But literally a couple of seconds later, the bounty hunters saw an adult elf approaching them. Meanwhile, a girl knocked on Reston's office and asked if she could come in. Without waiting for an answer, the Silver Sage's acquaintance noticed that he was again studying the same work. The guy, without looking at Felena standing in the doorway, reminded her that they had agreed to do without unnecessary chatter. Teslan looked at the girl who was his childhood friend, the only person he could trust. After his reincarnation, she was on his side when everyone else thought the guy was crazy, and without Felena's help, he also wouldn't have been able to awaken his aura. Feline was originally destined to be the girlfriend of the Demon King Reifenhardt, but now everything was different. When the boy smiled, the girl remembered the past, when the sage was called by the old name of Reifenhardt. Teslan felt strange that his assistant had brought this up, so he decided to find out how her mission had gone. Handing the boy a scroll, the girl replied that the reputation of the fighting king Reifenhardt preceded him. Feline found it strange that the warrior had the same name as the sage had in childhood, but everything was somewhat different. The Golden Knight was defeated by the new owner of the aura, which was the work of a family that was jealous of Count Tennis's success. While examining the scroll, the sage asked if his assistant had seen Sir Jesus. After Teslan's letter, the aristocrat immediately agreed to a meeting, thus gaining a powerful ally into his team. Felena reported that she also managed to find another suitable candidate. She turned out to be Stefan von Eltian, the second son of Marquis Eltian, originally from the kingdom of Vasily. This name was unfamiliar to the sage, but if the knight turned out to be useless, he could always find a proper use for him. Hugging his only friend, Teslan thanked Felena for the work she had done, which embarrassed her. Since the Demon King had taken away from the warrior what was once his, he wanted to do the same to him. However, being not the least bit angry at Reifenhardt, the sage wanted to take everything else from him as well. The bounty hunters were already preparing to grab the elf, feeling their hands growing heavy from the bag of gold. But the first of the squad, who wanted to pounce on the girl with an axe, did not notice the moment when his face split into 2. And after Cirrus found himself behind the warrior, his entire body was cut into pieces. The mercenaries urged each other to pull themselves together because in front of them was an ordinary elf. True, the bounty hunters thought so at first because in the fight with them, the girl showed worthy skills. With sparkling eyes, Reifenhardt's beloved decided on her future victims. The 3 mercenaries, like their colleague, froze in bewilderment, missing the moment when the blade of the enemy's sword flew over their heads. The next moment, the 3 heads of the hunters shot up, separating from their bodies. With a menacing look, keeping an eye on no one, Cirrus landed on the ground. Captain Bright was shocked by the appearance of the mysterious elf, asking himself where she came from in these parts. Clonto called upon his patron to fill his palms with heat so that he could use the flame to slay his enemy. The mage, who was part of the mercenary squad, managed to fire a volley of fire projectiles at the elf. Reifenhardt, who arrived in time to his beloved, asked her not to run away alone anymore. The martial artist addressed the mercenaries, ordering them to kill them if anyone moved. Once the dust from the impact settled, Antares recognized the captain as the bounty hunter he had met before. Bright began to sweat profusely as soon as he saw the warrior, the meeting with whom he could not forget. Even years later, the man remembered that day, but he never thought that the warrior would remember it as well. The dark mage stated that it was unpleasant for him to keep memories of such a worthless person in his head. However, the Demon King's brain worked in such a way that he couldn't forget about it, so he decided to ask the merchant a couple of questions. Reifenhardt asked the mercenary if the 3 elves were all the prisoners he had. The warrior's questions, but he clarified the situation because his life would depend on what answers Bright gave. The mercenary was silent for a moment. He was starting to get scared, but then he pulled himself together and replied that there was no one else. Then the dark mage asked how many the headhunters had killed, but the merchant seemed not to understand the question asked of him. Reifenhardt repeated his question, asking if the number of elves killed had reached 40. But without hearing anything from the squad captain, the martial arts master took this as some sort of answer. The guy said that in that case, the bounty hunters would have to pay for the blood they spilled. Klono stood up to Bright's defense, casting a magic seal and attacking the enemy. However, Antares used a magical radiation shield that blocked the wizard's attack. The man was surprised that the young warrior's mana power was similar to his own, which spoke of his strength. In turn, Riffenhart began to call upon the heavens to collide with the earth and merge into one. The dark mage summoned chain lightning, which descended from the heavens and struck all the mercenaries present. The magician asked the guy if he really started all this because of the elves, whom he was ready to give away completely free of charge. And Taurus found it strange that the man didn't turn to dust from his blow, citing a lack of mana. But the wizard repeated that the slaves now belonged to the warrior, but he was no longer going to stop. Just as the master was about to hit Klonto, he asked him not to do it, and before his death he wanted to know why they wanted to take his life. The Demon King, not understanding the mage's claim, repeated that he had to pay for the spilled blood of the elves. Not understanding what he had done wrong, the man assumed that there was a human among the slaves. The martial artist froze in indecision at the words spoken by the mercenary. Then Klonto asked again. Perhaps the elves belonged to the warrior, but they did not know about it and decided to kill the wild creatures. The boy claimed that his opponent was wrong, which angered the mercenary who saw nothing unnatural in killing elves. With difficulty containing his anger, the dark magician claimed that elves were no different from people, the murder of whom was equated to the murder of animals. The wizard decided that his opponent was out of his mind if he started all this because of the elves. Riffenhart argued that the magician had to know the answer to this question. What was the difference between a man and an animal? The man replied that people had intelligence, and their actions were rational, that they did not obey only instincts. Then Antares clarified why the elves did not fit the description given by the magician. Klonto countered that even a human who did not meet the requirements could be considered a slave, but elves, unlike humans, were born slaves. The wizard believed that the warrior imagined himself to be the wisest man, who denied the system of slavery as such. The words of his comrade Magellan came to mind when he claimed that Riefenhart had underestimated this world. The boy said that he would not like to spend his whole life as a slave. He was sure that if such thoughts visited him, then others could think the same thing. Klonto asked the warrior to stop trying to force his way of thinking on him, calling him arrogant. With a gloomy look, the martial arts master said that he was forced to adhere to the logic of the current society. And so Antares grabbed the magician by the throat and declared that in that case he would prefer to be arrogant. The wizard tried to fight for his life for a while, but soon went to fetch his fallen comrades. The slaves that the dark magician saved were shocked by what they saw, not knowing what they were supposed to do now. Cirrus ran up to the elves and used a dagger to cut the rope on their hands. In the girl she freed, Riffenhart's lover recognized her friend Shaylin. The girl asked again if it was her, that she looked detached, trying to remember something. Finally, looking up at Cirrus, the elf asked again if it was Serendi in front of her. And then the name spoken by the slave pierced Serendi's memories like thunder. This is what her friends called the still very young girl, with whom she was going to catch a whole bunch of scorpions. When the elf remembered her real name, Serendi alla Relfiana, tears appeared in her eyes. Serendi asked her old friend if she had really been alive all this time. But suddenly Shaylin pushed her friend's hand away from her, giving her a contemptuous look. Riffenhart's beloved did not understand what had happened, asking her friend about it. Ryder asked the girl if she knew the warrior, but the sister replied that her brother should not talk to the stranger. The elf claimed that her friend had become a slave to a dirty man, and that old Serendi had no honor or dignity left. Shaylin's old friend didn't know what to say, and she was temporarily speechless. Riffenhart approached her, claiming that Cirrus was not a slave, but his comrade. The elf was surprised that the man knew their language, but the warrior, even if the girl was a member of the Cirrus family, did not allow her to call her relative a slave. He said that he should have told the girl about this from the very beginning and repeated that she was not a slave. Looking up at her master, Cirrus asked again if that was really the case. The martial artist asked the elf if he had ever treated her like a slave. And after they found out that Antares treated her with respect, the dark magician asked why the girl continued to belittle herself. To which Cirrus replied that the gentleman had never directly stated that she was not his property. At this moment, the Demon King felt awkward because he had never really done this. And the very next moment, he officially announced that the elf did not belong to him. The master claimed that they were equal with him, and she was absolutely free, that there was is free to do whatever she wants. Riffenhart's beloved replied that she already knew this, knowing full well that the master did not consider the elves slaves. The girl understood that the warrior sincerely treated other races as equals, of which she had no doubt. However, there was one thing that the elf was unable to understand, although she was completely sure of it. The girl was convinced that when the young gentleman looked at her, he saw someone else. And then it dawned on Antrus that he had been trying to save Ceres from the fate that was prepared for her, but it had been only an illusion. Previously, these words would have meant nothing to the elf, but since she was not a slave, she wanted her master to treat her like a servant. Ceres asked the dark mage not to say such things with such sincerity again. The guy actually saved Ceres from a past life, and now he acted like an ordinary person who bought an elf. He was a stranger who tried to gain her favor with money, who surrounded her with care, suggesting that she was not a servant. Ceres was grateful to the young master, but she could not accept the sincerity that was intended for someone else. The guy said he understood everything, and that now Ceres, being free, could make her own decisions. But he immediately corrected himself, claiming that Serendi alla Relfiana was now free. The warrior offered to stay or leave, and no matter what choice the elf made, he would treat him with respect. The girl asked Riffenhard if he wanted her to leave, who on the contrary wanted her to stay. But at the same time, Antares never wanted to limit the elf in anything again. This whole situation confused Serendi so much that she asked the gentleman to give her some time to think. The martial artist asked her friend if she would help Shaylin find her family. The boy repeated that the elf was not his slave, and he would not reveal the location of the village to anyone. The warrior wanted to wait for them nearby, but Shaylin asked him to go with them, as he wanted to repay his savior. Riffenhard asked if the elf was sure, and she replied that the warrior would have found their hiding place anyway. The martial artist noted that this sounded quite rational, but all elven people were like that. And then a company of 5 people mounted camels and headed towards the place where the elves lived. Shaylin asked Serendi for forgiveness, assuring her that her friend had done exactly the same thing in her place. Looking at Antares, who was following behind, the girl said that the elf had met a kind man. With a small smile, the elf replied that the gentleman had been truly kind. Shaylin assumed that was why her friend had revealed her real name to him. Seeing surprise on Serendi's face, the girl asked again if she was right since the warrior called her by her real name. Remembering Riffenhardt's monologue, the girl realized that the gentleman had called her by the name she had been given at birth. She couldn't understand how the dark magician knew a name that even she couldn't remember. The camp of the elves who were hiding from the attacks of people was located high in the local ruins. Having come to Railhard, the girl reported that they were running out of water supplies, which should have been enough for a maximum of 1 day. From the scouts' report, it became clear that people had abandoned the search for survivors, but the desert sands became a refuge for the dead warriors. The elder of the Danheim clan hoped that the souls of the dead would be laid to rest by the merciful Rogel. Relhard's assistant insisted that they needed to return to the village before the water supply ran out. The elf ordered to get ready immediately so that they could set off on their journey before sunset. Realizing that returning to the village threatened another visit from the merchants, the elder asked Eldu to show them the way. Travelers entered the sandy cliffs where the elves' refuge was located. While examining the arrivals, the elves discovered that Shaylin, Natina, and Ryder had returned to them. But when Relhard saw the man, he ordered his men to do everything but not let them pass. Armed with slingshots, the survivors began attacking the uninvited guests with projectiles of molten glass. Riffenhardt reassured Serendi, explaining that these were merely warning shots. Inspecting the projectiles fired at them, the boy noticed that they were reinforced with elemental magic. The dark mage explained that this is how the elves achieved the temperature of melting sand, but due to the lack of a world tree, they were not able to summon spirits for battle. Antares continued, telling that the clan had lived in these parts for hundreds of years, learning about the spirits of fire, which is why Serendi had not become paler in all this time. Asked if the warrior had learned about this from the master, he replied that the mentor's friend had extensive knowledge about elves and dwarves. The first thing that needed to be done when meeting was to show that they came in peace. However, after the first word, the Demon King was bombarded from head to toe with sand projectiles. Like the dwarves, the elves confirmed that their attacks did not work on the human, which could have been a monster altogether. Then the boy spoke in Elvish, asking the descendants of the great spirits to let the man in, was knowledgeable in history and asked for a sign of friendship. The elder was surprised at how the boy knew their language, and on top of that, had knowledge of their etiquette. The man said that although the words sounded convincing, it was still not enough. The martial artist predicted that the elves would respond in a similar manner, so he began to accumulate aura. Having witnessed such a strong energy, the creatures became worried, expecting that they would now be attacked. Riffenhart's beloved thought about this too, trying to dissuade the master from his plan. The dark mage unleashed the fourfold doom of disaster, not on the elves, but into the sky, showing what he was capable of. The warrior understood that, unlike humans, such an act by a superior race would not be seen as a threat. The elder stated that the boy should have shown himself from the very beginning, that he was convinced of the good intentions with which the stranger arrived. Opening the passage for them, Riffenhart welcomed Serendi to her true home. But soon the elf was introduced to Relhard, who was told that the new arrival was the daughter of Errol and Piana. The elder replied that before him was a child lost during the days of nightmares, and today not only the lost family members, but also old relatives had returned to them. The man replied that Antares was their benefactor, but instead of basking in the glory, the warrior wanted to prepare for his return. That same evening, thanks to the efforts of Riffenhart, the elves arrived in their village of Derive Elda. In honor of their return, the elves lit a fire and then began to sing and dance. For the first time in a long time, the residents of this village felt safe and could relax. Serendi's old acquaintances began to approach her, wondering if the girl remembered them. And while the elf was happily spending time in the company of her compatriots, the dark magician sat alone. The boy watched as Serendi happily interacted with her fellows, as if she had once again plunged into a carefree childhood. The Demon King caught himself thinking that his beloved was happy here, that she could change her mind and not go with him. Rising from his seat, the martial arts master walked towards the village elder. The warrior came here for a reason and asked the man for one small favor for him. Riefenhart wanted his beloved to experience the power of the elves. Relhard asked the dark mage if he meant spiritual magic by power. The guy replied that he himself knew a couple of spiritual spells, but that only concerned summoning, with which elven magic could not compare. The elder said that teaching Serendi spiritual magic was the duty of their clan. However, after the loss of the World Tree, all they were capable of was replacing a regular fire, which was not useful in battle. The man thought that it would be better for the girl to learn magic from the master, who was sad that the elf did not have the opportunity to communicate with spirits. The elder didn't expect the man to really understand their culture well. He insisted that if the elf decided to stay in the village, then the Danheim clan would have no choice but to consider Antares one of them. Therefore, the elder declared that the martial arts master could henceforth be called their brother. From that moment on, the dark magician stayed in Diriveld for another 4 days waiting for Cirrus to make a decision. Shaylin said that if her friend wanted to practice spiritual magic, then soon can even communicate with the spirits of wind and water. It took the villager 3 years to do this, so she was not surprised that after a couple of days her friend still felt nothing. Suddenly, Serendi felt the presence of many shining dots around her, which were the spirits. Shaylin was very surprised that someone could have such a connection with the spirits, because few of them were able to master magic in such a short time. The whole point was that Cirrus had undergone various trainings since childhood, and this experience gave her a learning speed comparable to that of a human. Riffenhart came to the girls and asked if his friend had enjoyed learning the basics of spiritual magic. Since the elf began feeling the energy of the ancestors, the warrior decided to find out if she had made a residual decision. After a short pause, Serendi stated that she wanted to stay in the village and help the people there. The news that his beloved wanted to change the lives of her people greatly upset the dark magician. However, Cirrus supplemented her answer by suggesting that it was by following the young master that she would be able to fundamentally change the life of her people. The elf swore that although she would not stay in the village, she would certainly help everyone in need. That is why, for the well-being of her clan, the girl decided to continue her journey with Riffenhart. Overjoyed, the guy couldn't contain his emotions and started laughing loudly, after which he released a volley of aura into the sky, which similarly expressed his feelings. The martial arts master said that he would show Cirrus the future of her clan right now. He, his beloved, and the elder found themselves back where they had come from a couple of days ago. Relhard asked the warrior why he had brought them to the temporary shelter. The dark mage assured the elf that this place would now be the new village of the Dunheim clan. The man insisted that there was no water here, after which Riffenhart asked his companion to borrow Nihilin. The guy asked the girl again if she was interested in how she had awakened a connection with the spirits in such a short period of time. All this was because Cirrus was the rightful owner of Nihilin, who, having chosen the elf as his mistress, granted the power to call upon his name. The girl could also use his power, which Antares was going to demonstrate by sticking a stick into a stone. The dark mage began to cast a spell, asking for the protector of this world to awaken in order to inseminate these lands. After the spell was cast, green and juicy stems began to sprout from Nihilin. Cirrus and Relhard couldn't believe their eyes that something like this was possible. A pleased Riffenhart watched as a huge tree grew from a small stick. And after the transformation was complete, the elder completely lost the power of speech. Before them was the very same world tree that the elves considered lost. Well, that wasn't all, because water began to flow from the place where the tree sprouted. The man could not even imagine that the ancestral tree was capable of filling these places with water. Looking at the elder, the Demon King stated that he already understood everything without his explanation. Without taking his eyes off the tree, the elf's body was enveloped in warmth, and he was filled with integrity, as if his soul itself was awakening from sleep. Relhard burst into tears, as for the first time he felt feelings that were described only in legends, and which not every elf was able to recognize. It is unknown how exactly the benefactor managed to do this, but he revived the Tree of Elfenheim. Nihilin was a lost branch of the Tree of Life, and Reifenhard awakened it from its slumber, which sent its roots into the earth and strengthened the flows of mana. The elf was at a loss as to who their savior was, who was most likely sent by Eldia herself, but the warrior replied that he was simply their friend. The master apologized to the elf for using her bow, but promised to find a much more powerful weapon. With difficulty, Cirrus asked how Reifenhart managed to revive the tree, but the boy said that it was time to return to the Great Forge. As soon as the couple stepped through the portal, Cillian, who was all excited, immediately ran up to them. The warrior complimented the priest, claiming that he had managed to bulk up during this time, which was of course not true. The dwarves joyfully welcomed the return of the master, who were saddened that he had not warned them of his arrival. The boy asked if the dwarves had managed to make any progress during his absence. Without a single mistake, the halflings reproduced Riffenhart's air bullet, which the other mages wanted to demonstrate. The dark magician selected 20 talented gnomes from whom he made magicians, teaching them the basics of the skill. Glad to meet his mentor, who before his departure was on the verge of some kind of discovery. Looking at the warrior, the knight stated that he had not noticed one detail before, but now he saw it clearly, which made Antares begin to worry. Holy Sword Cyrus claimed that his mentor had a huge soul, and it was hard to believe that he was only 23 years old. Without fully understanding how, the boy felt like the martial arts master had lived 3 times longer. The priest suggested that they should now go to some ancient ruins to replenish their monetary reserves. The path that the travelers would take lay in the kingdom of Crones, where Reifenhart had a man who could help him. While the Demon King was finishing his business in the Great Forge, something happened in the frozen lands. They were located northeast of the Kingdom of Grime, where the treasure hunting expedition was located. When asked if the fire could have been made bigger, Aaron replied that it was necessary to save mana, since the fire had to last throughout the night. Although most of the squad died, he managed to get a good catch in the ruins of Shalkarn. And besides this, the Seeker managed to find a book that contained records about the Silver Age, so that the members of the squad were unknown. The old man hoped that the tome would create a sensation in the academic society, although he had not yet been able to fully decipher it. Suddenly, a scream was heard from one of the team members, and Aaron immediately thought of monsters. What he saw was much worse, because it posed a greater threat. Teslan appeared before the treasure hunters in the company of warriors who intended to take away their loot. The Silver Sage ordered his men to deal with the treasure hunters. Filena then watched as the Golden Knight, together with Stefan von Eltien, set off to carry out the task assigned to them. Both warriors were possessors of powerful skills that were awakened for far from good purposes. The swordsmen dealt with the Seeker's squad with cruelty, spilling their blood onto the white snow. Aaron claimed that he would give up all the relics that the strangers came for, if only they would spare him. Pointing his sword at the mage, Teslan declared that they had come not for treasure, but specifically for him. After these words, the Silver Sage took the old man's life, sprinkling the snow with his blood. Filena asked the owner whether all these sacrifices were really necessary, to which the guy replied that it was an order from the order. No one was supposed to know the part of history that remained behind closed doors, all for the sake of protecting humanity. The girl claimed that these people had done nothing wrong, but Teslan insisted that it was a small sacrifice to save the whole world. Teslan asked Stefan how he liked the berserker armor he got for him. The guy was grateful for such a gift because it was the best thing he had ever tasted. The Golden Knight of Grima opened the tent and asked the sage what they were to do with the relics. Teslan replied that they would take everything that could be useful and sell the rest, while the things from the list would be given to the sages for safekeeping. Although the sages stood guard over the order, there were many dangerous objects among the relics that should not have fallen into the wrong hands. Jesus took a fancy to one pendant, but it, like much of what was obtained, had to be given to the order. To his surprise, Teslan discovered the voice of illusion, which he had not expected to hear here. The Demon King himself highly valued this artifact, but the magician could not even imagine that there were two copies. The sage's assistant asked what the secret was that they were so jealously guarding. The guy replied that Felina should not interfere in this, since only those higher up knew about it. Mashalin, who was always in the chambers, asked the elf what she wanted to know. Serendi turned to the oracle to ask him to tell her everything that concerned Mr. Riffenhart. The girl had the feeling that he knew who she was from the very beginning, and his look and manner of speech were not characteristic of a man who saw a stranger for the first time. But the warrior also knew the elf's real name, which she had managed to forget, but the dwarf replied that the young master was afraid that she would not understand. The girl was surprised by this answer and asked the supreme saint what could be confusing her. The halfling wanted to ask Serendi one question, namely whether she trusted the martial artist. The girl would believe it even if she was told that the guy was a deity who had descended to earth. But not hearing a clear answer, Hammerline asked his question again, since that was not what he was talking about. The girl was silent for a while, because before answering, she seriously thought about the question asked by the oracle. After the priest told her everything she wanted to know, the elf returned back. While Riffenhart's beloved was with Michelin, he waited all this time for her to return. And when that moment finally came, the warrior asked if the oracle had told her everything. With a sad expression on her face, Serendi replied that her master had a truly incredible story. The dwarf told how the archmage of the 10th Circle failed because of his attempts to change the world for the benefit of other races, but managed to turn back time to fix everything. Cirrus Valencia was the protector of all the elves on the continent, who many called the Reincarnation of Eldia, who was known among humans as the goddess of madness. Serendi now understood why the master behaved this way with her, because he saw his former love in the elf's face. The guy carefully asked if the girl could forgive him for hiding the truth from her. After a short silence, Serendi nodded affirmatively with a sad expression on her face. All she could say was that she would continue to follow Riffenhart. The elf stated that she was not the Ceres that the dark magician once knew. The girl was about to leave, but suddenly lingered as she wanted to add something. With a smile on her face, she stated that it didn't mean she didn't like Antars. And when the Demon King's beloved left the room, she left him completely bewildered. Embarrassed, the guy began to scratch his head, still not fully understanding whether the girl had forgiven him or not. The traveler's next destination was the kingdom of Crovens, which owned fertile lands. King Gotrin I had an heir, Talion, who was to ascend to the throne by birthright. But sometime after Gotrin's death, his son died of an unknown disease, shaking up the entire kingdom with this incident. The empty throne provoked a split among the nobility, who began to fight for power. This eventually led to the emergence of two pretenders, and then a period of turmoil began in the kingdom. The warriors, on the one hand, were ready to defeat their opponents in the name of Lord Karas in order to seat the true king on the throne. Meanwhile, the warring side wanted to destroy the traitors so that the rightful heir could ascend the throne. Julren Crovens was the second prince to reach the age of 18. As the child of a royal concubine, he was entitled to ascend to the throne. The second contender was Prince Karsus, who was the heir of Duke Fernando. Although the boy was not the king's direct heir, his lineage was closely intertwined with the royal one. Karsus was known for his impeccable fighting skills from a young age and was respected and trusted by his subordinates. On the other hand, Yuvel was known for his uncontrollable libido, in addition to his blood relationship with the previous king. 3 years of bloodshed between supporters of both princes have passed since the Civil War. Croans wondered why the famine had broken out now, and why Radanti no longer showed them mercy. The guy was also interested in the moment. Why exactly he had to become king, since he did not want it at all. Finya asked Javel if he really wanted to rule the kingdom, but the guy simply had no other choice. The young man asked the girl not to pretend that it didn't concern her, because after his head would fly off her shoulders too. The dwarf, in love with the prince, declared that wars were not fought on an empty stomach, suggesting that they wait until their opponents had replenished their provisions. The lovers had time to catch their breath, and at that moment Finya wanted to just run away and get married secretly. The guy kept saying that he couldn't bear the hardships of this life any longer. But thanks to the girl that I didn't care about him, this time wasn't so hard. But regardless of whether Juvel becomes king or not, Finia will continue to be a slave. The prince repeated that they had nowhere to run, and there would be no place in the world where they could love each other in peace. Having confessed their love to each other, the couple, under the evening moon, merged into a sensual kiss. However, the idyll of the two lovers was interrupted by a stranger who found out whether the young couple had been having fun. Wondering who could be there, the girl grabbed the axe of one of the statues in the room. Holding the weapon out in front of her, the dwarf ordered the stranger to show himself immediately. The man in the cloak introduced himself as Reifenhart, who was a magician and had come here to extend his hand to the future ruler of Croans. The guy asked if the stranger really wanted to help him, and Finia immediately confirmed the magician's words. Looking at the big wizard, the boy understood that he was not lying, since the gnomes were able to distinguish lies from the truth. Yuval asked the stranger if he was a battle mage, to which the warrior lied, since he had deliberately hidden his physique behind a wide cloak. The trio had a slight misunderstanding, because Croans was not entirely sure whether the magician wanted to help them after such a strange greeting. Unexpectedly for the mysterious stranger, the guy's lover stated that he had lied to them. The prince was not surprised that they were treated with such suspicion, and he was not offended by the wizard. Riffenhart tried to rectify the situation by claiming that he too was in love with the elf. Yuval was surprised by this statement, but was even more surprised when Finia confirmed the stranger's words. To the prince, it was hard to believe that in the world there was such an eccentric as he, who fell in love with a representative of another species. Crovens, not to beat around the bush, wanted to find out from the magician what kind of help exactly he was offering him. Riffenhart did not hide his intentions, and answered directly that he wanted to offer provisions worth 100,000 gold. The woman in love was shocked by the amount of money the wizard offered as help. The sum was equal to the annual budget of the royal family, and the grain bought with this money was enough to feed the kingdom for 3 months. To further the prince's doubts, Riffenhart asked how many aura wielders he had under his command, intending to send 6 to help. There were no more than 5 such warriors in the entire kingdom, which is why Juval decided that he would have to pay a hefty price for this. In return, Antares asked Crovens, after he ascended the throne, to grant him a fief. His Highness found it extremely strange that this was all the magician wanted from him for the help he had provided. Riffenhart also added that the fief should be an autonomous territory, not subject to the laws of the kingdom. This was necessary in order to create a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs could live freely. Cirrus, who had been waiting for the young gentleman all this time, asked how the negotiations had gone. The dark mage replied that everything had gone smoothly, claiming that all that remained was to watch how the situation would develop further. He should not, under any circumstances, repeat the mistakes of his past life, and make the feud absolutely legal, even if it took a long time. The elf asked if Reifenhart had known Prince Jewel in a past life, but this was their first meeting. In his past life, Karsus became king, while Crovens was immediately executed. It was possible that these events could repeat themselves if the Demon King did not intervene in what was happening. Entering the temporary overnight stay, the guy claimed that the main thing was that the battle taught them to perceive other races not as slaves, but as allies. Ross asked how the meeting had gone, to which his mentor replied that so far everything had gone according to plan. Since leaving the Great Forge, the team had visited dozens of ancient ruins, which was a good start to the journey. The knight thought that carrying the relics out of the ruins was harder than fighting the demons, and Cillian immediately joined him, mentioning his muscles. The pilgrim asked where they would get such a sum, but Riffenhart corrected him that they needed to get grain for that amount, not coins. It was about the grain that the dark mage had once acquired through the Tauben trading company. If it weren't for the famine and war, grain would have cost only 4,000, which seemed like a scam to Till. Although from a technical point of view, the soldier wasn't lying. Ross was curious as to where the young master would get 3 more aura wielders besides those on his team. The martial artist replied that he had not taken himself into account, which also excluded the elves, with whom the prince had a strained relationship. Riffenhart stated that they would turn to the great orc champions, Kalkin and Stella, who were the bearers of the aura. To the southeast of the Larchid Mountains were the lands of Testing, where a tribe of orcs lived who honored ancient traditions. These orcs were not like those who had become slaves, and they were not like the swordsmen of their own race, who, although fierce, retained their common sense. The tribe was called the Blue Bears, and the dark magician's acquaintance, Tashid, was also supposed to be among them. The knight managed to meet a couple of skilled orc swordsmen, but he didn't think they were so strong. According to Antares, these were the strongest warriors he knew, who could give a head start to both people and elves with dwarves. On the outskirts of space and time, small stone islands floated in the air. Seals appeared on two of them, with the help of which both sages teleported. The old man with a long beard thanked his companion for the work he had done. It turned out to be Teslan, who was immensely grateful to the defender of Daos for the praise addressed to him. The old man argued that dangerous information should be in the right hands, since that was how they protected humanity. Remind them that they acted only for the good. The Taoist left the mysterious place. The magician was outraged that the old man had called him for such a trifle, who needed to occupy a high position, and along with it gain more power. Teslan wanted to give a speech about the danger that came from the Demon King, but in that case he could be considered crazy. Thanks to the light mage Yog Arclight, Teslan learned that Duke Aranid was a member of the Council of Silver Sages. The main characters of the Silver Age were not people, but elves with their tree of life. And also the dwarves, who were so powerful that they already had their own names 1,000 years ago. They were called the people of Eldrath and Alhatron, which in ancient times meant the blessing of Eldia and Alfort, respectively. The civilizations were named after the gods, but the Silver Sages hid this information from the people by inventing plausible lies. In the warrior's opinion, the Order invented stories about the Silver Age of radio protection of humanity, but in doing so, they only made themselves look like fools. Meanwhile, Riefenhardt's team traveled to the eastern Fatland grasslands to lands of the dead Distran. The warrior said that he had heard stories of how in the orc villages they got rid of weak babies and decrepit old people. Therefore, it was considered an honor for monsters to leave the village on their own, because this is how they adapted to life in harsh conditions. Cirrus began to argue with Tilla about whether such cruel traditions on the part of the orcs were right, since, unlike the dwarves, they could not save their heritage. And while the girls were feuding with each other on an ideological level, the priest was curious about how the master was going to convince the orcs to help them. Although the master had a plan, he would act according to the situation, and Cirrus asked if Riefenhardt had followed a similar plan in his past life. The Demon King whispered that Tashid was with him then, and a knight from their squad noticed something. Watching the rising column of dust, the guy assumed that someone was approaching them. Massive legs rushed quickly across the deserted ground, kicking up settled sand into the air. The whole team, including its leader, was surprised by what they saw. Several angry orcs rushed in their direction, saying something in their own language. The knight asked what they were talking about, but it turned out that the monsters only wanted death for people. Then the dark magician turned to the locals, declaring that he was not their enemy. But the rapidly approaching orcs with reddened eyes continued to scream. He noted with regret that the monsters did not particularly want to listen to the strangers who had arrived on their lands. One of the orcs, who swung his cold weapon, attacked the elf. However, the enemy failed to hit Cirrus, who immediately took off into the air. Even Tilla, being small in size, was able to fight off the giant enemy on equal terms. By slapping the monster, Knight Tennis confirmed that the enemy and he really was strong. Riefenhardt, who had stood motionless the entire time, added that despite its strength, the tribe had one huge weakness. The Demon King cast a spell, commanding the flow of sand to transform into a fantasy of the abyss. Riefenhardt cast Mass Sleep on the enemies, which was a second-tier spell. Ross was stunned as the monsters simultaneously passed out, falling into a deep sleep. Cillian had considered the spell to be completely useless in battle, but this was how the orcs lost to the humans. The priest was sure that even the strongest warrior was incapable of anything if he was unable to resist magic. Antares asked what would happen if the creatures were protected from magic, but these weren't even warriors. The real warriors of the tribe hunted monsters, so they patrolled the surrounding area, thereby gaining experience. Holy Sword Cyrus was dumbfounded when he realized that the people in front of him were just immature fighters. But as soon as the guys started talking about the members of the Blue Bears, the shadow of the representatives of this clan hung over the travelers. The team was looked at by large and angry orcs who were dressed in massive armor. The elder began to speak with the uninvited guests, claiming that people were forbidden from entering these lands. Despite the orcs' claims, Riefenhardt insisted that they came in peace to the valiant warriors. The chief could not trust people, since they were almost the best liars. Realizing this, the warrior wanted to demonstrate that his words were absolutely true. The martial arts master offered to fight in a ritual battle in which he would prove the truth of his words. Through this ritual, the orcs formed friendly bonds and thus gained trust, because for them the most important thing was strength. The main problem was whether the monsters would want to participate in the ritual with a human. The locals, being surprised that the man was familiar with their great tradition, decided to agree to the duel. As expected, the orcs readily agreed, as they believed that conversation could only be conducted with swords. Ross, ready to fight the monsters, learned that when it came to battle, the orcs did not care about the gender of the opponent. Reifenhart reassured Cillian, who did not need to fight because he was not a warrior, who could also be perceived by the tribe as a child. When the elder announced the beginning of the ritual fight, he asked the one who wanted to prove his strength to step forward. The elf stepped forward, drawing her sword, introducing herself as Cirrus Belencia of the Danheim clan. Her opponent was a huge orc named Zalkater, who was the son of Darathar, ready to begin the fight. But when the rival did not understand a single word, the warrior repeated everything said above, switching to a language understandable to Reifenhart's group. The priest and the knight were surprised to learn that the orcs spoke their language, and that, unlike them, they were not polyglots. Deciding not to delay the process, the girl instantly pounced on the monster with a battle cry. Her attack was so sharp and unexpected that it managed to make her opponent scream in pain. Quickly pulling himself together, Zalkater began to block the elf's subsequent attacks. The warrior was surprised how such a small rival could possess such incredible strength. Ceres thought about her opponent as well, but this fight was nothing compared to her usual training. The girl continued to press on the large opponent, having only one sword with her, while the orc had two. But at some point the thug seized the initiative and began a series of powerful blows. The elf almost lost her balance, but thanks to her agility, she landed successfully on the ground. And at that very moment, pushing off from her, she flew straight at the monster, which confused him. Kicked Zalkathar right in the face. The blow was so strong that it left a noticeable mark on the orc's face, from which steam even rose. This blunder enraged the monster, who turned his crazy gaze on his rival. When the orc attacked the elf with renewed vigor, the warrior's fellow tribesmen began to praise the girl. Remembering what Reifenhart had said about the strongest warriors he had ever known, Cirrus was convinced of this from personal experience. When the elf managed to dodge another attack from the enemy, she realized something about him. While holding back Zalkathar's attack, the girl realized that he was extremely skilled in wielding his sword. But at the same time, the huge and heavy sword could not keep up with the skills of a capable warrior. Having dodged the sharp blades, Reifenhart's beloved prepared to deliver the decisive blow. The girl, having chosen the most advantageous moment, swung at her opponent with all her might. Then the orc shouted two names, Skaven and Sadarar, which turned out to belong to his blades. The next second, the brute swords clashed just before Cirrus could strike, blocking her attack. Falling to the ground, the elf was shocked that the monster's blades had an aura. Zalkathar happily replied that his weapon was his own soul, and the soul of a warrior could not be broken. Antrace remembered that the Blue Bear tribe had a spiritual weapon in its arsenal. The young master asked his beloved not to panic, as the spiritual weapon was a secret technique of the orcs. The girl asked for a more detailed explanation of what it was, and the guy immediately replied that their swords were stronger and sharper. The elf regarded this as a skill that was similar to Tilla's earthly resonance, considering the opponent's sword to be glorified. Since the warriors were able to create various types of such weapons, the dark magician did not have time to describe them all. Ceres rushed at Zalkathar, who, not inferior to her in strength, continued to repel enemy attacks. But thanks to her agility, the girl instantly dropped to the ground to perform one trick. Swinging with force, the elf struck the calf of one of her opponent's legs, and at that very moment she discovered that the warrior had opened up, which was a great opportunity for her. Turning around, Cirrus already believed that the enemy was completely in her power, preparing to strike with her foot. With one clear and precise blow, the girl landed right in the hands of the warrior, who at that moment was holding the blades at the same level. The elf's attack was successful, and the orc dropped his swords, which flew upwards while spinning. For a moment, Zalkator froze in surprise, as he was not prepared for something like this from his opponent. However, Cirrus was alarmed by the fact that this might not be enough to achieve victory. Skaven and Sadarar, who were circling above the warriors' heads, rose quite high into the sky. The Blue Bear tribe member sternly called out to his comrade for help. Cirrus was very surprised when she witnessed a scene that was not typical for a battle. Looking at the blades darting from side to side, the girl asked what the hell that was. Ravenheart explained that at times the orcs could control their weapons, which angered the elf, who had not learned about this before. After chaotic movements in the air, the swords fell to the ground, creating a huge explosion. The wall of dust that arose from the blow was pierced by the orcs' rapidly rushing swords. The blades of Zalcathar, which were under his control, entered his opponent from behind. But fortunately for Cirrus, the enemy's weapon only hit her cloak, heading towards its owner. The warrior praised the elf for her skills, as he did not expect that he would have to resort to the help of his comrade. The girl understood that the secret was not only in strengthening the weapons, since the race passed this technique down from generation to generation. Fleeing from yet another attack by her enemy's comrades, Cirrus considered whether she should admit defeat. However, the elf did not like to lose, especially because of her race. And at one fine moment, Riffenhart's beloved realized something about her opponent. Salkater used a technique that only an orc could do, wondering if the elves had their own techniques. Valencia was suddenly visited by her friend Serana, whom she began to call out to during the fight. The dark mage was surprised that even though the girl was feeding on Nihilan's energy, her growth rate was astonishing. But the elf used the wind spirit in a not entirely correct way, standing on her head. After which Cirrus, pushing off from Serana, managed to jump up a great distance. The orc didn't expect his rival to rise so high, watching her actions with interest. Following the warrior into the sky, the faithful blades of Zalcathar, which were subject to his will, followed. This time Cirrus deftly parried the swords rushing towards her, having by this time begun to descend downwards. Literally a second later, the girl found herself behind the monster, successfully landing on the ground. Zalcathar turned to face his opponent, apprehensive about how the battle would proceed. And at the moment when the orc wanted to turn his head, his chin hit the blade of Cirrus's sword. The elder announced that the outsiders had won the sacred ritual, and the crowd of spectators exploded with enthusiastic cries. Cillian asked his friend if she was injured, but fortunately everything was okay. And when Riffenhard himself praised the girl, she happily accepted the praise, slightly embarrassed. The priest began to discuss with the warrior whether the spirit was offended by the act committed by Cirrus, but as it turned out, the spirits were not vindictive. Antares underestimated the elf who did not stand on ceremony with her close ancestors. When the second fight was announced, Tilla de Steelhammer entered the fray. However, the dwarf was unable to win the battle, which made her a little upset. The elder stated that the warrior had shown disrespect to her opponent by not fighting at full strength, and she needed to hone her skills. Tilla lacked the skills to assess the level of his opponent, and the dwarf needed to train to be able to defeat the orc warrior. The girl asked the master to translate what the elder had said, who had condensed the monster's speech into a few words, answering that the girl should have restrained herself on the battlefield. Riffenhard insisted that the main thing was that the girl was recognized, sending Ross next to the duel. The guy taking a stance introduced himself as Ross Tennis, the heir to the sword, who entered the arena to prove his martial strength. Having uttered the word Karuga, which was unfamiliar to the group, the elder's eyes lit up. Following this, an orc jumped out of the crowd and suddenly began to fly straight onto the battlefield. The monster landed heavily on the ground, and with its powerful and strong legs, it managed to break it. The warrior introduced himself as Stala Langer Beta, who was the matriarch holding the title of champion. The locals also considered Ross a champion, calling him a Karuga who was blessed with a warrior spirit. Karuga meant the blessing of fighting spirit. It was the owners of the aura who bore such a title, having surpassed the level of mastery of spiritual weapons. When the knight learned that the orcs called him champion, he wanted to see what they would say when Reifenhardt entered the arena. The matriarch of the Blue Bear clan, having become Ross's enemy, promised to tear the guy to pieces. Holy Sword Cirrus observed the enemy's aura and noted that it was quite strong. Both warriors clashed in a duel, but at the beginning of the fight they only used their aura. The knight, swinging his blade, wanted to gain an advantage in battle by thereby influencing the enemy's energy. But Stala repelled each of the attacks with such ease that she didn't even have to strain herself. Having finished with the defense, the warrior went on the counterattack, showering the warrior with a series of blows. Even though there was a woman in front of him, the guy couldn't help but notice that she was different from other orcs in battle. Continuing to strike blow after blow, the matriarch said that her opponent, despite his mastery of the sword, lacked experience. But then Stala realized that she was talking to a knight who did not know her native language. Then switching to Ross's language, the woman said that the guy was strong, but she was older and more experienced. The swordsman decided that by talking to him, the woman wanted to weaken his vigilance. Finding herself nearby, the orc demanded that they stop dancing and begin a real fight. The woman, while in mid-jump, released her blades, calling them by name, Setea and Randat. Stala commanded her weapons, which she called sisters, to attack the enemy. As best as he could, Tennis' sword deflected the sharp blades of the tribe's matriarch that appeared here and there. The swordsman became curious about how the spiritual weapon technique that the elder had spoken about earlier worked. And while the knight was busy fighting off Setea and Rendatu, their mistress suddenly found herself next to him. The woman, strengthening her attack with aura, struck a member of Reifenhardt's team with her massive fist. Luckily, the guy had already encountered similar attacks while training with the master, so it wasn't difficult for him to repel this one either. But while Ross held back Stala's blows, the swords under her control returned to him like a boomerang. Antares knew that Ross was a good fighter in single combat, but due to the marriage of experience with the owners of the aura, he could not focus on only one orc. The Demon King was curious until the very end about what Ross would do in this situation. Stala Langar Beta declared that victory in this battle was hers, but the knight disagreed. The guy didn't really have time to test the new equipment in the field, but he had no other choice. The dark magician, watching his student, was pleasantly surprised by the skill he demonstrated. The female warrior watched in bewilderment as Tennis' sword continued to move. Surrounding himself with multiple copies of his own blade, the knight used phantom division. The next moment, the guy, along with a dozen swords, rushed at his enemy. Using her aura, Stala, who was familiar with the phantom sword technique, was ready to repel the attack. The woman struck the copies with a beam of energy, as she knew which ones were real and which were illusions. Inspired by this trick, the matriarch told the boy that he had a great future. But while delivering her speech, the warrior from the Blue Bear tribe did not notice how she was wounded. The warrior somehow managed to get close enough to the enemy to inflict damage on her. The dark mage, who had already begun to worry about his student, was pleased with his strategy during the duel. Stala saw through the knight who hid his presence, though she said that this was a good attack and wouldn't work on her twice. A joyful Ross asked the matriarch if he had made a mistake, and missed. Without answering his question, Stala, leaving deep footprints in the ground, rushed towards the guy. Tennis' sword once again activated Phantom Division, launching a series of blades at the enemy. It was quite easy for the warrior to distinguish the illusory sword from the real one. Along with this, Stala should have also easily dodged attacks, but at one point everything went completely differently. The knight who was attacking the orc suddenly began to dissolve into thin air along with his phantom blades. But as soon as the illusion dissipated, the real Ross appeared, who at that moment was already attacking the enemy from below. The warrior's blow landed on the matriarch's leg, which caused her to lose her balance more from surprise than from the injury itself. The woman couldn't believe that the guy had managed to switch places with the illusion. Riffenhardt, watching the duel, was also shocked, not expecting that Cirrus had managed to comprehend the Sword of Emptiness. Division was a technique to go beyond the laws of space and create illusions with the aura, so it was difficult to resist. The true purpose of the technique was to move the aura to strike the enemy, which was the main technique of Cirrus's holy sword. The sight he saw awakened a strange feeling inside the dark mage, deciding that the guy had honed his skill while meditating in the Great Forge. Looking at Riffenhardt, Stahl noted that he was also blessed with a warrior spirit, wanting to later engage him in battle. The woman announced to her opponent that no matter how much fun she had fighting him, it was time to finish. The orc commanded each of her 12 sisters, who were blades, to fly like a bird. Tennis' sword was shocked by the sudden appearance of so many weapons in the matriarch's possession. Having launched a dozen sharp swords at the warrior, Stala rejoiced, anticipating her victory. The enemy's weapons surprisingly did not reach the knight himself, which in turn only chopped up the ground. Before the boy could even blink, the area around him was covered in sharp blades. Immediately losing his fighting spirit, Ross, casting aside his pride, threw down his sword and announced that he surrendered. Stala Langar Beta solemnly announced to those present her victory in the third ritual battle. The martial artist asked the warrior to show off his technique sometime, but Ross replied that it was useless against him. The knight claimed that the master did not dodge, but even so, it would not be difficult for him to overcome this technique. Throwing off his cloak, the dark mage announced that it was his turn to test himself in battle. But once the orc saw his body, they began to admire Antares, claiming that he had no need to go through ritual combat. But unfortunately, the monsters could not ignore traditions, and therefore had to fight with Riffenhart walled Antares. The elder, who suddenly appeared behind his wife, asked her for the opportunity to deal with this warrior. The Demon King didn't even sense the presence of the orc, nor did he notice the moment of his appearance. The orc said that he had been watching from afar from a distant rock, but when he saw that they were having fun here, he decided to join in. The wife asked what would happen to the Snake King in that case, but her husband had already managed to chop him into pieces before he arrived here. Revealing its true form, the monster introduced itself as the leader of the Blue Bear tribe, Champion Kalkin, who wished to fight Riefenhart. Riefenhart noticed that his opponent was as big as the master, and that he expected to fight just such an opponent. Kalkin assessed the martial artist's mood and immediately rushed to attack. The first thing the Dark Magician decided to do was to use the Dream Veil spell, and just a second later his formidable opponent collapsed to the ground, lost in a sweet sleep. Cillian was somewhat disappointed by this battle, and for Ross, this method of fighting was not entirely fair. Stala was of the same opinion, arguing that it was not proper for a warrior to fight in such a manner, but in his defense he replied that he wanted to show that he was also a magician. Kalkin was puzzled by what had happened, but Riefenhart explained his actions, because if he had not fought at full strength, he would have shown disrespect to the orc. The monster decided that it would be unfair to give up magic, and thanked the human champion for his attention. The tribe members began to argue about whether it was appropriate to use magic in the ritual duel. Unlike his past life, Antares was able to gain the respect of another race much faster due to his trained body. The warrior asked to continue the fight, and a moment later both fighters collided. At this very time, in another part of the land, one of the monsters that lived in these parts was defeated. The warrior who finished him off believed that now the tribe would have no need for food for the near future. A black king appeared next to the orc, looking at him mysteriously with satisfied eyes. The pet's owner guessed that the animal wanted a treat, because a second later it was holding a large piece of meat in its teeth. The orc and the animal witnessed a strange green glow, but the origin of which was unknown to them. Observing the anomaly that had arisen, Tashid ordered his pet to return home. The ritual duel continued to rage by this time, and none of its participants wanted to give in to each other. The martial arts master wanted to demonstrate to the orcs what he had learned from King Gerard. The boy attacked the tribe leader with a threatening chi strike, forcing the enemy to use aura. However, despite the force of the blow, Kalkin still repelled the martial arts master's attack. Riefenhart noticed that the orc easily dealt with the massive weapon, which incidentally he expected from such an opponent. Therefore, in order to show off his full power, the Dark Mage used a chain-smashing chi strike. Despite the multiple attacks, the tribe leader stood firm, blocking each of the blows he received. Antares believed that he had now definitely proven that he was worth something, calling the enemy closer. But as soon as the monster approached, the guy summoned the spirits and conjured up an improved sleep. As if by snapping his fingers, Kalkin instantly fell asleep, as if he had never fought with anyone before. The warrior who headed towards the orc understood that even though he had an aura, the head of the tribe had low resistance to magic. But before he could get close to him, he stopped halfway, not expecting such a situation. While under the spell, Kalkin, who was completely glowing with an aura, continued to swing his weapon. The enemy blade hit Riefenhart in the side, but did not wound his body, hitting the aura barrier. Looking at the orc, who looked like a sleepwalker in this state, the Demon King wondered if the magic hadn't worked. Ross and Cillian were impressed by the battle, which they could learn from watching. The knight was surprised to learn that it was possible to use the aura to develop a conditioned reflex, and decided to practice it himself sometime in his free time. It was the first time Riefenhart had seen such a technique, because last time he had simply transferred the mental magic talisman, and that was the end of it. The martial artist commanded the enemy to turn to stone, causing paralysis that paralyzed the orc's entire body. The warrior understood that Kalkin had low resistance to magic, which he took advantage of. However, at this moment he was in automatic combat mode and was ready to parry all attacks to compensate for his weakness. Returning to his usual state, the head of the tribe declared how much fun he had had, with which his rival agreed. The Dark Mage could have used another spell, but he chose to use his martial skills to solve the problem. Antares said that the jokes were over, which is what the elder of the tribe wanted to hear from him. Continuing their incessant struggle, the warriors of the ritual duel destroyed everything around them. The spectators of this spectacle were almost blown away by the shockwave and could barely stay on their feet. Stala's husband claimed that their fight with the man had dragged on and it needed to be ended. The martial artist replied with a smile on his face that he was happy to finish the fight. For the decisive blow, Riffenhard, as he usually did, gathered all his aura into one point. The guy, to be sure, used a quadruple horn of calamity against his opponent. The leader of the Blue Bear tribe also did not waste time on trifles, resorting to a thunderous blow. The attacks of both warriors in the ritual duel caused such a powerful discharge that it undermined the earth. But Riffenhard and Kalkin stood frozen in place, neither of them willing to give in to the other. The energy that had been trapped for a long time finally exploded, forming a huge beam of light that shot into the sky. When the priest was treating the young gentleman, the warrior asked him to treat him more gently. With an imperturbable face, Cillian asked Riffenhard to show courage and be patient a little longer. Stahl, who was the judge of the fight, declared a draw, claiming that both fighters were not inferior to each other in terms of skill level. Tilla asked the saint if Philinen's treatment was really that painful, but it was because of the part of the opponent's aura that was nestled in Antares' body. Ori, sacred power and magic were of different natures, and because of this difference, they were unable to completely merge with each other. The pilgrim offered to treat the head of the tribe, but the man insisted that his wounds would heal on their own. Kalkin recognized in Riffenhard a warrior he could trust, and from that day on he would consider him his brother. The orc took the meeting with his new brother as a worthy event, and the conversation that began with swords was supposed to end with a drink. Before the head of the tribe had time to voice his decision, the monster's improvised glasses were already filled. The guys from the Dark Mages team treated the joyful event with respect, but were wary of drinking with the orcs. He handed his new brother a glass. Kalkin wanted him to drink with him, but the warrior couldn't stand this strong liqueur. But when the guy tried it, he was surprised that he liked it, and the head of the tribe thought that a person might not like such a drink. The man ordered his wife to bring another barrel because his brother liked the local drink so much. The orcs drinking nearby were surprised as Riffenhard emptied an entire barrel on his own, an act worthy of a true warrior. Ceres asked the master what the orcs were talking about while looking at her, calling her fat because the girl did not have big muscles. And looking at the priest, the local women were surprised that he was a guy with such a physique. Surrounded by monsters, Tennis Sword now understood what the elder was trying to tell him. The chief of the Blue Bears looked up from his feast when the shepherds returned to them. The arriving orc was surprised to find a man standing next to the elder. The shepherds said that they were met by some kind of miracle, which greatly surprised Riffenhard. In front of him was his old friend Tashid, whom he had already seen in this world a couple of years ago. When the orc asked if the man recognized him, he explained to the chieftain that it was the warrior who had directed him to this place. Kalkin was amused by this strange coincidence of circumstances, which he could not have imagined. Turning to the guest, Stala's husband asked him what brought the guy to these parts. Riffenhard explained that he wanted to find lands where the Blue Bear tribe could live even better. But to do this, the boy needed the leader to lend him his physical strength. Having summed up the warrior's story, the orc clarified that if they agreed to fight, they would be able to receive land in return. Antares summarized that this was indeed the case, but his goal now was the county of Gelfan, which bordered the great mountain of Gloten. The elder wanted to know the opinion of Tashid, who grew up among people, who in turn, although he did not trust them, was confident in Mr. Riffenhard. The head of the tribe was concerned about safety, to which Tashid replied that it was necessary to consult with the matriarch in the blacksmith, whose advice would not hurt. Blacksmith Grault of the Blue Bear tribe welcomed the warrior blessed with the spirit of battle. The chieftain stated that the new brother had shown a different path to the orcs, but for the sake of the tribe, they had to make wise decisions. Everything went better than Ross expected, because the tribe, after moving to a safer place, will send 100 warriors to them. And Tashid, who was walking with them, according to Riffenhard, was acting as a messenger if the orcs did not manage to reach them in time. Listing the races in the mentors team, the knight assumed that soon even a troll could not join. A couple of days later, the team was at the Termania tract, a road that had been trodden by many carts and was now the main route of the kingdom of Crovens. It was along this road that about 10 carts followed, along with which walked about 100 warriors. They were watched by Karsus's people, who were surprised that there were so few people as guards. The men did not consider Prince Jewel frivolous, but they counted on at least 500 soldiers who were assigned to guard important food supplies. The warriors found it strange that there were no mages among the guards, which indicated the small number of forces allocated to such a valuable cargo. While inspecting the guards, Karsa's men decided that the prince had disguised refugees and civilians as soldiers. The assistant commander insisted that if they attacked the army in the middle of the night, they would have a hard time. The commander-in-chief announced to his men that among the enemy there were only weak soldiers who would immediately run away before a small demonstration. Mounting his horses, the man, in the name of the true King Karsus, ordered his opponents to drop their weapons and kneel. 3 strangers appeared in hooded robes and blocked the path of the enemy army. But the next second, the trio raised their outer clothing over their heads, revealing themselves. Prince Karsus' men were shocked by the enemy they faced. The enemies turned out to be 3 gnomes, who, armed with their typical weapons, were already tired of waiting for enemies. The squad leader couldn't understand who in their right mind would have decided that halflings would make excellent guards. One of the 3 gnomes flew up, appearing in all his glory before the soldiers, flew past him, and the next second the warriors' heads flew off their shoulders, over which a small dwarf flew. The miraculously surviving captain of the detachment asked himself what he had just witnessed. The man was terrified by the fact that the dwarves could jump so high, not to mention their cruel treatment of enemies. When 2 more halflings joined the attack, the humans began to suffer significant losses despite their numbers. The commander-in-chief told the soldier not to panic, claiming that the same moles were in front of them. Infantrymen were sent into battle to stop the supply of provisions that were being delivered to the kingdom. Despite the fact that there were 8 times more enemies, the dwarves did not use their aura, as the savior forbade them to do so. Then the dwarves attacked the soldiers of Karsus, who had to spend a little more time on their opponents than they could. The hoods that flew off showed the warriors a number of other battle gnomes that they were quite serious. The small people attacked their enemy with no small amount of cruelty and blunt weapons. Watching the battle, Riffenhart praised himself for his decision to call the dwarves with him, which were ordinary soldiers of no equal. The Dark Mage was prepared for the attack and managed to gain the upper hand over the enemy due to the fact that ordinary people had to fight with the owners of the aura. The commander ordered him to tell who commanded them, since a real man would not allow his people to die at the hands of lesser creatures. The trio of gnomes, although outraged by the man's words, decided that there was no point in wasting their time on him. Takata, who was on horseback, announced that he would deal with the commander-in-chief of the enemy detachment. The warrior, meanwhile, walked towards the orc, insisting that he should not be underestimated. The 2 warriors passed each other, but only one of them had his opponent's blood on his sword. Tolkata, who emerged victorious from the duel, calling Riffenhart my lord, reported that he had beheaded the enemy commander. The martial artist was confused that even after training, the orc's views did not change at all. A little later, a dinner party was held in the barony of Dolphin, at which many distinguished gentlemen were present. Count Phaonian, being Prince Juval's grandfather, although he was grateful for Riefenhart's help, his request baffled the man. The Count had to officially recognize the slave race as a military force and sign a contract with them. But this condition was one of the conditions for the supply of supplies. Fionnan's colleagues claimed that the magician's idea was far from reality, and that such an unreasonable request came into his head. The man wanted to know what just 100 fighters could achieve, but Antares assured them that members of the Blue Bear tribe would soon join them. There was some disagreement at the table, with high-ranking officials arguing about the advisability of using all the terraces during the battles with Karsus. The Dark Mage asked the Count if he really didn't trust other races, for whom the answer was obvious. With a smile on his face, Riffenhart, with the help of his team, wanted to prove to those present the opposite. They intended to capture the fortress of Sinai on their own, without any help from Croans. The prince's grandfather asked again whether the magician had really spoken about the Sinai fortress, which confirmed what he had said. The man burst into a scream, belittling Riffenhart for thinking himself a great commander after winning just one battle. Despite the presence of Sir Teswalt's fortress, the warrior claimed that if his men were treated properly, they would ensure victory for Prince Jewel. One of those sitting at the table was indignant that the magicians did not understand anything about war, but the prince ordered that the disagreements be stopped. Croans did not understand what exactly the commanders did not like, that they were unhappy with the fact that His Highness was sending such valuable slaves to their deaths. He also reminded that for his ally, supplies were much more important than enemies, and that he would only take a week's supply of provisions with him on the road. The heir to the throne claimed that most of the supplies would remain with them, and that 100 soldiers would not be physically able to consume such a quantity of food. The prince, in the name of the royal family of Crovens, ordered Riffenhart to prove his loyalty and capture the fortress of Sinai. Bowing, the warrior replied that he would certainly carry out the order given by His Highness. After a meaningful conversation, Antreus returned to the camp to his comrades. Ceres reported that Tashid, together with the Black King, had already moved forward, as agreed. Ross was still a little worried, because more than 200 warriors were needed to capture the fortress, especially against 3,000. The master replied that the Knights of the Kingdom were no match for the warriors of the Great Forge or the Blue Bear tribe. Cillian noted that the orcs and dwarves would soon improve their position on the continent. A man intervened in the conversation and asked those gathered not to forget about the elves. It was Elder Relhard who wanted to help the patron who contributed the resurrection of their elfenheim. He claimed that people would not be able to speak to them from a position of strength by spraying fire in their hand. From the flames emerged a huge demonic monster that was made entirely of flame. Relhard assured that in time, the others would also feel the rebirth of the great tree. Looking at the fire demon he had summoned, the elder was afraid that his actions would cause a fire. Another person joined the discussion, and it was because of him that everyone present gathered. Prince Juvel came with his beloved Finia, who wanted to meet other dwarves. The young man was curious whether the magician thought they had a chance of winning, and Antares, confident of victory, advised them to be prepared for the consequences. Be that as it may, the guy felt better as soon as a smile appeared on Finia's face. Croans trusted the dark mage more than his vassals, as long as their goals coincided. Juel allowed Riffenhart to do as he saw fit, and the master insisted that he would not let him down. With the arrival of spring warmth, the fire of war reached the Sinai fortress, but not in the way most people were accustomed to seeing it. The city's watchman trumpeted loudly about the enemy approaching their fortress. Only came because he was informed of an enemy attack. The subordinate reported that the enemy had indeed approached their walls, but their numbers did not impress the owner of the aura. The man, having examined the composition of the troops, asked his assistant whether they really were enemies. There was not a single human among the warriors, only elves or dwarves, but the coat of arms belonged to the forces of Prince Juvel. However, after thinking it over, Fernando declared that the lives of slaves were worth more than human lives, not understanding why it was necessary to throw so much money down the drain. The owner of the aura ordered the magicians to check the surroundings and send 50 knights, assigning 50 soldiers to each if they fell into a trap. The man ordered the dwarves and elves to be killed outright, and the elven women to be taken alive, because any girl from their race who could hold a sword would be an excellent reward. The commander of the detachment ordered, in the name of His Majesty Karsus, to destroy the enemy and take the elven women prisoner. But the warrior could never have expected that such an army would be able to attack them so suddenly. The rider and his horse rose high into the air, becoming victims of an enemy attack. Floating in the air, the knight regretted that he had underestimated his enemy, heading towards him so carelessly. One of the dwarves, clutching an aura-wrapped axe, asked if it was finally possible to use his power. Forcing the aura onto his weapon, the dwarf replied that the savior had given his permission for this. The halfling's eyes lit up in the literal sense of the word, as he was already eager to have some fun. Meanwhile, while the knights were trying to realize that the dwarves had control of the aura, they were smashing their battle formation to pieces. The warriors were surprised to see Night Salt fall, asking themselves how this was possible. The soldiers claimed that they were fighting monsters who had the opportunity to avenge their kin. One of the dwarves claimed that he had not fought anyone for a long time, except for the monsters that lived in the mountains. After hitting another enemy with his hammer, the halfling called on his brothers to show the true strength of their people. Tesvald also couldn't believe that there were aura possessors among the dwarves. Wondering what they should do now, the magician who came to the knight's aid assumed that the fortress gates were in danger and were ordered to be immediately placed under magical protection. The wizard, throwing his hands up, began to cast a spell, and a seal in an ancient language appeared above his head. Soon after the barrier was activated, the fortress was reliably protected and was now under a magical dome. Despite the appearance of a high-level protective circle, Riffenhart informed the priest that everything was going exactly according to plan. The elves came out next and also demonstrated their magical abilities to the enemy. The warriors of this race summoned fire demons, one of which had already been shown by the elder. Teswalt von Fernando, seeing such monsters, ordered his men to attack them immediately. The fire giants watched as enemy arrows pierced their fiery bodies. The knight claimed that it was similar to spirit magic, but his commander insisted that elves were not capable of using spirit magic. After which, one of the fire giants approached the fortress's protective barrier and struck it with force. The dwarf praised Relhard for the help he had given him, and was now ready to begin the attack. The axe in the halfling's hands filled with a red aura, giving the weapon incredible power. Despite all the efforts of the magicians and their magic circle, the enemy still managed to break through the gate, shouted at the top of their lungs that the enemy managed to penetrate the territory of the Sinai fortress. Along with the huge fire monsters, their masters, the elves and dwarves who walked ahead, also made their way inside. Having saddled his horse, the owner of the aura ordered the knightly order of Fernando to go into battle. Tesvald ordered his men to deal with the monsters while he took care of the dwarves. One of the dwarves decided to fight the knight, who was warned that the enemy could also possess an aura. An angry Fernando wanted to put the upstarts in their place, arguing that halflings could not possess such power. Swinging his axe that glowed with a red aura, the dwarf attacked the kingdom's renowned swordsman. The warriors crossed their weapons, each of which emitted a powerful stream of energy. Having locked blades, the man did not expect that his opponent would be much stronger than him. In turn, the dwarf also noted that the enemy was strong despite his age, making sure that people learned much faster than other races. The commander's soldiers were surprised that, being the owner of an aura, the dwarf also fought on par with Sir Tesvald. Riffenhard informed Cillian that they were very lucky that Cardamite could compete with Fernando. But at the same time, their magicians, who were entirely made up of elves, were beginning to get tired. When Ross asked why they did not interfere with the course of events, the mentor replied that the world needed to see the strength of all races. Holy Sword Cyrus insisted that if they lost, there would be no point, which the Dark Mage couldn't help but agree with. Turning around, the Demon King saw a column of dust rising in the air from the arriving orc army. Tashid apologized for the delay, citing that it had taken them longer than they expected to avoid people's eyes. Antries said that they had little time and needed to get to the battlefield as soon as possible. Burning with rage, the warrior, together with his fellow tribesmen, was ready to move forward immediately without any respite. Tashid called on the Blue Bear warriors to cut down their opponents, for their hot blood led the tribe to victory. With a battle cry, a squad of orcs rushed toward the fortress of Sinai, waving their sharp weapons. The closer Reifenhardt's assistants got to the gate, the more clearly they saw the dwarves fighting the soldiers. Hearing Tashid's warlike speeches about sharp blades and axes, the warriors of Karsus immediately turned around. The orc battle squad had not yet crossed the threshold of the fortress before they had dismembered the enemies who stood in their way. The orcs were told to fight until their hearts began to beat out of their chests. Frightened by the appearance of the suddenly appeared monsters, the soldiers rushed away, demanding mercy. The knights who were in charge of the soldiers ordered them to stop panicking, because the monsters were not as scary as it seemed to them. But the warriors themselves wondered how these savages handled such huge weapons so skillfully. Reifenhardt was pleased that the orcs had shocked their opponents, as the humans still had no idea how other species fought. Closer to sunset, an unexpected report about the prince was waiting in the capital of Croton. The boy asked his servants again if he had heard wrong, but the information he had heard was the purest truth. In a detached voice, Karsus wanted to clarify important information regarding Sir Tesvald, but he could not pull himself together. The officers confirmed that according to the surviving soldiers, Teswalt von Fernando died during the battle. The young man calculated that they had an average of 12,000 soldiers left, and there were only 4 in the capital. Karsus announced that he needed to contact his father and grandfather, and also call all the noble soldiers to the capital. The guy kept saying that Prince Juvel had a crown and a signet ring, and if he held the coronation in the capital, everyone would side with him. The day after the battle, Croans could not believe that he was really in Sinai, that it was like a dream. Riffenhardt reminded the prince that he had not let him down as he had promised, to which the boy only laughed. The Dark Mage explained that the nobles were not happy while his soldiers enjoyed the comfortable rooms here. Yuval claimed that all this was only thanks to Antares, deciding to find out what the losses were on their side. Unfortunately, they lost 17 dwarves and 9 orcs, while the elves escaped with minor wounds. Compared to the enemy's losses, the Demon King's losses were very small, but due to the small army, these losses were still noticeable. Antares was surprised that the prince was wiser than he thought, since at first he even doubted the choice he made. In this way, Reifenhardt made sure that there was no one in the young prince's army who would dare to underestimate other races. The only problem was that people, having learned about the skills of other races, wanted to buy them from the martial arts master. The boy replied that they were allies, not slaves, but the buyers took this as a reluctance to sell such a valuable commodity. The dark mage's fists itched at the sight of such individuals, but he should never do this. Soon the news that the fortress of Sinai had fallen under the onslaught of other races spread throughout the kingdom. Not only the soldiers, who were close to this, discussed this, but also the aristocrats, expressing their concerns about this incident. In one of the kingdom's taverns, one of the owner's slaves brought chopped firewood directly into the establishment and received a scolding from the man. The tavern patrons, looking at the orc, convinced themselves that the rumors could not be true. However, it was said that the gnomes were controlled by St. Philinins, and that there were even witnesses to this. The men found this strange, since the temple did not use slaves, and they did not notice that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. To one of the tavern's patrons and asked him to tell her about the incident in a little more detail. Frightened by the stranger's size, the man asked again why she was so interested in this. The girl, who was truly enormous in size, wanted to know more about St. Philinins. One of the visitors to the establishment heard that the priest was allegedly a young man with long red hair. As soon as the stranger heard about this, she suddenly broke her glass, spilling the drink. Clutching the broken glass from which the drink was leaking, the girl burst into laughter, after which she touched her lips with that same hand, licking off the remains of the drink. Licking her lips, the girl was pleased that she had finally found her sweet fiancé, Cillian Philmarsus. Roughly in the center of the kingdom of Crovens, on the great plains of Ladon, two armies were stationed. Karsus's army numbered about 10,000 armed warriors in its ranks. Meanwhile, Prince Juvel's forces numbered approximately 3,000 soldiers. Riefenhardt had thought that after the fall of the Sinai fortress, the enemy would call up his entire army. The voice of Raven von Spirius was heard, demanding a duel, wanting to know if there was a brave hero among the warriors who would step forward. However, the soldiers stood motionless, which forced the knight to believe that the enemy had defeated Sir Teswalt through underhanded tactics. Cardamite considered the bronze demon sword weaker than Teswalt, but his colleague replied that they had already chosen a fighter. Sir Spirius looked at him and asked in a condescending tone who the warrior was who had decided to challenge him. It was Cirrus von Tinnis, who would be honored to cross swords in a duel with such a great knight. Charging my weapon with aura, the man was surprised that the guy was not even 30, who also possessed this skill. But the knight who was on Prince Juvel's side claimed that he was not to be underestimated. The next moment, both swordsmen, riding their horses on the move, crossed their swords. And just a second later, the fighters separated their blades, which clanged back to their original position. Raven von Spirius kept his menacing gaze on the boy, continuing to wield the aura sword. Ross was also no slouch in skill, showering his opponent with a multitude of counterattacks. The soldiers of Crovens were delighted at how skillfully the knight fought against the bronze demonic sword. Karsus understood that due to the presence of a large number of aura users, the army's morale was able to rise. The man claimed that his opponent was extremely experienced for his young age. Ross had the same opinion about his opponent and was in no way inferior to him in battle. The guy was able to defeat the knight because if everything depended only on sword skills, he could lose. But unlike Raven, Holy Sword Cirrus had much more experience thanks to Sir Riefenhardt. Having passed each other once again, the warriors rushed towards each other again, throwing their blades upward. The knight's mentor claimed that he sent his student to a duel to test his abilities, and that at this rate he would win the title of Holy Sword in just a couple of years. Refusing to lose to some brat, Sir Spirius resorted to the giant blade technique. The Tennis clan's sword used its new achievement of Phantom Division, wanting to hone this skill. The bronze demon sword was shocked by this technique, which he had never seen before. The young man emerged victorious from this duel, which, however, could not be said about his opponent. The soldiers of Karsus were covered in sweat as Sir Spirius fell at the hands of the young knight. The bloodied man wanted to know how the warrior managed to use such an amazing technique at that age. The guy simply replied that he liked everything about the Phantom Division technique except for the difficulty of its execution. Raven's master, who had expected him to give his all, was greatly disappointed with the outcome of the duel. Raising his sword, the young Lord Karsus ordered his warriors to attack. And at that very moment, the enemy army similarly rushed forward, holding out its weapons in front of itself. With the army's support, Cirrus led the brave warriors of the Blue Bear tribe forward. Riding on the backs of wolves, the orcs insisted that they had to fight until their hearts beat out of their chests. The knights ordered the monsters to be thrown off their horses as they had sunk their teeth into their livestock. The warriors did not immediately notice that the orcs were riding not horses, but wolves, which were also an additional combat unit. Karsus couldn't believe that the rumors were true, wondering where the head of the Special Forces unit, Cirrus, was at that time. As it turned out, Cirrus was unable to reach headquarters, where 200 enemy soldiers were waiting for him. The guy didn't understand how a 1,000-strong army couldn't break through to the prince's base, which had only 200 people. And in the midst of the battle, a fiery monster appeared, which was summoned by the elves in exactly the same way as in the Sinai fortress. Karsus ordered his mages to respond with a spell. However, they were unable to use their magic due to the interference that was created to the flow of mana. The wizards of the kingdom wondered why the powerful mages on the enemy side simply did not use high-level spells. Riffenhard, who had a hand in this, claimed that even if he lacked mana, no one could take away his talent. When Cirrus entered the battle, her opponents, in horror, called her an elf witch. To his great regret, Karsus was forced to order his men to retreat. Raising their blades above their heads, the army of Crovans, led by the prince, rejoiced at the victory they had won. Historians will call this war the Battle of Ladon, which ended in victory for Prince Juvel. Near the plains in Vandrick County, the locals welcomed the true king, Prince Juvel. It was strange to the boy that just yesterday these same people called Karsus their king, who retreated to Croton to prepare for the next battle. Count Veda and Brontersen wanted to swear allegiance to the prince, while Sirs Hartsbergen, Grandiard, and Cyclich continued to remain neutral. Count Fionin offered to convince the trio to switch to their side, since it now seemed entirely possible. The prince did not understand why this was necessary, and His Highness's grandfather himself asked himself the same question. The young man kept telling himself that he had to become a king who would sincerely care for his subjects. Security posted at the entrance to Vandrick County blocked the way for one of the travelers. Guard asked what brought a person resembling the paladin Sayer to this place. The soldier felt that something was wrong here, because the stranger had the face of a beauty. However, her body was unusually large in size for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Cillian was practicing push-ups, so that after a short rest he could move on to squats. The young man was ready to begin his next training session, but Riffenhart insisted that the saint needed rest. The pilgrim needed to quickly become a muscle man, since after the battle he was nicknamed the Young Saint, the girl who treated the wounded on the battlefield. Cillian looked at the elf and wondered if she was busy with something, most likely trying to make friends. Ceres asked the spirit for forgiveness, claiming that the situation forced her to act that way. Antares warned that the spirit could get angry, but the girl was sure that in a couple of days she would not remember it. The warrior asked himself if his beloved had always been like this in her past life. Suddenly, a guard approached the martial artist and said that a girl wanted to see him, but the guards immediately added that the girl had actually come to see the young saint, but it was somehow connected with Riffenhart. In the reception room, the girl introduced herself as Christina, who was a paladin and Sayer's sword. The dark magician asked what brought the girl here, who was looking for the priest Cillian Philmarsus. Riffenhart thought the guard meant him because of the girl's gigantic stature, and was interested in why Christina was looking for the pilgrim. Just at that moment, Cillian himself appeared, claiming that someone wanted to see him. And as soon as the girl saw her beloved behind the mighty warrior, she immediately blossomed. But the priest Philinins was very frightened when he saw Christina, as he did not expect their meeting. The girl asked how long the guy would run from his destiny, but the young man did not think that he was her love. Stuck between the pair, Riefenhart, shocked by what he heard, wanted to know from the paladin how exactly she was connected to Cillian. The martial artist's words made the priest's beloved think for a moment, after which the girl joyfully declared that their marriage was concluded in the name of the great god. Returning to his quarters, the priest planned to leave this place as soon as possible. The dark magician asked the saint to calm down, as the girl suggested waiting in the reception room. Riffenhart wanted to hear an explanation as to whether the couple was engaged, but Cillian flatly replied that they were not. Christina Silistana was from a family of the Helline kingdom, and even in her youth everyone said that she was destined to grow up to be a real beauty. And so it happened, only the girl grew too much, which none of the relatives expected. At that time the prophecy of Sayer appeared, which said that she was destined to become God's sword and give birth to a great warrior. The Holy Order made her a paladin, and she began to gain experience, and just at that time was sent to the kingdom of Vasily. It was then that she met her destiny, Cillian Philmarsus, with whom she fell in love at first sight. The young man who looked after the wounded on the battlefield was the perfect man for Christina. And upon returning to the Holy Order of Sayre, she declared that the prophecy had finally come true, and she had found the father of the future great warrior. The members of the Holy Order were confused, unsure if Christina had found her betrothed, as the difference between them was too great. At that moment, Sayre gave a new prophecy, and it turned out that the girl's words were confirmed. But in order to accept the prophecy, the Holy Order of Philonense put forward the condition that they would approve the marriage if Christina managed to win the heart of the priest. For Cillian Philmarsus, it was the beginning of the end that has haunted him to this day. Riffenhart decided that this was a political marriage between the Order of Sayre and Philonense, which the young man confirmed. From that moment on, Christina simply went crazy about the doctor and followed him wherever he went. The saint admitted that he had lied when he joined Riffenhart, thinking that this would cause Astana to back out of the marriage. Also, one of the reasons was that Philmarsus always wanted to be stronger, and if he started looking like other guys, Christina would lose interest in him. The dark magician stated that there were other qualities to love about the girl besides her height, but the young man could not stand her terrible character. In addition to the fact that the paladin did not listen to others, she had already thought of what she would name the future child, who, if born a boy, would bear the name Stein. And if a girl appears, the girl will name her Elin, which will become Saint Sayera, which is why Antares felt as if he was struck by electricity. The warrior asked the boy to say his name again, but Elin had no meaning to him at all now. The Demon King began to repeat this name over and over again, trying to remember where he could have heard it before. And the thought of who it might have belonged to made Riffenhart break out in a cold sweat. The martial artist suggested that the pilgrim was the father of the priestess Helen. The girl was one of the 5 strongest warriors on the continent that fought the Demon King at one time. Elin was so powerful that she surpassed the high priest McKellen, who eventually died at her hands, but she was not only a good warrior. Because of her blessing, an army of soldiers became true berserkers, and even a child having received her blessing could become a first-class killer. It was hard for Riffenhart to fathom that this woman-shaped monster could be Cillian's daughter. On the other hand, watching the warrior understood that Elin's divine power was extremely unnatural. It was created by a sorcery known as the Holy Grail Plan, which was forbidden by the Holy Fire Syra. The plan was that when a child was born, it would become a sacred vessel in a special barrier and absorb its parents. During this plan, the parents were sacrificed to create the Holy Grail, and Antares explained that if Cillian married Christina, he would die. If the boy was indeed Elin's father, it would explain why the Demon King had not heard of him before, advising him not to marry the girl. The priest was glad that at least someone began to understand him, but immediately declared that he had to run away as quickly as possible. The guards of Vendrick, observing how the saint was going somewhere, assumed that she had quarreled with the young master. Cillian was glad to stay, but he did not know what could happen in such a case, with which Antares partly agreed. Since the young man had become an important member of the team over all this time, the warrior asked him to think carefully before leaving. The pilgrim insisted that he had no other choice, asking the gentleman if he was planning to stop Christina. Riffenhart, without taking his eyes off Cillian, asked if he was really just abandoning him when they were halfway to fulfilling their dream. The young man replied that he did not want to leave, but he still could not influence the situation. And besides, it was now the height of the war, and the guy could not call the young master along with him. The warrior asked the saint to try to convince the girl that by pursuing her, she was only fueling his hatred for her. With a sad face, Cillian stated that if this plan had worked, he would not have had to leave the Holy Order of Philonense. The guards who were watching the conversation between their comrades were completely immersed in their atmosphere. But at that very moment, the young man's beloved intervened in the conversation between the warrior and the priest. Having found a suitcase in the guy's hands, the girl assumed that he had packed his things in order to quickly go to church and get married. The young man, when he heard Christina's voice, accused Riffenhart of being the reason the girl found him. Astana asked the boy to come home with her, where they would live happily ever after, while she gave birth to a daughter and a son. The dark mage noticed that the paladin was not listening to what the saint was telling her, asking her directly what she liked about Cillian. With a smile on her face, the girl replied that if they got married and had children, they would have ideal height, which was quite reasonable. Christina was sure that the young man did not want his short stature to be passed on to his children, and neither did she. Sword Sierra was convinced that the problem with her height was solved by fate itself with their meeting, and their union had already been made in heaven long before they met. The priest asked his faithful comrade for help, but he did not know how exactly he could help. And in that moment of complete despair, when the shadow of a sinister smile fell on Cillian's face, an idea came to him. The young man asked Christina for forgiveness for not being able to admit earlier that he had already found his love. The priest stated that he had actually met with Riffenhart and therefore could not accept Astana's feelings. For the girl who had been thinking all this time about how to marry a saint, her whole world was destroyed in 1 second. The master of martial arts himself did not expect such a development of events, and in that moment he turned into stone. The palace guards were shocked by this news, and until the very end, they were convinced that the saint was a girl. Cillian Filmarsis claimed that he and the warrior were connected by the red thread of Philinense, and technically this was true. The young man, remembering how he and Cirrus were looking for the young master, came to the conclusion that their paths were intertwined thanks to the goddess by a common destiny. The knights who were eavesdropping on the conversation between their comrades decided that everything had come together, since the couple had previously talked about some kind of separation. Riffenhart asked Cillian why he was chosen to be the one who would shock Christina. Hugging the warrior, the saint insisted that he did not want to reveal their relationship in this way, but he was simply left with no choice. Pomragnev, Astana was understanding of the fact that his lover's heart was already taken. The pilgrim was surprised that the crazy paladin would retreat so easily that he was ready to relax. But the girl, with a crazy expression on her face, replied that true love could not be imagined without trials. In the name of her love with the pilgrim, Christina Silastana challenged Riffenhart to a duel. The palace guards began to recount the events of the unfolding drama to their colleagues who had just arrived. This spectacle attracted the attention of the elf, who watched what was happening from the crowd with interest. The paladin of the Order of Sayre took hold of the hilt of her sword and began to draw it from its sheath. Warrior with a saint looking at the tip of the blade, they asked whether Christina was really going to challenge Riffenhart to a duel. The girl claimed that if the magician truly loved Cillian, then he should have accepted her challenge. The pilgrim asked his comrade to show the paladin the true strength of their love. The warrior wasn't thrilled that he had to fight this girl, but according to the saint, it was the only way to save him. Ceres also appeared at the same time and asked the young master if he had really met with Cillian. Being a paladin of Sayre, the girl allowed the priest lover to make the first blow. Riffenhart knew he had no choice but to actually fight this girl. The guy wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and put Christina to sleep from the very beginning. As he began to summon storms and lightning, the paladin realized that the enemy's forces had exceeded all her expectations. The dark magician, not wanting to prolong this strange duel, unleashed a thunderstorm on the girl. Antares was not supposed to kill her, and so he weakened the spell, which should have been enough to make his rival lose consciousness. But Paladin, calling on the patron of Sayre for help, asked him to illuminate his world with his light, thereby repelling Riffenhart's attack. The guards who were closely watching the battle wondered if Astana was the owner of the aura. But in reality, it was all about the divine sword that the paladins of Sayre used. Only 1 in 10 could use the divine sword, which was news to the Demon King. After creating a protective barrier around himself, the boy also summoned an air bullet for his opponent. Blocking the Dark Mage's attack, the girl claimed that it was not enough to defeat her. Cillian asked the warrior why he used only magic, since his life depended on the outcome of this battle. But Riffenhart used high-level magic, so this time he decided to change his battle tactics. The Demon King cast the Frozen Shadow spell, but the paladin managed to escape from it as well. At least that's what the girl herself thought, until her leg became trapped in the ice. It will take half a minute to get out of the ice, and this time will be more than enough for Antares. But Christina was ready for this, who was going to use the power that Sayre himself had given her. The paladin, having tuned herself, took a calm breath before beginning the technique. And the very next second, the girl, clenching her teeth, began to push hard, trying to free herself from the ice. Riffenhart, watching the girl's efforts, was skeptical about her skills. However, after a couple of seconds, Astana, using only physical strength, managed to escape from the trap. The saint asked the paladin if she also possessed an aura, but the girl only had a power that was comparable to the aura that Sayre had given her. The dark magician immediately demanded that his rival tell him where she learned this breathing technique. Christina said that even before her ministry, she met an old man who assured her that she would become healthier if she learned this technique. Only now did the girl understand that the man had been sent to her by Sayer himself, who was definitely the warrior Gerard's mentor. Because of the old man, the girl, having learned the breathing technique of the indestructible, accelerated her growth, and that is why it became so difficult for her to get married. Riffenhart guessed that Gerard had done this with the best of intentions, but he decided not to upset the girl by telling her the truth. Then the paladin decided to continue the battle for the heart of the person dear to her. The dark mage attacked the girl with a wind slash, while he himself was thinking about the breathing technique of the indestructible. The paladin was able to easily repel his attack, which only proved that Christina had been diligently practicing this technique, which had borne fruit. The warrior chose not to use this technique, but his opponent was able to practice it, which spoke of the opponent's amazing talent. Not everyone could master the breathing technique, and its owner asked the enemy to give up already. The warrior did not understand why he had to surrender since he did not start the duel, but the girl believed that he had seduced Cillian in a similar way. Christina wanted to show the warrior the power of her love, but if he did not know what it meant, she sincerely sympathized with him. But before the girl had time to demonstrate it, she encountered a blocking barrier. A second later, the paladin was no longer next to Riffenhart, who pushed her away from himself with another spell. Towering over Astana, the boy declared that apparently victory was still his, asking him to stop pursuing the priest. Rising to her feet, the girl said that, apparently, she simply had no other choice. Shaking from defeat, she asked her lover for forgiveness, because now she did not have the strength to snatch the young man from the clutches of the villain. The paladin was terrified to imagine how the mage had mocked Cillian, who in turn had demanded that he stop saying such strange things. The young man insisted that they were connected solely by their hearts, but Riffenhart muttered that he would prefer not to have anything to do with the pilgrim. But in order not to fall out of character, Antris played along with Cillian, forcing a smile out of himself against the backdrop of sorrowful tears. Christina also cried, and while running away in tears, she promised the priest that she would return and save him. Before the guys had time to come to their senses, the girl had disappeared without a trace, as if she had never appeared at all. The warrior asked the saint how he planned to deal with the consequences, to which the young man replied that this was already a problem for the future. However, the next day no one decided anything, and rumors quickly reached Count Fionin. And at the evening ball, only the lazy did not discuss Riffenhart's connection with the priest Philinins. But this incident also forced representatives of different races to discuss this case, speaking out from their own perspective. Hans, talking with an orc named Yalkato, found out that knights usually took boys who looked like girls. During this conversation, the warrior came to the conclusion that he and the monster could become friends in the future. Cirrus was pleased that true friendship was emerging between humans and other races, which was bringing us closer to the peace that Lord Riffenhart had dreamed of. The elf asked the magician if he wanted to leave his room, where he lay wrapped in a blanket. The warrior insisted that Cillian was to blame for everything, but the young man tried to soften his anger, arguing that tears would not help matters. Cirrus didn't think there was any need to worry, since the rumors had spread because of Cillian's handsome face, which was why he trained hard every day. The girl's words made the guys find a solution to the problem, and looking at each other, they thought about the same thing. Antares intended to make a real man out of the saint, who in turn had been waiting for this for so long. Looking at the guys, Tashid believed that at this rate there would be many more rumors, but this phenomenon was temporary. Soon, Prince Juvel's army formed at the walls of Croton, demanding that the traitor Karsus pay for his sin. His Highness's army ordered the gates to be opened and to bow before the true king. The commander of the enemy army responded that the prince had consorted with demons, and this event would be an indelible stain on the pride of the kingdom of Croans. The commander-in-chief ordered the prince to disband his army and pay for dishonoring the honor of the royal family. But despite all this chatter, the battle was inevitable, and Juvel Ren Croans led his warriors into the attack. And although the soldiers were attacked by archers from the first seconds of the battle, they were ordered to hold the line. The knights, with their shields raised, insisted that none of them should be afraid to climb the wall and cover their allies. Looking back at the numerous army, the prince ordered everyone to attack without exception. The leader of the Blue Bear tribe, inspired by the upcoming battle, rushed off on his tame wolf. The gnomes who rode horses were not happy that they had to ride these creatures, but Cirrus assured them that they did a great job. Both the owners of the aura in the form of a knight and dwarves, as well as the elf Ceres, rushed towards the gates of the fortress. Karsus gave the archers 100 gold pieces for the head of each of these demons that went into a frontal attack. Raising his blade to the sky, Kalkin claimed that the feathers and sticks were nowhere near an eagle's claw. The Tennis clan sword also fought off the flying arrows, skillfully wielding its blade. Then the enemy soldiers changed tactics and began to attack the enemy in a different way, throwing spears at him. Fighting off the new weapon, one of the dwarves with an aura claimed that the arrows in front of him were the same, only thicker. With a battle cry, Ross resorted to using the aura that began to wrap around his blade. And literally at the same moment, a huge beam of energy followed from the guy's sword into the sky. Still in bandages, Cirrus was surprised by the technique that the swordsman demonstrated. On horseback, Cirrus held the giant blade of the knight Spurius in his hands. The man was outraged that the boy dared to use his own tactics in this battle. Using the giant blade, Tennis' sword cut down the main gate of the fortress. As the massive doors shattered into pieces, the soldiers began to flee the disaster, not wanting to die like some dogs. As he climbed up the wall, the tribal elder praised Ross's Karuga for his amazing strike. And as soon as he reached the wall itself, he decided to demonstrate his skill as well. The guards who were on the wall at that time were covered by a huge shadow of the orc's powerful aura. The monster chose a thunderous fall as its landing, shattering the surrounding environment. As soon as the smoke cleared, Kalkin appeared before the enemy army in all his glory, riding on a black wolf. The leader of the Blue Bear tribe looked menacingly at the opponents who were his next target. The soldiers watched in horror as the warriors acted and discovered the power that the aura possessed. Stala reported to Riffenhart that everyone was doing an excellent job of their assigned tasks. The Dark Mage asked Kalkin's wife to focus on the walls of the fortress to demonstrate all her ferocity to the enemy. The woman replied that she couldn't be the only one who would remain on the sidelines, whose blades had already been summoned by the aura, raised into the air, awaited their mistress's command to demonstrate their full power. The warrior ordered her sisters to attack the wall, who instantly flew towards the fortress. With a clanging sound, the swords entered halfway into the solid stone structure, continuing to exude aura. Stala called to her sisters, causing each of the blades to detonate, and the next moment, the entire wall opposite their army was covered by massive explosions of orc weapons. Sir Spurius, covering Mr. Karsus with frightened eyes, asked himself what had caused such destruction. The tribal elder wondered if his wife was capable of such a thing. Cardamite, Malloyd, and Sloit were encouraged when they saw the orcs work, and they would definitely be called upon to help during the next building demolition. Meanwhile, Ross Tennis was pleased to have added another skill to his list that he needed a little practice to master. Karsus avoided a siege precisely because of this situation, and Sir Spyrus stated that if there had been fewer enemies, he would have tried to defeat them. The man suggested to the owner that they retreat to the royal palace, since they had no other choice. But at that very moment, the soldier turned to His Highness and reported that Yuve's army had begun to retreat. The boy wondered what his rival was planning, whose soldiers were treating him like a traitor, and whose lives were already in the prince's hands. The knights continued, explaining that Yuval could enter the royal palace at any moment. But being a true king, the guy could not put the lives of the capital's residents in danger by offering Karsus to raise the white flag and face justice. His Highness could not accept the fact that they had decided to portray him as a scoundrel and a traitor. Riffenhart argued that Karsus was unlikely to continue the siege, which was agreed with by Prince Juval, who was already ready to announce victory in this war to everyone. However, his grandfather suggested returning to the estate of Viscount Zedran, since they had shown their strength and there was no point in shedding unnecessary blood. On the same day, all the commanders-in-chief who had taken part in the siege were gathered in the royal palace. Duke Fernando asked his son if there was a way they could win. One of the captains replied that it was unclear how, but the enemy side had the overwhelming majority of aura holders. The soldier suggested that Karsus abandon the siege of the capital and retreat, but the guy did not want to abandon it because it contained a crown with a seal. By gaining access to the sacred hall, Yuvel could gain the opportunity to hold the coronation. So if they lose the capital, they will lose the war itself. One of the commanders suggested turning to Chatan or Vasily for help, but without outside intervention from the state, Croans would face collapse. The man insisted that otherwise Karsus would simply not be able to avoid defeat. The warrior's words made everyone present think, as there was some truth in them. But the guy himself understood that collapse would await not only him, but also everyone else who was in the same boat with him. But what irritated Karsus more was that his father and grandfather agreed with the majority opinion. The aristocrats proposed to get rid of the dirty prince immediately, but their previous attempts were not crowned with success. Fernando asked Spurius' opinion, who despite all the prince's sins, stated that the blood of his majesty flowed in him and could not allow himself such betrayal. The words spoken by the knight caused the aristocrats to whisper among themselves, although they were far from honor and the knightly code. But at the same time, the man could not help but agree with the idea of murder, which surprised those present. However, the bronze demonic sword immediately corrected itself that it was not talking about Prince Yuval. The conversation was about the mysterious magician Reifenhardt, whose support Croans had enlisted. At this time, Prince Juval's group set out for the county of Vendrick, setting up camp near the estate of Viscount Zedran. That evening, a celebration was held at the estate, which was dedicated to the bright future of the Kingdom of Crovens. Since the victory was achieved through common efforts, all those present could eat and drink as much as they wanted, all thanks to the true king. The prince did not understand why they were thanking the nobles for not lifting a finger in this battle, but as Antares explained, this was precisely what was important. The dark mage said that fools praised those who shone in the heat of battle, while wise men tried to see the bigger picture. By declaring that they could not have achieved victory without the help of brave knights and nobles, Reifenhardt won over the aristocrats. Watching how the warrior behaved in high society, the prince wanted to somehow learn political acumen from him. Count Fionin stated that the dark magician got along well with people despite his young age. When Cillian introduced Viscount Halton to Culkin, the man noted the orc's knowledge of his language. But the monster explained that Brother Reifenhardt had given him a communication necklace that allowed him to communicate with other races. Halton did not expect that the orcs would be such extremely brave warriors, which slightly contributed to the cause of the tribe's leader. Stala confirmed that they revered strong warriors and despised cowards, as she was then praised by an aristocrat who also wanted to gain the respect of the owner of the aura. The husband translated that the man dared calling himself a warrior, made the monster's blood boil, but the woman asked her husband to relax and have a drink. Even before the banquet began, Reifenhardt asked his people to play along with the nobles, because they were doing this for the sake of liberating the oppressed races. Looking at the orcs, Antares considered this a good start, because both sides understood and recognized each other, and sooner or later this would take root in the culture itself. Cillian also did a good job of introducing the dwarves to distinguished guests. The elves, whose race has always been inclined towards harmony and rational thinking, also held up well. The only one who stood out from the group was Ross, who answered questions dryly and in some ways even rudely. But even such communication created for him the image of a courageous warrior who preferred to hold a sword in his hands rather than a glass. The dark magician was glad that even though the guy behaved with restraint, no one thought badly of him. Leaving the feast for a while, the martial arts master believed that the real war would only begin after victory. Thinking about the trials that would begin after Yuval ascended to the throne, the boy wondered where Cirrus was at that time. Suddenly, a stranger in a cloak appeared before Antares, hiding his identity under a hood, but his intentions could be understood by the blade in his hand. The dark mage was unable to detect the person in advance, which could mean that the person in front of him was either a ghost or the owner of an aura. The man asked the magician for forgiveness, claiming that the future of this kingdom was over. In the attacking swordsman, Reifenhardt recognized Sir Spurius, whose appearance surprised him. The martial arts master blocked the knight's attack with his bare hand, which the blade hit. Watching the weapon stop, the man thought the guy had iron skin. Sir Spurius, though reluctantly, acknowledged the speed of reaction of the hated Reifenhardt, after which the swordsman continued to attack the defenseless warrior, but was unable to break through his defense. As he struck again and again, the man insisted that the iron skin should not have been so strong. But the knight did not know that it was not the iron skin that was to blame, but Antares' bare fists. The boy used a spell of flame destruction, attacking the warrior with fire bullets, which he successfully repelled. The man did not hold back, because looking at the skills of the burly guy, he considered him an unusual magician. The Demon King should have guessed that they would want to get rid of him, but because of Teslan's brains, he didn't know what to do now. The bronze demonic sword was halfway towards the boy, who had less and less time to think. Given the current situation, Reifenhardt had no choice but to confront the enemy with force. Having waited for the most opportune moment, the guy hit the knight straight in the chest, which took the man's breath away. It was only after Spurius took a blow from his opponent that he realized that it was a battle mage in front of him. Antares kept it a secret that he had an aura, threatening that there were 6 such warriors in the estate who would immediately come here as soon as they realized what was happening. The man using his signature skill was convinced that his opponent would hardly survive by this point. The warrior wondered how much longer he could last without using his aura. Holding his aura-charged blade in front of him, the knight declared that he would finish off the battle mage with one blow. The weapon managed to hit the guy, causing damage to the right side of his body. However, Prince Karsus's subordinate only managed to slightly wound the dark mage, which surprised him greatly. Having stripped the boy of part of his robe, the knight discovered some serious muscle mass that was hidden underneath. Spurius wondered if the pumped-up body was some kind of magical effect. Regardless, the knight continued to fight while his opponent prepared for the Spiral Guardian. After another lunge from the swordsman, Riffenhart dodged his attack and jumped high into the air. With a quick and deft movement, Antares leapt over his opponent while he was still in a stance. But even when the dark magician landed, he did not lose his vigilance and kept an eye on the enemy. Without turning around, the martial arts master gathered his energy in one point and swung his hand. The Demon King wanted to strike with his elbow, but the knight blocked it in time with his sword. The dark mage continued to press on Spurius, who held back the enemy's attack. But unfortunately for Antares, he could no longer hide his ability as he continued to put more and more effort into blocking the attack. When the warrior's aura overflowed, the swordsman was shocked, as he could not even imagine that the boy possessed it. Having revealed himself, the dark mage wondered why everything always went wrong. Remembering in the previous fight, the guy did not repeat his mistakes, fighting with the owners of the aura without the help of his own. Looking at the golden light, the man stated that Reifenhart was Gerard's successor, surprised that the martial king's apprentice was a mage. The warrior was christened Battle King Riffenhart, to which he replied that life was full of surprises. The knight, who felt guilty about the upcoming murder of the magician, now cast aside all doubts. Taking a stance, the martial arts master invited his opponent to attack, now fighting at full strength. Such impudent behavior greatly outraged the already stunned Sir Spyrus. To demonstrate his worth, the bronze sword resorted to giant blade technique. Prince Karsus' warrior caused serious destruction inside the palace with his powerful attack. The beam that emanated from the sword in the hands of the owner of the aura punched a hole in the ceiling of the building. Riffenhart knew he would have to make every effort to stun his opponent first. However, even the power of the giant blade was unable to stop the killing machine that was the dark mage. Having escaped the enemy's attack and being forced to leave the palace walls, the man shouted that the boy had finally shown his true strength. Landing on the roof of the building, Antares claimed that the knight himself started it all. Maddened by his sense of duty, Sir Spurius declared that he would leave no trace of the battle mage. Since the warrior was in the open, he could finally use the spiral guard. A huge wave of energy rushed toward the knight, but it was not effective against opponents who did not have an aura. However, immediately after his attack, Riffenhart appeared right in front of the bronze sword's nose. The Demon King jumped and attacked his opponent with a kick called Gastrazine. This blow turned out to be much stronger than the one the boy had dealt the knight with his fist when they were in the castle. Alarmed guards rushed out into the street, unable to understand what had caused such destruction. An angry Antares decided to finally put an end to his battle with the knight. Grabbing the man, the boy began to spin around properly before swinging the lariat. With monstrous speed, the knight flew into the wall, in which he easily made a hole. Sprawled among the rubble, Sir Spurius was somehow still alive. With annoyance, the man confirmed that the plan to eliminate Riffenhart had failed miserably. The knight couldn't die like that, since he was the last one with the aura on Karsus' side. But the warrior's prayers were not heard, as a master of martial arts descended from the roof to him, and the guy landed right on his opponent, who caused another pogrom in the ruins created by his blow. Poor Sir Spurius was trampled further into the rubble of the barrier, where he was subsequently buried. When the boy finished his battle, he appeared before the local guards, who had come running at the sound of the explosions. The first thing that caught the guards' eyes was the warrior's golden aura, which made them tremble. One of the soldiers said that it was Gerard's light, and that they had already heard about the man who stood in front of him. Many people on the continent knew the Dark Mage by the nickname Battle King Riefenhart. The gnomes discussing the savior did not immediately understand that he was hiding not his physique, but his identity and mastery of this skill. Prince Jewel Crowens was shocked to learn that he had a warrior king as his ally. The guy claimed that there was no place for weaklings in the Hall of the Indestructible, so Riefenhart was not an ordinary owner of an aura. All the palace guards chanted the phrase "Fighting King," which the warrior had once tried to avoid. But now it was useless to hide. News of Sir Spurius' death quickly reached the capital, where the death of a knight was not considered shameful. The warrior fell at the hands of the new battle king, unlike Sir Teswalt, who died at the hands of a dwarf whose glory turned out to be false. Cillian claimed that many people were convinced of the power of other times, but some simply refused to acknowledge this fact. Since the last battle in the capital, the walls had not been rebuilt, so the prince's army had no trouble entering the city. Karsus' army, in turn, barricaded itself inside the castle in order to minimize losses. Admiring the castle, Juvel did not think that he would be able to see it again, especially being on this side of the barricades. It seemed strange to Juvelo that Karsus decided not to surrender after 3 days of siege, but Riffenhart was sure that it was the work of his subordinates. Count Feonin suggested that they needed to attack, but before that, the fighting king wanted to see the guy first. The saint was wary because Antares did not want such confrontations. But once his identity was revealed, he no longer had to restrain himself. As the warrior began to approach the castle gates, Juvel's army continued to admire him, continuing to call him the fighting king, while the guards on the walls said the opposite, that in front of them was an ordinary man. The chief gave the order to the archers to shoot, and they released a couple dozen arrows at the enemy. However, Riffenhart did not appreciate the quality of the weapon, which did not even tickle him. Things were going a little better with the catapult, whose giant stones caused a slight tremor to run through the body. Fire arrows were not far removed from ordinary ones, which caused the warrior only one inconvenience, namely, putting out the fire on himself. Having tried many types of attacks, the wall guards could not understand what was wrong with this warrior, who was a real monster to them. Some soldiers left their positions prematurely, but Riefenhart remained at the gate. Having started to concentrate energy in his fist, the guy advised the guards to run away if they valued their lives. As the Dark Mage prepared to strike, Prince Kroven's army supported him in every way. The warrior wondered what the people were reacting so violently to, since he was doing everything exactly the same as in his past life. But 2 days earlier, when the warrior's identity was revealed, the nobles began to praise Antares' achievements, something they had not done before. People began to discuss how the guy, having personally selected the orcs, wanted to take up their training, which was a great honor for the creatures themselves. The Dark Magician could not understand such a change in people, because when he was the Demon King, everyone kept saying that they had joined evil. Cirrus explained that magicians were treated differently, and every person had the right to dream of becoming a warrior with the opportunity to hold a sword in their hands. Magic was only available to a limited number of people, so it was difficult for others to associate themselves with magicians, and so the Demon King terrified everyone. Being a fighting king and using his fists in battle made it easier for people to relate to the warrior as if he fought with magic. The elf explained that the master could fight as he wished, since he was the battle king Riefenhart. Mana was a power that was only available to the chosen few, while muscles and fists were available to everyone. That's why Riefenhart wanted people to look at him with admiration, not fear, because instead of magic, he chose aura. The enemy army claimed that they would die with honor for his majesty, as befits knights. But the next moment, even with the blessing of the true king, Karsus' army suffered defeat. The fighting king demanded that they stop the senseless resistance, and then they would spare the lives of the warriors. The prince who personally guarded the throne room was ready to meet his main enemy. Juvel, who appeared with an army of knights and his beloved, claimed that everything was over. But the narcissistic Karsus did not want to hear anything about the defeat, saying that he had not seen his opponent for a long time. The martial king standing behind Prince Yuval wondered if he had had the same expression on his face in the past. Crones wondered where the others were, who in turn had managed to evacuate before the army arrived. Count Feonin stated that Karsus' father and grandfather had already been labeled traitors who had no place in this kingdom. The guy said that they went to Chatan, where although without the previous power, their family will continue to live, and that will be more than enough. Yuvel's grandfather compared the traitor's flight to Chatan to how Lantas fled from the kingdom of Takon. His Highness asked why Karsus did not leave with his family, but the guy suggested that his opponent answer this question himself, since he already knew the answer. If the prince had done this, it would have led to the start of a war, and the guy did not want to become a puppet, so he preferred to die in this place. This decision of the enemy deserved to be respected, but Juvel was ready to put an end to it with his action. Extending his sword forward, the boy was glad about this. He wanted to check the rumors about the prince, who according to them was very tactful. When asked which of those present was to finish him off, Prince Jewel volunteered. The boy explained his choice to his grandfather, as he needed to prove to his subjects that he had the courage of a true king. Taking the opportunity, the prince asked the owner of the aura to intervene if anything went wrong. With a satisfied grin, Karsus suggested that his opponent finish the fight quickly. Jewel Crovens ran towards his enemy, encouraging himself with a war cry. Both princes clasped their blades, looking at each other with hateful glances. With a loud clang, the boys separated their weapons and looked around before continuing the attack. Karsus was sure that his opponent was skipping training to spend time with his dwarf, but in reality he was hiding his skills. It turned out that Prince Yuvel knew how to handle a sword before. He just had no reason to demonstrate the skill. Krones' angry opponent attacked him angrily, but the blow hit the prince's shield. The boy's grandfather was surprised that his grandson had managed to acquire such power. But this sight did not touch Andres at all. This same question was asked by His Highness Prince Karsus, who asked the enemy to stop hiding behind the shield. Ignoring the comments made towards him, Juvel continued not only to hold his position, but also to counterattack his opponent. The boy stated that he thought people like him were indulged because of his status as a prince, but it seemed to be because of his strength as well. Juvel claimed that while playing with Finia, he never missed a single leg workout to be on par with her, which made the dwarf blush. It seemed logical to Riffenhart, since being in the company of a strong dwarf meant he couldn't afford to skip training. But Yuve's opponent continued to claim that his skills were still not enough. The enemy found it funny that after training with the dwarf, the boy had the courage to go against a real knight. Since Crovens had learned martial arts from a dwarf, his fighting technique was hers, which was ill-suited for a human body with a high center of gravity. The young man looked at the fighting king with a pitiful look, demanding his help. Shouting that the prince was in danger, Riffenhart ran as fast as he could onto the battlefield. Outraged by such a prank, Karsus argued that it was impossible to interfere in a sacred duel, which violated the code of honor. The warrior, hitting his elbow on the guy's blade, declared that his martial art didn't care about honor. The guy cursed filthily when he realized that his words would not be able to convince the dark mage to back down. Riffenhart concentrated all his strength into his fist to put the final point in this duel. This was the first time Karsus had seen such a strong concentration of aura, not to mention its color. The throne room was filled with a bright flash that filled the entire space around. The light from the impact was so bright that some soldiers had to cover themselves, even though they were wearing head-to-toe armor. Riefenhart's blow penetrated every crevice of the castle, filling every corner with light. When the attack's effect was over, Count Fionin finally removed his hand from his face to see the consequences. Riefenhart's blow was so powerful that it easily knocked down the wall of the palace's throne room. The martial king grabbed Karsus by the hair in order to address the Yuvel army. Raising his severed head, the warrior declared that the traitor had paid for his actions. The heir to the throne realized that from now on, nothing and no one stood in his way. The guy walked with a firm and confident step toward the throne, which now rightfully belonged to him. Looking at the ring, the young man ordered that the traitor's head be seen by everyone else, after which His Highness placed the crown on his head, which made him a full-fledged king. Finia, admiring how her beloved took the throne, shouted the cherished phrase, "Long live the new king." The words of the gnome girl were picked up by all the others, who, chanting her, greeted the appearance of the new ruler. And all of his subjects, without exception, bowed their knees before Yuval Ren Krovenson. This is how Riefenhart rewrote history once again, and Jewel too became the ruler of the kingdom of Croans. The news that the civil war was over quickly spread across the continent, and many who had predicted the prince's defeat were left speechless. The Battle King became a human who defeated the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime and ended up in Croans, where he led the prince to victory with the non-human races. The unrivaled fighting skills of other species have left skeptics so confused that they are unable to hide their surprise. But this news also reached Teslan, who was at that time in the Kingdom of Grime. The guy didn't even think that the Demon King managed to restore so much strength and gain support. Well, it was a shame to lose King Karsus, who, being a wise man, was trained in tactics and strategy. The boy understood that Riffenhart was trying to get rid of any opposition that had not yet had time to take root. Burst into Teslan's office, reporting that Ross was alive and had defeated Suspirius. The boys began to repeat in turn that if the traitorous mudblood had had even a drop of honor left, he would have turned around and begged for mercy. Teslan found it strange to hear something like that from Yesus, since the guy himself had stabbed his brother in the back, but remained useful while going against Antares. The Silver Sage asked Stefan if he was used to the berserker armor, to which the boy replied that he was ready to meet the enemy. Unable to put off the moment any longer, Teslan declared that the time had indeed come. The magician's loyal subjects were interested in how soon they would be setting out on their journey. Teslan replied that they were setting out immediately to kill Riffenhart once and for all. At this time in the capital, Croton considered everything that had happened to be a bad precedent. The aristocrats assumed that no one would dispute the warrior's contribution, but granting him independence was going too far. The men argued among themselves whether it was possible to limit themselves to the count's title and do without the autonomy that was unnecessary. The prince asked those present how they would feel about giving the fighting king some place instead of Gelfand. Juvel, taking into account all the warrior's merits, asked whether he could count on everything. Lands of Fernando's house. As soon as the conversation turned to the noble's own rewards, they immediately fell silent, thereby not expressing a single objection. Rising from his throne, the king announced that Sir Reifenhart would receive the title of Earl, land, and complete autonomy. From now on, these lands will be called the County of Antares, which was located in the Kingdom of Crovens. Thus, by assisting Prince Juvel, the Dark Magician, as planned, received a land where all races could live in peace. In the White Palace of the county, bright sunlight fell into one of the many rooms. The sun's rays penetrating the room also illuminated the body of the peacefully sleeping boy. Their warm touch woke up the young man, who upon opening his eyes could not figure out where he was. When Carsus lifted his head from the pillow, he asked himself what had happened to him. Looking around the room, the boy clearly remembered how he fought with the Battle King Riffenhart. Just at that very moment, Tilla entered, and the young man immediately noticed the gnome. The girl greeted Lord Carsus, after which she introduced herself, mentioning that she was Lord Reifenhart's companion. The dwarf was already starting to worry since the guy was not coming to his senses and was wondering why he was still alive. Putting down the tray with the drink, Tilla replied that the gentleman had hit the guy so hard that it took him half a day to recover. The young man insisted that Juvel would not have allowed him to be saved, and formally his head was hung on the central square of the capital of Croton. The dark mage somehow changed the color of the eyes and hair of the corpse that resembled Carsus, and the prince's supporters did not even know that he had survived. The survivor was curious how the warrior could pull something like this off in front of everyone, guessing that the blinding aura was needed for exactly that purpose. Tilla said that all this time they were waiting behind the secret passage and waited for the moment to make a substitution, and the passage was destroyed to cover their tracks. Unlike humans, the dwarves were masters of architecture and immediately noticed the passage, although only members of the royal family knew about it. Then Carsus began to wonder why the fighting king had saved him, whether it was to rebel against the prince or to sow discord among the nobles. But the dwarf's answer surprised the boy, since Reifenhart stated that the death of the young man would be a huge loss. But when the girl noticed the surprise on Carsus's face, she only repeated the phrase he had said, after which Tilla left, claiming that the wounded man needed a good night's sleep. But the guy still couldn't stop Tilla, still not knowing what was happening here. Western Mount Glotton was not part of Gelfand, but is now part of the county of Antares. These lands were too small and modest to have the status of a real kingdom. Ross congratulated his mentor, who now bore the title of king, finally fulfilling his dream. The dark mage asked the swordsman if he understood that he could be treated in exactly the same way if he wished. The knight stated that he could never become king of an entire nation, but Reifenhart would not call it a nation. Ross suggested asking for additional lands, since no one would object to a fighting king. But Reifenhart could do this because he would lose his independence, and this was much more important than territory. But if suddenly the land was needed, the king could always conquer them over time, because that is what wars were invented for. A servant came to the king and reported that the dwarves had already gathered in the audience hall, where Riffenhart had also invited Ross. Many slaves of Genelfen bowed their knees before the white king of the state of Antares. The guy said that now the dwarves were free to leave or stay if they wanted, which he would only be glad about. But even in that case, the mines in these places would still belong to Riffenhart, which was not up for discussion. The king granted the dwarves the right to mine minerals, true freedom that could only be earned with their own hands. The dwarves were shocked that they could mine ore or create weapons as long as they paid taxes, and in the future, even buy out the right to own the mines. In exchange, Reifenhart wanted the right to trade in the equipment that the dwarves would produce, to which the creatures immediately agreed. Looking back on their past, the Antares Empire was in an even more dire state than the lands they settled on. On one side at the table were representatives of both local miners and residents of the Great Forge. Opposite them sat the leader of the Blue Bear tribe, along with his wife and the blacksmith. And between them were the elves, among whom were Relhard with his assistant, as well as Cirrus Balencia. And when all the representatives of the races were assembled, the White King could begin dividing the lands. Pointing to the map, Riffenhart showed where the Blue Bear tribe's holdings would be located. Relhard clarified that the lands were not located outside the county of Antares, but the king objected since they did not belong to Crovans either. The Glotton Mountains were not a controlled territory, and therefore, wherever it came, invasion this place will be considered the territory of the county of Antares. The tribal leader suggested that such a large mountain was unlikely to be uninhabited, and that their actions could interfere with people. In any case, the orcs could retreat to their lands, and if the mountain tribes begin to attack Antares, then this will be considered an invasion. Riffenhart claimed that the county would surely protect all races, and their nomadism would come to an end. The blacksmith from the tribe said that in this way, the warriors would be able to leave their homes without worries, and the elf had already noticed the lands that would go to them. The land that Relhard pointed to will become the land for all elves, and its expansion will be a matter of time, because it will include not only the Dunheim clan. The man did not want to leave the World Tree, but the king said that they would simply plant another one in that place. The elder insisted that Elfenheim was not an ordinary tree and would hardly thrive in this land. But the problem was not in planting it. In a past life, the dark magician knew where to get seeds with the pure essence of the World Tree. And by uniting all 7 trees, he gained unprecedented authority. The size of the territory was of little interest to the dwarves at the moment, since at first they would earn money by selling minerals and equipment. The dwarves wanted territory closer to the Settlard Mountains, so that the journey to the Great Forge would not be so difficult. However, the king chose this land because the Dungeon of Chloe was located in Mount Gloten. The dungeon was connected to the ruins of Diamond by a portal, but in order to get into it, everything had to be thoroughly cleared. The dwarves of the Great Forge asked their savior to leave this matter to them, who would take care of everything. Relhard's assistant was interested in who would own the plot of land between the territories of the elves and the orcs. Riffenhart replied that the lands were intended for those they would meet very soon. One beauty was located northeast of the Gloten Mountains in the Snowy Lands. Meanwhile, the second representative of the new race was in the forests of the Gallan Kingdom of Mount Gatarin. A month had passed since the end of the war for the throne of the Kingdom of Croans, and the county of Antares had existed for the same amount of time. Within its walls, 2 strong warriors, the Knight Ross and the Orc Tashid, practiced the art of swordsmanship. The guy was telling his opponent from which side he would deal damage so that the monster could fight it off. "Throw Dakar at your blade," the brute shouted, aiming at the head of the younger brother of the Tennis clan. But even knowing where the punch would land, Ross had a hard time focusing on honing his technique. The guy asked the orc if he understood that by throwing a sword at an enemy, he remained disarmed, but it was unacceptable for Tashid to take up another weapon. Despite the orc's claims, Cirrus cited the example of his colleague Jalkato, who had twin blades. The tribal warrior stated that his colleagues were simply lucky, while he had no intention of making any more sworn friends. The fighter's conversation was interrupted by a loud yawn from the Black King, who was lounging nearby at that moment. Ross noted that the wolf was not like himself in battle, which made his owner even ashamed, since the animal had become too lazy. Tashid suddenly asked the resting knight to demonstrate the blade's aura. The warrior of the Blue Bear tribe sinned that he would not be able to receive the blessing of the warrior spirit until he was 10 years old. Looking at the knight's face, the orc explained that he was now 9 years old, and if you translate his age into human terms, then they were the same age. Having finished asking about the aura, the warrior wanted to continue training, claiming that they had rested enough. Cirrus Balencia watched from the balcony of the palace as the warriors trained diligently. Not far behind them was the priest Philin and Cillian, who still wanted to have a pumped-up body. Tilla, who was walking around the castle with Karsus, also coped with her task. The young man could not get used to the new face, but it was necessary to hide the prince's identity. The gnome explained that if Juval or anyone else found out that Karsus was alive, then everyone, including Mr. Reifenhart, would be in trouble. The guy asked if Till was tired of always looking after him, who was indeed the second busiest person in this palace. And the first was a man who was still sleeping, despite the fact that the sun was already at its zenith. Ceres, who came to wake up the master, told him to get up, Otherwise, he would gain weight again, for which it would not be a problem. The dark magician did not understand why. When it came to moralizing, the elf became similar to her past self. The girl told Riffenhart to at least drink some tea if he had no appetite, which he immediately headed to the table as soon as he saw food on it. Looking at the light breakfast or lunch, the guy asked why the girl was cooking and not the servants, who, as it turned out, were busy, unlike the king. Stuffing himself with food, Riffenhart announced that it was time to get to work. But Cirrus couldn't imagine what kind of work. The warrior explained that it was necessary to find fragments of the world tree, and the closest to them was the staff of the blue sky, Gerenting. The elf asked if this fragment was something like Nihilin, and she was absolutely right. This relic contained the essence of the world tree, at the mention of which Valencia recalled that she liked her bow. The king replied that he would certainly do something similar, surprising Cirrus that I would be capable of this too. However, everything depended on whether Riffenhart had enough mana for this, so he took advantage of the moment to remind everyone that he was a 10th circle mage. The guy needed to increase the amount of his mana, even though his body was not designed for such manipulations. But be that as it may, the master ordered Valencia to call the others, because they had to move out already. Their path would lie southeast of the Settlard Mountains in the Matos Highlands, where the land of Celt was, where the Gerenting was kept. If the squad uses Diamond's portal, they can get there in a week. 3 days after Riffenhart had reassembled his team, someone visited the trading city of Zerud. Teslin was disappointed when he learned that the Dark Mage had already left the place they were heading to. Filena learned from the merchant that Riffenhart had set out on a journey and would be gone for about a month, but if they hurried, they would have time to catch him. The girl asked whether they would wait for the king's arrival, while Stefan was no less upset than his master. A man passing by heard the swordsman cursing at the king, advising him to watch his language. He explained that the boy was talking about the fighting king, but Jesus objected because he was not in the city now, and therefore there was nothing to be afraid of. The man explained that Riffenhart was a hero who stopped the Civil War, and his subordinates destroyed all ideas about slave races. The stranger assured that the boys might get into some kind of fight because of the words they said to the king. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Filena, asking if the strangers wanted to know where Riffenhart was headed. Christina introduced herself to the strangers, and from their conversation she concluded that they considered the fighting king their enemy. The girl, who frightened with her gigantic size, knew where the warrior was heading and could share this information. Looking at the paladin with distrust, Teslin asked what she wanted from them in return. The girl wanted to join the squad because she was going to kill the Battle King Riefenhart. Teslin replied that there was no point in them refusing such an offer since they had a common goal. It took the Dark Mage's team a little over a week to get into the Celt dungeon. The monster that Ross and Tashid were fighting against began to cast a spell, releasing a charge of energy from itself. The orc chose his distance well to avoid being hit, which the knight informed him of. While Cillian was not worried about the work of the warriors, Cirrus was crazy about the relics of the dungeon, which the king suggested to put in the bottomless bag. Riffenhart pointed out to the fighters that the monster was ready to move into the second stage at any moment. The protection system alerted to a critical situation, and upon moving towards it, the chain that held the monster back broke. Holy Sword, Cyrus was in awe of how amazing the fight with the dungeon keeper was. However, even after hearing the information that Gerard had been in such a dungeon before, the information from the fighting king was suspiciously accurate. And while the knight was wondering who his mentor really was, Riefenhart decided to cut off the monster from its mana. The Dark Mage decided to go against the current to stop the pulse of his opponent and destroy everything in his path. The Martial King used a linear force destroyer, which instantly enveloped the dungeon guardian. The guy announced to his comrades that he had managed to turn off the regeneration, and now it was up to them. Tashid and Ross cut up the giant monster, leaving it no chance of escape. Screaming at the top of its lungs, the monster had only one thought in its head: it couldn't die like that. However, a moment later the monster exploded, which made King Antres immensely happy. Looking at him, the warrior said that the monster behaved like a victim, even though it itself mocked weak creatures. The young gentleman was distracted by the elf who, pointing to the staff in her hand, asked if this was what they were looking for. Having found one of the tree fragments he needed, the Dark Mage nodded affirmatively. Leaning against the spiral of branches, the girl was glad to meet the staff of the blue sky, called Gerunting. Ceres asked if they could leave now that they had found one of the pieces of the world tree. Looking at the map that the master had thrown to him, Riffenhart stated that they still had somewhere to stop. Gerard's map showed the location of a small gift, but the warrior was not sure what his teacher had prepared for him. Southwest of the village of Santara, the local landscape was no longer so harsh. It was there, near the Matos Highlands, that Riffenhart's team went to some ruins. Ceres looked around the place and said that it looked like some kind of training ground for knights. Ross reported that the place had a strange aura about it, but the dark mage was sure that there was nothing like that here. Having looked around, the detachment arrived at a huge passage, but where it led was unknown. Tashid, together with the holy sword Cirrus, began to look around with fear. Unlike the warriors, Cillian treated this place with apprehension, sensing something was wrong. Looking at the sour expressions of his comrades, the Fighting King asked them not to be so nervous. The warriors said that the master simply hid a gift here for his student, and they immediately fell into the ground. Everyone except the orc, who kept his cool, screamed loudly as he fell in an unknown direction. In order to somehow slow down his fall, the knight decided to use aura, while his partner-in-arms, Tashid, turned to his loyal comrade, Dakar. The orc, using the weapon's magic, instantly climbed onto the blade that served as a means of transport. And Riffenhart and Cillian argued about which of them would use the spell, since both were interfering with each other. The priest explained that the divine powers in mana were clashing with each other, and so he wanted the martial king to stop pretending to be a magician. Riffenhart insisted that he had always been a mage, and Cirrus, who had joined the conversation, asked both boys to shut up. As a result, the whole team, having grabbed hold of Dakar, safely reached the very bottom of the hole into which they fell. Raising his head up, Tasha noticed that the hole had disappeared, and the dark magicians suggested that it could have been some kind of distortion in space. Here the elf drew the gentleman's attention to the mysterious inscriptions on the wall. There was a message left on it in which the master said that he left this gift for his student to celebrate his departure. The guy couldn't figure out what kind of gift it was, because the storage looked completely empty. And Taurus walked into the next room, discovering a passage from which light was emerging. Right at the exit, the magician read another note, from which it was clear that Gerard hoped that the gift would please Riefenhart. But when the team walked through the passage, they found themselves in a huge arena where there was also no one. Looking at the mysterious place, Ross decided that the gift looked more like some kind of trap. And suddenly there was a huge explosion, releasing a whole curtain of dust. The frightened saint asked what it could be and pointed in a certain direction. From the darkness, glowing eyes began to appear that belonged to unknown creatures. Ceres stated that the ghosts that appeared were painfully familiar to her, and Gerard's student asked again if this was his gift. The ghosts turned out to be Riffenhart's predecessors, each of whom was muttering something under their breath, mentioning the successor and the owner of the cursed name. The dark magician froze in horror for a moment, cursing the old man for such a monstrous gift. After the so-called introduction, the predecessors went into battle, attacking the long-awaited guest. Tennis's sword used its aura to counter such a strong opponent. One of the martial king's predecessors was completely lit up with aura, resorting to a spiral defense. The knight didn't expect his attacks to be useless when faced with a defensive barrier of this level. In turn, the warrior used one of Master Gerard's techniques called the she bullet. The first time he encountered such an attack, Ross fought it off with difficulty, almost losing his balance. Ceres Valencia, who had a blade in her hands, was also ready to demonstrate her skills. The girl fired a magical volley of sharp blades at her opponent, hoping that it would work. However, the enemy continued to move towards her, not paying attention to the damage he received. The knight asked the master how many students died during Gerard's training, the number of which reached 3 digits. Fighting off her predecessors, the elf clarified that there were at least 100 dead. When her guess was confirmed, the girl was shocked that they would have to defeat at least 100 evil spirits. Cillianus also joined his comrades, asking Philinans to grant them light and free them from the filth that had enveloped them. Several spirits stood there, mesmerized, watching the beautiful light of the goddess of love. However, the very next moment there was no trace left of their predecessors, who dissolved into thin air. Tashid praised the priest for his amazing work, which was not easy for him. The orc wondered why the healing spell did so much damage, but Cillian replied that it was an exception to the rule. Ross wondered if he should have considered destroying the Hall of the Indestructible. Riffenhart shared his comrade's opinion and also began to think about it. The Dark Mage released multiple blasts of key bullets to defeat as many warriors as possible with the power of his aura. However, all attempts of the Fighting King ended in failure, as they encountered the spiral defense of their predecessors. King Antares wondered why this skill was so strong, and the knight felt that the anger was caused by the death of the students at the hands of the master. Tashid reported that someone else was approaching them, but this time they were not evil spirits, but living beings. Riffenhart feared that the mentor might have created zombies, but what awaited them was much worse. Those who came discussed this place in which there were no relics, but according to one of them, this place was not a dungeon. When a group of strangers entered the arena, Riffenhart's team was greatly surprised by their appearance. But Ross Tennis was the most shocked of all when he saw his relative among the strangers. Yesus, the Golden Knight of Grime, confirmed his suspicions that he would find his younger brother in this place. Stefan von Eltern, who wore berserker armor, was also happy to meet the White King. However, besides the guys, there was also Christina in the squad, who was glad to meet her lover again. Cillian, breaking into a shout, asked the girl what she was doing here, especially with these people. But the Battle King was surprised when he discovered an old acquaintance among the enemy squad. Philena, who was an assistant in the Magic Tower of Delphia, was also here for some reason. The guy noted that in a past life, she was his best friend and was always there for him. Riffenhart understood that his former assistant, being here, could not appear without her master. Coming out of the passage into the arena, the magician announced that he had finally found the Demon King. And when the stranger came into the light, the White King recognized him as his enemy Teslan. But when the opponents looked at each other from head to toe, they asked who each of them was. The Dark Magician, looking at the warrior, asked who he was, since in his past life he was not so small. Teslan insisted that, in addition to the fact that the magician took his body, he couldn't even take proper care of it. But Riffenhart was also indignant, because his body was very different, that in his past life he was slightly shorter than Cirrus. The Dark Mage wondered if his body really had such potential, but it was all about the warrior who had put in a lot of effort to bring him to such a state. Antares attacked Teslan, insulting his brain, which made it difficult for him to remember the simplest basic spell. Cillian, watching how the sworn enemies communicated, asked himself if they were really childhood friends. Teslan stated that they were not close enough to chat so carelessly when they both had the same goal. The warrior intended to finish off the Dark Mage so that the continent would not suffer at his hands again. The Silver Sage did not expect that Riffenhart would come looking for the teacher's gift, finding it quite touching. Looking at his opponent, who found the master's trap touching, Antares was glad that he did not become like him. When Teslan declared that it was time to end this nightmare, the Battle King replied that his brain had definitely found a way to benefit his opponent. The Dark Magician repeated that fate itself brought him to this place to correct the mistake made by the Demon King. Riffenhart did not consider his actions a mistake, but rather that he had a chance to fix everything. Having swung properly, the White King reminded himself that the body in front of him was no longer his, and therefore there was no need to hold back. Teslan, on the contrary, thought that the enemy would be afraid to break his dear body, which is what he will take advantage of. And while the Silver Sage was armed with a blade, the Fighting King only had his fists at his disposal. When the two opponents collided, a powerful explosion was created, causing Antares' comrades to hold their breath. However, Stefan also wanted to join the fight and was eager to try out his armor in a real battle. True, the guy was not allowed to do this, because at that very second, Tashid stood in his way, who ordered him not to interfere in the Savior's battle. At the same time, Jesus Tennis wanted to erase the shame from his family by dealing with the bastard. But in Ross's eyes, it was the older brother who was the disgrace for abandoning the knightly code of honor. The Golden Knight, throwing down his huge sword, ordered the enemy to be silent and Eldrin to open his eyes. The warrior wanted to show his younger brother which of the two was the real tennis ball. Christina, who was in love with the priest, swore that she would save the boy from the clutches of the terrible villain. Cillian asked Cirrus to protect him, who in turn asked Sylph for help to protect her sword. Despite her master's requests, Philena also wanted to intervene in the battle to help Stefan. The girl knew that the orcs were weak against magic, so she wanted to try one spell first. The sorceress called upon the spirit of hell to come to earth and become her spear in order to strike her enemy. The pilgrim did not stand aside, but thanks to his goddess, called upon the divine sword to thwart Philena's spell. An explosion was heard behind Tashid, breaking the spell and preventing the attack intended for him. Teslan's assistant was shocked to discover a high-ranking priest whose divine power was incredible. Cillian understood that they belonged to different classes, and his level was much higher, so defeating the girl should not be difficult. At the same time, Riffenhart fought his evil enemy using lightning fire with the help of key bullets. Who dodged the attack, claimed that it was a primitive attack, and his lightning fire looked completely different. The Martial King noticed that the mage was doing a great job of dodging, but he felt that for the Hall of the Unbreakable, dodging attacks was unacceptable. Antares acknowledged his opponent's agility, but he did not understand what he was trying to achieve by constantly avoiding. Eventually, the Silver Sage resorted to both a destructive song and an explosion of light. But Riffenhart was not surprised by the double spell, since at that age he could already cast 4 at once. Teslan asked the enemy what was wrong with his speed and why the Vortex Guard was so slow. The fighters once again began to complain that each of them used the opponent's body inappropriately. Riffenhart asked why it was necessary to use so much aura for a simple spell that he decided to stop it by counterattacking with his own. Teslan was surprised that the Demon King knew such an advanced spell that he was able to learn it even while in his body. The Silver Sage unleashed a series of magical blasts at the enemy in an attempt to hit the warrior. Fending off every blow, Antares could not help but notice the skill his opponent demonstrated. Even with such a meager brain, the enemy managed to train the mage's body and make it much stronger. On the other hand, Riffenhart could now enjoy his uncontrollable body. But if the Fighting King continues to use this brain, sooner or later he will find himself in a disadvantageous position, wanting to end the fight as quickly as possible. Teslan's whole appearance showed that he was not ready for a pinpoint attack by the enemy, but at the last second he joyfully shouted that the Demon King had been caught, holding his sword in front of him. Antares, not expecting the Dark Mage to be so inventive, missed his blow. The explosion from the attack was many times greater than the one when the two fighters first began the fight. The Martial King bowed down in bewilderment, having received a serious injury even though his body was resistant to most swords. The guy asked again, did the opponent really use aura, which called his attack using the sword a whirlwind blade. The Dark Mage reported that due to his weak body, he could not use the Vortex Guard, so he decided to take into account the nuances of the technique using improvised means. The warrior, who was all tense from this turn of events, said that his body should not have had the ability to manifest an aura. The sage agreed that the magician's body would not be able to master the technique of the indestructible, but he also could not use magic due to the specifics of the brain. Therefore, not being able to ideally create spells of all levels, a member of the Silver Order has developed these skills. He decided to remind the Demon King that his enemy was the martial arts king Teslan. The boy asked if Riffenhart really thought that the Dark Mage couldn't do something that was beyond his power. The White King had completely forgotten that his opponent had once shared the title of the strongest on the continent with the holy sword Cirrus. The sage was irritated that now one of the strongest warriors was friends with the Demon King. Teslan confirmed that he never thought it would come to the point where Cirrus would be defeated and exiled. Previously, the Dark Magician was his only friend, but now he had many more comrades. Riffenhart confirmed that Ross had always been shy, but decided that the idle chatter needed to stop. Teslan noticed that Felina began to look at him sideways, wondering if they had known each other since childhood, although this was partly true. But what was really true was that the warriors could not laugh together like old friends. The Dark Mage declared that he had strengthened his power through training in order to destroy the Demon King, and now it was time to reap the benefits. Riffenhart was impressed by how the enemy had worked on his body, but it was not enough to defeat him, as magic was useless against him. Throwing the sword aside, Teslan agreed that magic alone would not be enough for this. The Silver Sage wanted to prove that, in a fistfight, it wasn't just the one with more aura who won. From the clash of strong fighters in the arena, the ground beneath their feet literally began to crack. In parallel with the battle between the two old enemies, the brothers were also sorting out their relations with each other. Avoiding another attack from Yesus, Ross noted that he had already seen this technique several times today. The knights argued among themselves about what was inherent in a man of honor, and whether the holy sword Cirrus could be called the brother of Jesus. But after the Golden Knight flatly refused to acknowledge him, the bastard also did not want to acknowledge Jesus as his brother. Meanwhile, Cirrus called upon the spirit Serana in the name of friendship to help her in the battle. While fighting off the elf's multiple attacks, Christina wondered what that was. The girl, looking at the bloodthirsty slave, decided that she also liked her beloved Cillian. The paladin, leaving Cirrus in confusion, claimed that the priest was in great demand. The elf summoned her comrade Ignatius, a fire demon, who was to fight for her. Christina did not remain silent and also called upon her patron, wanting to receive his blessing, who was watching everything that was happening, believed that it was necessary to end this draw as soon as possible. Cillian, preparing to read the next prayer, assured that the little one, no one will help the magician. Master was feeling she was seriously scared. Closing her eyes, the dark magician's assistant asked herself what these two were doing, that they were so close to each other. However, at that moment, the warriors were not hugging at all, but were busy with freestyle wrestling. Teslan claimed that the Demon King did not know about such techniques, since Gerard taught him to take a blow only while standing. The master was against the shameful rolling on the ground, which he also insisted was not worth wasting time, and it would have been better to hit again, harder. Riffenhart wondered how he could strike while in a position where his legs were being twisted. Remembering that it was always possible to push away the one who clung to you, the warrior used the vortex guard. Teslan, with a smirk on his face, stated that he had prepared in advance if the Demon King tried to attack him. But despite the Dark Mage's words, the Battle King still struck his opponent. True, Antares was surprised when nothing happened at the moment of the attack, and the opponent continued to hold him back. The warrior who was captured told the enemy that he had never heard of an aura clash. Darkmax said that this should not be written anywhere, and that all this was the result of persistent training. The magician explained that the slow vortex guardian could be easily neutralized by cutting off the flow of ki and blood. Straining with all his might, the fighting king asked himself what he should do in this situation. And at that very moment, it suddenly dawned on Riffenhart what he had to do. Frozen for a moment, the warrior realized that he had chosen the wrong strategy from the very beginning of the fight. His mistake was that he pretended to be a martial artist when he should have been using magic. The White King cast a strange spell that made everything around him slimy and greasy. And the very next second, the leg that Teslan was holding tightly jumped out of his grip. The sage wondered how a spell that reduced friction between objects could work, which was not intended for living beings. Riffenhart was inspired to do this trick by the moment with Cillian, because this body was not recognized as a normal human one. However, a second later, the warrior was lying on the floor again, and Teslan used Carson's technique on him, not thinking that it would ever be useful. The Fighting King wanted to try to repeat his success by shouting the word fat, thereby setting it into action. The Dark Mage called upon barrier-breaking magic, namely its destroyer, to neutralize the enemy's spell. Antares noted that once Teslan mastered magic, he became a real problem for him, which he could only get rid of in one way. The warrior claimed that it was not proper for a fighter of the Unbreakable Hall to lie on the ground, but the mage in this era was no longer a warrior and could easily do this for the sake of peace on the continent. The martial king began to ridicule the posture his opponent was in, but the Silver Sage insisted that it was a very advanced move. Then Riffenhart asked him to look at Felina, whose expression spoke for itself. Even Christina and Cirrus stopped their duel for a while, as it was also hard for her to watch the fight between the warrior and the magician. Realizing that he really did look very stupid, Teslan lost his guard for a moment. It was this moment that Riefenhart took advantage of to free himself from capture. But the member of the Silver Order did not give up trying to close the distance, because the warrior had no chance of defeating him. The martial artist understood that he had no one to rely on, because all his comrades were now very busy. While the Tennis brothers were resolving a family conflict, Elshin, in armor, confronted Tashid. The swordsman pressed forward against the orc, but his opponent skillfully parried each of the attacks inflicted upon him. But it was also worth noting the strength of Stefan's blows, which forced the monster to move from its place. Riffenhart could not imagine that his old friend would lose in battle to a knight. Dragging a heavy sword behind him, the boy said that he did not expect more from an inferior race. Stefan ordered the enemy, who was no match for him, to lay down his arms and fall on his knees before him. Tashid angrily shouted at his opponent that the warriors of the Blue Bear tribe never surrendered. The swordsman considered the orc's words to be some kind of nonsense, and he even imagined himself to be a valiant knight. With the declaration that the orcs were no better than mindless beasts, Stefan pounced on the enemy. One of the tribe's warriors sent Dakar's loyal comrade into the attack, throwing his blade at the knight. As he approached the monster, the boy saw his counterattack as just another strange spell. Gripping the blade tighter in his hand, the boy summoned all the magical power that the armor was capable of, after which he brought it down on the orc, calling on the pathetic spawn to immediately perish. Tashid screamed piercingly from the damage he received, which was truly incredibly strong even for him. The knight, despite his race, praised the warrior, because not everyone was able to resist him for so long. Bear representative, who had survived the strong attack, continued to look at him even more angrily. In Stefan's eyes, which burned with vile contempt for him, the warrior saw how people always looked at them. Day after day, the orc fought for his life as a gladiator for the amusement of the aristocrat. Tashid was covered in the blood of hundreds of monsters and had to fight with old rusty swords. And among the warrior's opponents, both his relatives and convicted criminals entered the arena. The spectators, rich and fat, were delighted with the show they were given, and they also admired the rapid growth and proud soul of the gladiator. The orc was of the opinion that a true warrior could lose his life, but should never lose his honor. Reifenhardt's comrade put his soul into the weapon, which has seen him through hundreds of battles. During his first encounter with the Dark Mage, the orc decided that this meeting was predetermined by heaven, vowing to repay his savior for his kindness. And now, the heir of the great warrior Mole of the Axe, Lada, was ready to prove it. Stefan von Eltion was shocked that such a being could wield an aura sword. Tashid explained that it was a blessing from the spirits of battle, a feeling that was impossible to describe. The knight in berserker armor was sure that the monster had pulled some trick again, but there couldn't be an aura in front of him. The swordsman considered the awakening of such a force as an act of insolence on the part of the orc, who was already preparing for battle with Dakar. Both warriors crossed their swords once again, causing a powerful shockwave. Stefan fought back with all his might against the attacks of the orc's renewed sword, which could now match his weapon in strength. Tashid fought against the knight, gaining a second wind, not retreating a single step. Enraged by this state of affairs, Stefan cried out in despair that this simply could not happen. Until the very end, the guy did not believe that the monster's blade was endowed with an aura, which is why he gradually began to lose control of himself. Swinging Dakar, the orc said that even after seeing her with his own eyes, the knight continued to deny everything, which was shameful for a warrior. And after Tashid shamed Eltion, he dealt him a strong blow, which the guy had to withstand. However, the pressure on the young man was so powerful that he fell to one knee, and even the berserker's armor was not able to withstand such an attack. Stefan suddenly realized that he was about to lose to a representative of an inferior race. This gave the warrior strength, who began to swing his sword chaotically in front of him in order to keep the enemy from getting closer. Twirling the blade in his hands, Riffenhardt's comrade said that it was time to end this fight. Gritting his teeth, the Blue Bear tribesman prepared to deliver the final blow. When the warrior rushed past the knight, his opponent had no chance to repel this attack. Tashid hit with restraint and concentration, and also that his blow would put an end to this battle. Stefan von Eltion also squeezed out a clot of blood with an inarticulate wheeze. The warrior, who even the berserker's armor could not protect, fell to his knees exhausted. The orc, who emerged victorious from this duel, silently looked at his defeated enemy. Ross said that no matter how much Tashid grumbled, he eventually awakened the power within himself. Jesus, like his fellow swordsman, could not believe that the orc was able to use aura. The younger brother explained that the warrior simply trained hard, which was something that was so difficult for the aristocrats to accept. Continuing to deny such a thing, Grimes' Golden Knight rushed towards his opponent. Due to the warrior being overcome with blind rage, the warrior managed to dodge his attack. The impact was so strong that it once again destroyed the ground of the Colosseum in which they were located. The two swordsmen clashed, but neither of them gave in, using all their strength to do so. Cirrus, due to Yeesus' armor, was unable to counterattack him, and even with the help of a giant ball, he was unable to cause the slightest scratch. But the next second, he finally understood what exactly he needed to do to defeat his brother. Jesus Tennis attacked Ross with his blade, holding the opinion that even with the aura, the knight was no match for him. But Cirrus' holy sword returned from this blow, which this time was very close to his head. Swinging his giant blade filled with aura, Ross prepared to make his final attack. The warrior fired multiple copies of his sword at his older brother, each shaped like an aura. The Golden Knight was unable to dodge any of the shots that hit their target. Pleased with the failed attack, Yeesus explained to the bastard that Eldril could not be crushed in this way. However, as it turned out, Ross did not want to achieve this, and only needed to pierce the armor. Looking down at his armor, Yeesus noticed that where the phantom blades had hit, light began to appear. After that, Ross extended his hand with his fingers ready to put the finishing touch. After the guy clicked, an explosion of aura was heard behind him, with the Golden Knight at the epicenter. Jesus screamed hysterically as his armor was torn apart, and he himself took massive damage. Cyrus turned to him and said that he still had a lot to learn from Miss Stala. Philena screamed in concern as she witnessed the Golden Knight's defeat. Jesus Tennis lay motionless in his shattered armor, his patron Eldril abandoned. The only one of the dark magician's minions who still remained in the ranks was Christina. But Paladin was also beginning to lose ground, so Teslan's assistant turned to the master himself. The Silver Sage was annoyed that both of his seemingly very strong swordsmen had failed. Before the magician had time to recover from the loss of his fighters, the holy sword Cirrus had already appeared near him. The guy swung his blade, and although he missed his opponent, he achieved his goal, freeing Mr. Riffenhart from his grip. Tashid, who had arrived in time to help them, inquired about the health of the Fighting King, who, with the help of Cillian, was able to quickly heal his wounds. Teslan blamed his failure on a lack of time and underestimating his opponent, not realizing that something might have changed since their last encounter in the past. The Battle King demanded that the Dark Mage surrender, that he was not going to allow him to destroy all of Antari's dreams again. Returning his sword to its sheath, the Silver Sage accepted his defeat, declaring that next time victory would be his. Looking menacingly at the enemy, Riffenhart asked if the mage really thought that he would be allowed to leave so easily. The arrogant Teslan said that the Demon King simply had no other choice. And after these words were spoken, the guy called upon the Hall of Indestructible Fighters, reminding them of the cursed name. In a matter of seconds, the predecessors of the Fighting King appeared in the arena again, looking more like sleepy flies. However, the very next moment, the evil spirits headed towards the king, ready to vent their anger on him. The dark magician promised to meet Antris again, and next time he would definitely take his head. Holding back his predecessors, the warrior wondered why the spirits did not react to his opponent. Felina apologized to her master for not being able to be useful in battle. Teslan understood that the Demon King's girlfriend was now on his side, even though Cirrus had now joined the enemy, which was a big omission. But suddenly the Silver Sage commanded the squad to stop because he noticed something. Having discovered a slab in a small recess in the corridor, the magician remembered that the secret to overcoming the fifth step of the Horn of Disaster was kept here. Teslan was convinced that Riffenhart had learned this information, which is why he was afraid of him during the battle. The guy said that he was afraid of his opponent in vain, since it turned out that both of them were not the masters of their craft that they had been in the past. And then the sorcerer slammed the blade hard against the stone slab, destroying the surprise Gerard had left for his student. The mage claimed that he had lost the battle, but the war was still his, since the stone and the secret were the main reason the enemy had come here. Without the plate on which the secret of the signature technique of the indestructible hall was revealed, the warrior will never reach a higher level. Meanwhile, he and his team continued to fight against a whole crowd of predecessors. Cillian, turning to his goddess, asked her to use the power of love to stop the unfortunate souls. The former students rushing towards the priest were illuminated by a bright flash of filaments. Like fireflies drawn to the light, the warriors could not tear their gaze away from the power of the goddess. Having dealt with his opponents, the pilgrim was squeezed like a lemon, having never used his divine power in such a way before. He became curious as to why the spirits were so strong, to which Riffenhart replied that the stronger the offense, the greater the strength of the offended. The warrior said that he had only managed to derive the spell of distorted space in theory, not to mention recreating it in reality. The Battle King demanded that his comrades immediately go after Teslan, but Ross wanted to know who this magician was. The warrior evaded what he replied that the enemy was someone like an acquaintance from his hometown, but because of the views of other races, they began to feud. Having settled on the fact that the mage liked to exaggerate regarding the damage caused to other species, the team went in search of the enemy. Tashid led his comrades to two passages. The enemy first used one of them, and then returned and climbed the stairs. Having discovered the shattered slab, the travelers wondered what exactly the dark magician had broken. Looking at the large pieces of stone with the text engraved on them, Riffenhart decided that this was Teslan's way of venting his anger. Cirrus was upset that having come here and gone through the trials, they still received nothing in return. Antares had a different opinion, because they were returning back with another owner of the aura. The War King couldn't believe that the orc could already command the aura, because in his past life, the monster had awakened it when he fought Cameron. The party also managed to find Gerarding, which made Riffenhart feel like the journey had been worth it. At this time, in the forest near Mount Gaterin in the kingdom of Galine, a hunt for certain creatures was underway. Exhausted by the endless chase, the trolls informed Utrang that they were no longer able to escape. The leader among them ordered not to stop, otherwise the people would catch up with them. although he understood that the young trolls had a worse ability to recover. Utrang knew that they could die from blood loss or fatigue, but if they fell into human hands, they would become ingredients for potions. The captain of the search party asked his men if they had found the refugees, that although they had not caught the trolls, they knew where they were heading. The knight ordered to move because the blood of these creatures was excellent for healing potions, and the price for them was decent. While the search party was surveying the area, Utrang considered what he should do. The troll blamed himself for everything, because it was he who went to the waterfall, even though he was warned not to do so. The chief ordered the young men to remain in cover, while he himself took the blow. Like a bird, the troll showed itself to the enemy in order to distract his attention from the nest and save the offspring. Appearing before the people, Utrang began to pronounce a set of incoherent phrases that were spells. The squad leader told his men not to be afraid of the troll's magic and to try to ignore it. One of the knights of the hunting party froze in his tracks when the enemy appeared in front of him. With an evil look, the troll rushed straight towards the guy armed with a weapon. Feeling great fear, the warrior, even with his eyes closed, attacked the creature, spilling its blood. The commander, surprisingly, was also afraid of the mage and the troll, ordering his subordinates to shoot arrows at him. Utrang was instantly hit several times by the archers, whose arrows penetrated deeply into his body. But as soon as the monster pulled out one of the arrows, his wound immediately began to heal. The commander-in-chief ordered to throw a net on the monster and set it on fire, because this was the only way they could stop its regeneration. Before the knight's eyes, the monster suddenly began to increase in size, taking the people by surprise. The leader of the hunting squad shouted that the monster had begun to transform into a giant. Although this troll looked like a bloodthirsty killer, they were usually the most calm creatures of all intelligent species. But as soon as they were driven into a corner, they immediately turned into the most cruel and merciless monsters. On the outskirts of the small rural village of Farum, noise was again heard that was disturbing the citizens. The man, noticing the concern on his friend's face, explained that the noise was coming from hunters who were catching a troll. The man asked the magician if he was sure that the magic circle was capable of holding the monster. The wizard was absolutely sure of this. He just had to stay inside until he and his people finished this matter. One old woman who lived in the village said that the troll should not have been angered, and the hunters were making a huge mistake. The girl told Grandma Tess to calm down because all trolls were monsters, but the woman insisted that the creatures were protectors of the forest. The man asked the magician for forgiveness for the superstitious old woman, but it was better for the hunter that they keep an eye on her. When Russo entered his people, they found out whether he had prepared everything for further action. The man saw that he had even installed 3-level barriers, but his subordinates did not think that the magician would set traps in the village itself. Since it was unclear where exactly the troll would appear, which could jump out near the village, it was better to lure the monster into a trap before it attacked. Russo was interested in where Captain Rundon was because the magic circle cost a lot of money, and it took 3 whole days to draw it. Suddenly, as if in answer to the magician's question, a menacing roar of a troll sounded, frightening the birds in the forest. The hunter was worried, claiming that the monster was already close based on its voice. Trees torn out by the roots began to fly out of the forest, which was undoubtedly the work of a troll. Following the trees, the monster itself appeared, growling angrily at everyone present. The mercenaries demanded that the magician cast a spell as quickly as possible, which was already in progress. Literally, a few seconds later, a fireball from the wizard flew into Utrang's chest. But there was no significant trace left from the attack inflicted by Russo, which was healing right before our eyes. The troll continued to stand motionless, taking on every fireball conjured by the magician. The hunters excitedly informed the magician that the giant was increasingly entering the zone of the magic circle. Awakening Lanfraud's shackles, the wizard activated the cage of mystical power with the troll at its very center. As Utrang's body began to be squeezed by the chains, he let out a heart-rending cry, asking for help. The hunters pointed a huge crossbow with a spear of the same size at the monster. The next moment, the mercenaries fired at the troll, hitting him right in the stomach with a spear. Russo was pleased with the work done, because all that was left was to read the necessary spell. The mage summoned a poisonous cloud to mix with the air and defeat the enemy who was trying to get rid of the spear. But as soon as the spell took effect, the monster felt a monstrous pain that pierced his entire body. The hunters celebrated their victory over the monster, which after so much effort, they finally caught. A squad of mercenaries tied up the troll and placed him in a cart for further transportation. The villagers were glad that the monster was captured because now they could live in peace. However, the old woman continued to insist that the locals had made a terrible mistake because the trolls were protecting the forest. She claimed that one should not anger these creatures under any circumstances. Otherwise, the wrath of the forest would fall on people. The hunter commander looked at Tess and was skeptical about her warning. The mercenaries walking along the Jatoon Pass were discussing what they would do with the loot they had caught and how much they would get for it. Suddenly, a worried Dren was distracted by something, which attracted the attention of his colleague. Then both mercenaries began to look into the forest, from which strange sounds reached them. The quiet sound that attracted the attention of the couple began to grow louder, and then the entire squad had the opportunity to hear it. Handon asked his friend what they heard, and his friend heard an unfamiliar sound like drums. Dren didn't have time to come to his senses before his comrade, who had been standing next to him just a second ago, was dragged away. The only thing the warriors heard was the heartbreaking cry of the mercenary who was dragged into the forest. The guys, hearing their friend's voice, could not do anything, since they did not see the creature that was not attacking them. But soon the comrade's scream stopped, and the others still managed to see their colleague. Handon fell from somewhere above the trees, his body twisted and all the bones in his body broken. As soon as the guy asked what was happening here, two mercenaries were grabbed by an unknown force, and just a second later their blood was falling from the sky like rain, and no one was able to do anything. Having witnessed this terrible scene, the mercenaries began to shout that a demon had come for their souls. An experienced soldier claimed that they were clearly attacked by some kind of a monster, but not a demon, so his people needed to pull themselves together. The man's words would have sounded convincing if the next moment his head hadn't exploded. The squad leader ordered his men to regroup near the cart and not let anyone near the troll. The man ordered Russo to use magic to track down those who attacked the bounty hunters. The magician used a spell to detect living objects, which spread throughout the forest. However, the next moment Russo began to spit blood, which worried the commander. The man, shaking all over, explained that his spell had been broken. Suddenly, the commander remembered the words of the old woman from the village about the wrath of the forest that awaited them. The man ordered the magician to come to his senses and immediately determine the location of the enemy. A voice coming from somewhere in the forest said that his family had done nothing bad to people. But despite this, due to their own greed, the mercenaries decided to kill one of the relatives of the one who at that time remained in the shadows. The commander replied that the vile monster did not dare to harm people who were blessed by Sayer himself. However, the next moment, as a result of disagreement, the same demon attacked the two warriors. The man witnessed the murder of soldiers and began to doubt whether their enemy was really an ordinary monster. One of the subordinates said that before them was a tusk made of ivory, known as the troll demon. And before the mercenaries appeared a troll with large fangs who, according to rumors, once killed 20 units of alchemists and renowned squads of hunters. The squad captain decided that these were just fairy tales when they said that even the owners of the aura were defeated. But now when the man looked at the demon with his own eyes, he realized how deeply mistaken he had been. Ivory Tusk grinned viciously, looking at each person involved in the crime. The evidence of this was the bound body of Utreng, which lay in the cart without signs of life. The commander, looking at the forest demon in fascination, could only mention his gold. Leaning close to the man, Fang explained that his greed had eclipsed even his sense of fear. This was something that only humans could do, and they paid for it with their heads. Riffenhardt and his group returned safely to Antares via the Daemon Portal. After arriving in the county, the Blue Bear tribe settled on the Great Mountain Gloten. No one had canceled possible fights with people, but in this case the orcs also had county flags, which were supposed to protect them. After the planting of Gerenting in the Elven Forest, several members of the Downheim clan began to tend to the New World Tree. The dwarves of the Great Forge, receiving food from the Taubon Company, were able to settle in Antres, where they began to build a village near their mines. 3 weeks have passed since the Battle King returned. Everything was going well except for one thing. Riffenhardt still didn't know how he was supposed to behave around people, which was a big problem. After some time, the king called together many valiant warriors who greeted the ruler of the county. The first to decide to swear allegiance to the master was Gardvin, who had a well-deserved good name in the northern region of Vasily. The next candidate claimed that with a spear in his hands, he would become invincible and would not disappoint the White King. And the guy after him claimed that he was able to kill the wolf with his bare hands. Looking at the candidates, Riffenhardt noted only a couple of experienced mercenaries, while the rest were lousy soldiers. In their previous lives, no one would have thought of swearing allegiance to the Demon King, but now everything was completely different. The Dark Magician was ready to show favor to everyone who showed up, but only after they had demonstrated their skills. The guy asked Tashid and Ross to give the candidates a good thrashing and select the most useful ones from among them. The swordsman Petra from Bloodstorm came out to duel with Cirrus, for whom it was an honor to fight with the knight Tennis. The guy noted that, not counting representatives of other races, about 20 knights and 100 soldiers came to them. Even though the candidates were inferior to the dwarven warriors, the king still had to give credit to everyone except those who discriminated against other races. One of the knights looked at Tashid and was surprised that some orc was able to assess the level of his skills. The contenders considered their colleague eliminated, claiming that this one did not look like a normal orc at all. A member of the Blue Bear tribe decided to show the unbeliever his full strength by using the blade aura. The warriors couldn't believe their eyes that the monster could use aura to make sure the rumors were true. The knight was shaking from what he saw, unable to understand how this was possible, but Tashid told him to get out. Riffenhart asked the knight captain Antares if there were any worthy candidates that day. Azrael von Kauter said that in choosing a candidate, one could trust his assistants, whose level was very high. When the Battle King asked if this also concerned the orcs, the captain asked not to start this topic. Azrael replied that Sir Tashid had the dignity of true knights, and the Dark Magician wanted others to think so too. The boy was worried that most of the knights in the county were mercenaries, and that if things continued like this, they would no longer be considered knights. However, for the king, they were not much different from each other, except that the knights were much more disciplined. Having left the selection of a candidate for captain, the king returned to Flora, asking how much work they had accumulated. The guy was shocked when he discovered 2 large stacks of documents that all needed to be looked through. The White King did not understand why there was so much to do, because just a couple of months ago he was simply dying of boredom. It turned out that about 1,000 people arrived in Antris County due to the terrible harvest in the kingdom of Crovens. When Cirrus brought the master some tea, he complained to her that because of these papers he would not leave the castle anytime soon, and he needed to find 4 more relics. In his past life, Mashaline helped the Dark Mogu with the documents, and there was no urgent need to leave the palace. Calling a gnome would not help the situation, because if a representative of another race were to manage the ruler's affairs, then people would begin to express their discontent. The Martial King really wanted someone to take on this job, but there weren't many people suitable for the position. The girl suggested Sir Azrael as a candidate, but Riffenhart would not dare leave the whole county to the guy. However, Riffenhart said he still had one candidate in mind. The magician spoke about a man who had a sufficient level of skills to not die from his attack. When they saw Karsus and Tilla, the knights asked each other who this idler was, who kept wandering around the palace. Some thought the man looked like some kind of aristocrat, but even Captain Azrael did not know the origin of the stranger. The dwarf watching the gentleman assumed that he wanted to practice his sword skills, but the guy replied that he was simply distracted by his gaze. The girl insisted that no one would stop him from touching the blade, but the prisoner believed that giving him the weapon was not the best idea. Karsus died in that battle and now became a nameless man, but only now could he feel more free. Tilla asked the guy what he was thinking about so much that he was thinking about his former rival. The guy claimed that Juvel turned out to be an excellent king, which greatly surprised the former prince's assistant. Karsus explained that it was thanks to him that he was able to see the true nature of the dwarves. It was about the beauty, wisdom, and resourcefulness that other races possessed. At least Tilla possessed these qualities. The girl claimed that all knights use this hackneyed technique, saying something similar. Without answering, the guy just silently extended his hand to his warden. Looking at the hand extended to her, Tilla said that the prince was also very wise and resourceful. After which the dwarf added that she was embarrassed by the point about beauty and that she hesitantly raised her hand. The girl offered to grow Karsus a beard, which the guy was ready to start immediately. And when the girl's fingers were in the prince's palm, he asked if Tilla could tell whether he was telling the truth or a lie. The prisoner wanted to know how his assistant would react if he said that he had fallen in love with her. Hearing such words, the dwarf immediately blushed, as she did not expect to hear a declaration of love. The guy understood that they both belonged to different races, but the girl immediately replied that she didn't care what race Karsus belonged to. After which, the former prince asked the girl if he would mind if he confessed his love to her. After joking that the dwarf would continue to keep an eye on him, the prisoner said that he had no right to judge Yuvel for his choice, Finally, the long-awaited meeting between Riffenhart and the candidate for the role of his deputy took place. When asked how he was living, Karsus replied that he was probably the happiest prisoner in the whole world. The Battle King was pleased to hear this, but he suggested that the boy stop being a prisoner, which meant that the free food was canceled. The guy said that, watching how things were going in the castle, he felt some guilt, and the Dark One was pleased that the knight himself understood everything. Karsus already knew about the king's dream and plans for the future, and at first thought that the ruler had gone mad. However, the dark magician had heard such things too often and was no longer offended by such statements, because even Cirrus initially took him for a madman. All this time, while the former prince was in the castle, he observed representatives of other species and realized that he had been thinking too narrowly all the time. Only now the boy realized that treating individuals like animals would not allow their civilization to exist for long. But now the knight was ready to become part of a movement that could change this world, if it was really within their power. The prisoner stated that he was ready for anything, starting from the position of assistant or officer, confident that he could cope with it. Looking at the guy, Riffenhart realized that even if he hadn't called him, after a while he would have come to him himself. The Fighting King handed Karsus a box that was the seal of the Count of the State of Interest. The warrior explained that the former prince himself said that he was ready to do anything, so he was offered to become the king's deputy. The guy was not ready to accept such an important position, considering that he was a former enemy and could have ulterior motives. Riffenhart explained that the seal would only allow the boy to command people who served in the White Palace. The White King wanted to know what the knight would do if he really had some kind of secret plan. After some thought, Karsus replied that he had nothing like that in mind, but he had some thoughts in his head. The only people there were knights and over 1,000 refugees. So the boy asked what if he trained the people and turned them against the king, to which the dark magician stated that such an act would make Tilla cry. When the prisoner spoke about this, he did not even think that his betrayal would really hurt the feelings of his beloved. Karsus swore that he would do everything in his power, to which the Battle King suggested that the deputy count choose a new name for him. The warrior wanted to shorten the boy's name to Sass, but not wanting to sound like some kind of disease, the knight chose the name Karl. He also wanted to receive the title of Chancellor, and for Riffenhart it made no difference what title his deputy would bear, as long as it did not affect his duties. And when Karl took over as Chancellor, he began to deal with each problem one by one and was extremely competent. Previously, the Dark Magician was an emperor, but he had never had to do administrative work, and Karl noticed any of his mistakes no matter what he touched. The first thing the guy did was evaluate the skills of the elves and assign them to the appropriate positions, which increased their productivity. The Chancellor also took up the organization of the military structure and left the previously appointed knights of the county as a separate force. 2 knights with experience in commanding an army took up training the soldiers in order to exert the necessary pressure on them in their training. After that, he classified the refugees, appointed useful people to mid-level positions, and sent the farmers to the fields. Watching the Chancellor at work from the side, Riffenhart told Tilla that they had done a good job of keeping him alive, advising the dwarf to hold on to the boy tighter. And along with them, Cirrus honed her skills trying to conjure a fire arrow. As a result, the elf managed to hit the center of the target with a magical weapon. The girl didn't even know that she had a talent for magic, and the dark magician noted that he would soon begin to teach her as before, once Cirrus reached the 3rd circle. Flora, turning to the Lord, informed him that the people he was looking for were waiting in the meeting room. Valencia asked Tilla how things were going with Karl, who was becoming more and more beautiful to the dwarf every day. And Steelhammer, in turn, was curious about how things were going between the elf and Riffenhart. Ceres perceived him more as a father, to which her friend asked her not to say such things in front of him. Otherwise, the gentleman could lock himself in his room again. The dwarf thought that the Battle King really did look like an old man, thinking that it was all because of his physique. The meeting took place with the mercenary Zakal and his comrades, who were honored to meet the Fighting King. The squad leader heard that the Count was seeking a meeting with them through the Tauban Trading Company. Riffenhart wanted to assign the mercenaries a certain task, presenting a dossier on Teslon and his henchmen. In addition to the Dark Mage and the unknown owner of the aura, Christina and the Golden Knight Jesus were widely known, and the team decided to start the search with them. The guy had already paid 100 gold pieces as a deposit, and if the mission was successfully completed, the mercenaries would receive an additional reward. Having declined, Jacques pledged to do everything possible to find these people who were saving the Count from unnecessary trouble. One of the employees presented the Lord with a report of the grade trading company for the current month. Looking through many documents, the rulers of Anteri saw in them only useless information. He cared little about the appearance of orcs in the kingdom of Vasily, or the giant octopus that attacked the sea routes of Grime. However, among all the trash that was brought to him, Riffenhart found what he had been looking for so long. In the southern jungles of the kingdom of Galen, monster hunters tracked down trolls who had been attacked by Ivory Tusk. The monster's name was an old nickname for Altica, causing the Fighting King to call for an immediate general assembly. Meanwhile, in Kaltazan, the southern coastal city of the Galan kingdom, something was happening. It was there that the southern branch of the Alchemists Guild was located, called Santana's Tears. Inside the offices, there were many different vessels and devices for making potions. However, in the basement of the guild, not everything was so rosy and carefree, from where plaintive groans could be heard. The alchemists monitored the well-being of the trolls they had captured while they were in limbo. One of the Southern Branch staff noted that Number 3 needed to be given more rations to last another month. The alchemist, serving the prisoner a large portion, noted what amazing creatures the trolls were. Due to the lack of stomach upset, these creatures could eat only scraps without any problems. So in addition to earning money, they also cleaned up trash. According to the plan, the employees of Santana's Tears were to produce another 50,000 potions, and for this they needed at least one more troll. One of the alchemists switched the lever, which activated a complex mechanism in the basement. The chains on which the forest creatures hung began to move with a heavy sound. The body of one of the test subjects ended up just above the hatch, which immediately opened. Inside, the troll was faced with a multitude of sharp knives that worked like a meat grinder. After which, the body hanging over the pit was released, thereby sending it for processing. And the very next moment, a whole sea of bloody splashes spilled out of the hole in the floor onto the surface. From there, through special filtration hoses, the blood of the forest dweller was fed into flasks. The alchemists, observing the amount of liquids, were pleased that it was snapped up for the amount of potions they needed. Two of the department's workers, having gone down to the captives, discussed how much more convenient it would be if they could breed these creatures themselves. The headquarters were never able to solve this problem because as soon as the female became pregnant, she had a miscarriage. But as a colleague noted, in the wild trolls reproduced peacefully, so there must have been some way. After which the topic of conversation turned to Landon's group, which was supposed to bring the troll, but died because of the ivory tusk. The guys were discussing the fact that no matter what, the monster wouldn't dare to come here, since it was already on the guild's territory. According to one of the employees, wherever the fang went, only death followed it. Because the director of the department was also excited about this fact, important guests arrived to visit them. A luxurious table was set for them because they were unusual mercenaries, among whom was the owner of the aura. D. Paul was the director of the southern chapter of Santana's Tears and was pleased to meet the guests. The large man with the scar on his face, aka Kafir von Scharn, felt that he was unworthy of such praise. The seventh circle magician Maroon claimed that when the director took on the task of choosing people, he had no equal. Priest Blay, who was involved with the Order of Sayer, asked the director not to worry. The man claimed that the patron would take care of them, which made DePaul extremely happy. The entrance to the city, which was located right next to the pier, was guarded by 2 guards. One of the soldiers yawned loudly, indicating that he was quite tired from being on duty all night. He asked his colleague if he had ever thought of sailing away somewhere on a boat, just as his friend had dreamed of traveling the seas. The soldier had a desire to become a sailor, but he learned that it was hard work, and only half of them managed to return home alive. After which the guards began to argue about who would work longer in the sea, behind which they did not see the approaching fog. The yawning guard preferred to live longer, which is why he chose this job, while his partner did notice the anomaly. The guy wondered where the fog came from, since the weather had been clear all day. As the fog began to thicken, the soldiers became wary, as its appearance was extremely strange. Suddenly, following the fog, a strange sound was heard, which resembled the sound of drums. And then strange sounds reached the soldiers, which could have been nothing other than the troll's spell. After the spell was read, both boys instantly fell asleep, collapsing onto the floor. The troll who appeared said that he had not touched the innocent, but had only asked them to sleep for a while. Ivory Tusk spoke of the cry he had heard rushing across the dark skies. The forest guard claimed that he was the personification of the fog that spread throughout the city. Throwing a cloak over himself, the creature continued to repeat that he was a soporific darkness that flew like the wind and disappeared without a trace. Riffenhard had been in this place for 3 days already, and he was bored as hell. But when the fighting king saw the fog, he realized that it was time for fun. The troll, using his magical abilities, spread the fog all the way to the Alchemist's Guild. The guards guarding the main entrance to Santana's Tears paid for their employer. The full moon that set that evening could be called the Blood Moon, as Ivory Tusk decapitated both guards. Having dealt with the guards, the troll had no trouble getting into the southern branch of the guild. The guards who filled all the corridors shouted about the appearance of a monster for whose death they could get 1,000 gold coins. The Kafir asked what the noise was outside, and the priest suggested that some robber had broken in. Dipole apologized because it was at the moment when he was receiving guests that something irreparable happened. The branch director said that one of the trolls had escaped, believing that the mercenary did not need to know that the Fang had managed to get in here so easily. This time, according to Dipole, the troll turned out to be more cruel, but he assured that the warriors would certainly defeat him, and the guests decided to join in his capture. The man wanted to assure Sir Kafir that the pathetic troll could not compare with the owner of the aura, and it was not nice to ask such a thing of guests. Von Scharn replied that the owner of the house could consider their help as a kind of payment for the dinner. Meanwhile, the Ivory Tusk was racing along the corridors of the southern section. The guards, armed only with spears, were frightened by the sight of the formidable monster. The soldiers pounced on the enemy at once, but the creature managed to escape all attacks. And as a result, the warriors not only lost their weapons, but also suffered at the hands of the troll. The soldiers began to die one after another, since none of them had the ability to resist such an enemy. Those of the guards who remained alive were terrified by the cruelty of the creature, unable to do anything. Fong found it funny that people talked about cruelty when they themselves were making money off the blood of his relatives. The monster insisted that his opponents must be prepared to pay with their own blood for what they had done. The soldiers looked in fear at the monster, who was telling them that he had heard life pulsating in their vessels. Without realizing it, the warriors threw down their weapons, driven mad by the troll's magic. And the next moment, the soft pastel tones of the corridor were painted with the dark red color of blood. Ivory Tusk, thanks to his magic, did nothing but snap his fingers. This was quite enough to defeat the enemy and draw blood. After repeating the same procedure, the forest guard finished off all the guild soldiers. The troll wanted to leave, but people appeared who prevented him from doing so, knowing who he was. The trio of mercenaries realized why Dipole was so helpful when the mythical creature that the monster hunters had been talking about appeared before them. However, Maroon understood that there was nothing free in this world, and they would be paid well for this specimen. Kafir von Scharn asked his colleagues what they would do with the mythical creature. Priest Blay felt cheated and wanted to talk to the director after they were done here. Ivory Tusk looked at the mercenaries and felt that they were very strong opponents. Kafir was interested in the talking troll, who was the first of the three to come out to fight him. The hunter insisted that it was necessary to finish with him as soon as possible and definitely talk to DePaul. The swordsman attacked the enemy, but his blade was unable to hit anything other than the walls of the building. The man complained that some pathetic troll dared to dodge his sword, ready to chop him into pieces. Ivory Tusk, who had escaped the attack, meanwhile armed himself with wooden clubs. And when Sharn attacked the monster, he met with its defense, which, thanks to its clubs, blocked its attack. The 7th level mage couldn't believe that the troll was able to block the blade's aura. The forest guard replied that the mother's mercy was a wide and boundless sea, and no one was able to harm her. The monster said that his body stopped moving more, touching the branches of the jungle. And while the owner of the aura was trying to understand how the enemy managed to escape his attack, the enemy counterattacked. The mercenary repelled the troll's powerful attacks, which were comparable in strength to his own. The man holding back the blow also noted the speed with which his opponent moved. The monster kept pressing on the owner of the aura and was unable to counterattack and was forced to retreat. And at one fine moment, Kafir was still able to strike, destroying one of the columns that was in the corridor. The swordsman was glad that he had managed to break the distance, even though it should have been done much earlier. But being cut off from the enemy, the troll did not lose his composure and stuck the clubs into the floor and began to recite the spell. The troll called upon shoots that could help him by extending their tongues, causing living plants to appear from the floor. The next second, vines began to wrap around the warrior, which was a complete surprise to him. While the owner of the aura was trying to figure out the plants, the troll was already there. Despite the branches holding him back, Sharn managed to repel another attack from Ivory Tusk. But a moment later, the mercenary's breath caught when he somehow missed the monster's attack. The wooden club hit the man hard on the leg, causing Kafir to suddenly fall. Maroon was so concerned about his comrade's well-being that he involuntarily leaned forward. He summoned tongues of soaring flame in order to teach a lesson to the impudent troll who dared to belittle the honor and dignity of the owner of the aura. The magician attacked the enemy, under whose feet a bright seal of fire appeared below. However, this attack was also unsuccessful, as the troll avoided it by deftly jumping away at the last moment. Freeing himself from the grip of the vines, Kafir said that there was an unusual monster in front of them. Priest Blay asked his colleagues if they needed to worry about nobility in the battle against the monster, wanting to attack it as a group. Marn was well aware that fire magic and electric magic were capable of burning the troll's bodies to ashes. The next moment, the magician released an electric discharge, which the monster could no longer dodge. However, Fang was not at a loss, and with an imperturbable face, he folded his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. The whistle that sounded neutralized the electric discharge that the wizard had fired at him. Maroon was surprised that the unknown magic was able to block all his magic. Meanwhile, Blay was calling out to Sayer and trying to relieve the swordsman of pain, but he was doing a poor job. The priest wondered if the warrior was hurt by the divine power, suggesting that it might conflict with the aura. In a desperate attempt, the magician decided to use fourth circle disarming magic on the enemy. The iron steel technique bound the troll's hands, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move them. But after a series of efforts, the monster sank to the ground, with the magic bracelets missing from his wrists. And then Ivory Claw, leaning on his hands, suddenly lifted his legs into the air. The warrior, looking at how the monster swung its legs, asked himself what kind of strange movements his enemy had, considering them ridiculously absurd. Maroon was no longer sure that the enemy before them was a demon in the guise of the troll from the rumors, and Blay could not come to terms with the power of the troll. The forest guard, although he was familiar with human tactics, 3 opponents at once was too much for him. While dodging another attack from the swordsman, the monster thought about how he could escape from these 3. Suddenly, another magical attack called the Rainbow Beam of Power was heard. The warriors hired by Deeple turned around, because this blow was not dealt by them, but was instead intended for the mercenaries. The rainbow beam hit the ceiling, causing an explosion that temporarily distracted attention from the troll. Taking cover from the smoke, Kafir von Sharn asked who the mysterious strangers who had attacked them were. Ceres and Tashid complained that they were almost late due to the fog, for which Riffenhardt apologized, as he forgot to warn about it in advance. When Fang heard that other people were familiar with troll magic, he considered them new enemies. But in fact, these were his new allies, an orc, an elf, and a battle king who possessed magic. Riffenhardt greeted the wise child of nature, Guru Atilka, who was glad to meet them. The troll was surprised that the man knew his name, who also spoke their language. The stranger in the hat said that the whole truth about trolls is known, and he came here to help the monster. The forest guard could not fully comprehend what the man was talking about, who was used to people causing nothing but trouble. The trio of mercenaries also demanded that the strangers introduce themselves and explain why they were attacked. The War King replied that he longed for the trolls to be freed, but he had also heard that being a mercenary was not easy enough without it. The Kafir shouted that he had no idea what was happening here, but he knew for sure that in front of them was a demon who had killed dozens of people. However, Reifenhardt did not expect any other answer from the monster hunter and decided to act according to the planned plan. Antres asked Tashid to deal with the owner of the aura, since they were on the same level of physical strength. On Ceres, the Battle King left a mage and a priest against whom she could use the spells she had learned. The young gentleman asked his comrade to detain the opponents, but also to leave them alive. The lower floor of Santana's Tears suddenly exploded from another powerful attack by the fighters. The walls of the building were covered in fragments of local architecture that had been destroyed by the warriors. Valencia held back the 7th Circle Mage with her magic spells. Meanwhile, the orc was trying his best to fight back against Kafir von Sharn, who was skilled with a sword. The man, like everyone before him, was surprised that the monster could use aura in battle. But Tashid did not give in to his opponent in the fight, continuing to shower him with a series of powerful attacks. While watching what was happening, Blay did not hear how the elf crept up on him unnoticed. However, at the last moment, the man repelled her attack with Sayer's blessed shield. Ceres then summoned a fire salamander to help her, demonstrating her magical skills. The priest, using the same shield, repelled the attack of the fiery creature, which was not so easy for him. Having witnessed an orc with an aura and an elf who wielded spirit magic, the sorcerer realized that the battle king Reifenhart was standing before him. The guy turned to the monster, claiming that he could leave the enemies to them, while he himself saved his relatives. Marin remembered that the king had fought in the Civil War along with other species, but he couldn't imagine that the owner of the aura would be able to learn magic. The magician asked the enemy directly if he was the same battle king, to which the warrior asked the enemy to answer this question himself. Riffenhart summoned a magical seal and attacked the enemy with a power cannon. One of the mercenaries who fought against the warrior used similar spells, but it was called a photon beam. A second later, both energy attacks met halfway, creating a powerful explosion. And then Antares found himself under a massive barrage of attacks from the wizard, hiding from them behind a barrier. The opponent in turn did not go far, defending himself from the spells with a force field. The Martial King was certain that the Seventh Circle mage was now extremely puzzled. To his regret, Marin discovered that his magic, which had taken him half a century to study, did not work against the enemy. The sorcerer wanted to cast another spell, but Reifenhart got ahead of him by using the darkening layer. This attack from the ruler of Antares was so strong that it managed to break through the magician's defense. The mercenary cried out in pain and lost consciousness for a moment from such a strong blow. Meanwhile, Kafir continued to fight against the orc, measuring the strength of his aura against him. Tashid continued to press on the monster hunter, thereby proving his superiority. Sharn repeatedly fought off the powerful blows of the monster, which he had no opportunity to properly counterattack. To turn the tide of battle, the orc called on Dakar for help, throwing him at the enemy. However, the blade missed as the swordsman with the scar on his face managed to dodge the attack. The warrior claimed that it was foolish to throw away his only weapon and took advantage of the opportunity to attack the enemy. Before Kafir could attack the monster, he felt a blade approaching, which he never expected. Not only did Dakar hit his target, he also dragged it along the floor, increasing the damage done. Having returned the sword to his hand, Tashid emerged from this duel as the winner, since his opponent had underestimated him, longer able to continue the battle. Reifenhart was pleased with how the orc controlled the power of his aura and manipulated his spiritual weapon, which spoke to the benefits of constant sparring with Ross. Ceres asked the master if it was worth leaving the mercenaries alive, since they could understand who the person who attacked them was. If the guy had wanted to hide his identity, he would have used a mask. But even in that case, the criminals did not have strong evidence against him. Atilka expressed his gratitude to Antares for his help, but the warrior wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After some time, a fire was declared in the southern branch of the Alchemists Guild. The soldiers demanded that calm be maintained during the evacuation so as not to create a crush during it. DePaul watched with tears in his eyes as Santana's tears burned to the ground, unable to believe it. And while the building where the trolls were slowly burning down, a row of carts with surviving creatures was walking nearby. Celian, with the help of the goddess of love, Philinensa, tried to heal the trolls' wounds. Ross claimed that the trolls looked creepy because he had seen orcs all his life, so he didn't think much about their appearance. Noting how thin the trolls were, Cirrus also realized that they had not had the opportunity to learn a common language. By the fire and during the rest stop, Atilka reported that the rumors about Riffenhart were untrue. Guard had not heard of the warrior king using magic, to which the warrior replied that he had tried to hide the fact, but people still found out about it. But even the presence of magic did not change the fact that the guy remained a fighting king, asking if the Fang doubted him. The troll replied that, looking at this aura, no one would doubt it, which confirmed the rumors that the king treated non-human races as well as humans. But that didn't explain how Riffenhart knew their language, and also knew the name of the forest guard. The guy replied that he once met a troll from the Bavard tribe, which was located in the forests of Daneharf. The warrior tried to piece together the memories of his past life, but the trolls from that tribe would not be able to confirm his words. Atilka once passed through those lands for whom it became clear how the man knew so much about them. After which, the dark magician told the troll about the world he desired and about the future he wanted to see. The monster was interested in this prospect, since he had wandered the world for 10 years saving his relatives, but had not changed anything. The War King asked if Atilka was ready to help him with his plans, mentioning that land had already been prepared for the trolls in the county of Antares. Before giving his answer, the guru wanted to know why the man was so worried about the representatives of other races. The guy remembered the southern islands of the Taikan kingdom, where cannibalism was once practiced before the arrival of a sage. The sage forbade cannibalism, and the islanders rebelled, because it was their ancient culture and traditions. The locals wanted to know what right the man had to ban their traditions, to which he replied. He saw with his own eyes how the islanders devoured his beloved, and so he forbade them from eating their own kind. Ivory Tusk listened to the story without the slightest movement, beginning to understand its essence. The Martial King mentioned people he knew and had been through a lot with. He also mentioned friends who were different from those who, in the opinion of society, could be friends with a person. But he didn't forget about his beloved, whom he loved with all his heart and wished only the best for her. The warrior refused to accept how strangers treated them like some kind of slaves. In the southern kingdom of Grime, there was a city called Alkenberg, which was also known as a city of alchemists. At the main headquarters of Tears of Santara, they were just discussing the incident with the guild branch that had happened the other day. Orenmid, who was the head of the guild, asked if the identity of the culprit had been established. Dippo couldn't answer, to which the chief stated that if not only a fang, but also a person was involved in what happened, then that would change the matter radically. The owner of the southern division said they had some suspicions. They had their eye on the ruler of County Antares, War King Reifenhart, but there was no hard evidence. According to the magician Mirand, the man who attacked him was a skilled magic user who did not rely on aura. The king also left the White Palace at the time when the branch caught fire, having been absent for only about 2 weeks. Orenmid suggested that the warrior could have used a double, however. As his subordinates noted, the guy's appearance was not very expressive. One of the alchemists claimed that they were talking about the famous ruler of nations and had no right to accuse him without strong evidence. One of the participants in the meeting said that according to rumors, Riffenhart was all he set it up, which only undermined the guild's authority. The leader realized that given all the circumstances and the warrior's history, it had to be him, which created a real problem for them. And while the alchemists were tearing their hair out, the fighting king was enjoying his alibi, which worked while the enemies did not know about the spatial portals. At the moment, everything was going according to plan, and avoiding a combined attack by the people while simultaneously gathering forces was already a huge victory. The dark magician could not help but be glad that all his old comrades Cirrus, Tashid, Atilka, and Mashalin were in their places. At this time, in one of the mines under the subdued light of torches, work was in full swing. The gnomes worked tirelessly, wielding a pickaxe with collars on. The work gang's overseer used a whip to force the dwarves to work faster if they wanted a break. The miners were ready to tear people to shreds if their families were not being held hostage. One of the alchemists, in the absence of signs of adamantium or orichalcum, demanded that the dwarves work faster so as not to anger Viscount Kelburn. Suddenly, a piercing scream was heard in the mine, which attracted the attention of the guards. The local security guard, upon seeing the stranger, asked who he was and how he got in here. However, instead of an answer, the guy received a strong blow from a hammer, which should have explained the stranger's intentions. Sloidel said that as much as he didn't want to, he wouldn't kill the worker, because he didn't know anything. Another of the warriors of the Great Forge of Jostea informed the commander-in-chief of the enemies ahead. The mine overseer couldn't understand where so many gnomes came from, which caused him to panic. One of the gnomes, casting the suppression rune, replied that they had come to free their kin. The man was surprised to discover that the halfling had used magic, and such an advanced spell at that. When the warden lost the ability to use magic, Eustea took over. The girl told the captives that they were warriors of the Great Forge from the clan of the Steel Hammer. The warrior insisted that the slaves approach them one by one to remove their magical shackles. Upon discovering the problem, a dwarf with magical powers freed the workers by removing their collars. The mine workers stated that their families were being held hostage by the aristocrats, but the arriving warrior told them not to worry about it. While they were busy working here, the comrades from the Great Forge were already defending the village. With a sharp blow of her axe, Tilla got rid of another guard, sprinkling his blood on the ground. The girl was glad to find Grandfather Kitos in the village, which she immediately told the old man about. Kitos was surprised by Tilla's sudden appearance, wondering what she was doing there. The girl arrived on the orders of Lord Riffenhart, who wanted to save all the inhabitants. In the Steelhammer clan village, all the dwarves had finished their preparations and were ready to leave this place. Till was also pleased with her father, Lurtika, who immediately noticed how much his daughter had grown. The man noted that the girl was so old that she could already get married. Galpid asked Sloidel what their next plans were, to which the warrior replied that the time had already come. Many halflings followed the rescue party and waited by the water. 3 small ships appeared from the passage in the mountain and were sailing right in the direction of the gnomes. There were people on the ship that the dwarves had not yet had time to examine, since they were quite far away. The elder asked if the great forge had prepared the ships for them, but Sloidel replied that they were not from the forge. And when Galpid saw that there were people on the ship, he was very surprised. Carl, who was the leader of the orcs on the ship, assured those present that they were allies. The halflings began to doubt that the man would help them escape from this place, as they saw only evil in them. However, Tilla de Steelhammer could radically change their relationship with the stranger to whom she was rushing so quickly. Chancellor Anteri, seeing his beloved, blossomed and also went to meet her. The man said that he was very worried about the girl, and despite his busy schedule, did not want to miss the chance to meet her family. Lortique turned red when she saw that some man dared to touch her daughter. The dwarf introduced her father and her lover to each other, whom Carl called his father-in-law. The dwarf was very angry when he heard such an address addressed to him, since he did not give permission to call himself that. A little later in Dielo, the largest city in the western kingdom of Galine, the night's silence was broken. The guards of the western branch of the Tears of Santara fired at him to prevent the enemy from escaping. One of the guards claimed that the front ones were Ivory's tusk, urging his colleagues to use firebombs. Entire area around the branch was strewn with small explosions, behind which nothing could be seen. But the troll, whom the alchemists were so desperately trying to catch, deftly evaded all the incendiary bombs. Atilka whispered a spell in his language to get rid of the persecution of people. With a quick and agile movement, the troll rushed past the guards, wounding each of them. The senior guard drew the attention of his subjects to another troll that had appeared. And as soon as the soldiers, along with the alchemists, noticed the monster, they tried to burn it in every way available to them. Looking up at the night sky, Ivory Tusk said that now was the time, after which the monster jumped high, allowing his opponents to observe his figure. Ramdrin, as the leader of the Western Branch, assured his employees that he was not like Deepole and would not let the monster get to his slaves. However, at that very moment, his loyal subject ran to the chief, who was very worried. The man reported that, without understanding how, the trolls escaped from the dungeons. Upon hearing this sad news, Roman immediately became depressed, realizing that he was no better than his colleague. In the city of Kentry, in the northern kingdom of Rastil, there is a coliseum for battles of various times. It was in it that the next event took place, as evidenced by the noise that reached the vicinity of the coliseum. The spectators, who belonged to different castes and classes, were beside themselves with the performance shown to them. The giant monster with a shaggy mane let out a piercing scream as it advanced towards its opponent. It turned out to be an orc, who, being painted in war paint, also shouted during the attack to give himself confidence. However, this did not help him, because the hairy beast cut off his head with one blow, which caused delight among the spectators. The Wildbane Gladiator Training Center was impressive in size on the outside. The head of the center considered the candidate who was brought to him to be an amazing fighter. The man noted the orc's perfect musculature and height among the other gladiators, who undoubtedly had unique potential. Augustus could not even imagine that such a specimen would be used as a servant. The monster's mistress asked the man how much she could get for her servant. With a good-natured smile, the owner of the center replied that orcs usually cost 5 gold, but the price could change if he was suitable for the role of gladiator. The girl immediately perked up when she found out that she could have gotten much more for the monster, asking about the exact amount. August was ready to give 7 gold pieces for the orc, but such a specimen would cost at least 10. The girl immediately agreed. All that was required was to sign the contract. The man was glad to receive a real beast because such slaves were in short supply, not to mention that it could be purchased so cheaply. The orc asked the lady not to sell him, but the girl did not hear the monster's words, saying that he might seem rude, but in fact he was very kind. The manager decided that if the girl could handle the monster alone, then he was extremely docile. Extending his hand to the girl, the owner of the training center thanked Miss Scylla for the deal. The girl in turn also thanked Mr. August for giving her the opportunity to sell the servants. In their cages, the orcs greeted the new arrivals in a peculiar way, behaving like madmen. One of the creatures, the oldest gladiator, stated that mercy had long since left this place. Only the monster wanted to know the name of the young man, but his appearance alone was enough for the man to recognize him as the heir of the great warrior. However, the orc still introduced himself, stating that his name was Tashid, that he was the son of Mole, who inherited Ra's axe. Riefenhardt's comrade intended to carry out his plan that same evening as he joined the others. As the gladiators threw the dice, they discussed how they had managed to survive another day. One of the fighters asked if anyone had heard what happened after Burke's death, about what Mr. August had said. The owner was sorry that the orc exposed his armor to attack, but he did not regret at all that he lost the gladiator, which caused discontent among the slaves. The monsters began to talk about the rumors that were circulating about the county of Entries, where orcs blessed by Ruan fought against humans. Some said that the orcs who lived in the county had pride and the spirit of true warriors running through their veins. The old gladiator asked the boys to stop talking about these ridiculous rumors and go to bed. The monster insisted that it had nothing to do with them, but the newcomer argued with him, which attracted the attention of all the prisoners. Tashid, who had not changed his clothes, sat in the corner, removed from everyone. Looking at his brothers, the orc said that if the slaves had the opportunity to become as strong as their brothers from Antares. Looking questioningly at the newcomer, the guard asked again what he was talking about. Instead of talking, the orc decided to demonstrate everything visually, using his aura on the shackles. And literally the next moment, the monster broke the shackles, demonstrating his strength to the prisoners. The representatives of the other race were shocked when they saw that their fellow was the owner of an aura. When asked who he really was, the monster replied that he had come from the county of Antares to show the way to his brothers. Tashid raised his hand and called upon his adopted brother Dakar, while the slaves watched his actions in fascination. A few seconds passed before the wall of the dungeon suddenly shattered into pieces. In front of the monsters, Tashida's blade levitated in the air, causing them to express genuine delight. Grabbing their weapons, the orcs exclaimed that before them was a spiritual weapon that only a true warrior could wield. Tashid, breaking into a scream, demanded that his fellow tribesmen answer him. Were they warriors or talking cattle? If there was even a drop of warrior blood in them, they had to take up arms and fight, breaking the chains that bound them. The neat and snow-white walls of the training center were smeared with blood, up and down. The guards cursed the rebellious slaves with the worst words, but this did not help them withstand the blow. Roaring fiercely, the orcs rushed towards their opponents, promising to tear them into small pieces. One of the servants decided to hide under the table, shedding tears and shaking uncontrollably. Sensing his scent, one of the former slaves lifted the tablecloth and discovered the hiding man. With eyes full of hatred, the monster swung his blade to get even with the man, but the next moment the orc's sword was knocked out by Dakar, who appeared out of nowhere. The monster asked why the warrior had stopped their retaliation, to which Tashid replied that the man was an ordinary servant. The angry warrior asked the freed slave what he desired, freedom or revenge. Froze for a moment as they thought about the words that the owner of the aura said. The innocent waiter looked at Tashid with hope, although he still continued to shake. In the end, the monster answered his savior that he understood everything, and after that he did not do anything with the man. The orc warrior appealed to his kin to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and to show mercy to humans for the sake of their own freedom. Sir Augustus began to shower the slaves with the last words, claiming that the orcs were ordinary animals who did not know the feeling of gratitude. The prisoner asked the savior whether it was necessary to show mercy to the master, but it turned out that this quality lost its value if it was abused too much. Hearing these words, the aristocrat looked in horror at the monsters he had been holding captive all this time. The local magician was amazed that such a fuss was raised by the slaves with their escape, who, however, would not be able to resist a mental spell. After a couple of phrases, the wizard caused mass paralysis, causing the creatures to freeze like statues. But at that very moment, the priest called upon Philinense to help the monsters, wishing that their minds would not waver. After reading the prayer, the conjured ones collapsed and the monsters regained their clarity of mind. The magician who served Sir Augustus did not understand what was happening here and what the priestess Philinense had forgotten here. Cillian, who had been pretending to be a girl all this time, said that he was almost late. Tashid arrived in time and knocked out the magician with one blow, thanking the priest for his help. The youth tossed the orc the exorcism talisman and the communication necklace, claiming that this time his common language sounded quite natural. The saint assured that in a couple of days everything would be different, and that he would soon turn into a mountain of muscles, and such clothing would no longer fit on him. When Tashid explained that there was a young saint in front of them, the orcs perked up as they had heard about him before. One of the slaves asked if it was the priest from the county who had a relationship with the fighting king, but Cillian stubbornly denied everything. The guy was surprised at how many peoples had managed to reach this rumor, which spread as quickly as rumors about the continued escapes of various species. A similar situation occurred at a banquet in the barony of Berkeep, which was located in the kingdom of Vasily. The guests praised the host for organizing the event because it was rare to see something like this in the capital. Berkeep's friend couldn't get enough of the hall, which was full of elven girls, which attracted the attention of the castle owner. On the tables, which were laden with exquisite treats. However, suddenly on one of them, the flame of the candles suddenly flared up strongly. And the very next second, a fire monster appeared from the flames, which frightened all the participants of the banquet. Then one of the palace windows smashed loudly, and an uninvited guest entered the banquet. This guest turned out to be Cirrus, who, standing on the balcony, looked down on the aristocrats. The guests at the banquet were surprised when they saw the elf who was responsible for everything that happened. The girl summoned the salamander and Ignatius so that people could know the true flame. And while Berkip demanded that the guards do something, the elves asked Ceres to spare them and help. When the girl went down to the slaves, and as soon as she introduced herself, she said that she had come to save them. Ceres declared that from now on the elves were free, and while they were still realizing what was said, the warrior resorted to magic. After Belencia cast the Earth Rift spell, she easily broke through the wall of the building. She asked if the slaves would mind following her instructions for the time being, after which they would continue the conversation once they got out. The elves seemed to have no choice, and although they agreed, they did so slightly frightened. Ceres understood that the girls had no idea what freedom was, but it should have been much easier for them on their native soil. The guards of the burning palace set out in pursuit of the criminal, claiming that she had killed the baron. Suddenly, the guards saw an ally of the elf, who was surprised by his appearance. The soldiers tried to stop the Mogu from casting a spell, but upon closer inspection, they did not realize that it was a battle mage. Riffenhart used the sensory field, a skill that allows him to sense the presence of any living being in a certain area. Using the data obtained through the sensory field, the warrior could determine spatial coordinates and predict the intersection of movements. Taking careful aim, the dark mage attacked the enemy with a magical shot of absolute judgment. Each of the guards was struck by a bright beam of energy, rendering them unable to move. Lying on the ground, the guards wondered if such a spell really existed. Riffenhart was overjoyed that he had managed to pump up his magical abilities to such a level. Meanwhile, hovering between the clouds in the sky was the palace of the Silver Sages. Sitting in a luxurious hall, one of the participants in the meeting noted that they had not gathered like this for a long time. However, the topic on the agenda for which the council was convened was quite intriguing. The meeting participants wanted to begin the discussion as quickly as possible so as not to drag out the already tedious process. The elders stated that all of them, being sages, stood in defense of humanity. And in connection with this, the time has come to discuss the matter that concerned the Battle King Riefenhart. The magic academies were literally the center of magic study for the entire continent. The academies were distinguished by three of the oldest and largest, one of which was the mysterious society of the Kingdom of Galain. The second was the solar tower located in the Holy Empire of Vashtalon, and also the ancient magic academy of the Kingdom of Grime, which is the Maragran Tower. It was at this academy that new magical theories or the discovery of relics from the Silver Age were often announced. The student sorcerers listened attentively to the lectures of Archmage Atris, whose mastery reached the 9th circle. The man spoke about the time when he searched for and studied various artifacts from the Piet dungeon, and he managed to achieve some results. The lecturer was interrupted by Teslon, who claimed that while one of the most talented people on the continent was here, the magic tower flourished greatly. Duke Illinard believed that according to the mage, the Mara Grand Tower was currently in decline. The tower lost its reputation due to the fact that one of the towers of Delphia produced the worst magician in the entire history of the ruler of the Dark Empire. The boy thought that Mara Grande might feel that they had been treated unfairly, even though this man would have achieved the same results in any of the academies. He left the Tower of Delphi at the 6th circle, which was extremely low for his age, and the mages in the tower were afraid of his talent and refused to teach him. As soon as Riefenhart entered the open world, his power began to grow, and at the age of 30 he became an archmage of the 9th circle, but he could have become one much earlier. Teslan didn't understand why it was taking him so long to learn that he was still on the sixth circle. Atres revealed that most of the artifacts were known to the world, wanting to tell the students about the others. Holding it out in a necklace, the magician explained that the artifact was capable of maintaining the temperature of its owner at an ideal level. The guy turned to Ilinard to clarify whether in front of them was that same forbidden object for which they still had not found a way to activate it. The mage learned of the artifact that was used in the frozen lands, asking the master if he allowed the mage to make this information public. The man stated that Atra's death would not look natural, and if things did not go according to plan, someone might find out about the Silver Sages. But since the mage didn't know anything anyway, Ilinard had no need to kill him now. According to him, another warming necklace wouldn't hurt them, handing Teslan a small mirror. It was a truth window artifact that was able to analyze people's emotions through their reactions. Ilinard asked the sage to remember these faces because one of these people could possess a warming necklace. The boy claimed that the sage's approach was ineffective, to which the gentleman replied that deceiving everyone for eternity was no easy task. It is precisely because of this caution that the world has not yet known about the existence of the secret organization. However, if people realize that there is a group in the world that is looking after them, humanity will not be able to develop properly. Ilinard argued that the Silver Sages were there to protect people from the shadows, while Teslan questioned why the necklace was a forbidden artifact. Although there was nothing special about him, the sages could not allow the use of magic that was capable of changing the human body. After all, this was one of those slippery slopes that could lead a person to immortality. Teslan realized that in his current position, he had a limit to what he could learn. The magician wondered how the sages maintained an information network that knew even about the movements of people with whom they had not crossed paths. But despite all this, the sages were unable to prevent the presentation of the necklace from Atres, which meant that there had to be a breach in their network. Teslan was irritated that even after joining the organization, he was treated as an outsider. Meanwhile, in the Palace of the Silver Sages, the meeting regarding the Dark Mage continued. The Guardians came to the conclusion that they needed to destroy the Battle King Reifenhart. Silver Keeper Stulin believed that the warrior was a rat that was defiling the order of this world. His colleague Arclight believed that such aura owner could not be called by such words. The Taoist was of the opinion that the famous aura holders and archmages had great influence, and therefore it was necessary to come up with a suitable method of murder. The Guardian wanted to get rid of the warrior's entourage first, but Arclight found it strange that the old man himself had once allowed Reston to join their ranks. Younger Keeper was asked to watch his behavior because it was a completely different person. But they agreed with the Taoist because at first Riffenhart showed signs of strange inclinations, but now it was clear that he had impure motives. The woman from this community was convinced that the warrior was not obsessed with other races and adhered to his own ideals and views. The ideals of the Fighting King were not born overnight, and one of the Guardians found it difficult to believe that he himself came to such decisions. The sages argued that ideals were honed only through rational thinking, suspecting that the boy had a mentor. The Silver Sages came to the conclusion that they had to find the Martial King's mentor. The Keepers took out semicircular glass objects that served as voting buttons. Arclight stated that the warrior had made enough of an impact on the continent that they could no longer sit idly by. Stolin asked the assembled people if they had managed to come to a general agreement. The Guardians silently placed their hands on the magical objects, which glowed with a pink light. Some of them had a hard time making the decision, while others had no doubts about making it. Among the 13 Silver Guardians, who were mostly elderly, there was one very young person. The Taoist, having looked at all those present, concluded that no one objected to this decision. Then Stulin said that in the name of the Silver Sages, the protectors of humanity, they had to do this. Unanimously, the Guardians voted to target Reifenhart for destruction, but they also had to destroy everything that touched the Fighting King, including his entourage. The Holy Empire of Vashtalon was a state with a 1,000-year history and traditions. It bordered the kingdoms of Graim, Haline, Rastil, and Takon, but surpassed them in population and state power. The empire was called the land blessed by the Lord Sayer, to whom the papacy granted the right to name the empire that was chosen as the leader of mankind. In the territory of Yord, in the eastern region of the empire, there was a temple of Sayer. The priest claimed that God loved all people, asking the young man to confess his sins in order to receive forgiveness. The parishioner said that he had decided to do so. wanting to receive forgiveness from the priest. The man who was in the confessional with the boy asked what his sin was. Leuven replied, embarrassed, that he had fallen in love with the elf who served his family. The young aristocrat insisted that despite the fact that the girl was an elf, she was the sweetest and most beautiful of all, not to mention her singing. The priest explained that lusting after an elf was not something to be proud of, but since the boy was seeking forgiveness, his sins could be forgiven. But the young man corrected the priest, claiming that love for the elf was not sinful. The saint asked again what the problem was, and it was that the guy was planning to leave his house with the girl. He wanted to go where he could love the elf openly, but at the same time he couldn't bear the burden of guilt that he would make his parents worry. The priest replied that according to Sayre, these races were destined to be slaves, and denying their destiny was a mortal sin. The man asked the boy if he wanted to change his confession, insisting that Sayre would forgive him. However, Leuven did not want to repent, because he did not consider his love for the elf a sin. He came only because he was worried about parents, to atone for the guilt that hurts their hearts. The priest tried to reason with the guy, claiming that an elf would remain a slave in any place, and suggested that the lover leave the girl as a servant. But Leuven unexpectedly replied that he was going to go to the 100 states of Entrez. After talking with the saint, the young man left the temple of Sayre, looking at it as his past life. He wanted to apologize to his parents, but he also couldn't lie to his heart forever. The boy had to go with the elf to a place where they could live together with honor, without fear of condemnation. Returning to the large tree in the clearing, Leuven began to call Beretti, but the girl did not respond. He could not understand where his beloved had gone since they had agreed to meet under Zelkova. Looking around, the guy raised his head and glanced at the lush crown of the tree. Suddenly, the young aristocrat discovered the body of his beloved hanging on one of the branches. In her dying letter, the girl insisted that she could not accept the love of her master and would not dare to commit a sin by remaining near him. Beretti claimed that she would have brought the wrath of the gods, and their souls would have gone to hell, by asking Leuven to meet not a low elf, but a noblewoman. The guy looked at the body of his beloved with an uncomprehending look as she swayed, asking for forgiveness for tempting him all this time. Unable to cope with the overwhelming grief, the aristocrat screamed, shedding tears. At the same time, near the Huron River, which bordered the kingdoms of Halain and Takon, there was a wooden house. In it, the girl sitting at the table was pleased that she had finally finished the manuscript. Looking at the written sheets, Trudy wondered if the orc from the garden would change people's minds after they read her manuscript too. The writer was a priestess of Sayre who could not perceive the orcs in the gardens as slaves, hoping that her story would change their lives a little. In her prayer, the girl mentioned that the order taught something completely different, but she was sure that this was what Sayre himself wanted people to learn. Suddenly, the door of the hut opened and a stranger appeared on its threshold, whom Trudy did not expect to see at all. The young man, without saying a word, silently looked at the girl until she spoke. Introducing herself as Sayre's subject, the girl asked what had brought the stranger to her. However, the man remained silent, boring into the girl with a frightening gaze. But as soon as the stranger tore his gaze away from Trudy, he stopped it on the manuscript that was lying on the table. Watching where the man was looking all this time, the girl realized that she had problems. The man's expression changed and he said with a creepy look that Trudy was the one. And in just a few minutes, the wooden house near the river was completely engulfed in flames. But the worst thing was that the owner of the building was also inside. In all these cases, silver keepers were involved, who administered justice through the hands of others. On the shelves of their storage room were many magical crystal balls, and in the very heart of the tower, there was a special artifact, which was the Order's information network. Thanks to him, the Guardians learned about Leuven, whose love story ended tragically. The Order also watched the priestess Sayre, who wanted to cloud the minds of ordinary people with her manuscript. These incidents were observed by the members of the Silver Sages through the eyes of Sayre, who used the ears and eyes of those who used divine power in his name. The Keeper informed his colleague that many people had been influenced by the Fighting King, which forced them to hide the material they had viewed. Arclight felt sorry that they sacrificed people without explaining anything to them, but it was all for the good of humanity. The priests and followers of Sayre provided the Keepers with information without knowing it, and the artifact itself could be compared to divine power. But despite all this, they had no data on the Fighting King, from which one could conclude that those around him did not believe in Sayre. Arclight was interrupted from looking at the materials by his colleague, who upon entering the room called out to him. She turned out to be the keeper of Siren, whose arrival the man was very surprised by. The girl decided to visit the information network just like that, saying that she sent Arclight's younger brother to deal with Reifenhart. The keeper claimed that the king would not be able to cope with someone armed with ancient spells. Siren then showed up at the command post, trying to find information about the warrior. After a series of manipulations, the girl discovered the ruler of Antares, finding him during the battle. The dark mage addressed his opponent, declaring that he was the one who would destroy the flow, and by interfering with what was said, put an end to it. Guardian Arclight was shocked when he saw with his own eyes who they were fighting against. The man didn't expect that the martial king would be able to use magic as well. In the Chloe dungeon, which was located in the Great Mountain Gloaton, there was a relic of the Silver Age, the Daemon Portal. Through it, Tashid, Cillian, and the freed gladiators entered the dungeon. The monsters were surprised that they had moved to another place in an instant, while the priest blocked the entrance to the portal. The saint asked his comrade if it was not necessary to keep the portal a secret, but there was no other way to safely transport the slaves. The Chloe dungeon used to be teeming with monsters and demons, but now it has been fortified and defaced by dwarves, serving as a passage from the 100 states of Antares. Meanwhile, the watchtower of Chloe was built at the entrance, but already on the surface. Takata towered over the former gladiators and was supposed to make real warriors out of them. To inspire his brothers, the monster raised his hand above his head and called for a scandal. The orc's blade began to tremble, and the next second it was covered in a white aura. A moment later, the weapon, brightly glowing with aura, was in the hands of the former slave's trainer. The creatures, having witnessed the demonstration of power, exclaimed that their teacher possessed a spirit weapon, which only a true warrior could do. Takata shouted that it was not impossible, and he was no different from the crowd of his brethren in claiming that they could do the same. The man insisted that the weapon in their hands might seem strange and difficult to master, but at the same time it was their only companion. Shalkato, who was Talcata's assistant, noted that even warriors of his tribe would suffer from training at that level. The coach's assistants motivated the orcs with the hope of freedom, that they had to listen to how their soul would respond while holding a sword in their hands. Watching the former slaves work, Takata declared that they would soon become stronger. This as he and the priest brought new recruits to his comrade. The orc welcomed the new monsters to the land of freedom, and then Cillian asked him where Mr. Rifen had gone. Takata replied that the White King was on the battlefield, but when asked if the 100 states of Antares were currently at war with anyone, the young man received an ambiguous answer. A group of mercenaries known to the common people as the Locust carried out their mission conscientiously. A whole crowd of cruel criminals, on the orders of Baron Chetas, sought to wipe out all living things in their path. The Locusts went on a rampage with arson, pestering each of the city's residents, whom they attempted to assassinate. The man tearfully begged the mercenary to spare him and his family kneeling before him. However, no pleas for mercy could stop the knight who had no honor. Having gotten rid of the head of the family, the Locust set its sights on his wife, who looked quite attractive to her. The man with a creepy expression on his face said that the word pity was not in his dictionary. But as it turned out, these were the last words of the criminal, whose head suddenly flew off his shoulders. The mother and child were shocked by the sudden death of the mercenary and were initially very scared. Who appeared near them told the woman to take the child and run wherever her eyes looked. One of the knights of the squad asked to identify the killer of their comrade, who began to list the distinguishing features of the elf with the sword. According to the description, in front of the members of the Locust squad was a swordswoman of the new moon, an elf witch known as Ceres Valencia. The mercenaries immediately guessed that if the witch was here, then her master was with her. Riffenhart, addressing the mercenaries, claimed that they were primitive beasts, that even death would not wash away their sins. The martial king clenched his fists and began to concentrate his aura in them for a strike. Seeing only bare fists, the Locust Knights screamed in horror, realizing what was awaiting them. This time, the Dark Mage attacked the opponents with a straight cannon, shooting a giant beam at them. Screaming hysterically, the criminals rose into the air, unable to withstand such a powerful attack. The elf also joined the White King, calling on the spirit of the ancestors, Silpha, for help. And while the girl was calling for an assistant, the enemy formed a cordon, insisting that the girl was an ordinary witch. As a result, the spirit of Selena appeared from Cirrus's magical blade, which always helped her in battles. Before Selena had time to appear, she snapped her fingers, giving the lady a sign that it was time to act. The elf, as usual, used the spirit in a very strange way, namely to push away from her. Thanks to the spirit, the girl caught up with the robbers who were trying to escape, cutting them down with her sword. However, Valencia's magic did not end there, as it also summoned Tiratus, who blocked the locust's path. And Cirrus, using an ancient treaty with the elves, thrust the blades into the ground and called for the strike of Mjolnir. After the spell was read, a huge demon, woven from bolts of thunder, appeared. The bandits were shocked, as they had never heard of a new moon swordswoman using such an attack. But the remaining members of the Locust did not have time to run far, as the Battle King stood in their way. One of the gang rushed at the warrior, claiming that even if he had an aura, he remained mortal, like everyone else. However, the criminal's plan failed, as his blade bent when it came into contact with Riffenhart's body. Combat. The king asked his opponent if he didn't know that his body was made of steel. After which, having transferred all of his aura into one fist, Antaras prepared to deliver a crushing blow. This time, the Dark Mage used zero impact on the Locust, although visually it was not much different from the previous attacks. In front of the knights, their comrade was torn to pieces, which were stained from head to toe with his blood. When Antares grabbed the criminal by the head, he asked to have mercy on him, but the warrior reminded that the knight did not know the word pity. The man wanted to justify himself, claiming that these were not his words, but the fighting king could not be stopped. The remaining members of the group claimed that they were only following the orders of Baron Chetus. But for Riffenhart, this was not an argument, since even this fact did not relieve them of responsibility. Having dealt with the mercenaries, the warrior declared that the Baron had gone mad for hiring such pathetic scoundrels. This war was the result of a conflict between two noble houses, Chetus and Galen. Baron Chetus, having recruited more than 1,000 mercenaries, immediately invaded the lands belonging to Galen. In less than a week, more than half of Galen's lands were destroyed, and because of the quarrel between the nobles, ordinary commoners suffered. Out of the corner of his eye, Riffenhart spotted the man he had been missing for half an hour. Azrael, despite his delay, informed the Count that he had arrived with all the knights of Antares. The White King reported that the guy was late, and they simply didn't have time to wait. Riffenhart announced to the entire army that from now on, 100 states of Antares would take part in this absurd war. Thus, having intervened in the disagreements between the barons, the Dark Magician began to fight again. Baron Chetus was one of the most influential nobles in the southern regions of the Kingdom of Crovens. The lord was very rich thanks to his fertile lands in the trading city of Zarud, and at the same time he was a long-standing enemy of Baron Galen. The house of Baron Chetus was from of an old family and did not like Galena, who appeared not so long ago, believing that low-class people bought their titles for money. The main problem arose after the War of Succession, where House Galanov sided with Prince Juvel, while Chetus remained neutral. Also involved in this case were the heirs of both houses, Berlangalan and Jack Chetus, who already disliked each other. The aristocrats started a dispute during a meeting in Croton, where many nobles were present. The heated situation led to a duel, during which Jack let his guard down and was hit by Berlant's ball. Juvel tried to solve the problem, but he no longer had the power he once had, and Baron Chetas vowed to wipe out the entire Galen family from the earth. Chetas hired 1,000 mercenaries and invaded the territory of the Galens, causing devastation there. Galen asked the inner circle of aristocrats for help, but they were all afraid of Sir Grandiard, who possessed and was on the side of Baron Chetas. All attempts to negotiate were rejected, and the lands were ultimately destroyed. So at some point, Galen even thought about death. But at the most unexpected moment, they threw him a rescue rope, which was golden, strong, and durable. The enemy army suffered at the hands of the fighting king Riffenhart, who stood up for Baron Galen. The martial king attacked with rapid-fire key bullets, hitting multiple enemies in one blow. Knight Commander Garan wondered what Riffenhart was doing here, wondering how to defeat him. The commander-in-chief could think of nothing smarter than to promise 1,000 gold coins if someone managed to leave even a scratch on the warrior. The Dark Magician claimed that those who exchanged life for money had no right to complain if their own values were taken away from them. And after an instructive speech, the warrior again scattered an entire crowd of Chatan soldiers with one blow. Driven by a thirst for profit, the mercenaries calculated that it was enough to strike Antares once to make a fortune. Riefenhart, who had jumped on his opponents, called them fools for throwing away their lives so easily. Upon landing, the Battle King caused an avalanche attack that damaged not only the Prophet Seeker, but also the soldiers nearby. The more experienced warriors asked why no one had reported that Riffenhart would be participating in the battle. Raising his steel fist up, the warrior asked if the enemy thought his efforts were enough to wound the martial king. Azrael, who was at the head of the army, demanded that Antari's army show all its courage and destroy the enemy. Baron Galen, addressing his knights, ordered them not to lag behind, as they had an opportunity to avenge their stolen families. Garand, observing the enemy's strength, ordered his men to retreat. Due to the advance of two armies of the Knights of Antares and Galem, the mercenaries of Chetas had no choice but to retreat. Cirrus asked the gentleman why he walked around half naked all the time, even though it was the middle of winter. The guy was so comfortable, but the girl was not happy to look at him, which sounded a bit rude to the warrior. Riffenhart asked her what he looked like in his status as a fighting king, and he did indeed look like a disciple of the indestructible, but it was unclear whether this was an insult or praise. Baron Galen thanked Riffenhart for his participation in the duel, but the boy called it a trifle, claiming that any ally would have done the same. This alliance began 2 weeks ago with a letter in which the Dark Mage described 3 conditions, 1 concerning territory and 2 mentioning slaves. It was not clear to the Baron why he should free and return slaves to the county and recognize some as citizens, while making others completely free. Although Galena was puzzled by the conditions, he had no choice, and having accepted them, he entered into an alliance with Antares. Under the pretext of this war, Riffenhart wanted to raise awareness of other species and achieve expansion of his territory. The 2 warring forces met in Nidus Canyon, but before engaging in battle, the War King wanted to negotiate with his enemy. The guy warned the enemies that those of them who valued their lives could immediately leave the battlefield. Garand demanded total commitment from his men, and those who ran away would be horribly executed. The man insisted that the Hundar fortress was at the end of the canyon, and that even though there was a fighting king in front of them, he was still a man. The Dark Mage did not want senseless bloodshed, so he decided to start by intimidating his enemies. Releasing a huge discharge of aura into the sky, the warrior said that all who remained would not see tomorrow. The attackers froze for a moment, surprised by the abilities of the warrior of indestructible technology. However, the commander's voice broke the subordinates' numbness, reminding his people what was required of them. Riffenhart was surprised that his trick of piercing the sky didn't work, and the people never escaped. But what was even stranger was that in front of him were not knights or mercenaries, but simply farmers who had been forced to fight. The fighting king decided to show mercy in this case by arming himself with clubs. Without any effort, the warrior scattered all the commoners, causing them to doubt their actions. The commander of the Chitan army knew that the farmers were no match for Riefenhart, but they served a different purpose. The military man needed to use all means to keep Antares as long as possible, since the man had prepared well in anticipation of his appearance. Garand was sure that even the owner of the aura would not survive the blows of the ballistas that were already aimed at the warrior. And when the commander ordered to open fire, loud shots rang out from all the huge crossbows. A dozen huge spears flew at the smaller Riffenhart, but he didn't even flinch when he spotted them. All the guy did was throw away his clubs because he intended to fight back with his bare hands. Gathering the power of aura into one fist, the Share King executed a straight cannon punch. The commander of the Chitan army was shocked that all the spears launched were easily scattered by the enemy. All the farmers broke out in a cold sweat as the warrior repelled all the attacks with one blow of his fist. The shooters discovered the elven witch in time. I don't want to lose sight of the dangerous enemy. The girl asked Serana to attack the soldiers and her partner Sylph to protect her body. Ceres ordered her other assistants, the fire salamanders, to burn all enemy weapons. Watching the elf work, Riffenhart noticed that she had become much stronger. Even Relhard could only partially control the spirits of fire and air, while Cirrus gave orders to most of the great 7 spirits. Since time immemorial, Elfenheim has personally chosen the strongest elf who will be endowed with immeasurable power and the title of Guardian of the World Tree. The chosen one became the leader of all the elves, and also having the right to protect the tree, the elven people trusted the leader with their lives. In the Cephalat Desert, where the Danheim tribe lived, the tree of peace, Nihilin, was grown. And a little later, the Gerenting tree became a symbol of the great river Gloten. Riffenhart carved Cirrus' name into the tree of life, making the girl not only the guardian of Elfenheim, but also the leader of all elves. Watching as the enemy's carts and catapults were destroyed, the fighting king reaped the fruits of his labors. Ceres Valencia rightfully earned all the nicknames her frightened enemies called her. The main building of the central region was called the Hundar Post, where Baron Chetas was located. The man was furious when he learned that the enemy had managed to pass through the Needus Canyon. Garand apologized to his master, citing a lack of strength, which turned out to be insufficient. The aristocrat was in a panic as they were pushed back to the very post, and the aura-wielding grandiad left him to his fate. As much as he didn't want to do it, Chetus realized that he had no other choice. The man the Baron wanted to address was pestering his daughter at that time. The guy was unhappy when someone came to him at the wrong time and interrupted his entertainment. Chetus was gloomier than a cloud because he was turning to a man for help who disgusted him. The guy greeted the Baron, also mentioning that his daughter had grown up to be an enviable beauty. Dressed in a robe, the boy claimed that hothouse flowers smelled better than common weeds. Holding back his displeasure that the guy had started pestering his own daughter after the maids, the man reported the Battle King, who was moving in that direction. With a smile, the magician replied that, as he had said earlier, in order to kill the Golden Aura, the Baron needed to invest more diamonds into this matter. And at some point, when the guy's eyes became cold, he asked if everything necessary had been prepared. Towers and catapults were erected in front of the fortress, not to mention several hundred fighters. The detachment commander ordered the catapults to be loaded and the infantry to prepare for a joint attack, keeping ladders at the ready. The commander-in-chief ordered to open fire, and the next moment all the catapults began to fire one after another. Each catapult attack achieved its goal, gradually destroying the Hunder fortress. The army continued to advance, using the ladders on the towers to form a kind of bridge to reach the wall. Among the ordinary soldiers was also Captain Azrael, who was climbing one of the stairs to the fortress. One of the guards spilled boiling oil on the knight because he considered the followers of the martial arts king to be short-sighted. However, at that very moment, Nymphia came to the aid of the warrior, pouring oil on Hundar's guards. Enemy soldiers spotted a new moon swordswoman on the battlefield, who asked the knight Azrael to be careful. The mage summoned by Baron Shatas believed that by calling the elf by such a nickname, the warriors did her a great deal of honor. Turning around, Cirrus found herself being targeted by an enemy energy blast. Thanks to her agility, the girl dodged the radiant punishment, which was light magic. She wondered if this was a high-level 7-circle spell. Cirrus couldn't understand since when the Baron had someone so powerful under his command. The mage replied that the client had only requested the murder of Riffenhart, but he was willing to deal with the elf as a bonus. The mysterious wizard summoned a seal and attacked the enemy with a stream of photon light. To avoid direct hits, Valencia summoned Teradus, who blocked the path of the magic shots. The guy was pleasantly surprised that the girl was able to block his attack, having become more familiar with the magic of spirits. The girl was catching her breath as she almost got hit, even if she was so strong. Without taking her eyes off the mysterious magician, Cirrus could not even imagine the appearance of such a dangerous opponent. Riffenhart, who was outside the fortress at the time, tried to shout to his beloved. The boy did not understand where the sorcerer suddenly appeared from, because the conquest of Hundar should have gone without obstacles. And then, as soon as he looked at the catapult, the fighting king had an idea. The warrior asked to shoot them, but the soldier insisted that the man could not be on the catapult, which also could not withstand more than 100 kilograms. Riffenhart replied that it was no problem for him, resolving the issue by shedding his armor. Meanwhile, in Cirrus Fortress, Valencia was trying to resist the wind bomb along with the weight distortion. The girl herself did not notice how the magician suddenly found himself behind her, ready to make the next attack. The wizard attacked the elf with a stream of light rays that began to wrap around the enemy like a rope. But Cirrus once again resorted to the help of spirit magic, calling on Ignatius. A huge fire tornado appeared on the territory of the fortress, which could be seen from everywhere. The elf, engulfed in flames by her assistants, looked menacingly at the mage ordered by the Baron. The guy was surprised that even such a spell from the girl was able to block. Ceres shouted to her loyal subjects Salamander and Ignatius to go on the attack. The magician, casting a spell, called upon the northern wind to turn into blades and pierce his enemies. And the next moment, the wizard attacked the warrior with a cage of piercing blades. Sharp, cold blades pierced the fiery creatures, leaving them with only a fraction of their former strength. Valencia was surprised that even with Salamander and Ignatius combined, she couldn't break through the enemy's magic. The elf understood that she would not be able to cut through this whirlwind with just the cutting power of Salfada's blade. The girl did not have enough strength to fill the swords with fire by summoning several more spirits, so she turned to those that were there. The mage hired by Baron Shatas was surprised by what the new moon swordswoman started doing. Ceres, who suddenly pierced her own spirits, apologized profusely for this act before them. The wizard wondered if elves were not known for their friendship with spirits, although this action might have been a necessary measure. There was a loud explosion that blew one of the walls of Hundara's fortress to pieces. Dexterously wielding blades on which fire spirits were planted, Cirrus tried as best she could to catch up with the wizard. From the side, it was visible how the girl made her way toward the enemy, destroying local architecture along the way. After the elf destroyed another wall, the magician finally managed to retreat to a safe distance. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the guy once again resorted to the cage of slashing blades. Surrounding himself with seals, the guy sent out several dozen blades in the hopes of stopping the enemy. However, Cirrus's tenacity was so great that she did not stop for a moment even in the face of such a threat. No matter how fast the girl was, she was not agile enough to get through this attack without a single injury. The sorcerer, although he had wounded his opponent, was still dissatisfied with the fact that the elf did not give up. Suddenly, the boy realized that he was cornered, where he was an excellent target for the swordswoman. With a battle cry and blazing eyes, Valencia attacked the wizard, putting all her strength into the blow. Her attack was so powerful that it managed to cut through the tower that was in front of her. The next second, flames appeared from the cuts in the building, and the tower itself sank slightly. But only when the girl looked up did she realize that the fight was not over yet. The elf, whose vision was clouded by a veil of rage, slashed the wall of the tower, but the magician was not nearby. Turning around, Valencia quickly found the sorcerer hovering high above the ground. The enraged boy couldn't believe that some pathetic elf could use flash step. The girl was convinced until the very end that she had the advantage, not wanting to know whether the enemy had a teleportation artifact. An artifact with such power should have been well known throughout the continent, and the magician was preparing for another attack. He felt sorry that he had to waste this power on such an opponent, whose glove glowed and various holograms appeared in front of it. Ceres, watching the sorcerer's actions closely, asked herself what kind of power it was, magic or an aura. With a satisfied expression on his face, the mercenary waved his hand, thereby activating his weapon. The elf deftly dodged an energy beam of unknown origin launched at her. However, when he hit the wall behind her, he cut through the building with unprecedented ease. And immediately after this, a larger piece of the destroyed tower broke off and fell down with a roar. Watching as part of the fortress was destroyed, the girl could not believe that the magician possessed such enormous power. But before she could react, the enemy appeared next to her with a crazy smile. The boy asked the swordswoman to try to stop the sword of rupture with her own strength. Ceres, although she fought off the attack, instantly felt all the strength and power that she contained within herself. The salamanders on her blades began to quickly fade away, disappearing into thin air without a trace, after which the swords began to tremble and crumble, covering the blades with an increasing number of cracks. Eventually, Valencia's blades shattered into many small pieces. Wounded and bleeding, she had to get down on one knee as her strength was at its limit. Bursting into laughter, the magician declared that, now crawling at his feet like a dog, the girl already looked more like the elf he was used to. Having calmed down, the guy looked with contempt at the girl, who, in his opinion, behaved arrogantly. The sorcerer hired by the Baron was outraged that the elf dared to evade his magic. Swinging his sword, the mercenary prepared to use the flaming sword, since his opponent also loved fire. Cirrus was ready to accept her death, since she would not be able to survive the attack. But this never happened. Suddenly, a projectile launched from a catapult flew into the wall, causing a huge explosion. However, there was no major destruction, and once the smoke from the explosion settled, the picture could be seen more clearly. She was still alive. Riffenhardt, who found himself next to her, asked if she was okay, ordering her once again not to move so that the wounds would not bleed. Embarrassed that the gentleman was again half naked on the battlefield, the girl asked to be put on the ground. Wanting to figure everything out, the Battle King, looking at the enemy, noted that he did not look like a third-rate magician. The boy didn't expect the warrior to use a catapult. He had heard about ignorance in the blood of the fighting kings, but he didn't think it was that bad. Looking closely at the guy's appearance, the dark magician caught himself thinking that his face seemed suspiciously familiar to him. And suddenly it dawned on the warrior who exactly was in front of him, causing him to freeze completely. The White King wondered what Jade Arclight, who had once been one of the continent's strongest fighters, was doing here. He was the second son of the Arclight House, which promoted its great mages in the Vashtalan Empire, which had long oppressed Antares. Jade attained the 7th circle at the age of 20, but was unknown among the common people because he never left the Tower of the Sun. But the mage was almost forgotten when Reifenhardt appeared on the scene, eclipsing the rising star with his presence. The guy's presence here was strange, since his family was rich, and he was willing to kill the warrior because of the contract with Baron Chetas. The Dark Mage couldn't figure out if Jade really needed to earn some extra money during her trip. Be that as it may, the magician tried to kill Cirrus, which he still managed to do in his past life. Arclight attacked his target with a fire cannon, shooting a multiple blast of energy at the Battle King. Griffenhart didn't even think about fighting back, trying to convey to the enemy that he couldn't be killed so easily by such an attack. The disciple of the Tower of the Sun then used the Severance Sword to match the force of the blow he used to knock down one of the fortress's towers. The Martial King, in turn, decided to block the attack with a circular defense that was created using an aura. The next moment, the attack and counterattack met, but did not dissolve into each other. Antares tensed up because he had failed to repel the enemy's attack. But what was even worse was that Serveran's sword, having broken through the warrior's defense, wounded him as he rushed on. The attack was so powerful that it easily cut down 2 towers of the fortress at the same time. Looking at the wound, Riffenhart did not believe that the mage had managed to break through the circular defense, believing that an artifact from the Silver Age was involved. Arclight's power could be compared to Yesus's technique, Eldrin's Light, as the mage himself pointed out, stating that even a warrior could not resist the ancient forces. As he prepared to attack, the Dark Mage tried to remember if Jade really had such a valuable artifact that surpassed Eldrin. Reifenhart struck the wizard with rapid-fire bullets of chi, sending them flying in all directions. Although the attack was powerful, the guy easily defended himself from it with an anti-gun barrier. But for some unknown reason, the foot of the Fighting King appeared right in front of his face. The warrior, breaking into a scream, asked the magician he hated to try something similar. The Martial King launched a powerful kick, destroying many bricks of the Hundar fortress. But as soon as the dust raised in the air settled, Riffenhart was surprised by the result. As with Cirrus, the powerful blow from the ruler of Antares came to nothing, because Jade was hovering in the air at that moment. Taking a closer look at the guy, the warrior was surprised where he got the boots of movement. In a past life, Reifenhart was attempted to be killed by a mysterious assassin who carried artifacts that no one had ever heard of before. The Boots of Transition had the power to teleport over a short distance, which is why Cirrus lost the battle. Arclight claimed that the warrior was no match for the mage as long as he remained at a safe distance. The wizard then called upon the North Wind and asked it to become his avalanche of blades to crush Reifenhart. Jade unleashed a storm of ice blades on the Battle King, filling the area around him with freezing wind. The Dark Mage was steadfast and unwavering, fighting off sharp magical blades with his bare hands. Then the mercenary decided to use an attack that did not work against the elf, but which would be beneficial in a fight with the Battle King. The Sun Tower disciple fired the Severance Sword at his opponent, confident of his victory. Taking cover from the blow, Riffenhart understood that he would not be able to dodge it so easily, and decided to resort to forced measures. The warrior insisted that this was his territory, through which he would not allow anything that did not belong to him to pass. The text of the Dispel Zone spell was scattered in all directions with just one thought. The frost blades that fell under the spell of the Battle King shattered into pieces the next second. The same fate awaited Severance's sword, which, having entered the dispersal zone, was eventually neutralized. Jade was shocked by what he saw, believing until the very end that it was impossible to stop his spell. The guy also thought it was impossible that the Fighting King used magic, and that he didn't want to resort to it because of his title. The warrior said that he didn't really want to attract much attention, which is why he didn't show this skill right away. Arclight didn't have time to really recover from this discovery before the enemy appeared right next to him. But as soon as Riffenhart struck, Jade teleported away in time thanks to his boots. The boy desperately tried to defeat the Battle King by casting the Summoning Network spell. However, the Dark Magician, without ceremony, simply uttered the word cancel, which was more than enough. The web launched at him cracked at that moment, being neutralized by the warrior's spell. Jade was starting to get nervous, as he had never had any problems before, especially with the common warriors. The boy turned to the chain of light that began to descend from the seal that materialized above Riffenhart's head. But even this spell did not help to restrain the Fighting King, who neutralized it with his viscous liquid. And after the chains became watery, I simply destroyed them with a dispel spell. The disciple of the Tower of the Sun could not believe that the owner of the aura, who was also a magician, canceled all of his spells without exception. Looking at the formidable warrior who now inspired fear, The mercenary wondered if he was going crazy. In a desperate attempt to inflict at least some damage on the enemy, the mage hired by the Baron again fired several severance swords at him. Riffenhart couldn't help but notice the impressive power of the enemy's attacks. But there was one caveat. Since they were of the light type, the martial king easily blocked them with a mirror reflection. The blades launched at the warrior returned like a boomerang to Arclight, which inadvertently destroyed another part of the fortress. The guy was ashamed to admit it, but the warrior used more advanced magic than he did, who was on the 7th circle. Wherever Jade moved, the Battle King followed him, destroying everything around him. The enemy army no longer fought with Antari's army, whose only task was to avoid being hit by two powerful fighters. However, everyone who was in the affected area could not hide from the magical powers of the White King and his rival. The battle between the mage and the warrior dragged on so long that it covered most of the fortress's perimeter. The mage hired by the Baron used Severance's sword time and again, which, if it didn't stop the enemy, at least left cuts on him. Riffenhart noted how unpleasant this artifact was for him, that in his past life he would have dealt with the mage with one shockwave. However, despite the difficulties that stood in his way, Andres was determined to stop Arclight by any means necessary. The warrior began to attack the enemy with a dispel spell, as if he were using normal attacks. Jade couldn't imagine anyone throwing magical attacks because no one had such an ability, but the enemy took advantage of the fact that the guy was distracted by his technique, and in one jump he found himself right above him. Turning around, the Mage of the Sun Tower, as soon as he noticed the Battle King, immediately activated his boots. The mercenary had no idea that his ability to move from place to place would misfire. This is exactly what happened at that very moment, when the guy discovered that the warrior was not aiming exactly at him. Riffenhart knew that if he destroyed everything within the enemy's range, his skill would become useless. Therefore, when the Martial King landed, he used the avalanche strike that had the properties he needed. The shock wave of the attack was so great that it even affected soldiers who seemed to be quite far away. Cirrus, who was at a safe distance at that moment, had to take cover from the avalanche explosion. The legendary artifact, along with its owner, was unable to resist the powerful aura attack. Jade Arclight screamed as he was hit by the shockwave of the avalanche strike. Due to the recoil, the guy also dropped one of his personal items, which was carried away with the debris. After a while, the attack ended, and when the smoke cleared, one could see the damage it had done to the fortress. Riffenhart, who had emerged from the smoke, claimed that Cirrus had complained of weakness, and that anyone who had not encountered the boots before would have already been defeated. The White King watched the defeated magician, who, having made just one mistake, lost the battle. Jade replied that he always defeated aura users by keeping his distance and using his magic. But the guy didn't expect the warrior to use such tactics on him, and in the past it was thanks to his style that he defeated the elf. Cirrus began using boots after the assassin's invasion, and in the fight with the girl, Jade resorted to magic with a large radius of damage, preventing her from moving. Even in a losing situation, the mage was unwilling to admit defeat, having snuck up on Riffenhart from behind. But literally a moment later, the bloody boots of teleportation, along with the feet of its owner, found themselves in the air. Looking angrily at Arclight, the warrior said that Mac would no longer be able to use this artifact. The guy fell to the ground, holding onto his severed limbs and groaning in intense pain. Smeared with blood, sweat, and tears, the Mage of the Sun Tower looked at the Battle King with hatred. Antares was going to let the mage die, but he felt disgusted that the killer from his past life was somehow connected to the Arclight house. The killer was equipped with items that the mage had never encountered before, despite his experience in the dungeons, but thanks to them, he was able to create 10th circle magic. Having found a clue, having gone beyond time and space, Riffenhart wanted to ask his opponent a couple of questions. But Jade wasn't going to tell anything, and he didn't even think that he would spend one of the stolen artifacts with his brother here. The guy took out the Feather of Return, which was capable of teleporting to a pre-designated coordinate. The artifact began to glow brightly as the mage touched it, preparing to flee the battlefield. Antares was surprised when he saw such an object, and therefore did not know its purpose. The Martial King tried to stop Jade with a wave of his hand, but it only hit air. The only thing the Dark One managed to get was the bag that Arclight left behind. Looking around, the guy wondered if the mercenary had managed to disappear so easily. The warrior shouted that the wizard would not be able to escape from him, confident that it was just some kind of trick. Riffenhart used sensor field technology to track the fugitive as quickly as possible. But even when the Battle King reached its maximum range, he did not detect the presence of the Sun Tower Mage. With disappointment, Antares noted that the enemy had indeed escaped thanks to an artifact that was akin to a portable portal, after which the Dark Magician began to think about the feather, how it worked, and whether it was possible to somehow track its trail. However, at some point the warrior stopped thinking about theories because now was not the time for that. A small object caught the White King's eye and caught his attention with its glare. Picking up the item, he said that it looked exactly like the item he found on the killer in his past life. The warrior didn't know how they were connected, but what he was sure of was that the Arc Lighthouse needed to be investigated. The soldiers of Antares shouted about the death of Baron Chettis, rejoicing in their victory in this battle. Hearing this, Riffenhart was glad that the war was over, noticing something in the ruins. The Martial King found the bag that the Sun Tower Mage had dropped when he was running away from him. The guy became curious about what could be in Jade's limitless bag. Upon opening it, the warrior found at least tens of thousands of gold coins, which the late Baron Chettis was ready to pay for his head. Riffenhart was pleased with the find, which would help his country, which was in dire need of money. Up until this point, Antares had managed to save over 1,000 otherworldly species that were now among their own kind. But due to the influx of refugees fleeing the drought, the state needed money. As a result of this war, the Dark Mage was able to capture Chaetus and the trading city of Zard, which will bring him a lot of money. When the ruler met with the elf, he asked about her health, which was interesting to know what happened to the magician who attacked her. Cirrus, when she learned that the enemy had managed to escape, blamed everything on the strange boots that the warrior had just given her. The soldiers watching the gentleman and the elf believed that the guy had also given her amputated legs, which delighted the girl. Valencia was surprised that they fit her perfectly, that they could adjust to the owner's size if they were close to it. The soldiers of the Antares army were ordered to capture the fortress and deal with the remaining forces and take those who surrendered as prisoners. The war that began because of the death of the heir of Chaetus, the young man Jack, who died in a duel, has come to an end. Baron Galen was cornered, but the fighting king extended a lifeline before him, which it would have been a sin not to grab onto. Thanks to Antera's help, Galen was able to remove the noose from his neck and place his opponent in it. Since the House of Chetas was an outer wing of the House of Marquis Vontren, it owned an estate much larger than the named county of Antres. However, due to the contract with Baron Galen, Antres increased his territory almost threefold. Charles refused to completely capture Chetas, since too much expansion of territory in a short period of time could cause indignation among the nobles. Riffenhart did not mind, since it was enough for them to capture just one Zarud, which would bring great profit to the county. A year passed, and with the arrival of spring, green colors appeared in the once barren Fetland. The vast pastures were not suitable for farming, so no one settled there. This territory was used by nomads due to the frequent appearance of monsters. They bred horses and sheep, and many of their tribes settled throughout the pastures. But there were people who tried to unite the nomads by using them as a military force. Because there was no risk of invasion, the nomads had no need to unite, and there were no wars in Fetland, apart from conflicts between tribes. But despite all of the above, Fetland began to participate in the war for the first time in a couple of centuries. An army of 10,000 gathered on the Wolf Mountain, which consisted of many tribes of Fetland. The commander-in-chief of the nomad army wondered if they could defeat these monsters. They were opposed by an army of hostile orcs whose numbers also numbered in the thousands. Armed mainly with spears, the monsters looked at the people with undisguised hatred. Seeing such a strong enemy, the soldiers of Fetland were horrified since they had previously fought only with people. It was the first time that the leader of the Grey Falcon tribe, Handarsum, fought side by side with so many of his brothers. The leader of the Blue Bear tribe, Kalkin, was in the same situation, reminding that Riffenhart had kept his promise. Kinjir, who ruled the Brown Boar tribe, thought it was wonderful that they would not have to worry about the armies of people beyond the mountains. Kalkin explained that it was not magic, but diplomacy, a human way of negotiating a compromise. Azrael ordered the enemy to surrender to Antares, insisting that those of them who swore allegiance would be treated with kindness. But the leader of the nomads shouted that they were free people of the plains and did not recognize anyone. An entire army of free people was ready to fight for the freedom of the plains, on which their way of life directly depended. The leader of the Blue Bears called on his brothers to go into battle and make amends for the many years of humiliation they had suffered at the hands of humans. The sons of valiant warriors were confident that their great ancestors would protect them in the battle they went into with a thirst for revenge. Swinging his blade, Kalkin demonstrated the true power of the orcs' spiritual weapons. The commander-in-chief of the nomads did not believe that the rumors about the orcs using aura were true. However, what made people even more wary was the presence of two more leaders who possessed similar power. While possessing the aura, the monsters were still orcs and therefore vulnerable to mages. The wizards used a broad-spectrum mass sleep spell, causing the enemy to fall asleep on the move. But there were also loyal subjects of Alpat who asked him to protect the minds of monsters. The next moment, a magical blanket covered the minds of all the sleeping orcs. The commander of the nomads was shocked that the orcs had dwarves with their divine powers on their side. The dwarves asked their patron to envelop the void around them to avoid delusions. The leaders of different tribes asked their subordinates not to be afraid of the small spells of people, but remembering the names of their ancestors to gift them with the blood of battle. The Blue Bear tribe began to expand eastward towards the great mountain of Glothan. The county sent letters to more distant orc tribes, urging them to join the war. Because of this, Brown Hog, Gray Falcon, White Wolf, Black Coyote, and many other tribes joined the battle at Gloatin Mountain. The people of Fetland quickly responded and contacted the nobles of the respective nations, urging them to take back the vast number of slaves. As it turned out, all the aristocrats refused to help the nomads, pointing to the monsters' flags. It only took one flashy flag to announce to others that this was a territorial war, County Antares. As they were ordered, the warriors, shouting the names of their great ancestors, brought them the blood of their enemies as an offering. The priests on the side of the nomads did not expect this, and assured them that the monsters would simply fall asleep. Among the soldiers among the orcs was also the holy sword Cirrus, who commanded the Knights of Antares. Fetland was not prepared for the fact that in addition to the three owners of the aura, Cirrus, who had earned his reputation in the War of the Kingdom of Croans, also participated in the battle. It was difficult for the nomads to resist the hundreds of weapons that flew into the air, and the hired magicians fled from the battlefield in horror, pursued by Antares. A stranger watched the bloody war for territory without interfering in the course of events. The girl was amazed at how the knights of the county that was known throughout the continent looked. But what interested the girl most was that they were all under the control of the Battle King Riffenhart.